What's up, everybody? It's your boy Legal Mindset, and we're back here for the Battle Royale between the LawTubers. Today, is it Nicholas Rekieta? Is it Jeff and his legal vices? Is it Crazy Kurt and his totally not copyrightable uncivil law? Is it Joe Neerman and his good logic or following program? Which one is it, Joe? Have you decided? Is it a one-state or two-state solution, Joe? You must tell me. And that's what we're going to find out today here on The Legal Mindset. We teach you to be your own judge. Of course, I'm Andrew Esquire, American attorney, currently in Bangkok, Thailand. And yeah, we're going to have a great time tonight. We are going to have a good one, y'all. I'm really looking forward to it. It's D-Day time. We're taking them all on every single front. We also may go in dry at some point. And by that, I mean we may actually just watch the court footage. We may just throw a loop and say, hey, look, we're just going to do a little bit on our own if it gets boring or anything else like that, or there's some annoying guests or anything comes up. Yeah, I think we'll probably just do it raw. We'll probably just do it raw. So don't think that that is not an option as well. And already we got some legendary clips from yesterday. And I think we're going to probably start out as kind of like a warm-up. For those who may have missed yesterday, for those who may have not been here, or maybe you were on another channel and you're just coming over to us today, you're coming over to the channel today, maybe because, hey, you saw what happened, you saw how much fun we had, you saw that, hey, it was the funnest thing ever. And I am just streaming. I streamed yesterday, I'm streaming tonight. I will not be streaming this trial the remainder of this calendar week. So this calendar week, I will not be streaming this trial on my channel. I may do a guest appearance on Jeff's channel because I promised Jeff Senpai that I would, or Oppa Jeff, that I would be on his channel. So I may pop by his channel tomorrow. But other than that, I will not be streaming. So this is kind of the final night. So hopefully everybody stops by, has fun, has a good time. And, also, people enjoyed this. I did a poll on both of my legalmindset.locals.com and on Twitter. Almost everybody loved this format. In fact, the only people who clicked no that they didn't like it told me that was an accidental click. So there we go. LawTube flight, flawless victory. Yes. There was a lot going on yesterday. For those that missed out on yesterday, there were several polls on who had the best coverage, who was the funniest, and I think every LawTuber had their moment in the sun. But let's start out by just going over to my my good friend of the channel, Laudner Clips, and they had an excellent clip here today, which I want to play the first. We'll start with the first minute or 2 minutes of this clip, and you can watch the rest on their channel. But we'll pop this up so you guys can see this today, because this was absolutely extra hilarious. So we'll do this for you guys today. Hopefully you guys hear this in the chat. In case you guys missed it. Oh, it's muted? Okay, Are we muted? Are we muted here? Okay, it's muted. All right. Hey. Listen, not every time does it work out all right, but it works 60% of the time, every time. Let's do it this way. Let's go ahead and do it this way. And here we go. They wish they had this idea. Hold on. Shout out to Laudner Clips. Laudner Clips is going to have a field day with this. Laudner Clips, when you go through all of my I got to pull my Joe. You're just going to have a boomerang a little bit. You're going to go crazy.
Lieutenant Buckman.
Yeah, big brain move, guys. That's why I'm number one, baby. Mindset number one. Best in Asia.
On examination of the body.
Can't get me on the gingerbread man. They wish they had this idea. They really do wish they had this idea.
In addition, the tongue was protuberant outside of the mouth.
The tongue was protuberant.
The tongue being driven up and outwards during the process of strangulation. When I examined the tongue itself...
So 2 super chats. $10 from Leprechaun Gold. Appreciate you. What the fuck is Joe doing with his tongue? Somebody clip this. Somebody clip this. What is he doing with the... What is he doing with his tongue? He's like that doctor from freaking Amber Heard with the tongue. With the... Like, what is Joe doing? Is he turned on by this?
where the tongue can be.
Is Joe around? Speaking of which, legal vices, we got him, boys. We got him. God damn it, you changed to Joe 2 seconds before I sniped you, sniping me. Beta! Oh, no, man. That is what we call Sigma. Vices, welcome to the legal mindset. Still the master, baby. Still the master.
These hemorrhages were not only the neck muscles, but they were also the soft tissues.
By the way, legal vices and mindsets get bent.
Upper airway, all the way down to the cervical spine.
Shalom, Joe. Shalom. How you doing?
Completely
So in other words, that
gay.
hemorrhage is going from the surface all the way down.
Yes. So if in case you missed that, excellent time over here. We have a lot of fun on Legal Mindset. And, you know, I wanted to do something a little bit different because, like I said, I think it's getting a little bit stale in LawTube. I think I need a little bit of freshness, I need a little bit of mixing things up. And I thought about Mystery Science Theater 2000 or 3000, sorry, you know, back in the day, kind of the heckling the hecklers, you know, and it's like, okay, it's commentary on the commentary, right? You know, so it's roasting the commenters, making fun of them, having a good time. And of course, they're all my friends. They're all good people. Nick Rekieta, Jeff, Legal Vices, and Joe, you know, all good folks, but we had some good time roasting and we're gonna do it again tonight. We're gonna pop around between Vices, Joe, and Kurt for sure. Now the big one out here, the wild card is Nicholas Rekieta tonight, because Nick, I believe, and chat correct me if I'm right or wrong, I believe Nick may be without power, or he may have some issues. I don't see his stream up right now. So it seems like Nick may come in later. He may pop on somebody else's stream. Who knows? So that may be something that ends up being a thing later. Now, yesterday, it was really interesting because there were different winners and losers of the polls. So I think everybody loved Joe's reaction there. What Joe did was hilarious. Joe's interplay with us on the stream was amazing. Joe kind of made the night. Joe had like the moment of the night. But when I asked for, hey, who had the best run stream, like overall, in terms of guests, in terms of, you know, them watching it, not speaking over the trial too much, Jeff, Legal Vices, won that poll. However, the best combo is Nick and Bronca. So everybody kind of had a thing. And of course, Kurt had the best accessories. Kurt was rocking some sunglasses yesterday, kind of looking cute, feeling cute, if you will. And, you know, and yeah, that was great. That was fun. It's fun to watch Kurt as well. So we'll be popping in on all three of those guys, kind of saying hello to them, you know, give them a little bit of love, give them a little bit of support because they all need it. And listen, I know everybody wants to do their own thing on LawTube, and that's fine. Everybody can do their own thing. But this is a point that I want to make, is that people should be having fun doing it. And I know that a lot of people, and for a lot of these streamers, these trials are boring as shit. In fact, despite this trial being about a very crime which sounds like it might be intriguing, fascinating, interesting, a lot of people aren't as fascinated because they know what's going to happen. They kind of know the outcome, or it's pretty clear that she done it, right? So there's not a lot of mystery there. However, I think we can still have fun. We can still be very engaged, and listen to the story, and really engage with each other, both in the chat and in the trial and with other content creators. So that's what I'm going to do. And I may do this for future trials as well, because it seems like everybody is enjoying this. So, hey, look, it's getting meta in LawTube. It's getting to commenting on the commenters is where we're at right now. And of course, we also checked in on Southern Law and the Expert. So if those guys are around and they shoot me a super chat today, I may feel free to pop in on them. They may be able to bribe me. Your boy Legal Mindset can be bribed to stream snipe people. Just saying. People say, Sketchy says, this is next level grift, and I love it. Oh, yeah, baby. It's grifting time. Turgo the White for 2 says, Lost Science Theater 3000. Yes, that's the name of the clip. Lost Science Theater 3000. Now, that'll be clipped out for sure, 100%. And appreciate all you guys. Make sure you smash the like button on the way in. We're already at 126 likes, and really liking the video is the best thing you can do here. So I guess we'll start out, and let's see. I'm going to put up a poll here in the chat. Where should we go first? So I'm going to put in the big 3 that are up right now. So where should we go first? So we got 3 options right now. We may have 4 later. So should we go to Vices, Legal Vices? That's Jeff, my good friend over there in Busan, South Korea. Should we go to Joe Neerman of Good Logic, or Kurt, which is Uncivil Law? Some of you did not know his name was Kurt. Yes, that is Uncivil Law is Kurt. So pull up in the chat. I'll give you guys a couple seconds to answer that on where we should go first, who should we stop by and see first. I also want to give a little shout out to MLS Law in the chat. And yeah, good to see you stopping by and saying hi. And also good to see all my members as well. The members of BLM or RPG, that's the Replay Gang, or BLM, the highest level of membership. Whatever you are, I appreciate you guys. Appreciate you staying based, enjoying this coverage, and enjoying having fun on the interwebs as we entertain and educate here on The Legal Mindset, which is always what we try to do, on this channel. So appreciate that, and appreciate all the members here in the chat. Quick shout out to some of those here: Danielle, Holly Carp, Sketchy, John Sapola. I think I saw Patrick Kennedy earlier today. W. Daisy Girl Williams, good to see you. And all those that are here, Jay, and all those that are here in the chat with us today. 255, which is great. And probably because Nick is not around. But it's always good to see people tuning in. All right, so let's see right now. We've got 46% saying Vices first, 36% saying Joe, and 20% Kurt. So very close. So we will go in that order. We will start with my good friend Jeff in South Korea, Joe Neerman over there in New York, and Kurt, the big man down in Texas, the big state of Texas. So it's good for that. And by the way, these guys all have relative areas of expertise and things they're strong at. Jeff actually has experience doing radio, so he's very good at talking. He's very good at hosting. Jeff is my personal friend. As you guys know, I lived in South Korea. I was in Seoul, South Korea. He was in Busan. But there is, of course, a train to Busan, sometimes filled with zombies. And I would hang out with Jeff very often. And in fact, I convinced Jeff on Hooker Hill in Itaewon, South Korea, to come and become a LawTuber. We were literally in a bar with bras hanging from the ceiling and, 80s rock playing in the background. And we're both hammered off our ass on whiskey. And I say, Jeff, you need to start a channel. You will do fine. And I talked him into it. I told him how to do it. And he got started. And I'm so happy. Could not be happier for his success, almost at 60K. So absolutely great. And he is absolutely strong at hosting a channel. And I think he's put together a fantastic presentation for live TV. So let's go over there right now. Without further ado, without me further jerking Jeff's chain, let's go over here to Jeff of Legal Vices. So we got it here. We're in with Jeff. Hopefully the volume's all right here for you guys. Now, Locals is up. I put up a Locals, but some people are saying it's down, which is weird. But legalmindset.locals.com is by Locals. You guys can go over there. You can send tips. You can send memes, and I will show them during the stream. I will post that link in the YouTube chat so you guys see that there if you want to go over there and check that out. Is your headphone material fraying? Yeah, I gotta replace these. So donate to my
is not the date that the phone was seized.
What is that March 8th, 2022 date then? Do you know?
The audio
it
button was
says
sticky.
It is a modified.
Yeah, donate to my headphone fund.
Okay. Do you know what that means?
Because modified? I got to replace these.
Okay. I think you said these other dates, February 6th, February 12th, February 13th of 2022. What were those
Also,
dates?
make sure you smash the like button.
Search them, just don't have anything to do with them.
Or Jeffrey Dahmer in some way were done.
Oh, she changed today.
Exhibit 100?
No.
Okay. No other questions?
Okay.
No other questions?
I do have as an additional exhibit for the court a report that was generated from the phone itself, which quite clearly
right
shows
now they're
the date
talking about
stamp
the
associated
phone
with some
and
of
what
these
they can
photos,
bring in off
and
the
particularly
phone.
the date stamp associated with Exhibit 101, which is the large picture. That
By the way, I'm going to start drinking in a second. Last night we had Sapporo, but tonight we have Asahi as the drink of choice, the beer of choice here.
They're going to let all of the memes, all of the Jeffrey Dahmer pictures, all of these searches for Jeffrey Dahmer's butt, and all these other cool things in.
Holly Carp.
While they're looking through these.
Good question. Is the trial really heating up, or is Joe lying? I think it's getting interesting, but it's clearly going against Miss Schabusiness.
Device screenshots.
Here, it's not looking good.
And
not
those are the
looking good.
screenshots that you
As far
testified
as I know about
yesterday
Nick
that you
Rekieta,
reviewed
I'll
when
say
you
it
were
again.
doing,
Nick may be
your
AFK
analysis
today.
of
So
the
Nick may be completely
phone
gone.
extract
today.
itself.
Doing your
correct?
analysis of the
Correct.
phone extract. What?
And in that exhibit, are there a number of
So Jeff
photographs
appears to be
depicted of
solo
Jeffrey
right now,
Dahmer?
but I guarantee you
Yes.
he will have guests on throughout the
And
night.
those have
Jeff
date
did have
stamps
good guests
associated with them?
yesterday that tended to be well
Yes.
and not speak over
Google,
the
and those are in the
witnesses
Google
very much.
Photos section of the device, is that right?
Correct.
And what is the date stamp
What the
associated with the
Schabusiness?
picture of Ms. Schabusiness holding a cell phone photo of Jeffrey
Okay, so
Dahmer?
I'll put up
next
I'll
to
put up
her
the
head
poll
and
that we all
smiling?
want to know here.
Saturday,
Don't do
February
that.
12th, 2022.
Thank you. I have no further questions on that point.
Going to voir dire the witness on that, Mr. Fraley.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Defense lawyer just can't let things go. He's got to talk every single time, and he has nothing to add, nothing to ask, nothing to cross.
Nick is still
Does it
hungover,
indicate
nice.
on this Exhibit 102 extraction report, created 3/2 of 22? Says that, right?
On the bottom, correct.
Okay. It says it on the bottom of page 1, page 2, and page 3. Is that fair?
Yes.
She may look a little
Okay,
Cro-Magnon,
nothing further.
but even
Oh my God,
Cro-Magnon
what was the
smashed.
purpose of
But
that?
that 3/2/22 date, is that the date that analyst Danelski created these screenshots?
Yes.
The memes and pictures are prejudicial as hell, for sure.
All right, well, she's stepping down for the 1,500 or so of you that are here, right? 1,547 of you that are here now. Make sure you hit the like button. Only half of you have done that. Have you get down there and do it.
I think only if the court has concerns on this issue and as a predicate to admitting this testimony, I could call analyst Danelski if the court wishes.
The court wishes nothing. The court wants to
Yeah, I'd
get
like
through
that
this.
recalled, so.
Oh,
Sure.
wow, okay. All right, they're going to call another witness to voir dire here. And again, while they're doing that, 1,500 of you, 747 likes. Make sure you get down there and hit that like button. Half of you haven't done your job. We should be at 1,552 likes right this second. So while you're
Jeff
doing
is
that,
a very demanding
get down there and hit
master.
the poll, hit our
He's a
subscribe,
very-
and then
he's
take
a
our like
very
and
demanding
subscribe poll.
master
Today's
over
like
there.
and subscribe poll
See, I don't-
is what
I
is the
don't
most
ask you guys.
disturbing
I
thing about this
expect
trial so
you
far?
guys to
One,
like
they
and
peeled
subscribe.
his back and cut meat off the bone. Two, there's a complex mixture of DNA on the dildo. She has weird, creepy staring actions, and legal mindset stream keeps sniping us.
Got me today. He finally noticed me. Senpai has noticed me. We did it, boys. We did it. This is number
I just had
one.
a couple of questions.
Sure.
This trial is going to be painful. It is going to be relatively boring, which is why we
Those
try
are
to
our
make it a
choices.
little
Take
bit more, entertaining. Pokemon captured. Last night we caught them
I
all.
think it's 100.
Let's see if we get them tonight. We've already caught a Jeff Pokemon this early in the night. Oh, and the blonde hottie is back. Excuse me, the poll must be changed. So we got the other one, but
And currently on our poll, by the way,
Each image, and that date seems to be in.
the number one choice so far on our poll is the
Blo-
weirdest thing is that she's peeled back and cut the meat off his bone. The number two weirdest and most disturbing thing about this trial so far, with 26% of the vote, is legal mindset stream sniping. So he's coming in as solid number two. Literally,
believe that
legal
date
mindset
is
stream sniping us
basically
comes
when
up more
Google
than a
received that
complex
preservation
mixture of
letter,
DNA on the
when they
dildo.
grabbed that preservation and then said, okay, we're going to take a
this is why
snapshot
we
of this
do it.
data
We
here
do
and
it
save it.
so we
I
trigger the
believe that's when
chat.
that data
We
is
do it to
created.
give
I
you
went
guys
back and looked at a couple other
something
Google warrant
fascinating.
returns that we've had in
And
the
I will
past.
pop down here
And
in
it
the
was
corner
a-
here
of
because I want to be
similar
in the doggo
correlation.
cam
So,
slot.
for instance, the preservation was sent and received by Google on the 25th. And
They
then
haven't
I
earned my
saw
doggo
the
cam.
modified dates on all of the images to be the 29th. So it seems
And
consistent
my doggo
that
cam
would be
is
the
like
date that when
an
Google
Asian girl in
receives
the
that
corner making
preservation
me
letter,
kimchi fried
that's when they're
rice.
saying, we're going to create a snapshot of all of this data.
She's wearing the same shirt as yesterday, by the way.
What is this data? It's not a search on a cell phone, or is it a search on a cell phone? Because I'm contrasting it with Exhibit 99, which seems to. On the
I'm
upper
just happy
left-hand
we get to
corner-
see her again on the stand.
Upper left-hand corner, it says
Sigh,
search
admiring
items.
God's handiwork, no simping allowed.
See, yeah.
We're not
Jeff,
simping,
yes.
we're just
Jeff,
admiring
so-
a
Jeff
fine
always
specimen
says
of the
no
female.
simping as he simps so goddamn hard.
So the one on the left, the search items, those are going to be Google search terms.
Jeff simps
And then
so
the one on the
hard.
right, data files, those would be images
So
that would be under the Google Photos application. Both of these can be cloud-based, where data can be on the phone and in these applications as well. So if you were to log into a certain Google account, you could access these images from a computer as well. So
fact that it's showing up on this report, what is that telling us about this information?
So this is telling you this is what was associated.
Apparently,
and within
Rekieta is
that
alive.
Google
He just
account
tweeted on his
when
local,
Detective
so
Roberta
we may
created that
have
or
the
sent that
big man, the
preservation
Godfather, stepping in the
and
ring
the
as
Google
well.
account can be accessed via the phone. A lot of times, the data from the phone will be automatically backed up and synced to these applications. So if you're on Google and you're searching, where is Starbucks? That could go onto the cloud and translate to that as well.
So this report then does affiliate.
Steven, does it really matter?
Yes.
It's a trial.
So
The
why does
LawTubers
one
will
report
stream
indicate that
water
search
boiling.
items, that's
They
exhibit
do not
29,
care.
but 100 doesn't
You think these
indicate
people
searched items.
actually
So it's
care?
just
No, they're
different
pretending.
types of data. So the searched items would be like Googling where is Starbucks on the Google application, the Google search application, where
yes,
the
she
data
is
files
married,
would be
gentlemen.
something
Ladies
like
and gentlemen,
if
she
you
is-
were to
she
be
is married.
searching on Google and save a file or download a file or take a picture on your phone, and then that's backed up and synced to the Google Photos application.
Okay, so it's something else going on.
The
phone
trial has
other
started.
than search.
What's up?
Yes.
You're asking what time it started. It's
And
going on now.
Are
We're
there-
watching
would
it.
there be, any way to
This is
determine
not a replay.
when that activity occurred by looking at it?
Going over phone data is boring as hell and really, really insufferable.
Way to determine when the phone performed a function that registered this piece of data in it.
It can, yes. So if you were to look at the photos app, the regular photos gallery on the phone, under the images from the phone extraction, so not the Facebook or the Google, I'm sorry, the Google warrant return, it would show a lot of these images as well, because a lot of images saved in the phone's gallery that comes installed with the device get backed up and synced to
Yes,
the
so
Google
we're
Photos
starting with
application.
legal vices.
So a
We
lot
will
of
be
these
going over to
thumbnails
Joe
and photos
Neerman
you've seen here
of Good
would
Logic and
also
then
be
Kurt
in the
of
regular
Uncivil Law.
gallery on the phone, which you could see going through
And
the
we will be
phone
roasting them.
extraction.
Jeff is all alone right now.
Is there any way for me to tell? from
Very
this
sad.
phone
Very
whether
sad.
this data
Also, we got to get our banners
this
going.
phone, say, in 2022 or in 2015?
Yes, some should have associated dates and times with them. I was looking and some of the pictures of similar nature did have some download dates and times associated with them, which I believe were from,
There we go. We got a
February
proper
of
banner going, guys.
2022.
Tell me if you like the banner.
which would be consistent with some of these search dates and times on the Exhibit 99.
Sure. Let me be more direct. This exhibit that the state is offering me, I want to make sure, if I receive it, that there's some correlation in time between the events in this
Perfect,
case
perfect.
and the events on this sheet.
I'm glad you guys like the banner. I'm glad you guys like the banner. I make sure it's very accurate because you really care about their names, right?
Not usually by looking at the sheet. We'd have to look at the original phone extraction and find some of these duplicate or similar images and then compare them and see the dates and times in the original phone extraction. I can't speak to Google and their servers and data after that preservation has been sent to them.
Jeff keeps
So I
his
can't
Russian
say
women
with
in the
100%
closet.
certainty what that modified time is on this form.
They're
That
busy
would be for them
infiltrating
to speak
Ukraine.
to. I can say that the zip file we received from Google, the dates and times from that zip file are matched and were correctly parsed by my program. So it wasn't my program that edited and added in these dates and times. This is what Google sent us. So the best way to decide the dates and times for these images would be to either look at the captured screenshots that I took from the
Yeah.
original phone extraction or to go through the images from the original phone extraction.
Not so concerned necessarily.
I didn't notice the perkiness until I read the banner. I appreciate the attention to detail. Laura, that's what we do on the legal mindset. Make sure you smash the like button. And thank you so much, Leprechaun Gold, for the $20 super chat. Big supporter of this channel. Appreciate you and your support here today. Let's push it. Guys, yesterday we were number 38, I think, in all of the United States. In
That heavy
terms of
breathing is coming from
supers.
someone in the court, not me. Just
And you're telling me-
for the record.
And we actually almost beat Nick Rekieta. We were very close to beating Nick Rekieta, which is
Correct.
awesome.
We would have to look at the phone extraction and compare the pictures with dates and times.
Okay, I'm going to let the other attorneys ask some questions. Mr. Lizette.
And I'm not going to ask any questions on that exhibit. I guess I would ask, could she see exhibit 102? And Ms. Danilski, after you've reviewed 102, I would ask if you could identify what that is.
This would be a report created from my device screenshots that I took from the original phone extraction.
So whereas the previous exhibit 100 is from the Google warrant, this extraction is from, or this report is from the extraction of the device itself, correct?
Yes, these were
Once
taken
you
after
see
the
it-
phone extraction completed
Once you
successfully, and then
see
I
it,
manually
you
navigated
cannot
the phone.
unsee it.
Oh, she can
And
manually
do
navigate somebody else,
these
not me, because that would be
photographs in this
simping.
report allow you to
Yeah, I don't know why he didn't put
associate a
the cut
specific
cage down.
date with the photographs that are depicted in that report.
Yes.
She's definitely
And
Polish.
what date
for
is
sure.
that based on your review of that report? And
I
your
like
review of
Polish
the
girls. Polish
extraction
girls are
of the phone?
great.
This one is showing Saturday, February 12th, 2022, and that will correlate with the images below that date.
So, Your Honor, what I would propose, frankly, is that the state withdraw 100 and instead admit
MLS show,
102,
I think you
which
are
I think more
absolutely
clearly
wrong
allows us
about
to
this. Actually,
associate a date
I'm surprised you
with
didn't
the
see a clip.
particular
I did roast
photos
you a little bit, my
and more
friend,
specifically the
because
photo
I
that's
think the whole
depicted in
mental health
101 that
history,
the state also
the mental
wishes
health
to
stuff
submit.
is complete bullshit. I think it's the problem with America.
So my
I think it's part of the
understanding is the state is no
feminization
longer
and the
offering
brokenness of our
Not 100.
system
We would want
in
99.
terms
I
of
think the
psychology, in
dates on
terms of the
those
law.
searches is still accurate.
So,
Really
yeah, I mean, I
have an
think, look,
opportunity
it's the
not
best
to
argument for the
argue
defense,
this witness
but I hate it. I think it's
Which is not
horrible.
necessarily
And I
being
think it's
recalled,
really
which is a bit
one of the problems with our
odd,
modern
which is
legal
already
system
testified.
is that we
Right.
allow
On the other hand, it
ridiculous
might
mental
offer,
conditions
someone,
to come in as a
an
defense, and
idea
we
that
allow
they
them to be
wanna call it
personified
some
as if they are
rebuttal
a
or
different
some other
person
fashion.
or a different
But
thing,
when you board
and that
here with
removes
this, I just wanna
accountability,
indicate to you,
particularly accountability from women. Let's
you
be
don't need
real.
to focus
Let's be
on
honest. A lot of
100
people don't want to
because
say
it's not
this,
Okay?
Yes.
but your boy Legal Mindset will always say this.
Ms.
Will always
Nelsky,
say that, hey, look, a lot of times
referring
women are
your
allowed to get out of
attention to
crimes
exhibit,
because they
102,
say, oh, I have a mental condition. Or they're reduced
it's a
sentence, or they get an
3-page,
alternative sentence. It's
extraction
bullshit.
report, correct?
There's a huge inequity in sentencing.
It is, yes.
Men are sentenced
And,
at a harsher rate.
on each
A
of
lot
the
of that is
pages
because
it
of,
says,
okay, it's a mental condition. Don't like it.
Created date.
And it's going to be an issue in
that's
other cases like
3/2
Sarah
of 22,
Boone
is that fair?
with the battered.
Yes, that would be
woman
when I
syndrome
captured the
defense.
screenshots.
So, don't like it.
And these are just basically screenshots.
I know everybody else won't
off
say
the
that, but hey,
internet.
this is a
fair?
legal mindset.
These
where
are
I tell you what the
screenshots
fuck I
taken from the
think.
Google Photos application that was installed on the phone.
Okay. There's a date, at least on the
Jeff
first
is
page
really
that
into it. I'm
says
telling you that right now.
Saturday, February 12th, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then on the last page, it says
Over this.
Saturday, December 18th, but it doesn't have a year. Is that fair?
Yes.
So are these different pictures from different time periods?
Nicholas Starr, bringing the love.
So the
and homage.
date correlation would be,
Big
so
respect
the first
to
one,
Laura.
Saturday, February 12th, 2022, you would start looking at everything underneath that belonging to that date and
People
time.
simping for
And
Sarah
I take
Boone in the chat.
screenshots
You
in
guys are
chronological
crazy.
order, and
You
I
guys are
always try to
nuts.
include the image above and below just to make sure there isn't any way to say
At
that
the top of the
images
hour,
were
we will
skipped
go
or
over
passed
to
over.
Joe.
So
Good
you'd want to
Logic.
follow
Top
along
of the hour.
chronologically that any image that is after the one on page 1 that goes to page 2, which then goes to page 3, would all be under Saturday, February 12th, 2022. I'd have to see the screenshot below the December one to make a decision on that one, but from the ones I'm seeing, these would all be under the February 12th date.
I know Jeff is not wearing
But
pants right
the
now.
last page, you
Probably not
agree,
wearing
it does say
boxers either.
Saturday,
I'm not
December
going to
18th,
lie.
correct?
Not going to lie.
It does, yes.
Okay. And these are pictures where in the Google Photos of this phone, or where were these pictures found?
These were located in the Google Photos application. Photos can be added to the application in many ways. A lot of times there's a regular gallery that's on a phone. And when you take pictures or you download pictures from the internet and save them to your gallery, they're later backed up
She's
and
literally
synced to
explaining
the
how to
Google Photos
save a
application.
phone on an
So likely
iPhone.
these photos at some point were on the gallery
Like, why
of
do
the
we need
phone,
to
or they
explain
could be
this?
added
Can we just stipulate
by
to
logging
that?
into this account on a computer and then adding them that way, but they still would be synced with this phone.
Is it,
Yes,
is it
people, make
possible
sure you are
that,
not sending your pictures
these
to the
pictures could have
cloud.
been downloaded
Don't
and
send
put
your
into the
pictures to the cloud.
Google
Turn
Photos
that
app
function the
on
fuck
all different
off.
Okay,
dates?
Rekieta is up in
Usually
streaming.
the Google Photos application is going to take the same date that that photo was captured. So that photo was likely captured Saturday, February 12th, 2022. It's just going to grab that date from the gallery and bring it right in with Google Photos.
So
But
we
you
will
don't
go
know
to Nick
100%,
after we go to uncivil
when
law.
these
So we'll
photos
go
were
this
done.
order.
Is that fair?
Jeff, Joe.
We would have
Kurt,
to click on
Nick.
that photo and click information, and then it would give the exact date and time that photo was taken, or we could look in the original phone extraction under the regular images tab, which would be associated with the phone's gallery.
But as you
I'm
sit
gonna bump
here
her
today,
volume back a little bit.
these
She actually
photos,
knows how to
exhibit
use a
102,
microphone.
102,
God bless her.
you don't know what
I think
these
Vices
photos
is
were
the best on
downloaded and
volume
put
in
into
terms
the
of he knows how to manage the volume pretty
Google
well. So
app
I give him a lot of points for that.
application, correct? Is that
In the
fair?
battle of the
I would say the
streamers-
pictures were taken
Jeff
on
does well
Saturday,
for that.
February 12th, 2022, or saved at that date or time.
How do you know that?
Because that's how Google Photos associates dates and times with pictures and images.
Can you say that 100%?
Very certain, yes. In my experience when looking at this application, it's been very consistent.
Do you have any trouble with the fact
I will
that
say
this
Jeff is a little
exhibit
weak without a
102
guest. I
has
do think he's better with a guest.
February
I think
12th
every
and
LawTuber is
December
better with a
18th,
guest.
two different
But he's
dates.
still running his stream very well right now.
No, so that likely was the order that the other pictures were placed onto the phone. So that there could have been a time lapse of when the phone wasn't being used or when photos weren't being taken or added to the Google device. The phone usually has to be connected to Wi-Fi at some point for this backup and sync to occur. So maybe the phone wasn't connecting to the internet at any point or the Wi-Fi for that to happen. I can't say for sure without looking at the phone.
And in your occupation,
But yes, Jeff has been
as
better
a
about getting
forensic
guests for his
analyst,
show
you
and
see all
good at
kinds
lining
of
them up.
searches, people search for bizarre things for shock value. Is that fair?
I'm going to object. I think this is beyond the scope of what we're trying to accomplish here this morning prior to the jury being present.
I'll withdraw it. Nothing further.
Yeah, guys, she is not a natural blonde. Look at her roots. She is not an. That's a
for the
bottle
witness.
blonde.
Thank you, man.
Thank you.
Just in case. Don't be fooled, guys. Well, okay, I'll redo the poll. I will redo the poll since Nick is up, so you guys can do it. So, for who we go to next, I'll do it.
Anything else? You wanted-
Just to clarify, I think what I would ask to do, Your Honor, is recall Ms. Luberta when we come forward. I have very brief questions for her
Joe,
regarding these
Nick,
issues. I don't intend to go into depth.
And uncivil. So
regarding
I'm redoing
these
the poll right
photos. I
now,
think we've
so you guys can vote on who we go to
fact
next.
that
Joe,
searches were made
Nick,
and the
Kurt.
photos exist. I would ask to briefly recall Analyst Danelski after Ms. Luberta, just to clarify the technical aspects of it. If Attorney Freilich has those specific
Very common
questions,
with
because
Polish
she's gonna
women.
be in a better
Yes, they dye
position
their
to
hair a
answer
lot.
those
Looks good
questions.
though. I think they look good as a brunette or a blonde, but the blonde looks good. Blondes have more
Any
fun.
objection to that, Mr. Clerk?
Your Honor, I'm going to object because these witnesses have already been called.
By the way, this guy
They're gonna be called
definitely
again.
looks like Matt Walsh's dad. Actually, we'll fix that.
I guess if he doesn't cross on those points, I'm not concerned, but if he starts crossing on points that raise the technical issues, then I want to be able to recall her to answer those questions.
Well, we'll see where the testimony leads, and then I will address that issue. Just to run through again, I've had the opportunity now to look at the exhibits that are being offered.
All right, here comes
And that's
decision time.
Specifically 99, 100 is one, 100 has been withdrawn. I think yesterday I addressed some of the issues. I've had a chance overnight to frankly review the elements of the
When we
offense that
hit,
the
you know what I'll
state
do?
has to
When we
prove.
hit,
Just
we're
in
at
this
282
issue.
likes. When we hit 300
One of those
likes,
elements, of
I will
course,
crack
regarding
this lovely Asahi beer in the back and start drinking with you guys. It is 8:45 p.m. in Bangkok, Thailand. So it's time to start drinking. But you guys got to help me out. We need 20 more likes to get there.
Homicide.
A like is free. Liking the video is free.
And, if you look at the jury instruction, it
Doesn't
explains
cost you a thing.
to the jury what they can look at. It certainly indicates that the jury cannot look into a person's mind to find intent. Intent to kill must be found, if found at all, from the defendant's acts, words, and statements, if any, and from all the facts and circumstances in this case bearing upon it.
So according to the poll, we got to go to Nick
Yeah,
next.
the second
58% would say we snipe the beta, Nick Rekieta, and then Joe Neerman, and then Kurt. Kurt is actually, his numbers are coming up here.
In
So we'll go to Nick
Reviewing
and then
what's
Joe
being
and
offered,
then
particularly
Kurt.
the
So
different
Nicholas
time, the
Rekieta will be our
100.
next
I've
target
indicated that,
in this
items 1 through
LawTube
9,
Royal Rumble.
I
And
don't
frankly,
believe are,
perhaps Nick Rekieta is the
not gonna
best
allow those to
contest
be,
for Jeff.
referenced. If this were to go to
Everybody
the jury, I would
copies
want those
Nick
redacted.
Rekieta, but in some ways,
because I
Jeff
don't
has
think,
done
those types of
a superior
references,
job in
are
improving
such
upon
that,
certain
the
elements of Nick's
probative
show.
value
Of course, Nick is a
outweighs the
fantastic
prejudicial
I
presenter.
believe those are the
On the other
references to
hand,
things like
the,
flaming
items
pentagrams
10
and Satan,
through
satanic Bible.
35 relate to Jeffrey Dahmer.
So one can never sleep on Nicholas
The
Rekieta.
circumstances of the events of Jeffrey Dahmer's homicides are frankly conventional wisdom, not just in Wisconsin, although particularly here, but other places. And,
Yes,
people
Royal
are
Rumble is good
familiar
because
with
listen, the
nature
best
of
thing is getting
what
all
occurred
these
in
people and their opinions in
case.
one place. And I think
The
a lot of
events
people have
now haven't
forgotten about
listened
that. So in
to
this
some of the
way,
events
we're getting a little
particularly
slice
reported
of everybody,
about
a
the
little
events of
slice
this
of
case.
Nick, a little
There's
bit of slice of
similarities.
Jeff, a little slice of Joe. We
And
get it all
while,
here on Legal Mindset.
court has
And
to
you
be
guys will be the
cognizant
judge
of
of who is the
issues
best,
relating to
who's the
prior
best legal
bad
commentary,
acts.
who's the
That's not what this
smartest,
relates
the
to.
sexiest,
This relates
the most
to
degenerate.
someone's demonstrating an interest in these, and there's numerous searches. So I'm looking at 10 through 35, and all of those relate to Jeffrey Dahmer, and I think that's relevant. Relevance essentially. Relevant evidence means evidence having a tendency to make the existence of any fact that is of consequence to the determination of the action more probable or less probable than it would be without the evidence. And I think this really goes to that intent element. The state referenced that. I also referenced yesterday the concept of motive. And while the state doesn't have to prove that, that kind of evidence often comes in. And satisfied for those reasons that this report.
Yes, so guys, in case you don't know the concept here, today is a Royal Rumble. Those are just coming in. Why are we seeing stuff on the screen? What's going on? Today is a Royal Rumble where we are pitting all of the LawTubers streaming this trial, all of them. Jeff Legal Vices, Uncivil Law, Nicholas Rekieta, Joe Neerman of Good Logic and the following program. He can't decide. He's still kind of feeling like he wants to go both ways against each other. And saying who is the best? Who is the best? Of these streamers, of these 4 streamers, who's the best?
Lieutenant Libera come back to the witness stand because that's where she was.
If a cowboy hat as a requirement, Nick is out. That is very
Mr.
true.
Saunders?
No.
Yes, this is the legal
No.
meta mindset. Very, very true, Vespa.
Then we'll bring the jury in.
All right, well, the jury's coming in. We got one super chat from Nicholas Starr of Trial Watch Grift. Every Sunday on
Jeff!
my Rumble, Nick Starr of Trial Watch. Serial
Okay, I'll pause this one as we go over there. So Nick says Jeff has the stream quality of Nick, the hat of Kurt, and the boomer of Joe, and the smasher pass of Andrew. He does take a lot of those things. So he does do a lot of that. He takes from everybody in a clever way. So that's actually a smart thing on the part of Jeff. So we're going to go over here to Nick Rekieta. He's a little bit behind. His tab is a little bit behind. So be a little patient with Nicholas Rekieta here.
The court has to be cognizant of issues related to prior bad acts. That's not what this relates to. This relates to someone's demonstration.
And we're in with Nicholas Rekieta
And there's
of
there's
Rekieta Law
numerous
fame. Let's see what he has to say and see how the beta Rekieta does today
Okay, everybody.
as he is solo.
You just have to listen to how retarded this reasoning is.
I think that's relevant.
He's having an opinion now.
Relevance essentially.
I'm
relevant
shocked
evidence
that
means
Nick
evidence
Rekieta has an
having a
opinion.
Tendency to make the existence of any fact that is of consequence to the determination of the action more probable or less probable than it would be without the evidence.
We'll go over on this side. Oh, no, not
I think
like that.
this
We'll go like
really
this.
goes to
This is
that
better.
intent
I want to be
element.
side by
The state
side with Nick.
referenced that. I
It's
also
better.
referenced yesterday the concept
Nick
of
does
the
seem a
law
little bit
state
less
doesn't
drunk
have to
today.
prove
I will
that.
give him that. A little bit less drunk. Yesterday, Nick was pretty drunk. He was slurring his words. I think maybe
Searching
today,
for Jeffrey Dahmer is not motive for murder.
maybe today Nick is a little bit more
This is
sober, and
baffling.
maybe he will do better today because he's a little sober. We will see. Is Nick better drunk or sober? You guys decide. Actually, I'll put up a poll in the chat.
Remain the same. I'm going to allow that.
Which Nick is best,
We've now
Nick?
ordeered these these
Drunk Nick
witnesses.
or
The status of the case
sober Nick?
is such that we would bring the jury out and have Lieutenant Libera come back to the witness stand because that's where she was when they left. Anything before we bring the jury in, Mr. Saunders,
No.
Mr. Fraley?
Poll is up in the chat.
Then we'll bring the jury in.
Also, thank you guys. We're over 331, so it is time. It is time for the drink. We're starting to drink here with our Asahi. You know, all the best is available here over in Asia. So cheers to you guys as we start and as the jury piles in.
Sending out a couple invites. Look, this is just frustrating because it's highly prejudicial to reference Jeffrey Dahmer in a case like this and make out like a search on a phone has anything to do with a drug-fueled murder. It takes...
And it looks like we may have a guest later,
What
actually
the
a couple of
prosecution
guests.
is able to do with this is cherry pick a selection of search terms amongst all the search terms that she has on her phone and decide that Jeffrey Dahmer is the search term that goes to her intent and state of mind.
Trial Nick is better
on
drunk.
different dates.
Fun Nick is better drunk.
At different times
All right.
to show that that's what she was doing.
Well, the
for
poll
murder.
says drunk
It's so
Nick is
fucking weird.
69% better. Drunk
It's
Nick,
not an obscure
69.
search either. If it was an obscure specific search, like how to dismember a body around the date, okay, you got something. But Jeffrey Dahmer is a ubiquitously infamous serial killer in the United States. So to suggest that that search is particularly important over all of the others is weird to me.
Ms. Liberta, I believe yesterday we discontinued when you were discussing your analysis of Ms. Schabusiness's phone and then a subsequent Google warrant.
What up, Strong Chin?
obtaining
How
the
you
data
doing,
from the
girl?
phone. Can you explain the two
Oh,
different
is he
searches that
behind on
that
this?
you did on the phone and then on the Google warrant?
Hold on, is Nick
Sure.
catching up
First
on the stream?
search I did of the phone, the cell phone device itself,
Oh no, this is
March
actually
2nd.
no, sorry, we're in the actual trial.
and
now.
that was just the
I'm sorry.
contents of the phone.
This was
then
this preliminary. Now we're
discussing
actually in the
it
trial.
with,
Sorry. Okay.
Computer
So let me
forensic
fix
analyst
this.
Banowski, she suggested that an additional warrant could be done for further information regarding the email addresses, the Gmail addresses that were connected to the phone, and that would have been a whole separate warrant and a separate search.
And when you were reviewing the phone itself, the extraction of the phone itself on March 2nd of 2022, did you note any searches related to Jeffrey Dahmer?
Yes,
Was there one? Was there more than one? How many?
A million.
4 total
Oh my God.
searches.
How many
such
total
things like
searches did she
Jeffrey
do
Dahmer,
on her phone?
Jeff Boyardee, Jeffrey Dahmer's butt, Jeffrey Dahmer walking into court all sexy.
Jeffrey
And
Dahmer
did you
walking into court all
subsequently
sexy
look
is
for that
definitely about
same type of
murdering
information
someone.
when you reviewed the
fucking hate this shit.
I like this. It's
The
great.
warrant
It's great.
return
So
from
we
Google.
have on screen.
Yes.
Make sure you guys check
Did
the
you
banner.
find
The sexy, the
essentially
spicy
corroborating or
Cro-Magnon
similar
Dahmer
information?
butt expert.
when you reviewed the Google search warrant data?
By the
Yes,
way,
they
bunch of
were-
super chats here. Let me catch these. Cannon Hotep says, "What's
Yarn
up,
is
Cannon? Good to
exhibit
see you, my Hoteps.
9 available.
Salute. Finally got to catch you live. Good to see you, brother. Good to see you here as we do this meta roast of all of LawTube. Appreciate you and appreciate the value you bring to supporting the Second Amendment
Oh
rights.
yeah, so people
Cannon.
asking about my power outage last night.
Cerebus. Thank
Ms.
you for the
Roberta, what is
$1.99
exhibit
sticker. Thank you so
99?
much. You guys
We had
supporting me
intermittent
is how we get
power
this thing
outages.
done and why I do this day to day. Thank you so much. Appreciate
Power was
that,
going
Cerebus.
in and out
What
like
is
You're
the end of the
supporting
gnat
in
farm.
that exhibit?
Searched
Bad.
And I would draw your attention specifically to items.
And we
10
may have
through
a little guest later.
35 on that. Are they numbered? Is that correct?
Yes,
And items 10 through 35, generally what is contained within those numbered items.
the searches that I had referenced earlier, Jeffrey Dahmer, Jeff Boyardee.
Drunk Nick is still winning the poll 71 to 29. So apparently you guys think Drunk Nick
Jeffrey Dahmer
is
walking
best. Although
in
there's
all
some
sexy
good
in
qualities
court.
to sober Nick. You have to admit, there's some
And
good
is
qualities.
that
I'm looking up Jeffrey
is that an
Dahmer
extraction
walking in all
report
sexy in
consistent with
court.
reports you've generated in the past or that
Jeffrey
you've seen generated in the
Dahmer.
past
I guarantee
using
you
this
there's
cell-right
spicy
software.
adult.
Yes.
Walking
Adult
in court,
stuff.
And then I would
looking
move for the
all
admission of
sexy.
Exhibit 99.
No objection, Your Honor. Okay. So there were objections, but I'll.
I believe Nick is going to be the only one who is defending Taylor Schabusiness. He's kind of taken a very contrarian position, which is a very Nick thing to do, just to be contrarian and be very
Ms.
pro
Luberta, did you also,
Schabusiness.
on March 2nd of 2022, when you were looking at the device extraction, Did you do a search of photos?
But not
on
sure he knows the
defendant's
facts of the case as well as our good
I
man
did
Jeff
search the
of
device
Legal Vices.
screenshots.
I didn't find
phone?
anything on there.
What are the
Jeffrey
device
Dahmer's butt.
screenshots?
So the device screenshots are screenshots taken by analyst Danelski of the photos contained in the Google Drive, the device.
And are those photos?
Oh,
that
I
she
can
manually
definitely
took
see that.
These are all
herself
from the
based
show
on the
now.
photos that were on the Google
I'm
Drive
going to
account?
Google Jeffrey Dahmer Rule 34.
Did you review those screenshots?
Yes, I did.
And did you likewise see any photographs of Jeffrey Dahmer?
Yes.
Oh boy.
Was there one,
Yeah.
more than one?
Yes, there was more than one.
How many?
Approximately 10, 12, maybe more.
And did those have a date associated with
I mean,
them?
some of these memes are like good
Yes, they did.
quality,
What were those
like
dates
written in
or
good
date?
quality, you know? Like
Date
here we
that I
go, we got
remember is
this, you
February
know?
12th, 2022.
This is pretty
Are
good.
those consistent with the dates of the searches that are referenced earlier in the Exhibit 99?
Yes.
Is Exhibit 102 available for the witness?
I'm not even finding a good picture of Dahmer's butt except for
Here.
the Evan Peters guy. By the way, I like Evan Peters, not in a gay way, but as an actor.
Ms. Luberto, what is Exhibit 102?
I'm gonna reshare this so you
This
guys
is
can
the
see
celebrate
this
extraction
this
report
meme
of
here.
The screenshots taken by forensic analyst.
We're gonna reshare this so you guys can see this because I want you guys to see the whole thing, which is hilarious. But the
Does it
Jeffrey
also
Dahmer
contain
cooking show here,
photographs of Ms. Schabusiness?
guaranteed
Yes.
What is she
cannibalicious.
doing in the photographs that are depicted?
This is
in
pretty
that
good.
report?
It's pretty good.
She's got
Indeed, pretty good.
a
Back to
cell
Rekieta.
phone next to her head. There's a picture of Jeffrey Dahmer on the screen of the cell phone, and she's taking a selfie with it and smiling like they're taking a selfie together.
And what is the date of that photograph?
That was February 12th, 2022.
And is Exhibit 101 available for the witness? Ms. Luberto, what is depicted in Exhibit
Something about
101?
this chick is unsettling
The
to me.
photograph I just described.
I think
Nick-
it's the
Nick
fact that
is
her shoulders are
strangely
bigger than
aroused.
mine.
For admission of 101 and 102, and I would ask for permission to publish 101.
So I'll actually do a poll in the chat. So Nick
Brad
is very
Miller
pro
says,
defense, but I want to know.
I'm going to receive.
Latent gay bigot, 1 to 10 on this witness. She's cute though. I mean, like a 7 maybe.
So which side do you support? The prosecution?
Legal mindset. You put me in a battle royale, brother. You better hope I'm coming for you.
Oh, Nick knows. We've been noticed by Senpai. Smash the like button. Senpai has noticed
Patty
us.
Leather, she's
We've
not
caught
gorgeous.
2
She's
Pokemon.
kind of
2
attractive.
Pokemon. We've got Jeff. We've got Nick. Senpai has noticed us. We did it, guys. We did it, boy. Cheers to you guys. Cheers to the chat. We're
I
here.
think one of the
And Nick
first-
is stepping it up. I feel like he has more
Swim
energy
team chick,
today.
Lumberjack chick.
We're
man.
bringing him the energy because he knows the eyes are on him.
Oh, by the way, 7 in the Midwest, right? Like this is a key.
Ms. Luberto,
Stealth
is
mode
the
off.
screen
Yeah,
now
stealth mode is
depicting-
off.
Depending on
right
where
now.
you are, you would rate her differently.
And that's the photograph. from
Whoa,
Ms.
hey,
Business's Google Photos from February 12th of 2022.
Correct.
Next to Jeffrey Dahmer.
Thank you. I have no further
Nice.
questions of the witness.
A lot of people wanted to smash Jeffrey Dahmer. They said they could fix him.
Ms. Luberta,
That picture of her laying next to
Talk
Dahmer
to-
can't be a joke or anything.
Taylor Schabusiness, correct? Did you talk to her?
No.
You found out that Detective Groff had spoken to her, correct?
Correct.
And did you find that, did you find out that Ms. Schabusiness said that she was only able to
I'm
utilize
going to
her?
object, Your Honor. He's asking for hearsay information. He's not allowed to admit statements of the defendant through a witness. Only the state can elicit those things. And this witness also did not speak with Ms. Schabusiness herself.
I'll withdraw that, Your Honor.
Okay, questions withdrawn.
Did you find that a large portion of the data from this cell phone from Ms. Schabusiness was stored on the cloud?
No.
Did you put that in your report?
I don't recall.
This picture as a when you were working as a police officer, you would see.
Say legal mindset. Thanks, brother, for streaming, and let's go get him, brother, for sure. Absolutely, we're having fun tonight, guys. This is about entertainment. This is about roasting.
How many images on her phone?
This
How
is
many
all
searches
about
on her phone? Simple fucking question.
Who is going to be the very best
Mitigate
Pokemon
the 24
trainer?
number, you dummy.
Nick seems like he's much more on fire today. Nick is doing much better tonight already. I'm feeling like Nick is going to have a better stream tonight. He's less drunk too. So people voted for drunk Nick, but sober Nick may be more entertaining, guys. He may actually be better. Maybe when he's alone. Alone Nick is better sober. Maybe drunk Nick is better in a social situation.
Correct.
You don't see any knives. You don't see any weapons. You don't see anything, correct?
Well, you see a picture of Jeffrey Dahmer on the phone.
All means will be used against you in a court of law. Yes, yes.
And can you say that this photo was actually
maybe slightly drunk Nick is better than very drunk Nick? I don't know.
Saturday, February 12th of 2022?
Yes.
These, did you see those other photographs of Jeffrey Dahmer and the other exhibits?
Yes.
Do you know when those photos were either downloaded or?
Well, I think Nick's putting in work. Nick's putting in work. Now, next we will be going to Joe, the following program. And I know Joe is behind, so it's going to be a little bit of a recap. I'm going to try to get a little bit ahead here and give Joe some time to catch up.
No.
In fact, you know what? We may end up going to uncivil law first.
Why wouldn't you do this?
State's next witness.
Why wouldn't you just ask
the next witness?
the basic questions? So there are 24 or 24 searches, right? For Dahmer. How many were there total?
LawTube mania. I like that. Hold on. I'll do it, Aaron. LawTube mania runs wild on you, brother. Is that a good Hulk Hogan voice?
Go ahead. The state calls Michael Theory.
Let's get ready to LawTube rumble. Oh no!
There have been other women who've been obsessed
Hungover
with serial killers.
Is Uncivil hungover wearing a cowboy hat and shades right now?
I was obsessed with serial
Is he
killers
wearing
for a
both?
long time. And despite the fact that there were 4 missing children in my
We'll
neighborhood,
get to Uncivil.
didn't have anything to do with me.
Okay.
I think.
Is yours, Mr. Saunders.
As far as you know.
Mr. Therian, how old are you?
60.
And do you live in the Green Bay
60.
area?
Yes, I do.
Did you have a son named Chad?
Yes.
Oh, it's Shad's dad.
Is he now passed?
Yes.
How old was Chad when he passed?
24, 25.
Okay.
This is the victim's dad.
Mike, I want to ask you about Monday, February 21st.
Carrie girl, the 4 missing kids things was a joke. It was a joke.
Do you remember the day I'm talking about?
There were no missing children in my neighborhood.
On that date, was Shad at your residence?
Yes, he was.
Was that a residence that is?
Oh, okay, I got you. The poll, yeah, that would be great if he's wearing a cowboy hat and shades. It'd be fantastic.
Shad get picked up by his mother?
I believe somebody came and picked him up.
Okay. And then I guess he left your home?
Yes.
Later in the evening, did Shad return?
Yes.
Was anyone with him?
Taylor.
And do you know who Taylor is?
Yes.
How do you know Taylor?
She's been at my place on.
And Levi, I'll hit your super chat in a second.
And I guess what was Taylor's relationship with Shad, to your knowledge?
They were friends from middle school and high school.
So there have been previous. I'm sorry.
That was my understanding. They were friends from.
And you mentioned there were previous times she was at your home?
Yes.
And you've had the occasion to speak with her?
Yes.
About what time of night did Shad and Taylor get to your home?
Gonzo TW, there is a Rumble stream. The Rumble stream is live.
Cannon
right
Hotel.
now.
What case is this? Taylor Schabusiness. She chopped up the. Well, it's whether she murdered right now. She's on trial for that. Her boyfriend Shad.
How long were they there?
In a apparently very kinky sexual situation,
short time.
which got sexually pretty insane.
15
We're gonna talk about that.
And then they left, and Shad and just Taylor came back.
So they came back for a little bit of time?
Yes.
And then did they?
Yeah, Nick is sniping Court TV, and we are sniping Nick. It is snipeception. I mean, some people may snipe us right back.
Time that Taylor and Shad came back.
it wasn't long after he left. I'm going to say within 45.
Now, I will say, of course, the one thing that Nick has, and this is undeniable, is Nick has the best numbers. Of all the streamers right now, in terms of the numbers, you cannot argue with Nicholas Rekieta. He is definitely ahead on this one. I don't think it's being covered by other big trial streamers like Emily D. Baker. Don't think she's covering, so I think this one is going to be ahead for Nick in terms of numbers. So that is something that Nick will, of course, win on. It's a category that Nick will win on, numbers. But understand, for streamers, it isn't all about numbers. It's about engagement. It's about super chats. It's about views, total views. Maybe. Maybe he's got the most current viewers.
People don't stand up because the mics are down at the table. So unless they need to do something, if they stand up, you won't hear them, and the court won't hear them as well.
She was polite, respectful, and always kind,
So in a battle royale,
sort of consistent with
Nick
the
does
prior
win in
cases
certain
that you
categories,
contacted?
but not all necessarily, not all.
And then after they left, I guess that second time, did you see Shad again after that point?
No, I did not.
Thank you, Mike. I have nothing further.
Cross-examination, Mr. Furlick?
Mr. Therian, you live in Green Bay, correct?
Yes.
And your son, Shad Therian, was living with you in February of 2022?
Yes.
He stayed primarily with you, but sometimes he would go over to his mother's house on Stony Brook Lane. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Your son knew Taylor Schabusiness. They were friends, correct?
Yes.
They went to middle school together.
Yes.
They went to high school together at Bayport.
Yes.
On this particular date, Monday, February 21st of 2022, your son was at home.
And to be very clear, when I said that, actually Jeff did beat Nick last night in total super chat revenue. Of course, Nick has more shows, so Nick out-earns Jeff. But last night in the very specific trial coverage, Jeff did win. Just to be very clear, very transparent.
I thought he left with Taylor and AJ.
Okay. And so they all
He's still fine, of course. He's not making zero. He's not going broke. I'm just saying, this is a battle royale. It's who's number one, not whether or not they're successful. These are all successful.
The other guy in the dildo, right?
Every single one of them.
Before they came back to your house.
But the question is, who's number one? Not, are you okay? Everybody here is okay. Everybody here is very good. It wouldn't be a battle royale if it's a bunch of jokers. You don't see me covering jokers unless they pay me.
Come back, just Taylor and Shad.
Okay. When they came back, did they get something to eat? Did they watch TV? Do you remember?
No, they said they were going back. They said they were going by Tara's house.
They're not showing this witness because it's the dad of the victim.
To go over there?
A judge must have some order on like civilian witnesses.
Maybe not even that. I'm not sure.
Or
Are
something.
you talking AM or
Family witnesses for sensitivity, victim
and then
related.
at some point, is it your testimony that they came back again?
Legal doesn't stream. Come on.
That's when they left again. They left it. They were there at 9, and then they left for a little while, and then they came back, and then they left over the terrace, and it was just her, and Shad, and Taylor.
Okay. When you saw Taylor Schabusiness on either occasion, did you talk with her about anything?
Just small talk.
Did she appear to be acting odd or bizarre?
No.
How about Shad?
No.
Did you provide the methamphetamines they used?
You said they were on a mission. What do you mean by that?
I don't know. They just seemed like they were talking about, going somewhere or doing something, and I'm not really sure what was going on. I was preoccupied.
Were you preoccupied searching for Jeffrey Dahmer's butt?
Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You can step down.
Levi the welder says, did you hear about the new butcher shop and barbecue pit called Halderson Schabusiness? They're pros at cutting meat and eating them as well. Also, Mr. Nozomi, what's the deal with Nashville? Got hotel and plane booked. Nashville, I've got the event.
Some degeneracy there from Nicholas Rekieta.
Booked.
Over
It
here
is
in Nashville.
3rd and Lindsley, September 16th in Nashville, which is a Saturday. 3rd and Lindsley is the venue. I will be live. Other creators will be there as well. We're going to have a party. We're going to drink. We'll do a live comedy show. It'll be a blast. I'm going to get the Eventbrite page up tonight. It was supposed to be up yesterday. Power went out. I was going to do it on my local stream, but we'll get it up today.
Legal would stop the stream to sell a tie. Very true.
KEMPF as in Frank.
Okay, let's rotate here.
Well, it's a law enforcement agent.
Actually, wait. Should we rotate yet? No, we'll stay on Nick for a second.
I'm employed by the city of Green Bay as a member of the Green Bay Police Department.
Oh,
Do you have a
shocker.
current assignment with the Green Bay Police Department?
I'm currently assigned detectives.
How long have you been employed in law enforcement?
And then we're going to go over to
Just over
Joe
20
Neerman of
What
Good
you
Logic.
should
We'll see
know
where
is
he's at.
And how long have you
Based
been
on the
assigned specifically to
entire
the
roster
detective
of
division?
Green Bay police
Currently
we've
since
seen,
2017.
you could slowly outwalk any of
Detective, I
them.
want to ask you about February 23rd of 2022. Did you become involved in a investigation of the death of Shad Therian?
Yes.
And I guess generally, what was your involvement in the case?
My involvement in the case was to assist Detective Groff in an interview.
And who did you interview?
We would have interviewed Taylor Schabusiness.
And for the record, do you see the person you know to be Taylor Schabusiness in court today?
Yes, I do.
Could you point out where that person's sitting and what they're wearing?
She would be sitting 2 to your left. She's wearing a black suit coat with a multicolored shirt.
I'd ask the record reflect the witness identified the defendant.
It will so reflect.
Prior to the interview of Ms. Schabusiness, did you have the occasion to view her physical appearance?
Yes, I did.
Did you note any potential cuts or injuries to her?
Yes, I noted a cut to her left thumb and some superficial cuts to her hands.
Brady, this
And is that
defense,
something that you subsequently documented?
this defense
in some way?
attorney's goal
Yes,
is
when I took photos
to
of
show
her,
that she was
I also
insane.
made sure I documented the cuts on her hands.
Winner in a locked room, judge with his tie, and Schabusiness with a dildo. I don't know. That's a good one. That's a good one. By the way, 72% of you
Rick Nikita,
say you
know
are
what method of transportation
pro-prosecution.
I'll be taking to Wisconsin or to Nashville. You know, you already know.
$4.99 from Incoherent Turd says, how do young women get into drugs nowadays when there's so many simps who will give them free money for
I'm
nothing to
actually
live
just
there?
going to give Taylor
That's
Schabusiness
why they
about
get into
7
drugs.
grams of
See,
meth, hop on her back with a saddle and ride her all the way down.
okay, that is possibly one of the most sexually
Killing and
degenerate.
cleaving our way through every town on the path.
Possibly one of the most sexually degenerate comments there from Nick Rekieta. Definitely still winning in level of sexual degeneracy. Nick is, of course, a master. No, this is why I think a lot of people doing drugs is because they have a luxurious life. Look at the OnlyFans models, stuff like that, that
Actually,
are
I'll
making
be
millions and they're on drugs.
Golden van
These would
called
be
the
photographs that
Peganator.
I took of
Nick,
Schabusiness's hands.
Nick, we don't need to know.
Those appear to depict
TMI, Nick.
Schabusiness's hands
TMI.
as he
Speaking of which, we got the poll in the chat. Who would win? Judge with his tie or Taylor with a dildo? 74% say Taylor with a dildo would win.
When did you begin the interview?
I believe I took the photos at approximately 6 a.m. and I think the interview started.
But yeah,
at
big problem with people
By the way,
doing hard
Steel Leg of
drugs.
History, thank you for joining the channel.
Yes.
All right. I'd move 103.
Did you know she flashed her headlights to the judge? Yes, she flashed her tatas to the judge.
Sorry, Judge, 106. And then I'd ask permission to publish as well.
And
Objection, Mr. Freilich?
No.
Can publish 103 to 106.
okay, while we're doing this, we're gonna rotate here because we've had enough of Nicholas Rekieta. Also, you guys think Taylor with the dildo would win 75% to 25%, so it's a pretty good poll. So we are gonna rotate over here, give a little love. Good, Nick had his shot. We'll go over here to our good friend, Good Logic, and let's see if we can get Senpai Good Logic to notice us. He has been. Joe Neerman is the most base, the most MAGA, but also he's also had the best interaction with us yesterday. So let's see if Grandpa interacts with us well today. Let's check that out as well.
And were her clothing items subsequently collected by law enforcement?
Yes,
Increases
they
volume.
did an initial collection of the outside clothing, and then I also had those items of clothing collected from her.
And I guess was a female officer involved in collecting the inner clothing items?
Yeah, when the clothing is collected, she's actually removed from the interview room. until
Joe is also the most
recorded,
Jewish.
and,
Nick Rekieta
members
is
have
close,
sex
but
with them when the items are collected.
Was that done in this case?
Yes,
And then the clothing items that were, I guess, collected from Mish Business, were those subsequently entered into evidence?
yes, they would have been entered into evidence.
And that include the sweatpants or leggings or pants material that you talked about?
Yes.
After those photographs of Mish Business, did you participate in the interview of Mish Business?
we're
Yes, I
now
did.
streaming the head
Which other
priest.
officers with you?
Detective Groff.
Joe, very
During the course of the
silent in
interview,
his
both
game.
of you
Very
sort of
silent.
Interject at some points and ask questions.
He is like a
Yes.
viper, but
Have you,
like more Jewish.
Had the chance to review that February 23rd interview.
Also, very good
Business.
facial reactions
Yes, I
from
have.
Joe. I'll give you
That appeared
that.
to be fairly and accurately consistent with your interview, as you recall it, of the defendant.
Yes.
So she
Thank
went
you.
Texas Chainsaw Massacre after a meth binger. Yes, that's
Detective
likely what
Morning.
happened in a sexual situation. So,
So
like
on
a
February
kinky
23rd of 2022,
situation. But also,
you were
Texas
contacted
Chainsaw Massacre
by
had a lot
the
of sex in
lieutenant
it. So yeah,
at
just about that.
4:13 a.m. to
Pretty
come
close to
assist.
that, actually.
Is that true?
Yes, that'd be approximate time.
Were you told to go over to 829 Stony Brook Lane?
No, I was requested to come to the station, that we were all going to meet at the station at that point.
And from the station, then you went to the house?
No, when I initially arrived at the station, I was asked to assist in interviews.
Did you go to the home at all on that particular day?
It would have been.
Joe is
later
very somber.
that day
Nick had
that I
more
went to the
big
went
Rekieta
to the home
energy
after
today.
the
I will
interview was
say,
taken?
Beta
Yes.
Rekieta was a little drop more alpha today.
Tell me when you got to the station.
Just a drop,
like what
just a
occurred.
smidge.
What were the events?
He
that
took his
happened till you
testosterone
got
shot
into the
today.
interview room.
He was high
Basically, as I'm
estrogen
coming in,
yesterday.
I called one of the supervisors to try to get a quick briefing, try to get some more additional information. When we arrive at the station, they give us a briefing of what is known at that time, and then job assignments are given out by our supervisors, and they ask us to do what needs to get done. And they start formulating a plan on how to go about that.
Joe looks like
And what
his
was your job
loan was
assignment?
just rejected
My
at the
job assignment
bank.
was to assist in interviews.
Very somber
to
today.
assist
Very
Detective Ruff?
somber.
With Taylor Schabusiness.
By the way, Joe would be the bank.
So when you got to the Green Bay Police Department or the station, was she there already?
She came in, I believe, about 5:30. She was brought into.
I imagine that with the next
AM.
witness,
Yes.
we'll believe Lieutenant
And,
McGrath, whatever his name is.
Was there some things
His
that
name
had to
is
be done
Scruff
before
McGruff,
you
Joe.
started
That's when we'll
talking
get
to
to
her?
view the interview. You would think.
Like taking pictures and things like that?
I believe Patrol did snap some initial photographs, and like I indicated, I believe they took initially her outer clothing items.
Okay. And then she was put into a suit?
That would have been after I took my photos.
Joe
additional
still has his
photos.
Farmville notifications on.
And then
Mind
she
you, this is
was
a
when we
big
collected
L
the
for
inner
Joe,
clothing,
who has had his
all the
notifications on
She
in the
was
most
placed
boomer
into
manner.
Some type of clothing
throughout
that we had,
all of
which
this.
was basically a Tyvek suit at that time.
Okay. It was early in the morning. Did Taylor Schabusiness appear to be tired?
She appeared to be no more tired than I was. I mean, she was able to talk, able to speak to me, understand.
How about her eyes? Did they appear to be odd, like where she was having difficulty seeing?
I wouldn't say that she had a hard time seeing. It didn't seem like that.
Did she have any slurred speech?
Not that I noticed.
When she was talking, was she making sense?
Yes, she was able to hold a conversation and answer questions and seemed to be coherent about what was being said and asked.
Was she calm?
Was she calm?
Yes.
Yes.
So then at some point, Detective Groff took some swabs, correct?
Yes, we would have swabbed her hands shortly after the photos were taken because there was some discoloration on her hands that appeared as it could be blood, so we decided to swab the hands.
And Mr. Saunders asked you about those exhibits 103 through 106. Ms. Schabusiness did have cuts on her hands, palms, and thumbs, correct?
Yes.
And the substance that was on her hands, you don't know where that came from, if it came from the cuts or something else, correct?
I do not know. No.
And then you and Detective Groff proceeded with your interview of Ms. Schabusiness, is that fair?
Yes.
Then at some point you took a break, correct?
There were several breaks taken during the interview.
But then there was a break where you where you had her go to St. Vincent's Hospital in Green Bay for some medical treatment of these cuts, correct?
Yes, I believe that was around 9:30.
At least Joe isn't sniffing girls' hair. That is
About
true.
3 hours
It's
after
very
the
true.
interview started.
Don't eat the bath
Give or
salts.
take a
Very
little
true as
bit.
well.
So 3 hours later, approximately.
Yes, is when she asked for medical attention.
Joe
Did
is
you,
very quiet. Some people
accompany
like
her
that. Do you
to
guys
the
like that?
hospital, or how
Well,
did that
put it in the
work?
poll. Do you like quiet, Joe?
Yes, we had a marked squad transport her up there. I rode up with her in the marked squad. Was in the room, or just outside the room.
He
at
really
points,
doesn't
'cause I
miss an
stepped out when they were
opportunity to
changing
cover
her.
every element,
And then when she
whether
was
it's helping
transported
his
back, she was
case
placed back in that
or
marked squad. and I
totally
rode
So
back
pull
to
us
the
up. Do you
marked
guys
squad.
like that Joe is very quiet
Was
during trials? Do you
Detective
guys
Groff
like it or
with
not
you
like
when
it?
you went over to the?
I think
St.
it can
Vincent's
go both
Hospital?
ways, much like
No.
Joe on an Israeli beach.
You took her by yourself?
No, it would have been myself and another officer.
Okay. What time did you arrive back at the Green Bay Police Department?
I believe it was.
He does kind of look bored. I'm not going to lie. He does kind of
hour or
look bored
70
right now.
minutes later.
It was
And
not-
Off the top
by the way,
It's
all
around
of these
nobody
people
cares
have
to
sent me
talk.
invites. I am not
Maybe
coming on
around
their
10:30 or
shows.
so?
However, I
Oh my
will
God.
10:30,
roast them
10:40.
from afar.
And then you proceeded with further interview?
There was additional interview done.
Thank you, Leprechaun Gold, for the $50, 50 super chat. Appreciate you so much. Appreciate your support of this
Did she
channel.
look like she had just
and
eaten?
bringing us up to 100. So awesome. Cheers to you.
Okay.
Have a nice drink over here.
Did
Doing
she
well.
look longingly at your
No,
neck?
thank you.
Yeah, in a way, we're having a show with all these guys. They just
Did she
don't get to talk
express-
back. How I like it.
She misses Jeff.
I like my law tubers
Stay
like I
close,
like my
Detective
women.
Groff.
Not talking
There we
back.
go. That's what I said. Very methodical. I like so much about the way
Joe does need
most of
comic
this-
relief.
this
I
case
agree
has
with you,
been
Cannon.
handled.
I agree with you. He does need comic relief. That's why Joe and I typically work good
predictable
together.
what's coming.
60% of you like
I think
Quiet
the jury
Joe.
appreciates that too.
David
41% of you
Groff,
do not
GRAF.
like Quiet Joe.
Okay, then the witness is yours, Mr. Lezay.
Detective Groff, how are you employed?
I'm a detective with the Green Bay Police Department.
And how long have you worked with the Green Bay Police Department?
I've been with Green Bay for 27 years.
Do you have law enforcement experience prior to the Green Bay Police Department?
I do have 30 years of total law enforcement experience.
And what is your current role with the Green Bay Police Department?
I'm an investigator detective in the investigative division.
And how long have you been a detective with the Green Bay Police Department?
17 years.
And what were some of your other job duties with the Green Bay Police Department prior to working with the detective division?
I was a patrol officer for approximately 14 years. As part of my 17 years in the investigative division, I was also a narcotics investigator with the Brown County Task Force for 2
What's
years.
the name for this guy, guys? Let's give this guy a name. Let's give this guy a name in the chat. For the banner.
Back in 2010, I've been
What should this guy's name be?
Were you
Oppenheimer?
working as a detective with the Green Bay Police Department?
Oh, I got that's a good one
February
actually. The
23rd
Oppenheimer
of
cosplayer. That's a
2022.
good.
Yes,
Were you called in to investigate a suspected homicide of Shadtherian?
correct.
And what was your role in that investigation at the outset?
There you go.
My initial roles was to arrive at the police department and received a briefing of what was going on. And I was informed that some family members of
Squirtles?
Mr. Therian were at the police department. I was asked to interview
Fat Oppenheimer.
Tara Pekinich.
And did you conduct that interview?
Our package is
What was the
Shad,
purpose of
the
having
victim's
that
mother.
interview?
Get some basic information as to observations that she had made when she had last had contact with her son, who was on the residence, and basic information.
And once you completed your discussion with Tara, then what did you do?
I was then informed that Taylor Schabusiness was now present at the police
He
department.
looks
I
like
was
Bill
asked to
Maher.
interview.
Oh, true.
And that interview, was that on the morning of February 23rd of 2022?
Correct.
Is that an interview that was conducted in a recorded interview room at the Green Bay Police Department?
Yes, it was.
Did the recording devices work? Is everything operating well?
They did.
Subsequently, have you had an opportunity to review the recorded interview of
There we go.
Taylor Schabusiness that occurred at the police department on February 23rd of 2022?
I have.
And do you believe that the recording of that interview accurately reflects your conversation with
I do.
Ms. Schabusiness on that date?
It does.
And who was
These are
present
like these little
during the interview
dorky
with
moments that all the lawyers look
Detective
for
Kevin
because they're
Campbell.
waiting for them and they know them.
Was Ms.
It's
Schabusiness
the true
Mirandized
and
prior to
accurate
the
reflection, of course.
substantive
It's always gonna
portions of the
come.
interview?
Yes.
Prior to moving into substantive questions with Ms. Schabusiness, did you make any physical observations of her?
Yes, I observed that she was wearing a tank top and some sweatpants that had dark colored, dark red substances on her, on the clothing that I was told by patrol that they thought could be human blood, as well as some
Walmart
minor
Bill Maher.
staining on her hands.
Very true.
Yeah, and what did you do prior to interviewing her with respect
I
to
like
the
that.
clothing items and the staining on the hands?
I had the clothing items collected by a female officer, Officer Whitman, with the Greenway Police Department. And I also took what we call buckle standard from Mr. Business using a buckle standard kit. And then I also took swabs of both her left hand and her right hand.
Could you describe
You
the
can be my
process that you
paralegal.
used in collecting the buckle swab?
Yes, we have a kit that we use that contains 2 sterile swabs.
68 SPC says,
and,
always good to watch
some
Grift.
packaging material.
Thank you, Andrew.
So
No,
the kit is
thank you guys
open.
in the chat.
The
We are
swabs are used
already
on
in
one
this
swab on
stream,
one side of
already
the
at
cheek, one swab on the
398
other
likes.
side,
Guys, smash
inside
that
the
like
cheek,
button as you
that's
come
where
through
the
here.
buckle cells
I know a lot of you are
are
coming through. You're
located.
watching my stream.
Then
You're
the
checking other
swabs are
streams.
both placed
You're
into
popping through for
packaging,
Griftception. Appreciate that.
labeled
Smash a like
and
button while
sealed.
you're in here if you like
And
this.
is that
sort
something
of
that you have
content.
done
I think we're all
routinely in
having
the
fun. We
past
had
through
a
your
damn
work
good
as
time
a
last night. And I'm
detective
already
with
having a
Greenway
good time
Police
this time.
Department?
Yes.
Did
But
you
who
follow
will
your,
win tonight?
training and the department
So far,
protocols with respect to the
strong
collection of
showing
that
from
buckle swab?
Nicholas Rekieta,
Yes.
who is a little bit less beta.
And can
Joe
you
has
describe for the
not
jury
been that
what you
entertaining
did
so far,
in
but he's
terms of
listening well. He's a
swabbing
good
Ms.
listener.
Schabusiness's hands?
Very emotional.
Yes.
And
I used,
Jeff's been all right,
again,
but he's
sterile
not as good
swabs.
without somebody. He's not as good without somebody.
And basically 2 swabs. One, I would put some distilled water onto the swab.
Joe is
swab
also
the
playing
hand,
Farmville.
And
It's
then the
very
second
true.
swab would be a dry swab, and then I would swab the hand. Place those both into packaging, seal them, and then I would do
Joe is
the
definitely a
same
sniffer.
for the second hand.
When you say you swab the hand, what portions of the hand are you swabbing?
I swab the entire portion, the palm, the top of the hand, and such.
And with respect to the buckle swab and the swabs of the hands, what did you do with those after you had completed them and packaged them and signed them?
They were placed into the evidence department at the Greenway Police Department.
Is that something you yourself did?
Yes,
And did you maintain custody and control those items until they were placed in evidence?
I did.
We'll return to the specifics of the interview in a moment, but I want to move on. After you interviewed Ms. Schabusiness, about how long was the interview with Ms. Schabusiness on that date?
It was over a period of time. There were several breaks. Let's see, maybe over a period of time of 6 hours or so.
And after you conducted your interview with Ms. Schabusiness, what did you do?
At one point, I did go to the scene briefly and just provided some information at the scene. I believe I also talked again with Ms. Pakinich because I had some follow-up questions that came
Up.
That's not me.
up during
Up,
that
lag.
interview with Taylor
Joe's boomering
Schabusiness
it.
concerning if Ms. Pakinich had in fact came down into the department or into the basement during time period that shed and
Grandpa
Taylor would have been
Vices is
down
in the chat promising candy
I
to
should also
children.
ask, while you're
Jeff,
interviewing Ms.
you're
Schabusiness,
not
are
Joe
you
Biden. Stay out
remaining
of my
in
chat and stay
communication with
away
other
from the kids.
investigators
Stay
that are
away
working
from the
on the
kids.
Yes.
And after the interview with Ms. Schabusiness, did you continue to stay in contact with other investigators about different aspects of the case?
Yes.
Subsequent to the February 23rd interview with Ms. Schabusiness, did you meet with her again for a second interview?
Yes.
And when did that take place?
February 28th, I believe.
where
Legal
was that
Vices says
interview?
no
That
children,
was also
definitely
at
no
the
children. I
Greenway
got my
Police
eye on you,
Department in an
Grandpa.
interview room there.
Is that an interview that was also recorded?
Yes.
My eye on you.
Was Ms. Schabusiness read her
And your
Miranda rights
Hadaboji
prior to
tactics
that
over here.
interview as well?
Yes,
And did she agree to speak with you on
Hashtag
the
me
28th?
three.
she did.
Who was present?
But we
with
will
the-
be back,
with you
guys.
for
The
that
order of
interview?
operation.
Detective
Actually, I'm going to
Phil
put it
Scanlon.
up.
Have you since had the opportunity to review the audio video recording of the February 28th interview with Ms. Schabusiness?
I have.
Does that recording accurately set forth what you recall from the interview itself?
Yes.
Ooh, I like that one.
Is the quality of the
Well,
audio
hey,
the same in that one as it is in the
describe good
23rd?
No, it's not. The quality of the audio in the second interview.
So I'm putting the snipe order
was a little
in the
less,
banner,
and it was a
so
little
you guys
harder to
know it is
hear.
going to be uncivil law
Is
next,
there a reason for that?
then legal vices.
The microphone in
and
that
then
particular
Rekieta.
room was not as sensitive as at other rooms.
I would elevate you to like profit level status.
And again, we'll
My
get
memory's
into the
just
specifics of that interview, but I want to move into subsequent aspects of the investigation prior to doing that. At some point in time after the interview, did you assist in this investigation in other ways?
Yes.
What was the next thing that you recall doing after meeting with Ms. Schabusiness on the 28th?
Several things that I did was one of the things that I did was I reviewed the evidence that was
But I was typing
taken
in locals.
Joe is
throughout
super
the
chatting
course of
himself.
investigation
This is sad. Okay,
and
guys.
chose several
This is
items.
very sad. Joe is
that
losing
I
a lot of
wanted to
points
send
right
to
now.
the Wisconsin
Joe is
State
losing a
Crime
lot of
Lab
points. Press X
for
to doubt.
further analysis.
Joe
Is that
is
generally how the
100%
process works
super
with your
chatting himself.
department and the state crime lab?
This
Is
is
the
losing a lot of
detectives
points. A
select
lot
the
of
items that
respect
will be
lost
sent
for
to the
Joe
state
here
crime
as a
lab?
law tuber
Yes.
as he
And
pays
when you're
himself
deciding to send items to the
to
state
prime
crime
the
lab, are
pump.
you aware of submission guidelines that the crime lab has?
I am.
People X to
What
doubt in the
generally are the
chat for
submission
Joe
guidelines with respect to
super
serious
chatting
crimes such as
himself
this?
live, called out, exposed
In these types
live.
of crimes, they
We're
ask
exposing
that
law
the first
tubers and their
submission
bullshit.
of evidence be limited to 10 items.
Don Baca, welcome. 40
did you
minutes
send
behind
10
on
items
2X.
to the
Don't worry, just
lab
catch
in
up.
this
Just
instance?
catch up.
I did.
Very beta.
when you
Very
were,
beta. Agrolith.
Trying to select which items to send to the lab, what considerations did you have?
Legal mindset
I
people.
took several considerations. There was quite a bit
Oh,
of evidence.
yeah. He's
taken
super
in this
chatting
case.
himself again.
However, I was aware that there
What's
was
up?
at least
We got 3 out of 3
two different
Pokemon tonight.
scenes,
We did it,
where
boys.
evidence was collected.
We just
one
need to get
being
noticed
on
by
Stony Brook Lane,
uncivil
the other
senpai. We
being
got
at
Joe.
Eastman
We got
Avenue,
Rekieta. We got
in
Vices.
which I had
Noticed.
been
Love him.
information that
My man,
Taylor
Joe.
and Shad had
Mwah.
been at
My
both
boy.
residences. Also, I was aware that
I
several
didn't even have
knives
to
had
use
been
my
found
Master Ball.
in the basement on Stony Brook Lane that were covered in what appeared to be human matter.
Sunflower
And
Joe.
my
Yeah,
concern
that's
was
Joe.
that was Shad's blood and tissue. So I wanted to confirm that. So I took the one knife that I chose was the bread knife, so to speak, that she had used mainly to dismember the body, according to Ms. Schabusiness. And that had been found in, I believe, the Jimmy Choo bag in the basement. So I chose that knife as particular for testing. There were several other knives located in the same areas, but I just decided to take the one knife. I also decided to send swabs that I'd taken from her hands to see if that was, in fact, DNA from Shad on her hands. I know hers blood. I also chose the swabbing from what was a res substance in the apartment in the bedroom of Taylor Schabusiness' apartment. A, to determine what that substance was, if it was blood, and also determine if it in fact did belong to Taylor or Shad. So if he could be linked again.
Guys, super chatting yourself, I do not think is a big brain move because you lose 30% of the money
And
to
then
YouTube.
do you recall the other items
So why
that
would
you sent to the
why
lab?
would you do that? I don't know. I mean,
in this case,
other than like trying
the
to,
other items
trying
that
to
I
get
had
other
sent
people to super
also
chat,
was
but
a
you can just have real people
the
super
swab,
chat.
the oral swab that was taken from
That's just better.
Shad from the
Cheap
autopsy.
advertisement, maybe. But
And I had
you can just
the
put up a
penile
banner.
swab that was taken during autopsy from Shad.
To be
And I
fair,
also
they're being methodical
asked
and
one of my forensic evidence techs to
And
swab
laying phenomenal
the dildo. And so I had the
Know everything about
dildo
this guy.
swab, and I sent that also to determine again
That's how he said he
No, this is
had-
a
if any
Asahi.
of
This
their
is Asahi. We're drinking
individuals
Asahi
whose
tonight.
DNA was
That's
on
what he
any
did.
of those items.
And how about any of the clothing items that were taken from his Schabusiness? Did you send those to the lab?
Yes, I believe the sweatpants were
Yes, about
specifically
30% goes to YouTube. I mean YouTube.
Yeah, I know. I'm
Sorry,
being
I see-
looked
I
on
see
the
you
social
leak-
Did you
mindset.
also send the known control buckle sample from Taylor? To the
Living
lab?
rent free in
Yes.
Joe's head.
In addition to making the decisions regarding what evidence would be sent to the lab, did you participate in any search warrants in this case?
I did. 4 separate cell phones had been located during the course of the investigation. 2, I
Me
believe,
and Joe
at
just
the
going like
Stony
this.
Brook
Like
in the
what side is
basement,
he on? Sorry.
and 2 in the bedroom on Eastman Avenue.
Yeah.
So I wrote a search warrant.
I had
requesting
Sapporo
that
last
all
night,
4
so I switched to
cell phones,
Asahi. I actually
data be
prefer
extracted.
Asahi, but you know that's a matter of debate.
And did you have opportunity to review the extraction from any of the cell phone devices that were seized and searched with a search warrant?
I did.
Specifically, there's been some discussion already about Ms. Schabusiness's primary phone. Did you have an opportunity to review the cell write
Appreciate you.
extraction from Ms. Schabusiness's device?
Yes.
And is that something that
Agrilitz
you
is
have
like,
done
appreciate you
regularly in the
noticing
course
us.
of your
See
duties
that.
as
See you,
an
bro.
investigator with the
It's
Green
good
Bay Police
fun. Good
Department?
fun.
I have.
Yeah,
You're
and shout out to
familiar
my
with the
other
cell
show,
write program,
Bangkok
how it
Bros.
works,
We got
and
a
how to
really
navigate
great
it?
show today.
Yes.
Record
In
attendance.
particular, when
so
you were
appreciate
searching
that one's doing well.
Ms. Schabusiness's device, what types of information were you interested in?
Laundry clips will
What
clip
was
this. Don't
the
worry.
type of
Laundry
data
clips
that
will
was
do it.
being
I'll let 'em know.
accessed or used, or photos that were taken during the time period up into the date of the homicide. And you could do what they call a timeline.
56% of you
report,
like that Joe
and
is quiet
basically
during the
it will
trial,
put
so you guys
in
actually like that.
chronological order
So he's getting some points for
every
that.
single time the phone is accessed or a photo is taken or there's a phone call, there's a text message. So I looked at that timeline
phone is tracking
into
your
the
life.
days preceding the homicide.
True.
And it also records
Everything's there.
anytime a phone will connect to a Wi-Fi network, it can specifically say what Wi-Fi network that phone had accessed. And I found that to be interesting in this case.
And what was important about that Wi-Fi access? We'll touch on that first. What's your purpose in knowing where the Wi-Fi connectivity exists here?
It helps put a location as to where exactly that phone was during a specific period of time.
Joe is kind of crazy like
when
a
you
fox,
say
and we all
Wi-Fi
learn from
connectivity,
each other.
can you
And
explain a
Joe
little bit
actually
for
is
the
really
jury
good at
about how that
copying
process
folks.
works with the device
Okay, this is
connects to
definitely
the
him
Wi-Fi.
doing himself. Legal
everybody
mindset
has
is being a
Wi-Fi.
dildo swab by
Mostly
sniping good
everybody has
logic for
Wi-Fi at
content.
home, and
Wow, I
everybody has
wonder
a
if he
router,
wrote
and
that
that
for
router
himself.
has a specific,
I'm wondering if he
title
wrote that
to it.
literally himself.
It
Is
could
that
be
his
a
other
self-made
account
name,
is
or it
Who's
could be
Handsome?
a name that is
Come on,
provided
Joe,
by the
come on.
manufacturer. And so
Come
then, when you look at your phone and you want to connect to somebody's
Sipping
Wi-Fi,
hard for the
you ask
good
them,
logic.
what's your
Getting the big
Wi-Fi
simp bucks over there.
name? And they'll say it's
On Good
Raw
Logic.
Family, whatever. And then you were able
I love
to
it.
connect to that.
I love it.
And so, in looking at that, I was able to determine that over the course of several days, there was 2 specific Wi-Fi
Now we know
routers
what
that
sock
phone
puppet
had been
accounts the
accessed.
tongue has. Yes,
During the
Joe,
course of the
the
investigation,
tongue
were you able
Nearman
to obtain the name of the
has
Wi-Fi
many
router
sock puppet accounts.
for the Eastman Avenue address where Ms. Schabusiness resided with Mr. Tomes?
Yes, I had personal contact with one of the occupants, Mr. Tomes, and he had informed me that he had used
Yes. He is very good at
AT&T
extracting the
as his
SIM
service
shekels. He's very good
provider
at it.
and
I
provided
like
me
it.
with the Wi-Fi name.
And similarly, were you able to get the Wi-Fi name for the Stony Brook residence as well?
Yes, I talked to Ms.
That's
Package,
a
and
good one.
again, I was informed that the Spectrum was their internet service provider and provided me with
I keep
their
inching my volume up.
name also.
And then were you able to look at
It is
the
louder
extraction from Ms. Schabusiness's device and create a timeline for when that particular device was
Poll us up in the
utilizing
chat. Who has
respective
more
Wi-Fi
sock puppet
networks that you
accounts?
discussed?
Joe
That is correct.
or AOC, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez? Who is more of a puppeteer?
Just show us the interview. That's what we want. Show us the interview, and then
Why
rest.
isn't Joe wearing his beanie? I guess it's not beanie time for Joe. And this is, he usually does wear his NYPD hat. It's kind of distinguishing for him. Very distinguishing for him. Sock puppets are fake accounts.
This is an extraction report that I completed from the data found in Taylor Schabusiness's cell phone.
AOC is winning. AOC is at
what
71%. Joe's
specifically
at 30%.
is addressed in that particular extraction report.
In this particular one, it is a timeline in terms of network usages, in terms of what Wi-Fi the phone was accessing, and it
Yeah, to like
provides dates and
to stand.
And using that report, are you able
You
to
can also
then
troll, but mostly to stand.
determine at what time
The government always
device
wins. Very
is
true, Aguilar.
I'll jack the
utilizing
volume up when the
which
judge is on.
of the routers?
Yes.
And what is the significance? or what did you
Caligula
glean
says
from
it's
that
pronounced
report then with respect to the
Alexandria
dates and times?
occasional cortex.
Well, I know that on
Pardonnez-moi.
February 22nd, 2022,
Funny.
starting at 12 a.m., it was utilizing the Wi-Fi from the Eastman Avenue address. And there's several entries over the course of time from midnight all the way up until (4 a.m.), and it utilized the router of ATT5 FTC 9D E100, which I had confirmed.
Joe isn't a
was
boomer. He was born
the
30
same
years
name of
before
the router
boomers.
from,
Very true.
Mr.
Very
Thaum's
true.
apartment on Eastman Avenue.
At some point in time in the early morning hours of
Someone pointed out
February
the
22nd
point
of
in
22,
Judaism of wearing
does
the
phone connect
yarmulke
then to a
is to
different,
cover your head where you're
Wi-Fi
without
router?
wearing a hat.
Yes.
So if you're wearing a hat,
Starting
it's actually
at,
covered. So he's
approximately
actually
6
fitting the
a.m.
rule. He doesn't have to wear the yarmulke under
on
the
February
hat.
22nd, 2022.
And his
all the
level
way
of interaction
through-
with the jury, like looking at the jury, and he does it somewhat. It seems not forced. Looking over at them every once in a while,
10
while he's
a.m.
talking
or
is
so.
Not forced.
natural. You
Yes,
sort of
just
look
10
around
a.m.
a little bit,
approximately.
as opposed to
Um,
Dr. Drunketta.
It was the My Spectrum
Drunketta.
Wi-Fi, which then again I had confirmed that was the Wi-Fi router at the Stone and Brook Lane address.
Now, did those?
You guys,
in order
if you
to
are
have the
enjoying this
phone
stream
connect
sniping,
to the particular
make sure you
Wi-Fi
smash
device,
the
that
like
means
button.
it
We've got
necessarily has to
421
be
likes. Awesome.
Utilizing the device
Appreciate
to
this. Make
do
sure you
something
smash the like
specific.
button on your way
I don't
in.
believe so, no.
There are certain programs
you're
that sit
hanging
in the
out.
background that
I'm not
are
even making that up.
searching for, trying to connect to the Wi-Fi.
Yes.
And that doesn't
Look it
necessarily give you a specific time frame, but does give you general time frames for where Mr. Business might have been at, Mr. Business's device might have been at certain points.
Give it a couple more
Yeah, that
minutes,
was-
and then we'll be
that
heading
was
over to
accurate. It's not
Uncivil Law.
specific, but
Kurt
it does give you
of Uncivil
general
Law
timelines,
will be
yes.
next up in the
I think you
rotation.
mentioned
We're
earlier
keeping
you
the
were
stream
also
snipe order on the
looking
bottom
for
scroll. So
photographs
we're going to go to
in the
Uncivil
timeline
and then
right
Legal
around the time of
Vices
the
and
homicide. Is that correct?
Mr.
That is correct.
Nicholas
Were you able to note
Rekieta.
any photographs that were relevant to your investigation in this timeline?
Yeah, I noticed that on February 22nd, 2022, approximately 12:56.
I like Latinas, but AOC is too
a.m.,
far. Those donkey teeth
several
are a hard pass. I
photos
agree.
had been taken of
Let's stop wanting the
Shad
data.
theory.
Cerebus, thank you so much
And
for the
those photos were
199
present
super
on
chat.
Mr. Business's
Appreciate you and your
device, is that
support
correct?
of the
That is
channel.
correct.
And
It's
they
what
have very
lets us do
specific,
fun shit like
date and
this
timestamps?
on the regular. Is because
Yes.
you guys support me and you guys like this. So make sure you like it if you can, and if you can super chat, just throw a little bit. Appreciate it. All of that helps. I'm gonna have to replace my
I just got from
headphones.
YouTube a copyright notice for a video or live stream I did. How long ago?
Joe's getting a copyright strike live.
Heck.
Yes, yes.
When I aired
I'm
Pandemic
joking. I'm joking.
3.
This is actually fucked
That's
up.
got to be like 3 months ago.
Oh, he's getting a pandemic one.
More
Oh.
than that.
He shouldn't have done it. He shouldn't have done
What the
it. Hail
heck
to the
is wrong with
199 as
people?
well. The 199 in the chat. All the 199, the Geeks and Gamers folks. Love you guys as well. And love of the crossover, the legal and the geek stuff. I'm going to be doing a video very soon on Snow White.
Can you just show us the recording? We just want to watch the interview. We want to
Hayden
hear her
says,
describe
love the stream
her
sniping.
actions,
Let's get
see whether
that
she's
last
sincere
Pokemon. We
or
just got to
facetious.
catch a Kurt. Well, since you paid for it, since you're ready, and
And the
since
funny
we're
thing about that copyright claim, by the way,
We're
is
talking about
I think
copyright.
like
Okay.
for my views, which is what they're saying, we're entitled
$1.99
to
in
the
the
views.
chat,
I think I
baby.
made like $6 on the views.
You guys know Plandemic 3 copyright strike. We warned him on it. You guys warned him, and
$25.
Joe did it anyways. Joe
Definitely less than
did
100.
it anyways.
Much less than 100.
Dim boys attacking dim boys. Friendly fire. All right, let me put it this way. So guys, Luff, we need to get a last Pokemon, and Hayden has called it out. So let us, speaking of copyright, let's go over to Kurt. Let's hope he does not file a copyright strike on us, and we will go here to watch Kurt. He is eating right now, but he is not wearing sunglasses. So we need this final Pokemon to notice us. So guys, if you can head over to Kurt's chat, spam Kurt's chat.
I did notice she's wearing
Spam legal mindset in his chat.
I'm not sure what that's all about.
They're similar, but
Let's capture Kurt. We need Kurt in our ball. We need Kurt inside of the ball. What is he eating? Is it macaroni and cheese? Is it human flesh?
alleged victims, so I would argue duplicity.
What is going on right now? Very loud clacking of a fork. You got to be careful. I got food back here. I have some like delicious chicken breast. I was also eating some kimchi fried rice earlier.
And then I'm going to be making more chili today.
Oh, he's making
Pretty excited
chili.
about
Chili.
The argument is duplicity.
I have
ordered
this
my
very
ingredients. They
healthy
should be here in about
chicken.
2 hours.
This cost me like 25 cents or 50
So I can have some nice chili later.
So, you know, there's that.
Those photos actually.
No, a little bit more than that. Like it cost me like $1.
And there's some other data on 108, so I'm satisfied that I'm going to overrule the objection, and you can proceed.
What is Exhibit 108 again, Detective?
He's eating Frankenbeans. All right.
Extraction report documenting 5 photos that
I try never to talk with my mouth open, but or while eating. A little bit of lag spike here.
are of the
Hey, I'm being sniped by Mindset. Well, hello, Legal Mindset people. Hope you're having a great day over there
I'm
on
sorry.
Legal Mindset's
He's
channel.
still alive.
A
Correct?
friend of mine, a friend of the channel.
And
Hope you're
109
enjoying this stream.
Yes.
Enjoying the
109
commentary. Also enjoying me
is a,
eating some
full
eggs and
photo of
bacon.
one of
Eggs
those.
and bacon. We got our answer. Eggs and bacon.
Subscribe.
That's what we wanted,
And
Kurt.
again,
Legal
what is the
Mindset
date
is
and
good
time
people.
of
And
the
congratulations,
photographs
Andrew,
in
on
Exhibit
recently
108?
passing 100,000 subscribers. It was well overdue.
February 22nd,
And I really appreciated your hustle
2022,
recently, in
at
particular,
12:56
to make sure that you
a.m.,
cross
another
that threshold.
12:56
Yeah.
and 57
You're showing us all how it's
seconds
done, man.
Thank you,
Congratulations, sir.
57
It's well earned.
a.m.,
Thank you, Kurt. Kurt's very nice
another
today. Kurt is very kind
12:57
today.
at 12 seconds
And
a.m.
I truly appreciate that.
And the 5th at 12:57.
Also appreciate there's no
18
sunglasses. But yes, love it, Kurt.
Have you, as
Good
part
law
of your
student, very
investigation in this
knowledgeable,
case,
one of
had
the
an
most
opportunity to
knowledgeable
review photographs
constitutional
of the
Supreme
2
Court
residences, the Eastman residence
minds
and
out
the
there in
residence on
LawTube.
Stony
Other than
Brook?
Robert Barnes,
Yes.
probably the only good competition
Based
for
on
him.
your review
But
of
other than
those
that, Kurt
photographs
is
and
the
then the review
most
of Exhibit
knowledgeable on the
109,
law.
are you able to ascertain where that photograph was taken?
The photographs just
see
describe
my hands here?
the background is the
Do
same.
you like how
as
we're
the
just
bedroom
teeing all this
on
up
Eastman Avenue.
for eventually just
Is that also
showing the jury
consistent
all
with
the
the
things?
Joe will
timeline
break
that you noted
100K,
from
this is
100K
gonna
once
be
a big
the
case of
person
that
who's
collection
gonna
stuff comes up. Yeah,
reveal
eventually.
all these wonderful
Utilize
photographs.
Disney Law
Right
was
around
my
that
area,
time.
so
Reveal
I
all these
benefited off of
wonderful
Disney.
confessions.
I would ask for permission to publish 109.
Really drive in Taylor Schabusiness's
You can publish one on.
mental state to show her interest and fascination in this kind of stuff, to show that she had the intent to apparently emulate Dahmer for some reason. That this isn't merely
Why did they
some
turn off
sort
the
of
lights here?
drug-induced
Intimate.
psychosis.
Yes, it
It
is.
actually goes to her personality.
The Disney Grift is
Okay.
great, and will continue to do that because I love covering.
Well, apparently he's the Riddler, I guess. I didn't know that, so that's interesting information. Thank you, Ellen
I
Parker,
wanna
for the gift
return
memberships
to,
as always.
to the
They're
interview.
extensively appreciated.
Specific conversations about what Ms. Schabusiness told you on February 23rd of 2022. First of all, can you start by describing, what her general demeanor was when you met with her on the 23rd?
Well, characteristic as a calm demeanor, no outbursts, no.
I don't know if Andrew's people are still
mood
watching or
swings.
not, but
She
I've been doing
was,
exercising
quite
recently,
frank
going to the
and Being
gym,
able to answer
trying
all
to get my
questions
buff
and ask
on.
questions.
I went
Okay.
to the gym 13 times last month.
Okay.
and I've been
your
trying to
ability
go every other
communicate with
day.
her?
Although my improv classes in the evening
Very
have been
good.
interfering with
She
that
was
recently
able to answer my questions
because we're streaming all day.
Dude, that's awesome.
So, anyways, if you want to follow my fitness
You indicated that
journey,
you had previous work
from
as
fat
a
to
narcotics
fab.
investigator. Have you had an opportunity
Make
in
sure
the
to check
past
out my community tab.
meet with and interview
Okay.
suspects
This is
who
very
are
good.
We're
under the
lifting,
influence
bro.
of drugs?
I like it.
Yes.
I really like it. He's getting jacked.
Did you note anything in Ms. Schabusiness's behavior, demeanor, or appearance that would have suggested that she
Follow
was under the
Jack
influence of
Kurt on his
narcotics at the
community
time
tab.
you were meeting with her on the 23rd?
I'm liking this. A lot of engagement today from Kurt. Kurt is actually really upping his game. He's got a
Can you
lot better
describe,
energy today.
Going
He's
into
very
that
interactive
interview,
with
The
how
us.
much
improv classes have also been
information you
helping.
had about the
Improv does help
specific
a lot.
acts
Does help a lot.
because
Social-
improv is a lot of riffing
particular
off
time, I
of
had
what happens
very
in the
little
moment.
information.
So,
What I
obviously,
knew
a
was,
valuable skill set for a
that
streamer. I
Social
can riff off the
skills.
chat,
just
riff off the stream.
Had
Yep.
been fallen in a bucket
Use it as
in
my
the
scene
basement,
partner,
and
basically.
Also, just the information that I had from.
So that's been fun.
I like it. He's
mother
learning. He's learning. He's improving.
about,
Guys, you got to give it to
who
Kurt.
was he last
He's
seen
trying to
with,
step up his game.
and his
I
last
can never hate on
known
people who
word
try to
that
step
was
up their
according to
game.
her.
In terms of the specifics of what happened to Shad and where the rest of his body was.
Well, you
is
need
that
to do full
information that
body,
you
Garrett.
knew prior
You
to
need to
beginning
lift,
the
but
interview
also
with
do
Ms.
like full
Schabusiness?
body exercises. Make sure your heart rate's getting up.
Information about
You need
Shad
aerobic
and what happened to
and
him and
anaerobic.
where his body was. Where did that information come from?
But
Ms.
honestly,
Schabusiness.
lifting does help me lose weight a lot more than
Yeah, and,
aerobic.
To begin your interview, how did
No shades,
how
Kurt
did
is
you
alert.
begin asking?
Yeah, it's true. Get a
I
little lag
basically
there.
stated to her that with the information that I had, and the information that I had at that point in time was that Shad's head had been found in a bucket in the basement, and that she had at one point had been with Shad. So I just asked her if she could tell me what happened.
And was she able to describe to you what happened?
Yes.
What did she say with respect to how Shad was killed?
How Shad was killed?
Correct.
She said that Shad had produced a chain, like a dog collar, and put it around his neck. Initially, it sounded like it might have been some sort of foreplay, but it got
Foreplay?
to the point that
Some kinky
she started
play.
to, strangle
Uncivil, getting very, very interested.
Cytherean
Very
and,
aroused.
Just continued to do so.
The foreplay is
her
not
for
safe
several
with this
minutes
woman,
until he
people.
passed away.
Did she, as it relates to
But
the
also
strangulation,
strangely
did
excited.
she
Kurt
make
is
any
strangely
statements
excited right
about
now.
her observations of Shad as she was choking him with that chain?
Yes, she stated that his head turned purple. He started to, I believe, blood coming out of his mouth. His tongue was protruded, I believe.
If your woman is
Did you
spending a
ask her
lot
whether
of time
she chose to stop at that juncture?
I
Googling
did.
Jeffrey Dahmer,
And what was her response?
looking at Jeffrey Dahmer
She
memes,
stated that
Well, a lot
looking
of people
at
were.
Jeffrey Dahmer
continued to see what
butt,
A
happened.
lot of
Jeffrey
people were.
Dahmer walking into court looking
And
all sexy.
Did you ask her whether or not
Maybe
Shad
you
had
should run.
struggled at
Maybe
all when
not
she
the
was
woman for
choking him?
you.
She said that he did.
And what was her response to that?
A little bit of lag here on Uncivil Stream. Not sure what's going on there.
My understanding is that Shad had been laying on the bed, prone, face down, and she was on top of him. And so she
Also,
was
I don't
able
know if
to
it's the meth or what, but man, she
choke
is a
and
very
control
hard
his body,
25
so to
right
speak,
now.
that even though he was struggling, she was able to still maintain control.
Did you ask her
And
about
she reminds
how
me, I don't know
she
what it
felt
is about her
what she
look,
had
but she
done?
reminds me like of a Manson cult follower or
And,
something, maybe a
what were
hippie
her
thing with the
responses?
hair and it's
Tonight.
just being kind of
Kurt
unstraightened
is like
and
most
everything.
improved
But if
player.
you told me that she was part of the Manson cult and
Certainly
participated in the
relevant as to
Manson
her
murders,
intent.
I'd believe you.
For those just stepping in, this is a
response is that she
battle
liked it.
royale. We are pitting all of
But
the
she also at
LawTubers
some
against
point
each other,
expressed
and we are
some
going to vote. We're
remorse
going to
so that
determine
she
in this
didn't
chat who is the
necessarily
best.
want this
We
to
now
happen.
have seen all of them.
Initially, that was
So I'm
some
going to
of
do
her
an
comments
initial
was
poll
that,
in the chat,
had
and actually I want
intended,
to
but
do
once,
it.
She started to.
Actually, I'll do it for this
strangle
one.
Shad, that
Who
she
is
found that
most
she could
improved,
Enjoy it, and so she kept
versus
on,
yesterday?
strangling him.
So this is most improved.
Had she expressed anything to you about her
Not
use
the
of
best overall
drugs
yet,
at the
you know, but just
time
most
of
improved,
the offense or
right?
immediately prior to
So
the time
we'll
of
go
the offense?
Nick,
She said that
Joe,
approximately 2 days
Jeff,
prior to
and
the offense
Kurt.
that she and Shad had been smoking methamphetamine.
oh,
2
meth.
days prior to the offense or 2 days prior to the interview?
It was
I'm sorry,
meth,
2 days
guys.
prior to the interview.
Oh, yep, smoking meth.
Meth
Smoking
confirmed.
meth 2 days prior
Did
to
she
the
mention
interview.
anything to you specifically about drugs or paraphernalia that might be found in the residence?
Yeah, she stated that there should be a pipe and some methamphetamine
All
in
right,
the
here
basement.
we go. Who's the most
on
improved?
a dresser or an
Poll is up
entertainment center
in
of some
the
sort.
chat.
Did she express any knowledge about the location of the
Nick
chain or
definitely has
chains
the
that were
highest views,
used
but
to
that it's
strangle
Nick.
Shad?
So of course Nick is going to have that.
Yeah, she
He
stated
has the
that
most-
there was.
I remember
chains.
3 6
One would
Mafia when
be,
they talked about
same,
smoking on the dro.
location
I don't know if
area
3 6
as
Mafia has a
where the
song about
methamphetamine was
smoking on
used,
the
another
meth
would be in
and its
another cable
effects.
in the basement.
But
There's something
Yeah.
about
And now I
uncivil law
think I
talking
asked
about
this earlier,
36
but you're in
Mafia. It
communication
just
with the
cracks me up.
investigators
Like
who were on
Kurt,
scene during the course of this interview,
the
is that
whitest
correct?
member of
Correct.
LawTube, talking about
And the
36
information
Mafia.
that Ms.
I love it.
Schabusiness is
Something about that is
providing
amazing.
you about,
Something about that is
where
fantastic.
things are located and what they might see in
I
the
love it.
basement. Is that being
I absolutely love
confirmed
it.
by investigators on scene?
It is.
And the information that she's
Kurt
providing
is
you,
winning
that
for most
accurate
improved.
with
The
what they're
second
observing?
is Nick Rekieta,
Yes.
then Joe, and last is Jeff, because I think Jeff is just being
After the
Jeff. He's just normal.
strangulation itself,
But
what did
Kurt,
Ms.
winning it for
Schabusiness tell
most
you that she
improved
did with
player
Shad?
today. People are liking this. Kurt is actually
initially,
doing well
we were aware of the, Shad's head being in a bucket.
today. We'll
but
leave
we're
it at
not aware
67%.
of
Think
where the
68%
rest of his
thinks
body
Kurt
had
wins.
been located. So there were several questions pertaining to where his body was located.
Body
Ms.
language is
Schabusiness'
better for Kurt
response to that
today.
was still
He's
in the
feeling it
basement.
today. He's feeling it.
Then she later
where
went
the
on to
body?
explain
It's
that
a good
Also,
question.
shout out.
had
Do you remember where
members
you left the
Kurt
body,
in
man?
the-
Shad's
to
body.
Kurt in the chat
Do
by
you
Stephen
remember where
Gosney.
you left
various
it?
body
The
parts
Gaz, as we
into,
call him, the Gaz.
several
I am going to send an
bags
invite to the
and or a
Gaz
tote
because
down in the basement.
he's a great big
Was
Florida
she able
man.
to describe in detail
Who
the
the-
things that she did to
Can the
dismember
body
Shad?
language expert
Yes.
testify about
Again, are you
the
matching
body
that back up
language
with
of
information
a
from
of a
investigators at the
separated
scene?
body?
Correct.
Is that something they do?
Is she able to
Do the
actually
body language
describe
experts?
the
Well, I looked at
types
the
of bags
thigh
or types
in
of
the crock
containers
pot,
where she's placing
and what
body
the
parts?
thigh, what the
Yes.
thigh in the crock
Again,
pot
is that
tells me
consistent with what
is that this
investigators
person
are
is being
later finding on the
deceptive.
scene?
Yes.
So we're going to send Steve, the Gosney, a link here to come
Did
over to
she
the
talk
dark
to you
side,
about
join
how she
the legal
dismembered, what she
mindset
used to dismember
for
Shad's
a
body?
bit.
Yes, she stated that
The
she
Gazinator.
used, knives that she
Gaz
obtained
is
from the
kind
kitchen
of like a
rest.
glass of pink lemonade. Everybody
she-
gets a
was she able
sip,
to
but
describe to you
everybody
where those
loves
knives would be
the
located in the
Gaz's
basement?
pink lemonade.
Yes, she described that the knives would be in the same package or the bags that the body parts were also located.
Happy Kurt is better.
And again, is that consistent
Yeah, no,
with
I
what
like Happy
investigators
Kurt.
were
Happy
finding
Kurt is
on
good
scene?
Kurt.
Yes.
Happy Kurt having fun is great. I don't like Black Pill Kurt. I like this Kurt.
In addition to the dismemberment, did Ms. Schabusiness discuss with you anything else that she did with Shad's body after
Oh,
she
tell me
killed him?
more.
Yes, she did.
And what was that?
She described how she had sexual contact with the body
Free Steve
in
Gosney.
terms of
So she told you about the
playing with
playtime
his
she had
penis.
with the body.
Also, she described that she had a dildo that she placed into Shad's mouth.
Did she have playtime with
into his
detachable penis?
And that she also
I remember a song about that too.
Did she discuss performing oral sex on Shad?
that's correct.
Did she indicate about how long she had cuddled or played with Shad's body?
She indicated that
He's working really hard. Just the entertainment value. I'll be
don't
doing
exactly
Vices during
recall
lunch, but
how
God
long
bless
of
the
a
legal minds,
period
folks.
of
Hey, if you
time,
want to
but it
slip
was a
in real
period of
quick
time.
before or after Vices, I'm just saying
believe
5
shortly
minutes. Look,
before
we're Florida men. We can get it done quickly.
or-
We don't
and
need
or
You
after.
look at
California
her
time.
face,
The start
man.
of
She is
dismemberment.
We can just hit it
from
and
time
quit
to
it,
time,
guys.
man. She is looking at this.
I won't
in a
judge
way
you. I'll
that-
let
Talk
you
at
walk
all
out
about-
the back
This
door,
is
guys.
right,
Don't worry.
Trying to
TY,
clean
you're
up the
exactly
scene
right.
or,
She looks at this,
what she was doing
and she
with
has a little
the
smile
blood
of remembrance,
during the course of
a
the
little smile
dismemberment.
of enjoyment.
Yes, I've been made
She-
aware
she's
that
not-
there was not a
she's not
significant
disgusted
portion
by
of
this.
blood
She's-
found in the basement.
she's looking at it fondly.
That would have been consistent with dismemberment. So I asked her about that, and her response was that she mainly used like the bucket and or the blue tote to capture.
You gotta give
a lot
credit
of
where
the
credit
blood
is
and
due, guys. I'm just
eventually,
giving credit where credit is due.
did
I roast
dispose
these
of
guys
some
too.
of
Don't
that
worry.
Into the
The
shower.
roasts come.
In the basement. She also
Don't you worry.
did talk about the dismemberment and the removal of body parts.
I also want to give a
and
shout
the
out
fact
to my
that
other
she
LawTube
should
members
still
out
be,
there streaming this trial. Of course,
portion
Legal
of
Vice is out
Shad's
there streaming it.
lower limbs, like
Mindset
legs,
streaming this.
and,
Rekieta streaming
the
this.
ban that she had been.
I'm not really sure.
We're all
it's
trying
pushing you,
to
but-
make sure that we're bringing this wonderful
did
joy
remove,
to you.
Yes.
And it has
couple
turned
of
out to
his
be more
body
joy than
parts,
I initially
during
anticipated
the
and
course of
expected.
dismemberment.
Way more.
I
So
think
make
we
sure to
would,
give my fellow law
residents
tubers some
and
love
stuff.
out there.
Did she specifically give you a reason for why she ultimately left the residence on that day?
She told me that she had heard lots of walking around upstairs, and she also heard that she had thought she had heard some shots being fired in the area. In this call, there's some
Gosney
concern,
confirming he is
and
going to touch base after Vice's our appeals to my Florida man credentials.
just
He's
decided
very
that she had
effective, my
needed
legal
to
bro.
leave
I
at
know.
that point.
I know how to work you. I know how to work a fellow Florida man.
Did she discuss
We're very
with
easy.
you what
We
her
just need
intention
meth
was
and
with
gators.
respect to Shad's head?
That's all we need. And
What
some more
was the
shoes.
intention with the head?
One of the first things that
Guys,
Which
this
one,
has
by the
been-
way? Which head?
This has been an amazing trial,
like the
and honestly,
head,
this has made it much more
and
entertaining
that
for
it was
me
her
and for
intent
everybody.
to
This has made what I
take
think
the
would be a
head,
boring trial more spicy.
as well as the genitalia
to know that
was in
they're
the
being
bucket
watched, to
with
know
her.
that somebody is
That's
going to
why
come
she
by and
specifically
notice them
placed those items in the
with their
bucket.
200
So the
people in the
bucket
chat.
is a
She did
to-go
mention that
box
she had,
from her restaurant.
And guys, we're almost at
the
450.
Little doggy
upstairs.
bags in bucket form.
And I don't know if she intentionally wanted to do that, but there was.
This is
talk
for
that
later.
It was her intent to take the head and the genitalia with her also.
I almost spat out my beer
At some
there.
point in time, do you discuss with Ms. Schabusiness a
She was gonna-
specific timeline for the events leading up to that evening?
Yes.
And what does she tell you about the timeline of her whereabouts leading up to this event?
2 days before the 21st, that Monday, is when she was at.
Did she have
the
space
apartment
cleared
on
out in her
Eastman
freezer
Avenue
for the
with,
head
her
and
friend
genitalia?
AJ.
Did she have a
They
spot
decided
marked
to go
for it?
pick up
Maybe with
Shad,
some
which
masking
they,
tape that she
did
wrote
do.
some Sharpie on.
They were turned
Chad
back
had-
to the
You know, if
apartment.
she's going to go
It was
full
what they
Dahmer
also,
and make sure, does she make sure
did
that she
visit,
labels and dates
Shad's
everything
father,
so she knows how
like a
long
Therian,
the
and
things have been in
and then
there?
Also again,
You know,
returned
that's good. That's good
to,
food safety. Make
the
sure
apartment
to
at Eastman Avenue,
date
where
and
they
label
stayed there for a while at
your
one point.
items in your freezer.
Okay,
AJ
uncivil humor is
left,
better today. I will say that.
and
Better.
then,
A little bit macabre. A little bit macabre.
Chad
Not gonna lie. A little bit
and,
macabre there.
Taylor then
Pure
returned
jealousy
to,
says, I honestly would not be listening to this trial if it
Shad's
wasn't
mother's
this
residence on
way.
South
This
Brooklyn.
totally makes it fun. Yes, pure jealousy. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to have fun.
information that she's
If you're not
providing you
having
with
fun, what the
respect to
hell are you doing?
Timeline, is that information that also was consistent with the other aspects of your investigation?
Correct.
You do not want to eat rancid head. Yes.
Had she mentioned to you while you're discussing the timeline?
Or maybe she does
use
a
of
Wendy's thing.
Narcotics or controlled substances?
It's fresh,
While they
never
were in the
frozen.
apartment on Eastman
So maybe
Avenue,
she keeps her freezer at like
they
34
did
degrees.
Use,
And, you know,
her
so
and
that
Shad's
the food is
methamphetamine.
always,
And she also indicated
you know,
that
so you don't get
Shad
that,
and
that
AJ
ice
smoked
crystallization.
marijuana.
Because, you know, that doesn't really
And
make
she
it
talked to you
a
about
premium
what
food.
vehicle she was using to travel around to these locations?
Yes, the entire time she was using her roommate, Mr.
Finger
Dom's,
chili.
Gold Chrysler minivan.
Did you ask her whether
Chrysler really
Mr. Thompson
enjoying
gave her
all this
permission to
product
use the
placement
vehicle?
right now. The
Don't
Chrysler
know if I
Town and
asked her
Country,
specifically.
really
Shout out
good
to Matt
for
dropping
moving
the
a family.
memes,
It was
dropping
under
Or
the
pieces of them.
emojis in the chat
She
that are
was
available to
using it,
members
at
of the legal
time
mindset,
of
whether
the
you're
interview.
replay
I
gang
was
or
not
you're
sure.
a
I later
basic legal
found
mindset.
out that Mr. Thomas claimed
And we're gonna
that
get
she
new
has
emojis
used it
soon.
in the
Don't
past,
worry.
but that
I'm going to
necessarily
update on the
was supposed to use
emojis.
it that night.
Did she tell you any information about whether Mr. Tomes was involved in this crime at all?
He was just at the apartment the entire time, sitting in a chair basically, and according to her, he wasn't even aware of
If you
what
chop
they were
up the
doing.
bodies,
He
I
was
bet it will
behind
even
him or
carry even more
whatever.
people. Like, I think the Town and Country will normally take 7 adults, but if you chop them up into pieces, you know,
When
you probably do.
were speaking with Ms. Schabusiness,
double or
did you
triple
ask
that.
her about whether or not anyone else had come down into the basement at
There's a
any
lot
point
of
in time?
morbid.
Yes.
And what did she say?
That's when she stated that she believed that Shad's mother had come down.
An entire baseball team.
And did she discuss actually having
With
any
backups.
interaction with Shad's mother at that time?
She said that she did not, and I asked Taylor if she thought that the mother had seen her, and she stated that she did not believe so. as to what she did, and Taylor just stated basically that she kept quiet and was
a lot of morbid jokes there. A lot of morbid jokes in this case. Kurt giving some good advice for mass murderers. Kurt is morbid, Nick is degenerate. That's what
interview with Ms.
I appreciate that.
Schabusiness,
That's a good
that
joke.
occurred on February 28th. Is
Good
that
work.
right?
Correct.
+1.
Look, I will say
And
this:
that
you
was
do
also
need to
a
have some
recorded interview?
levity.
Yes, it
I mean,
was.
there's a line though,
And
but
you advised her of
once
her
again, I
Miranda
think
rights
you
prior
should
to
err on
that
the side of
interview?
levity.
I did.
Obviously,
She waived
this is a
those rights
serious
and agreed to answer
crime
questions?
and needs serious
Yes, she did.
consideration.
Did you
Serious
make observations?
Yes, officer. I would love to
General
answer your
consideration.
questions. That sounds like a great
Classified as
thing.
being
Thank
the
you for
same,
informing me
column
about my right to
was
remain
able
silent. But
to,
you
It's
know
morbid,
what?
but it is
I'd really
black
like
humor,
to talk
you
to you.
appropriately
Tell you about the things.
No
Awful
outward
humor,
signs
yeah.
of any disruptions or mood swings.
Tom Baca says,
And,
"I'm a
was she
morbid
able to
degenerate." That's why you're my mod.
understand your questions.
John, that's
and
why
You
you're
know,
my mod.
guys,
appropriately?
not that I
Yes,
need to
calls
point out
for
the obvious,
speculation.
but once again, when the police tell you you have a right to remain silent, you probably should do that.
Argument for leading.
Just remember the mantra, I want to remain silent. I want a lawyer. Don't overcomplicate it. Don't
Thank you.
Don't just say I want a lawyer.
And what was
I
generally
want
the
to remain
purpose of
silent.
conducting
Just
the
that.
second interview with Ms. Schabusiness?
Repeat as necessary.
Conduct some
Practice
follow-up
together.
questions concerning that we
I
had
want to remain
that,
silent.
Came up during the course of
I want a
the
lawyer.
investigation concerning
Namaste.
like, her disposition of the body, what her intentions of what they're doing with the body, and her cleaning up after herself.
And what did she say with respect to the purpose of dismemberment and then the cleanup?
According to Ms. Business, the purpose was that she realized she needed to remove the body from the residence so that she wouldn't be caught. And Shad was more that she could carry just in terms of being a whole body. So the dismemberment and putting them into bags was to facilitate with her being able to remove the body from the residence.
And did you discuss with her the attempts to clean up the residence as well?
Yes, in Detective Scanlon had been an integral part of the search of the residence itself. So he asked her several questions about cleaning up because he had observed some, markings or on the
Now remember, guys,
cement down area.
the best
had been
cleaning
underneath the
agent
bed,
for DNA
as well as there was a squeegee
is
in
color
the,
safe bleach, which is
How do you know
what
that?
OxyClean is.
basement in some.
How do you know that,
Does
Kurt?
the best
Clorox,
job of destroying DNA. So the
wipes,
best
and
thing,
So he asked her about that. and she
OxyClean,
stated that yes, she
for
did
your
use,
cleaning needs.
the cleaning materials such as the Clorox wipes and the spray.
See, Clorox
to,
is the wrong way to
clean
go.
up,
No, you don't
several
want to
areas
use
of
regular bleach. The
in
color
basement
safe
as
bleach.
well as
OxyClean is the way to
using
go. It's
squeegee
better.
to clean up the shower area, and subsequently placed these wipes in the same bags that the body parts was found, which again is consistent with what.
Do these people not watch any crime shows? I mean, come on.
Detective, I think I asked you these questions already, but if you had an opportunity subsequent to the interviews to
Shout out
review.
to
Thank you,
Clorox,
Jennifer,
too.
for the
Recorded
20
interview
gifted
from
memberships.
both the
Just a friendly
23rd
reminder to all
and the
those people
28th of February.
that we do
Correct.
have the
And you do
most
believe that
inexpensive
the
membership
recordings
in
were
the business.
accurate
It's
and consistent
literally
with your
99
recollection of
cents
the
a month.
interviews?
It's literally the
They are.
least YouTube will let me
Your
charge
Honor,
you.
at this point, I intend to
So it
show
will be accessible to
significant
everyone. So
portions
please
of
hit that
the first
join button.
interview
cheapest
and
hoe
For a
in
mere
the business.
99
a
cents.
smaller
YouTube
portion of the
can
second
support
interview,
an
but
uncivil.
it's about
The cheapest
an hour and 10
hoe
minutes
in the
in length.
business.
And
First
help
interview
him
about 4 minutes
do
and
things
seconds.
like
I think
improv
that'll be the time to
classes.
take a break.
And
Love it, though.
acting classes
Love it.
and have gym memberships and eat, since this is his full-time job.
Oh,
So if you would
that's
help
a bold
to
move
support
there,
me
Cotton.
by hitting that beautiful, beautiful join button. Also, of course, we do take PayPal and Venmo if
Bold
you don't want
move
to
when
give
people
YouTube
just
30%.
do-
So you can Venmo.
Bold move when people just do LawTube. We're going to switch over here to legal vices as we switch, alternate guests. So we're going to be back on the legalist of vices. But I will also say it is always literally a bold move whenever anybody just uses LawTube as their primary source of income. So I don't do that, and neither does my good friend Jeff, who actually has a full-time job and also streams at the same time. So
She has a stun belt on.
This understanding, the specific times
Here
were
we go.
provided, a
Back
copy
to
of the
Jeff.
excise video was provided to the defense.
Your Honor, that's correct. We talked about this issue, so.
Okay, very good.
No, she's not
Break
handcuffed.
until 10:20.
That would be prejudicial to the jury. No, she actually does have a stun belt on, which is why she
Asking
probably
Kurt how to
gets
clean up a crime scene
be
is asking
unchained,
ChatGPT how to write a political commentary.
All right, we've got about 10 minutes here, I
Love
guess,
it.
before we start with the yes. Yeah, it's
And by the way, we
it
got
sits,
that
right
last
on her- right
Pokemon.
across
We
her
got
stomach,
Kurt.
right under her
We got
breast.
Joe.
So
We got
occasionally
Legal
you'll see her,
Vices.
move
And Legal Vices
she'll
will note it. And
readjust
Nick,
it.
we got them all. And we will
So-
see how long it is
Yeah, that's
until
that's
Jeff
that.
notices once
All
again.
right,
He'll
we can
probably
get rid of
notice us
the,
again a
court
second
chat
time.
here. I mean, the court feed here for a minute.
Uh-oh.
Uncuck the banner. Where are we at?
Uh-oh. He's uncucking himself.
Alrighty then. Here we are. We are sitting and we
see
are
some dog
we're
nipples.
checking out what's going on here during the 10-minute break.
Kurt has
Let's
less.
catch up on some chats.
Okay, so he's just doing
Uh,
chats. All right, so we'll remove him here for a second because he's just doing the grift. Let's see what the other guys are on if they're doing something a little bit more entertaining. Okay, Joe is kvetching. Nick, let's see if Nick has any guests here, or if he's solo. Is Nick solo right now? Nick is also still solo. So they're all solo for a second. So I guess we'll take this time to say, guys, make sure you like this. Make sure you comment. Make sure you subscribe. We're judging who's the best today. So far, here's what I have taken as we're on a little bit of a break here. So far, this is what I see. Yesterday, Jeff was voted as the best stream, but Jeff is kind of just doing Jeff. He's doing the standard Jeff thing. He's a little low today on guests. And I will say, Jeff appears better when he has one or two guests on a stream. So a little bit, you know, the hometown favorite yesterday who won the polls in best stream might have a little tougher time today. Nick, the beta Rekieta, put a drop of testosterone in his whiskey, or rather his coffee, because he seems more energetic and less drunk, so has more energy than yesterday. Joe, still his same Hebrew Hammer self, doing very good on his stream. A lot of humor there, you know, a lot of good comments there, funny humor. He's chatting himself. Joe has a bunch of sock puppet accounts, either fake accounts, where he's chatting himself. So that's very interesting, very comedic from Joe. And Uncivil Law, the most improved, right? So he gets a stamp for the most improved player today. But does that mean they will win the Royal Rumble, the Battle Royale? Who is the best LawTube stream of the night? Does not dictate that at all yet. So right now, let's pop over to, I think Joe is just ranting. So let's see. We're going to go over to Joe rant. Chief Ghazni says, Mindset sounds like a sportscaster commenting on a track and field competition. It is a track and field competition. Speaking of track and field, check out Law Nerd Clips, who had a fantastic clip yesterday for the for Joe tonguing it, and for the Gazinator, as he whores himself out on every single stream promoting his 16th book, because Steve Ghazni does nothing but work, write books, and get on streams. He is very dedicated, very, very dedicated. EDB will talk about Schabusiness later. Well, she's not doing it live, so she's not in the running. Emily D. Baker, controversial figure. A lot of people do not like her chat. But EDB is a very educated person. She knows well, and she covers really popular topics. She always covers the most popular trials, which I think is very, very brilliant for YouTube and for the YouTube strategy. And by the way, YouTube has had a harsher monetization strategy. They've kind of cracked down on ad revenue. They're really punishing people a lot in the algorithm. So really, all these creators need your support now more than ever. Super chats matter, and supporting your favorite creator matters more than ever. Whether you do it here, whether you do it on Locals, my Locals is legalmindset.locals.com, or if you do it just through sending them a donation. I've got a PayPal. A lot of people have a Ko-fi, other things. I'll probably get a Ko-fi set up pretty soon. Or just literally tell them thank you, like the video, comment. You can do that for free. Always helps out. EDB is great. Her chat is worse than Law and Crime, though. Well, that's, sometimes you have good things on one side and hard things on another. All right, so let's jump over here and let's watch Joe for a bit as he's ranting.
I'm okay with him. I like certain things about him. I don't like the fact that he asks a lot of questions. that just seem to be time filler and don't seem to have any direction.
Joe doesn't like a defense counsel.
But even when he does that, at least he's doing it efficiently and without, and for the most part, asking questions
Kurt had the
that
best
are
time slot.
within the ambit
Okay.
of what are proper questions for a defense counsel.
Next up
Meaning
is legal
they're wasting
vices,
time. They don't
and
seem to
then
be
we
doing
go
anything to
back
help
to
his
Nick.
client.
So they'll get their
And
fair
even when he's
shake.
asking
Don't
the question,
worry.
you're like, how is this going to
They'll
help
all
you?
get a shake.
But
They'll
it
all
is
get a chance
fleshing
to
out the
prove
story,
themselves.
which is what he's allowed to do, even though the details that no one cares about, like how many minutes were you in the police cruiser when you were transferring her from this station to that station? Who cares? Why does anyone care?
Papa Joe. The poppiest Joe out there.
I don't think it's about billable hours. I don't know if he's.
No, that's
what's he getting extra 2 hours out of this?
No, that's not
Do
true.
you think he's collecting? I don't know.
No, that's not right at all. So guys, like the lawyers don't drag this out for billable hours. That's ridiculous. Like they can bill if they want to on the back end much more. So that's not a really good narrative there. Let's pop over real quick and see Nick. I know Nick started a little bit later and we didn't maybe give him a fair shake. So let's pop over and check Nick real quick.
Penis of the corpse in her mouth for a little
Ooh,
bit.
he's very large.
Apparently.
Very
Maybe
large
she's
here.
just trying to breathe life back into him. I'm not sure.
Drew the Jew.
She allegedly inserts the dildo into various orifices of the corpse, cuddles it for a while, and then begins the process of dismembering it using kitchen knives that she's retrieving from the kitchen, eventually settling on the most effective one that she could find was a bread knife. Now, the bread knife was probably becoming less effective over time as bread knives have a nice serrated edge, but it's not a serrated edge that is meant for sawing
It's not
through
that type of
hard
edging.
things. It's meant for
Legal Mindset has the
serrations on bread
ADHD.
knives
You
are
better
very
believe it.
specific.
Because I know
You
some of
what
you
you
guys are
guys
bouncing
know.
around too. So
A
it's like that
serrated
way.
knife
Do I
is-
have
is actually a
Venmo?
tearing
I
motion,
thought I
right?
did, but I don't know whether it
That's
works
the
anymore.
Purpose of serration is to actually tear through.
Venmo
meat.
was on some weird stuff.
They don't need to be sharpened as
Let's see if
often
it's still
because
in the
object is to tear
Yeah, I think
through
Venmo is working
typically
weird.
a
I know PayPal, it still
cross-section of
works. I know it's
muscle.
not the
You go
best.
cross-grain,
We get
and
other
the
stuff set up in
serrations
the
catch
chat.
on the grains, and they just start pulling the meat apart.
Locals, super
Whereas a
chats,
sharp knife
memberships.
is serrated,
that's
but
good.
in a weird way, but microscopic serrations, very, very small. And all
Nick
of
is, of
those
course,
tear
talking
at a
about
much
dildos and
cleaner
insertions and their
smaller angle.
serration.
But you
Of
need to
course.
maintain that edge
Clearly
because those little
degenerate.
serrations get bent out of place because they're so tiny, or they can get broken off and you have to reapply the edge to the knife. Now, serrations in general, same thing with like on a saw blade or whatever, are made kind of specific to the purpose that they're doing. Serrations on a saw blade are thicker and more durable because they're going through either wood or metal or whatever. But the distance between the
into
teeth on
serration.
a serrated edge, there's like a math formula I don't remember, but is directly related to sort of the diameter of the object that you're cutting. or the
Chandler
surface
Halderson
area
used
that the
all
teeth will
types
be
of saws,
coming
but
into contact
Schabusiness got
with.
the
If
whole
it's a
thing done
very
with kitchen knives.
small,
Work smarter, not harder.
Thing that is also
Well-
very hard, like a metal pipe, right? You're going to have a small surface area
Nick
at
seems
the
to
top
say
that
he
you're
wants to
making
edge a
contact
lot.
with.
Very accurate. Very
and
accurate.
it's also very strong material. You need to have smaller, very frequent serrations made of very strong
I like that.
material
Andrew's a
to
perfect
actually
example of
grab and
ADHD
start
kids that can be
pulling
lawyers, going through it all.
the metal.
Don't
If
diss
it's
on that.
wood,
No.
wood
You
is
can
much
make it
softer
too,
than a
guys,
metal
even
saw
with
blade,
this little
much
attention deficit.
easier.
Even with
and also the
attention deficit
diameter of wood
disorder.
can be
That
larger.
is
and the
totally
serrations can
undiagnosed,
be
'cause
more
I've never been
appropriately
diagnosed
spaced
for that
out.
in my life.
Plus, you got the hollowness versus solid things. Anyway, this is all too much
Laundry
info.
Clips.
Bread knives have serration.
I'll mute this here. Laundry Clip says, thank you and glad to highlight y'all fighting over the beloved Stephen Gosney. That was great. The Goz is a treasure. He is an absolute national treasure. Thank you so much. And thank you, Stephen Gosney, for coming on all these channels. All right, so let's see. Let's minimize this. Let's go see what we have over here on Legal Vices. Let's see what he's doing over here on his channel with the doggo cam and everything going on over
I
here.
thought the majority of them were truck drivers.
Okay.
Actually, I thought all of them were truck drivers. Guess not.
Stick with Goz a little bunch.
Well, see, and again, all we've been watching today is the lead up.
Vice is better with a guest, I'll say. He really needs a guest in right now. I was thinking Hayden would show up or Chandler.
They originally said they were more than 7 hours.
Rob with his
but
toupee.
they narrowed them down to 70 minutes, and we finally have.
I know
a
Gosney's
a
coming from
chat
lunch,
to
but
read here that I think
Goz is a little.
particularly
It's a little too early for Goz. You can't call him the Goz this early.
LC Merritt.
Hey, Legal
at
Mindset.
Legal Mindset. Screen snipe so you can see how a real LawTuber does
Oh,
it.
love
Biatch.
it. Hey, apparently,
I added the biatch.
apparently, Legal Vices
added
also
biatch.
has a sock puppet account. Apparently, he also has a sock puppet account, which is great. Good to see my man Jeff
Anyway.
here. With that
Bringing the
doggo
heat.
cam. Look, even the doggo is like, Jeff, why are you tweeting this to yourself? He's like, Jeff, why are you saying this to yourself? bro?"
Yeah, Legal Mindset
What?
probably thinks that's a sock puppet account, but
Yeah.
he's absolutely wrong. That's
Yes,
how the
he
real
does.
OG people
It's
run.
100%
Our
a
Cohiba's
sock
legal in
puppet
South
account.
Korea, yes.
100%.
The only place that you cannot legally have Cuban cigars is the United States of America. Yeah, I mean the cigar lounge that Legal Mindset and I hang out in when
Very good
when
cigar
Legal
lounge.
Mindset visits me here in Busan. We head over to Casa Habana, which is my second home. It's my home away from home. It's an all
Very nice
Cuban
cigar
cigar lounge. This is not a Cuban cigar. This is my favorite non-Cuban cigar. One of them, anyway. This is one of my favorite non-Cuban cigars. This is the Oliva Series V, the Series V Churchill.
He does smoke a lot of
Milano.
Cubans. Not in the same
Great-
way
great
as
cigar.
I
Just
used to
went out.
smoke
I'll have to light it
Cubans
a little
when
bit.
I was in
Yeah, the Oliva
Miami,
Series
but
V
it's a different type of Cuban.
Milano Churchills are amazing cigars. We like them quite a bit. Yeah, Yoda's little tongue is poking out of his head.
The dog and Vices tend to have the same energy.
Let's see.
It's the same energy. But I like it.
Did not know that. Yeah.
Okay, so he's just
it's
doing a
just part of
super chat reading right now. Really appreciate that with him. And then we'll go back over here and we'll pop in and check Kurt and see how he's handling these interims. It's kind of important how you handle the interims, right? Because you've only got so much time in between. Kurt appears he's just kind of monitoring the chat. He's just kind of like reading and looking at her. I guess Law and Crime's leaving it on her. So the jury seems to be coming back in now. Lewinsky is a Russian name, yes. Indeed it is.
All right, getting ready to start again.
All right, so since we're going to start again, the order was actually in Jeff's favor, so we'll go back to Jeff real quick, since he'll probably pop back in with the court
witness list.
Oh, and we
But,
have
I would imagine
Chandler
it's not very long.
coming in. I
But I
think,
don't know if that.
what the hell was
Thank
that?
you. I don't know if they'll have
like a
any
demon.
witnesses in this part. They might have one or two.
Now, Chandler, I think, helps out Vices a lot. I think they do a good job playing
Did, in
off each
fact-
other.
That she did in fact kill him.
Oh, something odd
I
happened to
think
your
there's-
mic just now.
So-
It was hard to hear what you were saying. The last sentence that you spoke. It's.
Oh,
I'm not sure what
that
happened.
was the
improve his
court.
stream.
They went. They made a noise in the court, and I guess that overpowered me. But anyway, I think they're going to be done. Can we still hear me? Okay. I think we can still hear me. Okay.
I can hear you.
me
Yeah,
okay?
yeah. There was
Alright.
just like a 3-second sort of lapse, but I missed.
And
the
I do
last,
think Nick is
I'd say
standing the
10 minutes,
defense
so I'm not really sure what's going on.
really
Break?
too hard.
Yeah,
Nick
the
Rekieta
jury
is
just
really,
came
he
back
likes
and
to
we're
take the
gonna show
defense
the
position, but I think he's
interrogation
going a little
videos
bit too
now.
hard on it. You've got to acknowledge the fact these things are relevant.
All right, and again, folks, we do talk, we do chat, but we have the MST3K rule where we try to talk between the conversations. We try not to overtalk the judge like I'm doing right now. All right, here we go.
Good job. Nick is
Which means
simping
we're
at
not gonna
appeals to
hear
chat.
any of
Yeah, no, and you guys know I don't do that. I really don't give a fuck what you guys think. I just
Judge,
kind of
the
say it
state is
and let you
about
get
to
pissed off,
play,
which a
what
lot of
has
times
been
you are in the
marked
chat,
as
and I see
Exhibit
it, which is
110.
cool.
On Exhibit 110, there are a number of files. The files are both the individual clips.
Love your take
from
on all the people
videos,
streaming.
but
Yeah,
then
I like
also
all these
one
people, and I love
continuous
giving them
video.
shit.
The state intends to
No,
play
that
the
is
continuous
incorrect.
video. I think there's about a
Incorrect. No,
2-second break of a black
No.
screen in between
No.
the respective clips that are going to be played. For the record,
Yeah, I'm gonna go
the
down. I'm gonna
actual
cover the
name
doggo
of the
cam.
File
Sorry,
is
go down here and
February
cover the doggo
23
cam.
interview hyphen trial, and then there will be another clip played for the second interview, and that file name is February 28th interview hyphen trial. So those are the specific files from Exhibit 110 that will be played for the jury at this point.
All right, while they're setting that up, no, this is a very important thing. You cannot bring any Cuban cigars into the U.S.
The
Stop
fuck
doing
is
that, Court.
Okay.
Is that a demon? It sounds like a demon.
Jesus fucking Christ!
What the?
What the fuck is that?
That's
Is that
bad.
the audio for the? Oh, I hope it's not like this the whole time.
They're dragging the chair or something? Sorry, guys. This is the audio on the court.
Hang on. I'm going to reduce this volume significantly. Holy shit.
You're gonna be a message.
This is. Oh. Sorry, guys. This is.
So if you don't understand anything, please
This
let
is
me know.
bad.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law.
This is bad.
You have the right to consult with a lawyer before questioning, and have a lawyer present with you during questioning. And if you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one who will kindly represent you at public expense before or during any questioning if you do wish. And if you decide to answer questions now without a lawyer present, you have the right to stop the questioning and remain silent anytime you wish, including during questioning. Do you understand each of these rights? Yes. Realizing that you have these rights, are you now willing to answer questions or make a statement?
Yes. You have the right to a detachable penis. Yeah, Jeff needs to lower the audio on his end. In fact, let me put it right here. Audio so we can snipe safely.
Well, a few hours ago, police were dispatched to an address on Stony Brook. The parents also Shad Irian. You know Shad? I know how to name Shad.
Okay, got the comment.
Your ex-boyfriend? Yeah. Well, they found a kind of disturbing stuff at the house there.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of blood. Basically Shad's head. Yeah, pretty fucked up. And then, so we know you were there.
Ozzy is in the house.
Yeah.
With Shad.
Hayden.
But we also know you left. Now that band, is that your band?
No, that's my neighbor's.
Your neighbor's band?
Oh, the guy I was staying at?
Okay, so this, where did you go? Which place were the police station? Was that on Eastman? Is that correct?
Yeah.
Is that where you live?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm staying there right now.
Okay, is that your apartment?
No,
No. Whose apartment is it?
that man.
And who is that man?
Scott Thomas.
Scott?
Thomas.
Okay. So, that's his band?
Yes.
Okay. And so, did you leave from Shad's house and go to Scott's house sometime?
You gotta invest, man.
Today?
Yeah.
Yeah, my pleasure, guys. This is bad.
Well, they found part of Shad at his house, his mom's
Jeff
house.
rated highly yesterday. He's bottom tier today.
Where's the rest of his body?
Well, we'll do the ranking. So what is Jeff ranked today so far?
It is in the house.
So what?
Well, tell me what happened.
It's a good question because I blacked out during that time. But, I need time to, think.
No problem. Take your time, have some water.
So the polls in the chat. What is Jeff ranked today so
This is
far?
going to go on for an hour.
Is he number one,
Let's see why
number
not.
two, number three, or
Let's
number
just up and
four?
move. But you could, you know,
Where do you define being?
I was right there by the bed.
Number three.
Yeah, I was cuddling by the bed.
You were what?
I was cuddling it by the bed.
You were cuddling by the Was it just you and Shad down in the basement?
Big battle in there. The
Is anybody
battle is
else
on.
on there?
What is Jeff today? It is anybody's game. Number three is winning, but other
went
ones
to
are
Shad.
stepping up.
Shit. I was like 2 days ago.
Will Jeff win the battle royale?
There are
Did you stay there
subtitles
the whole time?
as best it picks them up.
If the Jeff stands come over and vote.
You start to remember now?
Maybe
what
they can
happened
swing this
with
poll.
Shad?
It's
Well,
anyone's
what do you
game
remember
in this.
about-
32%. I'll just take that for number 2, but number 3 is still high.
Shit. Oh, I don't know. There's this chain thing, right? And then yeah, like I was playing around with it.
Okay.
And like we were smoking the bitch, right?
Okay.
And then I'm terrible at explaining things, so let's see here. And then here comes the chain, right? And then he put it around his neck. Well, we were like playing around and shit, and then I don't know, I was putting on it. I don't know.
You say you're smoking a bitch, what would that be?
Ice.
Ice?
Ice.
Ice.
Have you taken any other drugs tonight?
No, this is still from 2 days ago. I don't know, I fucking place.
Are you smoking ice?
Yeah.
And how, on a pipe or
Smoking the
someplace
meth.
else?
The one that's on the counter, or on the table. I left the baggie there.
You did?
It's Nate the lawyer.
Oh, he's got diversity, equity, and inclusion because he's got Nate. And you guys know I don't want to catch a hate crime, so I'm not going to be on top of Nate. I'm
Can
going
you
to move
say, where was this
over. I
place?
do not want to catch a hate
Basement
crime or a
first floor,
lawsuit.
second floor?
Basement.
Not basement. And it was ice in it, and it was a pack, basically a window bag, a little small plastic bag.
Crushed up.
Crushed up.
And guys, Jeff and I are very good friends. But you give your friends shit, and you're also honest with your friends.
And so there was a chain. You know what kind of chain?
It's the one that's
But
on
in
the
the chat, 31% think he's number 3 today. So far.
What would that
He
be?
just pulled in Nate. Maybe that makes him go up because he got the diversity
My
card.
dresser?
Is it?
Boozy Bucks in the house.
I don't know either. I haven't been there. I mean, as best as you can remember. So you think that there could be a chain and the ice on a dresser down in the basement?
It's just weird. I got like a weird flashback from it.
Oh, what happened?
Yeah, it's short.
Minority plus a woman.
What did you
And a
see?
gay because he has Hadenon. So, I mean, he's got
I don't even know anymore. Like, it was weird. I was riding him like a donkey, okay? And then, like, I think so. I think that's what was happening. I was pulling and then, like, I don't know.
And thank you to Simbi in the local
you should
live
be
chat sent a
intimate,
$5
right?
tip saying, love what you're doing. Keep going, bro. I will do
Dana,
it.
on the next break, I will bring up the U.S. Customs regulations.
So
You,
was
will,
it
you
considered
cannot bring
foreplay?
cigars into the U.S. I will bring up the customs regulation.
And
as soon
then,
as possible.
Jeff knows cigars. Don't doubt him on that. But yes, thank you so much, Simbi, over here. LegalMindset.locals.com. You guys can check that out if you want. Appreciate that super chat, Simbi, or the tip.
You guys done something like this in the past?
Locals. Appreciate y'all.
Do you use manual strangulation during sex at all? Is Shad like that?
A manual strangulation, yes.
He likes it.
Oh, jeez.
He likes strangulation?
He likes strangulation.
You know what I'm talking
He
about?
does. Yeah. Yeah,
And you do too, or just him?
both of us.
So what would you, so when's the last time you guys had sex besides potentially sworn?
Oh, that's what you said. I thought you made a reference to Don Quixote, and I got
You made me go like, we didn't even get it. Like, I'm sorry, but we didn't even get it.
Okay, so you didn't, all right, well, when's the last time you did?
I mean, I played with him after. I have no idea, like August.
And what would you guys like to do? Is there a certain role playing that you did with Chad? Or was it just some sort of strangulation? How would you guys?
All right, now we're getting spicy. Now we're getting spicy commentary. Jeff is taking the #1 slot in the poll, 91 votes.
Like, I just want to.
31% say he's #1, followed by #2, followed by #3. He's doing well now. He's doing much better now. In the poll.
Yeah, we go at it.
But does anybody like strangle the other person?
I like doing that alone.
All right, so you like being strangled, like having your airway, or do you like doing it to somebody else?
I like doing it to somebody else.
Does Shad like to be strangled during sex?
I think so.
Have you done it before?
Yeah, he does. He likes it.
Have you used what we call props in the past?
Yes.
What?
Props.
Oh, like dildo?
Gas or rope or chain or underwear or anything?
Yeah. I shoved a dildo in ass and mouth.
My wife
And
likes a
pastor.
firm grip on her neck. Always got to be careful. Yeah, be
When he was
very
there,
careful with that, guys.
when he
Be
was
very
on the
careful.
bed.
There's no defense for sex stuff.
So obviously you say you smoke some ice. Do you take any prescription medications?
No.
You have any mental health issues we should be aware of?
I don't know yet. I think
Have you been diagnosed with anything officially? I know that Shad has some issues, mental health issues. It's correct to his mother. Since high school?
Yeah.
Where do you guys go to school together?
Facebook.
Yes, in the butt.
Did you graduate the same class? or-
And mouth, yes.
Yes. He didn't.
You graduated. Alright. So then you guys were boyfriend, girlfriend at one point? For how long?
1, 2 years.
2 years?
2 years.
2 years?
2 years.
And this is right after high school or
No, during high school.
during? And what year did you graduate?
16.
2016?
Sorry, the audio is just bad.
You Shad, date after high school?
We've seen each other.
thing, Steve.
We've definitely seen each other.
Seeing each other? But were you officially couple, so to speak, or was it just, did you still have sex with them?
I did it once.
Just once?
Yeah.
Back in high school? So when did you start seeing them again? Recently?
He's my buddy. He's my homie. So like, you know.
So you've always been friends?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how did you get over to Shad's?
The minivan.
The minivan? When do you think you went there? You remember?
2 days ago.
2 days ago? Okay. Did you stay there all the time, or did you ever pick him up and go someplace, or then come back? Or
Stayed there.
how did you get in? Was Shed there when you got there, or Shed let you in? Or did you just walk in on your own?
He was there, we went in, got some shit, we came back, and then, methamphetamine, you know, and then, yeah, ice, and then we came back.
Okay, so you showed up at his place. And then you and him left.
Yeah.
And you went and got some time.
Yeah, so then, we went, and, I picked him up, went and got some ice, and then after that, we went to, back to Scott's, we smoked.
Okay.
Yeah, and then, I did his hair, but.
You did Shed's hair
Yeah, I did him, a little bit.
at Scott's?
Yeah, and then after that, I, trimmed his face, you know, feeling good, we left, we went back to his mom.
Okay.
Went back to his mom's, okay. They did the ice and they went back to his mom's.
Okay. So when you went back, it was just you and Shed going back to his mom's? Or did Steve come?
Steve?
Or Scott?
Scott, yeah.
I'm gonna do that occasionally, and I apologize if I do get names sometimes.
Alright, yeah.
The scout did come with you.
Scott stayed at home the whole time, at Eastman, that's his residence.
Alright, so you and Shad.
He is not involved at all.
Okay. So you and Shad went back to, Shad's mom's house. How'd you get in? Was anybody home?
There wasn't one. We went.
What time do you think this was? Was anybody home? Did you encounter anybody? I understand his mom lives there.
Tara?
Tara?
I don't know, is that the mom's name?
Yes.
Damn, the head. Yeah, I can't believe I left the head.
Right there, that's the line. Damn, the head. I can't believe I forgot the head.
It's,
So we're gonna take the head somewhere?
I like that.
You liked it?
Oh,
Well, you're gonna have fun trying to look for all the
that was on
organs,
their
so,
end.
yeah, they're
That was
all-
on their end, guys.
Yeah,
So you dismembered the body too?
yeah.
Well, what did you do with the body part?
They're in the house.
Somewhere?
They're like,
Basement, upstairs, downstairs?
absolutely in the basement. I was gonna bring them. And then, I know I forgot the head. I wanted the head.
Did you bring anything with you?
Yeah, it's in the van.
What?
It's in the van. It's, what is it? A foot maybe.
What?
I think it's a foot.
A foot in the van?
A leg maybe. I'm like, I'm gonna bring it all, and then I'm like, man, this is messy, so then I just left it. I got lazy.
Okay.
I got lazy, and that's what I did, so.
Okay. So it's gonna be maybe a foot or a leg in the van. And then,
Yeah.
what did you do with the head?
I forgot that was in the van, so, yeah.
What did you do with the head?
The head, I put it in that bucket, that black bucket,
Black bucket?
with the blanket on top.
Okay.
I should have it.
And then where'd you leave it?
Sounds pretty lucid to me.
Leave the head? That's still in the bucket, it's right by the stairs.
Upstairs? Okay.
That's helpful, Taylor. Thank you. Jesus.
How did you dismember his body?
Nice.
Was that
Nice.
knives?
Trying to stay quiet here because the audio is bad, guys. So I'm just typing in the chat. If you want to see what I'm thinking, I'm going to type in the chat.
Kitchen. Just can't find mine, and I wasn't sharp enough.
Do you want sharp?
No, it was alright. Bread knife works good.
Bread knife?
A bread knife works good, yeah.
Really?
I had to use one of these, so like, yeah. I got lazy last night, so
Where would these knives be now?
they're in with all the organs and all the body parts.
And where was that?
In the black bag, it's in the black bag
In the basement?
it's in the basement, they're all in the basement, I never got the basement, I just went up the stairs.
They get so all the body parts and knives will be in a black bag. What kind of bag?
Black zipper bag next to a pink and black Under Armour backpack. That guy gave me, so I left it there.
Is it a big bag?
Serrated bread knives cut through chicken.
What kind of stuff would you normally
I use
put
it
in
to
this bag?
debone chicken sometimes.
Put anything in the bag.
Fucked
I
up.
mean, is it a trash bag or is it a garbage bag or is it, you know what I mean?
Backpack.
No, no, the bag that has the body parts.
I have the backpack.
That's a backpack? Is it a big one?
Yeah, the other one's like a little duffel, black duffel.
Okay. So you, at one point, did you bring these bags with you? Or were they already there?
I was gonna, but I got lazy and.
Right, you're gonna bring them with you when you left. But were the bags there when you used them, or did you bring them when you was Shad? Or did you just find them there?
They were there, I found them there, and I emptied them out and put them in there, and I was gonna bring it, and I got paranoid, and I got lazy, and I never get paranoid. right now. But this time was just like, I think it was the dope. I think it was the dope.
Oof. Question for
So,
Nate, real quick. Why the hell don't police departments have
did
decency?
you want Chad to be dead?
I don't know why they have that.
No.
That's normal.
No, it was out of random. Like, I wasn't expecting that, and it kind of threw me off guard. And it was an open place and all that. You went in the basement, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty open.
Well, I haven't done it, but is it?
It is. So, like, it was weird. It was really weird. And you open the door to the outside, and you go down the stairs, and it's right there. Like, you can see everything. I was ready to go down the stairs. Yeah.
And so, where did you get the chain?
I don't know, he pulled it out of his pocket.
He pulled it out.
He had two of them, one for me, one for him.
And can you describe them to me?
Chain
Chain link,
and silver.
silver, and
Yeah, the
what
silver
size?
check collar.
A dog chain or a large block type of chain? You know what I'm saying?
That's big. And then, and then it has O-ring.
Mhm.
And
So silver chains, and he had two of them. And what'd you guys do with them?
we put them around her neck.
You did, okay. And then what were you doing while they were around their necks?
I was strangling them.
You were strangling them?
I was having fun with them, and then,
Was their clothes on or off?
he had his shorts on.
You had a shirt on, how about you?
I don't know, I didn't really care. But,
Did he ever put the chain around you?
Nope.
Put the chain ever around your neck?
I put it on.
Do you have any marks or anything?
He didn't get the chance to strangle him.
Yeah, just
He didn't get
he didn't get a chance to strangle you? Was that, he was going to though, or was that part of the?
Yeah, I thought that was the thing, and then like, I don't know, I just went a little crazy.
Well, at least she's being honest.
So when did you realize that Shad was not alive anymore?
Chain.
His face turned purple.
Shit business working on the chain gang.
New banner.
Just himself, his face was all purple.
I still didn't stop, I don't know what's going on, I don't know what's flooding in there.
So his blood was coming out of his
I kept on
mouth?
feeling his heartbeat. Hearing his heartbeat.
I'm sorry?
Hearing his heartbeat, but
It's the interview was right after. They arrested her, took her
Did you get
in.
shot?
They took her clothes, put her in this Tyvek suit, and then they interviewed her.
no.
Okay. So
I've been trying to do it.
did you figure he was dead then?
Yeah,
And what did you do?
played with him a little bit.
Did you try to call his mom or dad or anybody else in the house? You tried to call an ambulance? Why not?
Happened before.
Happened before. Is that what you said?
So,
So did you want him?
That's part of their
You
play.
didn't want him to
They have his
die or you did? I'm trying to understand.
I didn't want him to die, actually.
He did.
He's my buddy, but like it happened.
Happen again, but then did you feel a need to try to help him? Stop choking him or get an ambulance? You didn't feel need to do that?
I don't know why, I just, it happened so fast.
So then after you realized he was no longer, he was dead, his face was purple, he said his mouth, blood's going out of his mouth. What'd you do?
Clean him up a little bit. And then, I just played with him like that.
You said play with him, what do you mean?
Play with his big,
Yeah.
like, I put him up over the bed, and then,
Sucked his dick. Great.
Then you had him on the bed? What kind of bed? Was it an actual bed or just a mattress or what? So then you had sex with him?
Yes. And I had a dildo. And I did that. I played with him too.
What'd you do with the dildo?
And I just cuddled on and hugged on.
What did you do with the dildo?
I put it in his mouth, put it in his bag. Put it back. Put it back.
Where was this at? Where'd you put it back?
How do you put it back? That makes
What did you do with the dildo? Put it in his mouth, put it in his ass, put it back.
Put it back.
I think she had a box for it. She had a box, right? That she kept it in.
I guess, yeah.
Sounds like-
Yeah, she had the dildo in a box.
That's where we found out what's in the box. It terrified me. I
On the
screamed.
wall, next to the body. Right, and then
Said bodies, huh? Freudian slip.
Yeah.
Is it in a bag or on a shelf
it's
or?
in a wooden box.
Wooden box. And what color was the dildo? You just. So.
Yeah, the cop's not asking much about the murder. He's just asking about all the pervy questions.
You had sex with him.
But this is a case. This is a
You said
big
it was
case,
on.
though.
Did
It's
you
got.
cuddle?
You have all the
Wow.
pictures. All it's there. It's a forensic case.
Yeah.
She, matter of fact, doesn't have to say anything. You don't even. Do you really need this to convict her?
You cuddled him, were you on the bed with him?
It doesn't
Yeah.
hurt.
Yeah.
They cuddle?
Nate, so is
So
this
you cuddled
normal to
his
you, or
body.
is this guy weird?
And then what did you say?
Huh?
Does this guy seem weird to you, or is he asking normal questions?
Oh,
He seems to be
Yeah,
asking
like
just normal
for
questions because what you want to do is just have the person give you the story from beginning to end. Because if you're lying, you're going to have some
I did.
inconsistencies. And what you
Yeah.
don't say can be
Yeah,
subject to
so
before the law. So you're looking for any type of inconsistency. So the DA, when they question you on this, if you do take the stand, they can shit and tear your story out. Well, you said this to the cops when it was this.
and then
Yeah, I think it's the way he builds rapport with her that's
Yeah.
making everybody
Well, you had
uncomfortable.
sex with him?
Because he seems curious, but yeah.
Well, you had sex with him?
Oh, yeah. No, you build rapport with the
we
person.
never had sex with him. We did in their house.
They like you physically.
I understand that. You said that you played with his penis after he was dead.
You got to use whatever you can, even though you know it's supposed to be frowned upon. But if you got a guy who likes one of the cops who's
Did
beautiful,
you?
you'll
Yeah,
send her in
What
there.
did you
And guess
do?
what? He spills his guts to her just because he likes the way she looks.
I put it on.
Did you ever place it in your vagina or any of your body parts?
Did you place it in your vagina?
No, I just.
You didn't use it as a dildo or anything?
It'd be weird if you started
Experience.
So you're
touching
standing there and you're like choking on
If
the
he started
stuff.
what?
And, was he struggling at all?
That'd be weird.
Yes, big neck.
Of everything, that's what you'd find weird?
He was good.
He trying to fight you? Sometimes people have a fight or fight, you know what I mean, the reaction that something happens, so they try to grab them.
I turned Nate up. Nate just hasn't said anything since I turned him up.
And then,
Give us a sign of life, Nate, so they know you're okay.
Oh, you want me to turn my mic up? Because I'm pretty
No,
sure
you already did.
You know, you
Yeah, I
got
turned
it
you
on your thumb, how do you think you got that?
oh, that was dismemberment.
That was just not.
That was a lot. Yeah, I got lazy in the process right now.
Did you, use any other devices besides knives? Just those scratches on your arms and stuff, were they from him?
Oh, no. I was,
How did you?
so this one, I did by myself.
Oh,
This one, I probably did by myself. This one, I probably did by myself.
so they weren't him trying to grab you or anything? Did he try to grab you at all?
He scratched her arms.
This is rough.
He fell back.
No, she was just saying she did it to himself. She did it to herself.
So the blood on your hands, would that be checked?
So she did lie about something.
No, she's always said she was self-inflicted scratches. scratching.
I really don't know. I blame it being on drugs and the compound that I'm coming down off of.
How many times do you think you've done this?
I never do drugs. Like, I barely do drugs. I do drugs, but then like once in like a few like weeks, not even like that, like months go by and then I'll do drugs.
I see.
Rest our ears for a second.
Where did you discover this? In the basement, right?
Because I was looking for Donna, yeah.
You do anything particular with the head or the body? What do you do with the blood? What happened to all the blood?
It's still in there, still in the tote. I mean, with the, you know,
The pill.
there's a shower in the basement. You go in the next side over and I just dumped it out after the drain. It's probably still with it.
Where did you go? The bucket?
Yeah, well, I drained his head. Well, like, after I saw his blood, I put it in the bucket, but then there's still blood in this bucket because it's coming out of the head. Should have took the drain out, but I didn't do that. And then
So you cleaned his head in the shower and then dumped the bucket?
I should have cleaned his head in the shower. I should have polished it up, but, yeah.
Okay.
I like that.
And what do you use to smell that? About having
The knives.
the knives?
Yeah.
Well, you said one of the butter knives. What kind of knives were they then? Big knives or knives? Butcher knives?
They were the kitchen knives, everybody was.
Butcher block?
There was two like little knives there. And then, they were like probably 4 inches. And then, the other ones, they were probably like 6-inch knives.
Where were they in the
One was
kitchen?
a steak knife, one was a bread knife.
When you say bread knife,
knife,
did that have a serrated edge on it, or is it a flat edge on the bread knife? You know what I mean by serrated? And where were these knives in the kitchen?
They were in,
Mike Middleton, yeah, we are all about diversity. We've got a Jew, a foreigner, and a black guy on the stream. We're diverse.
they were in.
United stream.
Are they in, like a nice folder thing, or a drawer, or where?
We got all types of diversity here too. I identify as a black.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Some folder up there.
That's the one right there, like it was in,
By the end.
This is so disturbing.
It's disturbing that their audio is so bad, to be fair. To be
Yeah,
honest.
that's also true. I hate the audio.
That's how messed up my head was. Like I was really messed up. Like I don't know what was going on. I was just going crazy. And then,
I hate.
I don't know what was going on at all because this. I think it was the open area. I wasn't in a room by myself. There was no door. It's an open area. It was an open area. I didn't like it. It was different. At all.
Or was there anybody else there?
Maybe upstairs.
Upstairs? And how come why did you leave? Was anything calling you to leave the house?
I kept on hearing footsteps,
Okay.
gunshots. So
What else, I'm sorry?
gunshots.
Gunshots? Why did you think you heard those? Do
Sounds
you
like
have
a
a
bit of
gun?
paranoia.
I did.
Did you hear a gun in the house?
No, I think
The
it was
clicking noise is
outside.
coming from the video. It's probably the air conditioning or fan or
You
something.
afraid someone was coming
It
there?
was weird. I'm never paranoid, but then out of nowhere, like I got a
Yeah, paranoid.
first, like for a couple of seconds, and then I go away, and then like boom, they come back. It was weird.
See, the clicking is coming from the video, not us.
Weird. I mean, like the open.
We're professionals.
Yeah.
And shut the fuck up, Jeff.
Is it Chandler's typing?
And check.
Okay. Well, Sean has some questions for you. I'll take
What the other hand is doing,
some water.
We get to take a break
So what
for
happened?
half a second.
You don't have the chat.
Yeah, he's got body parts in his hand, so he's gotta get that out.
Yeah.
I forgot about that. I've been off of it right now. I've been just off of drugs.
Just a minute. Are you supposed to take any prescription medications? Okay. All right. I want to look into a couple other things, and we'll be with you, and if you need anything, you're not going to do it.
Just as a point of reference, they said the second video is worse quality than the first video.
Fantastic. I'm looking forward to that. Jesus.
That's great. I need
To be fair, it's still that room. That room is nightmare. It's just all echo.
I may switch to Joe because these guys are being too
Usually you
loud.
go there and say, I think stitches, you got 24 hours. Do you think you cut yourself over 24 hours ago?
Oh, yeah, I just did it like 4 hours ago.
You did it 4 hours ago?
Yeah.
All right.
Well, that's actually one of the things that we want to kind of do is we call it timeline, just to kind of get an idea of what you were doing since you first had contact with Chad.
Timeline again. This is police 101. Let's go through
How
the
did you,
timeline.
did you call him up? Did he call you up? Or did you just show up at his house? Or how did you decide to go over to his place?
Hey. Come over and that.
Now, for you people in the
Yeah,
chat,
my
the reason
God.
why they're going to keep asking you about the timeline because they
you
want to
called
find inconsistency. That's the way they convict you.
Okay, sorry guys, I'm gonna switch because I love Nate, but he keeps talking over the audio. So good guy, but let's go over to Joe. Joe's a little more quiet during the chat. So
Yeah, he's got body parts in his
we're
hand.
gonna go over to Joe because he's a little quieter, so we can hear
I've
this.
been off of it right now.
He's also a little behind, so we'll go over here for a bit.
Just a minute. Are you supposed to take any prescription medications? Okay. All right. I want to look into a couple other things, and we'll be with you, and if you need anything, you're not going to do it.
Multi-sniping helps.
How you doing? Good. Doing okay?
We'll go to Rekieta next. I'll update the banner.
Great. I need stitches.
You're gonna need some
I need
stitches.
some stitches.
The thing is, you need to get there before.
Usually you go there and say, I think stitches, you got 24 hours. Do you think you cut yourself over 24 hours ago?
Oh, yeah, I just did it like 4 hours ago.
You did it 4 hours ago?
Yeah.
All right.
Well, that's actually one of the things that we want to kind of do is we call it timeline, just to kind of get an idea of what you were doing since you first had contact with Chad. How did you call him up? Did he call you up? Or did you just show up at his house? Or how did you decide to go over to his place?
Hey. I said, hey, come over and that. And I went and got him.
You called him? Or he called you? Or
Yeah.
how? Do you have a phone?
No, it was actually from my friend AJ, our friend AJ.
Where were you?
That's Scott.
Okay, AJ there too.
Yeah.
So you're at Scott's. And your friend AJ was there?
Yeah.
What's AJ's, any other, his last name or first
Big
name?
Gannon.
Huh?
He's Gannon.
Cannon?
Big Gannon, yeah.
What do you spell that,
GANNON.
Would Scott know who he is?
Yeah.
Was Scott there?
He's referenced as Black AJ.
Is he a black guy?
He's a black guy.
Okay.
He's got details.
Was, Scott there then, when you and AJ were at the apartment on Eastman?
Yes.
He
He walked over there.
So you called Chad using AJ's phone?
AJ
Okay.
talked to Shad.
AJ talked to Shad.
Yeah. And he was just like, hey man, come on, where is Scott? And then Shad was like, I might have gone a ride, but can you come get me? And
She smiled about the black guy, yeah.
so then I went.
Text him?
She's such
Yeah.
a trailer trash. My
So
God.
then he's like, wait, never mind, I'm gonna ride. So then we went and got him.
Okay. And then who went now?
I took the van.
Did you go by yourself or somebody else?
I grabbed it. I took AJ and I put him on the seat. And then,
So you and AJ went to Shad? The Shad?
yeah.
Which I don't think this was. Okay. So you and AJ were at Scott's. And AJ contacted Shad by text message probably, saying come over, something like that. Were you and AJ using drugs at that time?
No, we were smoking the yield with Mary Jane. But,
Just smoking marijuana? Okay. So then who went and picked up, Shad?
we grabbed, I took AJ in the front seat and then we went over to Shad.
Okay. And so how did you get there?
Via van.
Did Scott know you were taking the van?
I said, hey Scott, I'm taking the van, I'm picking up Shad. And then he was just like, no. And then I'm like, okay. And I took it. Yeah.
Okay. So he didn't want you to take it, but you took it
So I
anyway?
took it anyway.
Okay. And where did you go?
Get her for stealing a car.
His dad's house? Mom's house? Where?
Mom's house.
Did you go inside the house at all?
I knocked on the door, I said, hey Shad, you went. And then like, you came here? And then like, you came here.
All right. So then Shad got into the van and AJ was in the van and you, and then where'd you go?
And then we went to, so me and AJ and Shad, we went to his dad's house, right?
Who's up?
We went to his dad's house.
Shad's dad?
Shad's dad, we went from his mom to his dad.
Okay.
Yeah, and then, I don't know. And then, from there, we went and picked up some dope.
So was anybody at Shad's dad's house? Was Shad's dad there?
Yeah, Shad's dad was there.
Okay. Did you talk to him or have contact with him?
Good old Michael B, yeah.
Okay. How long were you think you were at Shad's dad's house?
Like 10 minutes.
Okay.
Shad's dad has got it going on.
And where'd you go to store, dope?
Like, that's the thing, like, I don't even know where it was, like, I was like, put in the Eddie, and he's like, oh, and then he went and got it, and then.
So who made arrangements to get that?
Maybe Shad. Yeah.
So, do you remember, was it a business, a house, or a car? So you met somebody in a car? What did it happen?
No, he was just like, hey, you got any pretty girls inside? I'm like, hell no, I'm gonna knock his ass out. But he says that, right? And then, like, for me to go in and get the dope, I'm like, the dope, I'm like, Shad, go get the dope. So Shad went and got the dope, and then he came back with the dope.
Okay, and where was this, do you think?
This was, I don't know, I have no idea, I just.
Was it a house or apartment or?
You said put the Addy and somebody used their cell phone to find the house address?
Could have been.
You know, who might have looked it up.
I have no idea.
AJ or Shad?
I have no idea.
But Shad's the one that went in to get the dope. How much did he buy?
Oh, that was on me, I gave him $100.
Okay, so he bought $100 worth of meth?
That's what I did.
All right, and it's the three of you still in the van?
Yeah, we we got back in.
And where'd you guys go?
We went back to Scott.
All right, went back to Scott's. Who's all there then?
Scott, AJ, Shad, and me.
And what'd you guys do?
We smoked. We
Smoke
smoked
what?
the reefer.
The reefer.
We smoked the reefer. I didn't smoke the reefer. No, they smoked the reefer.
Who had that with the reefer? Someone bring it with them, or is that already there?
It was, the reefer was there. The reefer was there. And then after that, me and Shad, we were token on the bitch. And then after that.
Token on the bitch.
So you and Shad smoked some meth at Scott's?
Yeah, to smoke somebody.
So where were you guys located?
That would be Eastman.
Right, were you in an apartment? But were you in a bedroom, in a living room, in a kitchen?
Bedroom.
Was Scott using any of it?
He was chilling on the chair, rocking back and forth.
Did you see you guys smoking meth or marijuana?
No, that's all behind him. He can't see. He can't see it, no.
Why not?
Because that's behind him.
Okay.
He's facing this way, we're this way.
Okay. So then the three of you smoking marijuana and you and Shad smoked meth. And so then what happened then? Who went where?
I started cutting Shad's hair.
That's right, you said you
Yeah,
gave him a haircut.
give him the haircut and everything, and then right after that, AJ was just like, you don't let him go. So then I'm like, all right, see it.
Did you left on his own? Okay.
And then he tried it on foot. And me and Shad, we took out. I shot him up, and I took him out. I had one shot too.
And where did you get that stuff from?
That's the same place.
I know, but, well, so you bought it with the meth, you bought the other stuff too? Where did you shoot them up with?
Same shit. The trazodone?
Yeah.
I crushed it up.
And where did you get the trazodone from?
The table.
The table, where's the table located?
It was right by Scott's
Was it Scott's trazodone?
Yeah, he is.
Are you sure it's trazodone?
They said it on the bottle.
So you took some pills from where? You said on a
From the
table?
counter.
Likely. Likely will stream the Courtney Clinic trial.
I'll likely be at the court
And it was, it said trazodone on the label?
I'll be there in person.
Yep.
And was it Scott's pills? Was Scott's name on there too?
Yeah.
And you crushed them up, and then what did you do with them?
I put it in the syringe. I pulled it back, and then I shot him.
Okay. And you said you took a shot too?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Where did you get the injection? Where did you inject with that?
I got it from a friend.
No, but I mean, when you shot,
Where did I shoot him up?
yeah,
Shit, probably in the arm.
in the arm, you think?
Yeah, there.
You said you got the hypo from a friend? In the end? Have you used drugs, they call it intravenous needles before?
Yeah.
Alright, so were you guys in a bedroom, in a living room, or someplace else where, bedroom? And then what do you guys do?
And then, we just took off because we just headed over to his mom's house. We got cozy on the bed and we drove into the driveway, right? Opened the door, we went down the stairs. We chilled on the bed, and right after we chilled on the bed, he put the collar on. he put the collar on.
So you and Shad left, Scott's van. Did Scott know you were leaving?
I said, hey, I don't even know, actually. I don't know.
Do you remember what time that was, or was it day? Dark out, light out? Night, you know what I mean? What time of day was it, you think?
Oh, that's 12 a.m. or something, guys. I really have no idea. I don't know.
Was it dark out?
Yeah.
Okay. So you went to Shad's parents' house, Shad's mom's house.
Mm-hmm.
Did you meet anybody as you were arriving?
No. He didn't.
All right, and then you went into the basement.
Yep. Open the door and then into the basement, down the stairs, and then onto the bed where you put on the collar.
Was it right away you started doing that?
I don't know. This is what I remember.
How long do you think you were in the basement?
Until I left. I really don't know.
Was it during the day at all?
I really don't know.
Did you sleep at all?
I mean, I was playing with him all night, so.
Because you were playing with him all night?
Yeah.
What all during the day?
He kind of went into the day. I still was playing with him. But like, are you talking about the choking session?
Well, from the time you got to Shad's mom's, how long do you think you were there before you left?
Like, until he like died, or like
No, until you actually left.
until I
And
left?
went back east. Yeah, so by the time you first got there to the time you actually left.
I don't know. I don't
while
know
Shad was
where I
alive,
really
or
Was it overnight?
Yeah.
So I'm asking because it was, it's the boyfriend, see.
Did you at some point the boyfriend have to let you and,
Shad,
into the house?
who don't unlock the door?
Did he unlock the door and opened it for you guys?
He did.
Okay, so when you guys got there after shooting up the first time and coming back from Eastman, he did open the door for you guys.
Yeah.
Okay. So then, from then till the time you left, how long do you think it was? A whole day? An hour? You know what I mean?
It was, shit, I don't even know, like,
So you got there and Shad's mom's boyfriend let you in.
Mhm.
And you went to the basement. Did you start getting together right away, or did you sleep for a while, or what do you think you remember you did?
We went there, 5 minutes in, I was already choking.
All right, so it happened pretty quick.
Yeah.
5 minutes in.
Sorry, yeah, Joe and I both got that one here.
You talk about your playing.
No warm up. No warm
Oh,
up.
yeah, I was playing with his dick and with his corpse.
Was it light out at some point? Was the sun off?
When I looked out the little window, I seen it.
You could see light?
I could see the light.
So you were playing with him when it was light out?
Yep.
All right, so particularly within, you said within 5 minutes of getting there, you guys started, he pulled off the chains, I guess you were saying,
Mm-hmm.
and he put it around his neck.
Yeah,
Did you put one around, you never put one around yours, did you put one
I
around?
did.
You
I
did.
did. It was tiny. I finally got it around and I put it on my neck and then I took it. After he was on, but like,
So you started choking him, and when you were choking him, what did he do? What were you guys doing, I guess, is to try to explain it as best as you can.
he was coughing up the blood right and I was just waiting for him to die and then, like I was looking at his purple face.
Well, did he?
I was waiting for him to
Did you
die.
expect to have
I was
sex with
waiting
him?
for him to die.
Cause I felt like it was fucked up. I'm like, damn, I'm already this far. So then I just like, yeah.
I understand, but why would he put the chain around his neck?
Because he's a kinky up there.
So was he expecting to have sex with you then? Kinky sex?
I would assume so.
But you said that he just started choking. How long did it take it for him to die?
Like 3 to 5 minutes maybe. I don't know.
3 to 5 minutes of him choking away there.
You said that when you were choking, you started coughing up blood.
Oh yeah.
But
Like, damn.
then you just decided that.
I like to see what happens.
So
You
you
know,
just
I'm
kept
really
going harder and.
I
You wanna see what happened when he died?
I just watched it. Yeah. Well, this one was different. This one was common.
Blood. So when he put the chain around his neck,
This one was
he
different?
thought that you guys were going to have G6. Right? You think that's what Chad was thinking, maybe?
Yeah.
What were you thinking?
I was gonna do the same thing. You know, I was going in, and I did, and I went in. But then he was like, choke me, but he didn't really say it, so I'm like, he put it on his neck. I already know I'm gonna choke him, and I did. So.
All right, so before that, did you guys, was there any foreplay?
We launched onto the bed. We went from the stairs to the bed, and then, yeah.
Were clothes on or?
Yeah, now good.
But before you chain went around his neck, were you and Chad like kissing or any foreplay or anything?
No, we were chilling at home.
You just chilling. So all of a sudden, the chain went around his neck? How come? I'm just trying to get it.
He likes it.
Alright.
I was gonna walk him like a dog.
You know, and he wanted that?
I have no idea. What I was gonna do it anyway.
Instead, she killed him like a dog.
He likes it. She said he likes it.
And you claim it was his idea? Was the chain? Hmm?
No, it was his idea. It was all him.
Alright, so you're on the bed. The chain goes around his neck and you start choking him. And you just realized that he was gonna die or what?
I'm just like, shit. I think I went a little too far, cause like I was blacking out while I was doing it, right? And then and then like, I look at him, I'm like, shit, he's already purple. I'm like, I don't know if he's fucking, is he good? But then like when I woke up, like, you know, like during the blackout, I'm like, shit. Like he was coughing up blood, I'm like, I don't know, I just kept on going, like, damn. Sorry.
We'll summarize
When you-
after.
you
I'll
said
summarize.
that When you were choking, you was coughing up blood, you kind of were like, I'm going this far, I'm just gonna keep going. Did you realize that by continuing that made you home?
Joe's doing good here.
Because I felt bad because I'm like, damn, he's gonna be losing after this. I'm like, might as well just kill him.
So you realize that by continuing that you may actually kill him.
He was, I swear to God, he was telling me just like, just do it. So I'm like, wow. And I did it.
I don't know what she said there. I wonder what she said.
I'm like, I accidentally fucked up and then I thought, yeah, that's exactly what happened. All those
And you also said that you enjoyed.
What's interesting is that, you know, on the one hand, she's like saying that she wanted to see it. On the other hand, she's like saying that she screwed up. We're just like sort of going back and forth here as to walking back her admissions.
Right, and I enjoyed it.
Oh, yeah.
All right. What'd you enjoy about that?
Just,
Was it kind of thrilling, a rush, exciting? What was the feeling that you got out of it?
that's all it is.
I'm just trying to understand what you were feeling, you're saying. Yeah, it's like joy of, you know, did it make you happy? Was it just kind of exciting? Like opening Christmas presents
Like,
or?
I don't know. Like, this is the thing that I have, like, I've always had, you know, like, you ever love something so much that you kill it? Like, it happens to me, that's the feeling that I have. I love something so much that I kill it. Like, I love it so much, and then I kill it. That's what happens to me. So,
All right, so he dies, he's dead.
You love something so much that you kill it.
You just kept playing with his body.
Oh, she's trying to describe like Lenny and Mice of Men.
And
the bunny.
when did you decide to, how long did you play with his body? Is that when you thought it was booked outside and might have been light out too?
I don't know, it's still dark.
Still dark?
Yeah, oh, I got gotta be like 2-3 hours.
And is that also when you, used the dildo?
Yeah.
The dildo was after death. Post-mortem dildo.
Did you have sex with his body at all? At any point, or any type of sexual contact? You know, obviously the dildo and stuff, but.
I grinded on him, I put the dick in his ass.
You grinded on?
Yeah, and listened.
Did you ever put his penis in your vagina? Okay, you just grind on him?
Did you see before that you performed a roll on him?
Yeah.
Okay, and that was after he was dead?
Yeah. And then he got happy. He was like half hard while I was still sucking while he was dead. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
And was that part of
Joe is me right now.
That is
Yeah.
part of playing.
That was part of the
Did you?
Actually, I was just, I was severing his head while I was doing that too.
So you,
Wow.
so when, so it was only a couple hours before you severed his head? Or did you fall asleep at any point in time, or? So how long do you think you were in that basement?
She was smiling.
Because you didn't leave until like 3 or 4 this morning, right? But what about during the day? What did you do during the day?
Joe's facial reactions are great here.
I don't know, like
A lot
I
of
was
points for
kind
this.
of like dozing off, like nodding out.
He was dead already? Was his head still on?
No, I took that off. That was the first thing I took off.
Okay.
I wanted to.
What about the rest of his body?
I didn't even take it. And then, the rest of his body, it's, like all the fucking, I don't even know what it is. It's in a big blue container, you know? And it's big.
Container?
It's like a big Tupperware, it's not Tupperware, but it's a Tupperware container, like a.
Big storage code?
Yeah, one of those, and then,
So that's where the body parts are in? Or I thought just they're in a black bag?
they're scattered around.
Oh, so both probably. But when did you start, cutting up his body?
Like almost right away, I was sucking and cutting at the same time.
Then what about the rest of his body parts? Did that take all day to do?
I was getting pissed off at the dismemberment process, actually.
Did it take a while? It took a while.
Yeah, because like I was nodding out. So
Okay, so you're kind of slipping, kind of nodding in and out. Have you taken any other drugs?
I should have took drugs. I probably would have helped, but I didn't. And I just sat there. Yeah.
Do you remember it being daylight at all?
Yeah, when I looked at the window and I seen the daylight.
And was his body together still then?
Why
Or?
is it never together? It's just like, I had fun with him for that 2 hours and then boom.
So, but it took a while to cut the rest of the body up? Okay.
All messed up too.
So, I'm just trying to, so I understand the rules. So you said were you cutting and then you cut a knot off, kind of wake up and start cutting again?
Yeah.
So it took you a little while to cut the body apart. There were times where you went on that or whatever, it wasn't, you didn't work nonstop to dismember his body, right?
I mean, I probably did well in my sleep. I do things in my
You
sleep.
did things in your sleep.
But yeah, but like, that's probably it right there.
Did anybody ever come downstairs at all?
Sarah she came downstairs and then with the kitty cat, and then she set the kitty cat down. The kitty cat, and I was walking around. And I threw the kitty cat, and then yeah.
Did you talk to her?
I'm like, hey Tara. I don't know, it's just weird. Cause like it was an open space, you know, like there's no closed door, and I'm like, it was weird.
She saw anything?
I have no idea. I don't really have to ask. Good question.
So you think she came down at one point and dropped the key to get off downstairs to the basement? Nice.
How long she in the basement, just shortly to drop the cat, or?
Yeah, she just came on there, dropped the cat off, just go use the kitty litter,
Okay.
the box, and then she went right back upstairs. Yeah, and then,
All right, so then throughout this process, you would cut off a body part with one of the knives, and you would put it in the bag or the tote or something like that.
yeah, I was still tweaking out, so I was like, I'm gonna get on that, and then I'm like, wow, it's gonna go. So I got another one, and then I was cutting, and it's gonna go. And I was tweaking, so like, I'm like, oh shoot. I haven't done that.
This is
I didn't
crazy.
mean for all this to happen, and I'm like, I fucked up, I know.
This
I
is
fucked
insane,
up.
guys.
Oh, shit. Yeah, I'm sorry. That's what happened.
No, you know, it's
That right there. Again, the difference between evil, or what is colloquially referred to as crazy, lunatic, versus a legal definition of crazy, lunatic. That you cannot be held criminally liable is not recognizing what's right from what's wrong. She's just, when she says that she recognizes that
Joe's
she effed
moral
up,
ramblings. At least he's
that
pausing it.
It's just shooting her own not guilty by reason of criminal by reason of insanity. It's just decimating it.
No, there's no insanity defense here.
She's
This is not insanity. This is
she's
not insanity.
self-mutilating her defense. I guess she really had nothing else to go with.
Retelling
I mean,
the
her
action
counsel had
excites
nothing
her.
else
That's
to
why
go
the
with.
person. But you can
But
see it exciting.
From a
her.
legal
You can see the
perspective,
smile
all
on
these
her
things.
face.
If she gets high on drugs or whatever, anything like that, that's not helping her. That's not helping her.
Let's pop
her
over,
having crazy evil smirks.
Let's pop over here to Nick Rekieta because I love Joe. He's giving a speech now though, and we're not here for speeches. We're here for the trial. So we'll go over to Nick because we owed Nick a check-in. And this should load in a second. There you go.
Actually, I thought about it. And then, I was getting angry at myself. Very angry at myself. Because I didn't have practice. You know, sucks not having that.
was it sexual you when you were choking, Chad?
Oh, yeah. Very.
Was it exciting when you were sucking on his penis after he was dead?
It was very exciting. Everything was, we should check on my panties. Boom.
Have we been watching this interview for an hour? Damn.
Hey, can you see this? Look, I gotta ask you a question. I just want to kind of clarify some things quick. If I could draw all you shortly. Probably, I believe he's gonna stop. It won't take long. So, after the incident where you choked him out, can you describe how you placed him before, because you said you cut his head off.
Rackets time.
Yeah.
Can you describe where was he at?
This
laying on the bed?
later interview.
Does Rekieta simp?
Okay.
Like, say this is the bed?
Okay, so this is the top of the bed?
Yeah. And,
By the way, Jeff won #1 in the poll, but he is tied for #2 or #3, so very close.
So you're probably laying face out. So
Yeah.
his back was on the bed.
Back was on the
His
bed.
head's partially off the bed.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then,
as one does,
the tub was like right there.
Like the pail that you had the
Yeah.
head in before. Okay. So basically his head's here and the bucket's right here.
Yeah, and then, from there, I said it is.
He cut his head off.
Yeah.
After you cut his head off, I know you said you dumped the pail at one point. Into the shower.
In the shower, yeah.
Did you leave the body there for a while to drain into the pail, or what? How?
It's all in the tub, in the blue tub. You found the blue tub, right?
I don't know if they're slowly going through the scene, so there's a lot of this blood. Did you pull the tub under there? Then?
Oh no, I moved the tub like real fast.
Oh, so you cut the head and pulled the tub under there.
No, when I was dismembering the body,
Yep.
there was, I mean, I'm going like this with a knife, so there's blood fucking going everywhere, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, and then,
But initially, when you cut his head off, there was a pail underneath, correct? Okay, so the head went into the pail.
Business.
The blood went
Thank
into
you
the
for
pail.
today.
The blood bucket fell all the way up.
He did it. He's taking a shot for Schabusiness.
Okay.
Is that not?
Then,
Is that not
did
it?
you move him again when you started with the pail? Because you're talking about that blue Tupperware thing.
so I think there's a black pail, and then there's a blue Tupperware thing, right? And then his head was hanging off. And then I cut the head off, and then, I moved it over, and I brought it back, and then I put it in the pail.
Okay, so initially the head went into the blue Tupperware thing?
I do not think she's guilty of murder one.
There's a lot of blood in that one right now.
In the blue Tupperware thing.
Yeah.
At any point did you, like, before you, because you said you removed the head first,
Nick's changing
did
his
you
language.
start removing limbs right away, or did you kind
Murder
of
one
wait a
doesn't
little
mean
while?
it's not murder.
That's the weird thing, like, cause, when it started happening, like, I started, like, nodding out.
Okay.
And then I was going crazy on the limbs, like, even while I was sleeping, and then it looked messed up, and I didn't like it.
Okay. But you believe the blue tub, that big tub, like, probably, I'm thinking it's 4 years described, it's only, like, Tupperware tubs about like this size, that's your cubic one, foot one, and that's where most of the blood is.
We can talk about that in a little
Like
bit.
a bunch of his organs.
The organs are everywhere too.
His organs are everywhere.
Yeah.
Did you like hide organs in the house?
Oh, they're in plastic bags,
In the tunnel?
In, backpacks.
In the back?
In the backpacks, and then in the,
Did you remove all organs?
Nick is higher
The
energy today.
intestines and everything?
Much higher
or-
energy.
Where are the intestines? Do you remember?
The mutilation of a corpse is not an element in murder one.
they're gonna be in a plastic bag.
They're all
You could say it goes to
So that
intent,
blue tub is almost just all blood?
but it seems more like she
It should be
mutilated
like,
the
almost
corpse
like
incidentally after to
this
me.
much.
Alright. Okay, we're just trying to clarify a couple of things. I'm just trying to make sense of something.
Yeah.
Okay?
Okay,
Alright, I appreciate it. Thank you.
all right. Thank you.
All right. I think we have a little bit more.
So someone asked why the detectives seem so excited.
How you doing?
They're good on yourself.
Alright.
I think they
Can we
think
talk
they're
for a
going
minute
to
again?
nail down intent and stuff like that.
So,
Nick is
Fire,
much
we'll talk
more
about
I
it
alive.
was at the house right now.
Interview's
There's,
over.
you know what a medical examiner is?
Nick is
The one
much
that
more
come out
alive
and
today.
Take care of people that die and see how they die. And so, you know, they have a bunch of questions for us that we really can't answer. And the biggest questions that they have is exactly how did you dismember Shad? Did you know, cut arms, or I mean, or was it just
And by the way,
internal
Nick is
organs,
kind of
or-
wrong about. I mean, it's sort of. It does show intent, right?
So you started on the head, right?
It's very relevant to
Yeah,
intent.
and then I don't know where I'm from there. I just want to.
It's not an element,
Did you
but
cut
it is relevant.
Did you remove his arms? Okay, can you show me where you were cutting the arms?
They're also trying to nail down that she did this,
Right.
not that she knew it happened and is
Was this
talking
part of the
about
arm
it.
left on?
They may know the details. They may have the body parts at this
You gotta
point.
go in that blue
They may
bag.
know the state of the body. They're going to
Did you know that
they're
you cut
asking
off at
questions
the elbows?
about things that
Did
didn't
you cut
happen.
both arms off at the elbows?
I would hope so, because like, I was saying that dismemberment process I did was like really messed up because like I was nodding out. And then I was,
70% of you think Nick is simping for Taylor.
Just
Well, and some of you in the
Just
chat
the
say he's
knife,
really
okay.
simping for his chat, which okay,
Did you remove
potato
your-
potato, right? Oh, it came down to 69%.
Where was your elbows?
Coincidence? I think not.
I think there's one leg that's actually intact.
Okay.
And then, maybe, where is it? I have no idea.
Where was his body located when you did this? dismembering? Was it in one spot or?
Yeah. It was all in the same spot.
And where's that again?
Blue tub.
So the body was in the blue tub as you were cutting it up? Okay, then did you empty the tub at points, or, you know what I mean?
Was there a bed down there or just a mattress or?
There was a mattress that was laid down. There should be blood on the sheets. Like a lot of blood, but, try to get it off. But, I can't fucking think right now, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I'm fucking nuts.
Yeah, you know, because, like I said, just, yeah. And they'll probably figure it out eventually, but, they just got some questions about, like, where blood might have went, or most of it went. I mean, you said a bucket, or, yeah, down the drain, or that. But it was, when you took off his head, was he lying on a mattress? Or was he someplace else?
I had his head hanging off,
The mattress?
and then I was fine.
But was a bucket underneath his head?
Yeah.
So it was high enough?
I don't know, it just dropped in there.
What's that?
It just dropped in there after I got the bone.
But it was high enough that it could stand up underneath his body, you know what I mean? So let's say the body visited the bed, the bucket was able to fit underneath there. Was that bed was high enough for the bucket to fit there? Or would it have to be on its side or something, the bucket?
No, the bucket was just fine where it's at, on the edge of the bed,
On the floor or on the bed itself?
on the floor. So there's a box spring and then there's a mattress.
You know, you know, what do you think should happen if somebody does something like this to somebody else?
I don't know, they obviously get prison time, I don't know. Whole lot, like, I don't know, this was out of random.
Think it was the right thing to do?
No, I did it anyway.
New poll in the chat. Will Taylor win her insanity defense? No way for sure.
And I just want to
Maybe.
clarify, when he had the chain around his neck, were you behind him?
Yeah.
This is a lot of information.
With just one end or two ends or the chain or? In, just one, but you hold it out of, you know, I mean, because if you wrap a chain around somebody's head, you just hold one end of the chain, the other end is going to go loose.
No, so if you seen, there was a ring, and there's two rings, and then like you can pull the chain from under the ring and then pull it back.
All right, so then a loop at the end of the chain that could go around, kind of like a dog choke collar.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, do you think it was a dog choke collar?
Could have been.
Could have been.
Very much so.
Was it that size?
It was that size. Very large dog.
All right, and so then you would have been, was he laying on the bed? Or kneeling or something else?
He would have been on his stomach.
Something like that?
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Jumper chain? And there were two of those, correct? You said there was one for, that was on him, yours was a
Yeah.
little smaller?
Yeah.
Does this guy look familiar to you at all?
Mr. Gannon?
That agent?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the one.
So he was lying face down on the bed? Or was he just on his hands and knees?
He was lying face down on the bed.
Okay, you're on top of him. On his back,
Down, I was on his back.
pulling the chain back. Okay. Hope that heal.
Did you guys find all the parts yet?
So
Yeah.
going through the process of looking. So, did you remove any other, you said you had the heart and the liver, how about the lung? Did you remove all that from the chest cavity? Or did you leave them in there, or
It could be in
do you remember, or
there. They're all in plastic bags.
separate bags, or one big bag?
her own separate bag with Walmart bags.
Oh.
Feel fine.
Well, it should do. Okay. How you doing? Feeling all right? You need anything or hungry or anything? Or what?
Just fine.
Well, you're right. I mean, you need any food or he got water, obviously. So if you need anything or you go to the restroom, knock on the door, and then you realize you're probably going to jail after this when we're done. So
I didn't know that.
I'm just, tell them what it is, and don't like to screw around with anybody. So
Alright. Yeah.
You've been forthcoming with us, so we're going to be forthcoming with you.
Thank you.
And we appreciate it.
I mean, like Dave said, if somebody kills somebody and dismembers them, do you not think that person probably should go to jail?
Oh, fuck yeah. Yeah, this shit was fucked up, so, I don't even know, I'm like, goddamn. Yeah.
So, we have to see where we're coming from and what we gotta do. And nothing personal.
Yeah. Sucks.
All right.
You need something? Say knock on the door.
Thank you.
All right.
Off the video that we all.
So we're done here. I'm gonna go back to talking now because we've seen all the video. He's gonna just do some boring
accurate,
shit like, was this
consistent with what
valid?
you recall
Is it
from
accurate? I mean,
in-person meeting with Taylor Schabusiness.
in this case, look, what did we hear there that was very relevant? Let me just go over this real quick. I'm going to mute the audio, mute the court audio. We found out that she admitted to choking him out, admitted to wearing a dog collar, walking him like a bitch, putting a dildo in his ass, pegging him orally, sucking him off, giving him a blowjob while she dismembered him, while she decapitated him, admitting to the act. All of that goes towards the act of doing it, proving the act, which is an element of the crime. Of murder, so there's just the element of doing it, right? So it's proven she's doing it. Also can go towards intent. It's relevant to intent. So a lot of information there that really does nuke her. She also seemed very lucid, very aware during that interview, which also goes towards this case, and then will hurt her insanity defense. Also,
so you took the gun fingers. Is that why you got that? And you kept mentioning that you liked it.
I was gonna take it and then I just left it. I was staring at it, I was looking at it, where I was looking at there it is, I was gonna go up the stairs and I just I left it there. Like I was gonna come back, I was gonna come back, and I left it there. And I don't know.
Only 4 minutes. This is like 5 days later.
But you were gonna eventually take all the parts, did you?
Yeah, I really don't know.
It's something spooky.
Oh, I kept on hearing like footsteps up and down the stairs, down the stairs, down the stairs.
That's your question. Would we be then?
Do you remember wiping up the concrete floor right then? You remember wiping up that?
Yeah, before I screeched, they were right there.
Okay. And then you put those in the bags, remember that? What do you do with those rocks? Do you put them in?
I think, yeah, I had no idea what happened.
Okay, would you use those to wipe up the blood?
Yes.
Did you move to that?
Yes, I did.
To cover that up?
Yes.
Okay. And you remember thinking like all the stand-up showers in that first part of the basement? There's that shower.
a shout out to the 2 stickers from Leprechaun Gold, $5, and another 2. Appreciate you so much and your support of this channel.
And that squeak.
You used to speak. That's right. We're just speaking. Instead of that, you what we saw.
You're feeling? Were you anxious, angry, excited?
Well, when I woke up and I seen that this happened and there was like the environment around me, and I was like, it feels like I'm on a hidden camera TV show right now. And I was like, well, but yeah, I was angry. So, I was really pissed off and freaking out a little bit.
Yourself?
Yeah. Yeah, very much so. One, the victim was like my friend, right? And two, it's it was an open area. Very open area. I didn't like that one bit. The dismemberment process was awful.
Yeah. Can you go into a little bit more on that?
Actually, for you, something to that?
Sure.
Were you cleaning up so that you were caught?
Well, yeah, to the best of my ability, I almost like called on myself like 4 times, but I'm like, there's no fucking way. There's people upstairs.
Sure.
There's people upstairs. I'm like, how am I gonna get away with this at all?
Is that one of your thoughts when you're
Yeah.
chopping them up?
Yeah, I was just like, there's no way I'm gonna get away with this, and now I'm fucking screwed.
And that's part of the reason you put them in different bags or cleaning up, is that correct?
I was coming up, but then like when I said I was tripping out in the body, was like rebuilding himself because I already cut off his arm and his arm came back on. I'm looking at this, I'm like, there's no way. There's no way, you know? And then and I'm like, am I that high?
Would you cut it off again?
Yeah.
So,
And it took forever.
yeah, I know Sean, but one of his arms had where you cut it. We never cut all
Yeah. It's weird because I cut it all the way off. And then that's, I'm just saying that, like, I don't know.
Was it easily moved now? Because was it there a guy than you?
Because I'm looking at this, I'm like, how do I get Shad out of here? Can't just leave Shad here. Be like, hey mom, Shad's dead. So, yeah.
And Detective Graf, the portion of the video that we just watched from the February 28th.
Yeah, I think that the
2022 interview,
Dahmer
that
stuff is
accurately
very
reflect
relevant, given
portion
that
of your
it's
interview
definitely
with
not
Mr.
irrelevant.
Business on that date, February 28th.
Yes, it does.
And Detective Graf, after
And
that
I would move
interview,
for then formally
So we're
move for the
past
admission
that.
of,
would you?
Exhibit 110.
We're past that period.
I mean, would you though? Yes, I would.
Going back to talking, and we're going to stick with rackets for a bit, and then we'll head over to uncivil law. Kurt, so far, by the way, rackets a little bit more spunky than yesterday, a little bit more spirited. He's really going hard for defending
that detective
Taylor.
to drop down to one knee and propose to her right there in court. Let's see. Chinnator says, Nick, I was dying last night at the freeze frame of your face when you lost power, and when you came back to tell us you lost power and boomered it. Yeah. Yeah, Romo Drummer sent several super chats. Says, I think they are trying to make it loud enough for the people in the court to hear. They don't realize it's also being streamed. It's raping our ears.
Yeah, it's bad. It's real bad.
To interview whether
Maybe
Mr.
they'll
Business
dismember us after
mentioned
that.
Racket should at least look, acknowledge the evidence that's
Stephen
against her.
Hendricks
Don't just be like, it's
during
all,
this
it doesn't prove
incident.
murder one. Okay, I get it. But like, in murder
recall
two is
that,
still murder.
The guy in the background does look like Richard Spencer.
Recall correctly, she
Oh, Jeff is at a 6%. We will
At
be
first
going
she
to
didn't,
Jeff after
mention
uncivil.
that,
So it'll be
but later
uncivil
on she
and then Jeff back to legal vices.
the contact relative to the eyeglasses.
Oh, yes. She did mention that at one point she did go up into the kitchen and had contact.
In fact, we've
with
been
Hendricks
watching
about
rackets for a while,
yes.
so maybe let's switch over to uncivil because we'll
I
give
have
him
no
a little
further
bit of
questions
time.
for Detective Graf. I don't know if the court wishes to.
Let's see. Okay, it's a good one because of the pause. So let's go over here to uncivil and see how the uncivilians are doing.
Witnesses, people are expected to appear. So I'm caught in a difficult spot.
Well, you can address it to me when you come back at 1 o'clock, okay?
Okay, looks like we're about to have a break.
Thank you.
So we're going on recess. We ended with that one, ended with the tape. A lot of tape, but we're past it. That was actually the longest and most boring part of this trial. So really
Okay.
a struggle for you to get through and people get through. Honestly, a key component for
Okay,
that.
well,
oh
that
my
will
God.
be
Kurt
enough
zoomed
for
out a little
now.
bit. He zoomed out a little bit. A lot
So
of forehead
let me
there, though.
answer the chat's question about the admissibility of
Okay.
confessions with intoxication.
Okay.
The short answer is yes, they're admissible. Now, of course, I'm going to assume that we're
Kurt.
talking about voluntary intoxication.
I want
right?
to become bigger
Difference,
to
of
make
course,
Kurt
being that
smaller.
you know what you're taking.
Okay, this
or
this
that
is
you
more
know,
balanced.
or that you know that you're taking a risk in what you're taking, right? So the idea that you're taking the substance voluntarily,
Kurtzilla.
and that you either know what it is or you know you're taking a risk in what you're doing. So like if you take
You're
a
voluntarily
off the,
taking a
you know,
risk,
if you
yes.
take a street drug, you know, and you think it's X, then you know any reasonable person might know that that is not necessarily what is actually in the pill, right?
Yes.
That you might be getting something else other than that, or different things, or different amounts of things, right?
Yes.
They're not exactly regulated
That's true.
the same way that a drug from a pharmacy is regulated. So you know when you get the drug from the pharmacy, if you get a 50 milligram tablet, you know it's 50 milligrams, so you know the drug is pure, right? That's like the whole point of the Food and Drug Act, right? If you're getting it off the street, you're like, oh, I want a 50 milligram pill. Well, who knows what's actually in there? But like you're taking it with that risk, right? So if you know what's in it, or you're taking it voluntarily, as opposed to you didn't know that you were taking it, or you didn't know that
This
it was,
is Kurt's
you know,
strength.
that
Kurt knows
it's a
the law.
regulated
He's
product
right
and you
on
didn't know
this.
that's wrong. Ian
He's
and I
right
were
on
talking
this.
about a case where that actually happened, where a person went to a bar and they ordered a drink, but the person was overserved. They didn't
Yes.
know they were being overserved. They didn't know how much alcohol they were getting. The bartenders made mistakes in how much alcohol they were being delivered. So they were like ordering singles but getting doubles or whatever it was.
Sure.
Or they were getting,
That happens a lot though at a lot of bars. It's
you know,
very
they
common.
basically were
I
getting
like
way
it.
more alcohol than they thought they were, and to no knowledge of their own. And it's a regulated product, so they should be it. So that would be an example where it's involuntary intoxication, right? So you don't know what you're getting, and it's an unusual situation, obviously, because usually when you go to a bar, it's like, yeah, you're getting something, but you know, in this situation, it was an unusual situation. Okay, so we're going to deal with a involuntary intoxication scenario. Okay, so for a waiver of Miranda to be valid, you need three things. You need to be knowing, intelligent, and voluntary. The Miranda waiver itself pretty much takes care of the first two, knowing and intelligent, right? So first of all, you have to know that you're waiving it, and you have to know what you're waiving. So they ask you, like, do you want to still talk to us? Yes. That's knowing, right? Do you want to talk to us? So if they just said, do you want to talk to us? That would be knowing. So if all the police said to you was, do you want to talk to us? And you're like, yes, I do. That would be knowing, but it wouldn't be considered intelligent. That's the entire point of the Miranda waiver, is to make it legally intelligent, that you legally understand what you're being told. And of course, that's the whole point of Miranda, right? You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney during the interview. If you cannot afford one will be appointed for you. You have the right to discontinue the interview at any time, right? That tells you everything you need to know so that you understand it. Like, that's legally intelligent. And then you say, do you agree? Yeah. Okay. So you got basically the first two are built into the Miranda waiver, knowing and intelligent. So all you have left is voluntary. Okay. Basically, this thing here, if with involuntary, is sort of the same thing as it relates to intoxication, as it relates to defenses and crimes, typically, which is no. If you voluntarily take the substance that lowers your ability, you voluntarily took the substance that lowers your ability.
This is good law. This is good law. He's on top of
So no, intoxication is not typically a defense.
Take it voluntarily,
and then your only
unless
exceptions to
someone
that
puts you under
are
duress.
basically either the psychosis that we've been talking about, right, an induced psychosis, or you were so
Kirk can look
intoxicated
shifty, but he's right on
that
the law.
you
He's correct. This is correct law.
were rendered unconscious. So you might be talking, but you're not, but your brain, so you might be, but effectively you're sleepwalking at that point, right? You might
That's
be
not
talking,
what
you
her
might be
argument is
responding
here.
intelligently, but you're not really awake, right? You are so drunk that you're rendered unconscious. And that obviously doesn't pop up very often. So that's how drunk you have to be. So even if you're slurring your words, even if you're on heavy prescription medications, Valium, opium, alcohol, meth, even if you're on heavy drugs, you're slurring your words, you're falling asleep, right? As long as you are in any sense lucid, and we're willing to stretch this pretty far, as long as you're in any sense lucid, it's a question of weight for the jury at that point, right? So if you are so far gone that you are unconscious, we will not give it to the jury. If you are not that, then it's an issue of weight for the jury, because the jury, of course, is the finder of fact, can observe this person falling asleep, slurring, basically borderline gone, and be like, well, they're not lucid, because that's a conclusion the jury can find as a finder of fact. So then it becomes a finding of fact, right, as opposed to a finding of law. So that's basically the standard. You have to be
this is a standard.
Incredibly drunk. And good luck.
She wasn't.
Good luck.
She wasn't. She
being that
clearly
drunk.
recalled a lot
that
of
you are
details
so
there.
far gone that you are basically rendered unconscious, or so far gone on any
She
medication.
clearly got
you're
some
unconscious.
details right.
And obviously that would be an issue that would be in a preliminary hearing, and basically no. So yeah. Basically,
I
no.
get that. I get. By the way, there's an argument in the
So,
chat about
it-
stuff being in
the-
evidence.
the
I
too
get
long didn't read- the
waiting
too long
for it's
didn't read
in
is,
evidence. I get.
yeah,
waiting
your
for
drunken confession.
But
will
now
be
that
used
you
against
know it's in, and that evidence is now.
And
in,
now that
so
I've
you
gone
have to
through all the nuance of all the exceptions that will never ever apply in any real case, now you understand all the things.
Yeah. Well, no, there actually are cases where that stuff does apply. But Kurt, very strong on the law. Kurt always has really good legal analysis, always really good thoughts there. So that's a lot of points for Kurt on that one, and just knowing the law. I think that's very much Kurt's strong point. So let's check in with Vices here, because that was the next one up in our stream sniping. Now, I hear he's got 6 people now in his chat. So let's see how insane and unwieldy it is. I do not like big chats, so we may only be in this one
That is
quickly.
like so
Okay, it's got
out
6
there
people. All right.
in the world of like psychopathy.
Question.
But the
And
thing
it's-
is that
Let's go here on the
that's
side.
great
I'm the 7th.
for her defense, though, if she's going for the NGI, because just like you just said,
Rob
that's
fixed his
insane.
hair today.
You know,
It's
people in that
sociopathy.
jury was
Rob
like,
put on a hat.
There it is, right?
Because his hair was
what
looking
insane
ridiculous.
person would do something like that?
Could sociopathy?
Nate's got the
be
do-rag
a
again. I like
diagnosis
it.
That could
Looks good.
legitimize. The
Hayden
NGI,
looks
possibly?
like he's way too bright.
But a depraved
Steve's
mind
having fun,
itself,
though.
Like the
And he's
depraved
writing an
mind
article
isn't
on
the
this.
basis for the NGI.
Right.
Like the depravity that's shown shows a conscious regard for what she's doing.
Gosney
with
has good
dismemberment
takes
of
'cause
the
he's a
human body.
practitioner.
So I'm kind
He
of with
knows what the
Steve
fuck
on
he's
this one.
talking about.
I think this is NGI. After watching that interview, is like, see you later, off the table.
Well, let me push back against my own point.
So,
Is Steve
And that
counterpointing
is that,
himself?
okay, if you're a defense attorney and you know that you don't have it legally, because we're all thinking with a legal framework, right?
Yeah.
But the jury doesn't know the legal framework, even though they're going to be instructed.
Confuse the
You
law.
can still go for the whole confusion Chewbacca defense by saying, "Hey, look here, this person's nuts and they're crazy. This is the very definition of insanity." And even though the jury, the instructions doesn't fit, maybe the jury would say, "Yeah, this is crazy,"
Legal
and
mind
give you an
system.
NGI anyway.
I'll push back against your pushing back against yourself pushback. Yeah, I think where the jury can be layman, it can be. Do we have like layman splaining? Is that a thing? Layman splained into this is she had to not be aware of what she was doing was wrong at the time she did it.
But you know what's
the fact-
really wrong? What's really wrong though is freaking mindset keeps sniping us.
Yeah, I know. But at the time that she was doing this, she knew it was wrong, clearly, because she was trying to hide the body parts. She was hiding the body parts in buckets, in containers,
The
in a bucket
Italian
at the
showing,
bottom of
yeah.
the stairs, covered with a towel.
Vices has a
She
Florida
knew
man,
it
so
was
his ESG
wrong,
score went up.
clearly
No, it
because
went
she was
down.
hiding the
Florida is very toxic now.
Yeah, because that's essentially what you're trying to prove, right? The person can't appreciate you're attacking the mens rea element. You're not attacking actus reus. You're essentially giving up. And you're attacking the mens rea, right? She couldn't
There you
appreciate
go.
what she was doing was wrong. But
Devil's
I think
advocate
I
inception
think that
here.
kind
Just
of
admit
cuts
y'all are
both ways,
kink
because
shaming
now if you're a
post-mortem
jury
BJs.
that doesn't have the technical knowledge to say, hey, she was trying to hide the body, that kills your NGI. But then on the back end, you're saying all of these depravities, her laughing, her smiling, her enjoying it, that would lead, I think, a normal person to believe that this person may need a mental versus the legal implications of it. So
we need legal
I think the prosecutor,
perspective. Yes,
We're all just kink shaming post-mortem BJs.
I think the prosecutor in this case, though, I think has to kind of dumb it down in their closing and understand, like, hey, listen, these are the reasons, legal reasons why, and hopefully the jury can overcome that. Because if you just tell somebody the story, she's obviously insane. That's what I would say.
Well, as the most lay person
Wow.
on this panel, I'm the closest thing to like, what a juror might be. And, I'm looking at it.
I don't know if she's lay,
think
but
of it in
okay.
the terms of she did a horrific
Anybody
thing,
who's on these
that's
panels or who
completely
watches law
irredeemable.
stuff, you're not
It
a
was
normal
obscene, it
person. I
was
think you're removed from a
depraved,
normal
it was
person. You're kind of a weird
grotesque,
person.
It was horrifying.
Everybody.
The family's been
I mean,
incredibly
obviously
victimized by
lawyers are
this.
even further out, but
She should be punished. She should be, sent to prison for life. She doesn't belong in society. That's the way that I would perceive it without seeing the jury instructions.
And I mean, also, this is Wisconsin, and they've already brought in the Dahmer stuff, and that goes back to Dahmer was eating people, and he
she might
was
have had a
found
nibble.
not clinically insane.
a gentle nibble.
You'd never know if she had a nibble.
She was eating too.
I mean,
We know
she's
she
saying,
was,
She eat the
she's saying that
D.
she was sucking and cutting at the same time. so there
Sucking
had
and
to have
cutting at
been-
the same time.
That's
Chandler caught that
nauseating to think
detail.
about, but she
Chandler
obviously
caught that
consumed
detail.
Something from this, and there was
And we all we're also
Ozzy is looking good.
presaging
Look at Ozzy's
the,
face. Look at Hayden's
sanity
face.
defense phase, because this is the guilt phase.
Yeah,
so
sure.
she's gonna get nailed on the guilty. So the question is we're really presaging the next phase of this trial. I mean, do you think the state's going to put anybody else on? I would just sit down at this.
This is
right?
this is the last.
No, they
this is
said
the
last
witness.
They said that was the last. Yeah,
That's what I'm saying. They didn't really even need this to but they put this on just to put the nail in the coffin. I really
this is
sit
the
in the
slam
defense.
dunk.
Ghazi versus Ghazi is the best legal debate.
debate.
well, that's
If you
speaking of
guys-
legal
if you
debates,
guys
you're
are-
debating yourself the whole book, pretty much.
Yeah, go ahead, Nate.
No, I'm saying if you guys were to defend it for the defense counsel, what's your case in chief? Like, what do you get up there and do? You have one or two.
Good panel. Good panel. These guys have a good go around here.
But we have to deal with this all the
So
time.
Vice's definitely has the biggest and best panel. A lot of the other streamers are going solo. I think Vice's is right to have the people on,
and that's why
especially for
I get
lunchtime.
so frustrated with
I think
state
this is good
attorneys and
for a
prosecutors
break.
who want to cheat because their job's to uphold the law.
Yeah,
and it's like this guy. There's very few objections because the state has been playing it very clean. I mean, they've got this guy.
Yeah,
See, but think about the morality.
And Steve is a
of,
public
I only
defender.
cheat
Steve
on
is
the
a
close
defense
ones.
attorney.
That's
and Steve
that's
is
even worse
intellectually
because those are the
honest
people that
enough
are
to
most
say they've
likely
got
to be
this
not
guy.
guilty
They've got her.
or innocent or actually innocent. So there should never be cheating. by the
Steve is being
prosecutor. And
honest
here's
here.
a good example of a good judge, good prosecutors. And I'm going to give a lot of credit to the judge because the judge is keeping a tight rein. And I'll bet you he has trained these public defenders and trained this person, this prosecution team, to be this professional. So credit to the judge. I'm going to give number one, but the
Clone
fact is
Ghazi and let them
your
fight.
job as a public defender is to advocate.
Like there's dark Ghazi
and
and,
to make
light
sure the
Ghazi.
state follows, gives them a fair trial. And so far, he's done
Screw
a good
you,
job.
Hunch.
I mean,
You're
I
on the
know that
spectrum.
this defense attorney is getting a lot of hate, right? And that this is the thing. I mean, in other channels, people like to, and it's fun because we want to say the defense attorney is the client, right?
No.
But he's doing what he can with absolutely nothing. He preserved the records when there was that little blip like yesterday, right? He did a very good job of preserving the record on that. He's on point on his objections when he makes them. He's not just creating a lot of fluff. He's giving her a fair trial. And I mean, I don't know if you were to pay a guy $1 million, what would they do different than what this guy's doing? And it goes back to Nate's question, a big circular way back to Nate's question, which is, what is the defense? And I don't think there is one. There really is no defense. You've got to go for the Hail Mary, NGI, insanity defense, confuse the jury a little bit, and hope they're like, this lady's crazy. We all agree, right?
No, yeah,
Okay,
but it's not
and
the same
forget
definition
jury
of crazy.
instructions.
That's
So I
the thing.
think
It's not the
that's
legal
how
definition of crazy.
So let me do a few super chats here. Let me clear the super chats so people can go about their lunch with it. Tourette's Majestic, thank you so
Okay.
much for joining and being the
So we'll
newest.
pause here for a second on that and just get our one chat here. Leprechaun Gold, thank you for the 20 dots as well. Thank you for the big support for this channel. Great supporter of this channel. Appreciate that. Chewbacca defense. People have pointed that out. All right, let's give Joe a chance here. So far, by the way, you guys voted Jeff number one, but I want to give the other guys a chance here and see how they're
certainly
doing as
didn't.
well.
I'm curious
see
what
how
you guys thought about this.
Joe's
in
opinion
my
here.
poll here, which was, did she eat him?
Did she eat him?
And wow, you guys think she did?
Let's
I'm
give
ending
Joe a
this
chance.
poll right here.
Joe's
and I
getting
got
off
my
the
polls
poll.
coming in 250 votes. 50% of you think she went full Dahmer. 24% say drank some blood.
Jeff
that's
does
it,
have a
and
strong
24%
panel and
say
strong
nope.
dog game. So you
So
got to
it's
give Jeff the
basically
credit
one quarter,
for his
and a
strong
half.
panels.
I would have gone with the drank some blood.
Joe has a boomer
I
pole.
don't think she ate him.
It's okay. It's a little slow, but
I
it's
don't
okay.
think she was like throwing on the garlic and the salt. I don't think so.
By the way,
it's not easy.
We
to
have
eat
an
human
almost
flesh,
5-to-1 like
flesh.
to viewer
It's
ratio,
not
which is
easy to,
hilarious.
like, eat.
Everyone comes by, likes the video, and leaves. I love
It's
it. If
like-
you guys are here and want to bounce around, I don't care. It's cool. It's awesome, dude. I actually
don't
love
think
that.
she went down.
So smash the like button, leave a comment. You know, come in, drop some love,
Chianti and
bounce
baba
around.
beans.
It's all good in the hood.
So I don't know. What do you think, Andrew? What do you think, legal mindset?
I think it's great, dude.
Legal shaman
I
set.
think it's
Do you think
fantastic.
that she ate? Do you think that
Yes.
she like chewed on it?
Yes,
She's like,
Joe. Yeah, I think she took a nibble of the D, like you do right now. Like, what are you doing?
I think it's very likely she drank blood.
Yes.
Because she has this fascination. I don't know if you saw it, Andrew.
I did.
This is my way of streaming with you.
Yes, I did. Yeah, it's
I
how we're
don't
gonna
know
have
if you
this
saw
conversation.
the picture because they were showing
Oh,
it.
I did.
depends
I
on
always
where
saw
you
it
were
all.
sniping. At the time
I
when that
was.
picture came up of her with the picture of Dahmer on her phone, where it looks like
Mm-hmm.
she's like laying back in bed with a picture of Dahmer next to her, as if Dahmer was her lover.
Yes.
And that she's taking a selfie as if she's laying in bed with Jeffrey Dahmer.
Yes. Very sexual.
They showed it on Court TV, did not show it on Law
Oh,
and
I saw.
Cuts.
Oh, we saw it.
And
Oh, we saw it.
I
Don't
actually
worry,
was
Joe.
watching LNC variant, and I
This is
knew
how-
that
this-
they
this-
don't
this is
show some
amazing. This is
stuff,
gold.
which is why I plucked that up here from Court TV and just showed that
Ask Joe if sperm
to
consumption
share
is
with
kosher.
my
Okay,
audience.
got
The
it.
reason I'm using LNC is because they have closed caption.
Okay.
And I think that
here it is.
I'm
chat.
trying to be sensitive to those in my audience who are hearing impaired, which basically seems to be a lot of you guys.
I put the question in his chat.
Especially with the terrible audio.
Put
It's
the
not really,
question
I'm
in
not
his
really
chat.
saying.
We'll see
yeah,
if he
you don't have to be
answers it.
hearing impaired with the terrible audio that we actually are getting from this courtroom.
Let's
whether
see
it's
if Joe answers my
interrogation room
question.
Or a judge who seems allergic to the microphone. But that was not a picture. That's not just a picture where she's like taking pictures. She wants
If
to.
Joe
this-
streams time to be
this
back,
is
it'll be
me
great.
and Dahmer. That's what she's like as if she's like one with.
She's
Dahmer.
obsessed
and she's
with him.
taking
That's a
that
different
picture
level,
10 days
yes.
beforehand.
It's a
now,
fetish
Dahmer
is
most
relevant.
notorious nationally because
It's a
of the
pseudo interaction.
cannibalism.
He knows I'm here.
Like
but
he's more known,
I'm like the
I think,
Holy
than
Spirit.
most
You know,
serial
I'm dwelling
killers
within him,
because
except
of
for
cannibalism.
he doesn't have
But at
Jesus.
the root of
so
it is
I'm
the
not, you know.
is the serial killing. I mean, also the stuff that she's googling.
She definitely
like,
took a nibble.
Dahmer looking sexy in court. This is creepy stuff. Or Jeffrey Dahmer's butt. It's just weird sexual fetishization of Jeffrey Dahmer, and so from I that's the reason to think that she went Jeff Boyardee here.
Jeff
and decided
Boyardee, yes,
to-
very true, very true.
And to decide
Joe is
to
good, but he
engage
checks
in
his
that.
chat the
But
least.
I
That's
don't know.
Joe's
I
weakness.
assume Jeff
He does
just,
not
like, did
check
a
his
little bit
chat.
of, like, you know,
He
sizzling
does not
of the
check his
meat
chat.
before
he wants you to pay.
It's not easy to eat it raw.
I read it.
can't
I
imagine.
read it. I read you guys.
I'm just assuming why would human body not that I've
Joe
tried
can't
it,
say
but why would a human body
fetishization.
be any easier to chew and digest than any other uncooked
unkosher.
mammal?
Comment on the kosherness of sperm. Do it, Joe. Do it.
Definitely not kosher.
Do it. He's gonna read the comment.
Definitely
Come on.
not kosher.
It says it's not kosher. He said it's not
Dahmer
kosher.
looking sexy in court.
It's not. It's not kosher. Joe confirmed.
You know who would
Not
say
kosher.
that? Someone who engages in necrophilia.
It's not
That
kosher.
too. That too. Someone who's like, oh, dang, he's
His
dead.
comments are great.
Let's
His
cuddle.
comments are great.
Let me stick his own. Let me stick this toy in his mouth or in
Yeah,
his
the,
butt.
I was like,
And,
did you catch the?
sick woman?
Winning.
Anyway.
the facial.
And as a side note, in case you missed it, I'm going to give you like a little breakdown, which I'm not going to have a chance to cover it, and I should just alert
There you
all
go.
of
I'm
you.
just dropping it in
okay?
there.
Starting tonight into tomorrow.
Joe
tonight,
and
like
Nick
at
need to raid
sunset
Andrew's
local,
channel and just
into
getting back. It'll
tomorrow
help him.
is
And then when he
what
listens,
is
yeah,
a
it's fine. They
Jewish
can raid
day
me or
of
they
mourning. I am a
snipe me
religious Jew,
back.
a
It's fine.
practicing religious Jew. It's a Jewish day of mourning.
He is a
where
practicing
we
Jew.
fast, and we're not supposed to really be engaging in business. It's not like our Sabbath where we don't deal with electronics. I can deal with electronics, but you're really supposed to be fixating on the loss of the temple and other sadness in Jewish history. So, and work is highly discouraged. Highly discouraged.
Is this work? I think it
so.
is work.
I am not going to be streaming tonight.
Wow.
And I am not going to be streaming the trial tomorrow. I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to do with respect to streaming the trial. I don't expect the trial to wrap tomorrow.
Super chat says Grift, throw some shekels and conveniently sees your chat. Yeah, no, it's all good. Hey, look, I'm the same way. If you throw a super chat, your priority goes to number one. I get it.
I'm hoping to stream tomorrow night.
I'm a streamer too. I get it.
So that's giving you status.
I respect that Joe actually.
I wanted you all to be alert that I'm not going to be streaming. I'm not going to be live streaming tonight, and I will not be streaming this trial tomorrow. Maybe if I'm feeling really strong in the afternoon, some of us you're allowed to do work. Maybe in the afternoon, but I doubt it. I highly doubt it.
All right.
So I wanted you all to be alert to that I'm not going to be here.
Cool.
Where am I at? Oh yes, there's a few other things I wanted to cover with you. I've been checking the news because I've got another.
So you're
45
forcing
minutes.
us to watch
If you have
Legal
questions about the
Mindset?
trial
Oh, great.
that you want to
Yes,
throw at me,
yes,
I'll
yes.
try to
Very
sort of
nice.
keep that open.
I'm a man of the people. Yes.
Yeah, I don't know who. That's a good question because I was voted by his audience as most snipeable,
best snipeable,
like by a 2-to-1 ratio. So I feel for you, you mindset people. But yeah. Anyway, so I just look, there are you all know that there are other people who are streaming this trial, including obviously Nick Rekieta and Legal Vices on Civil Law. And
it's his chance to comment
and
on
the
this.
Snipe Queen herself. Oh, look at my chat.
He sees me in the chat.
Yes.
He sees me.
Thank you.
We got it, boys.
Do I at least get a
boys.
super chat from you?
No.
Do I get a super chat from you for that?
No.
A little tip of the cap?
No, you don't.
What do I win? What do I win?
Not my money. Somebody else's, maybe, but not mine, Joe. You get nothing. None for you. No shekels for you.
I think to the to Legal Mindset's audience, I say thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
I'm
Everybody
very
likes it. It's great. It's always the money. It's always the money with Joe,
because there's some great streamers out there. But
we got
in case in case you missed it,
we
Andrew,
got him, boys.
Well, you were mocking me with the tongue, and I know that even if you knew the context, you
were dirty, Joe.
If I was in your shoes and I knew the context, I would totally pretend to be oblivious to the context.
You have some experience with that tongue on Israeli beaches. It's okay, Joe. It's okay.
I'm silent, but I'm just going like watching the trial.
He's licking himself. Yeah, look at he's doing it again. He's doing it again. He's doing a reenactment of it again. Completely inappropriate.
And he's like, "What's Joe doing? What the heck is he doing? What is he doing?
What is he doing?"
And what the witness on the stand was the doctor, the ME, and he was busy explaining how one of the reasons he knew that he had been choked, that Shad had died via strangulation, was the
shekels. Give the man his shekels.
Which is what happens when someone is trying to gasping their last air, and their tongue basically sticks out. And I was like, it's like Jabba the Hutt. It's like she's playing like Leia there, just choking at him the whole time. It's like, but if you don't have the volume on, you're just watching me. It's probably pretty funny. It's probably pretty funny.
It is pretty funny. It is extremely funny.
Anyway.
Extremely funny. Yeah, Joe called it gay, but he knows what happens,
Anyway.
Should we super chat him, guys? Should we super chat him? So, let me put a poll up. Should I super chat Joe?
So, yeah. That's
By the way, you guys agree that he's not going to win the insanity in defense?
It is fun. It is fun, but it's also work. It's actually, I'll tell you, just on the whole, like Jewish Day morning thing, we actually believe that whatever work you do, you're not going to benefit from. Like it's like basically discouraged, and the concept is you can go to work, but you're not going to be happy with the result. Like it's basically going to be working for nothing.
Should we give Joe some shekels?
And it's like, so you're not really benefiting at all from the work, and you're basically just wasting your time. And yeah, and when you're fasting, which I will be, not eating or drinking, I don't even know
yes
how
or no. Oh, the yeses are winning right now.
Just keep yammering on and on.
Polls up in the chat. Should we give Joe some shekels?
It wouldn't be a good product.
Throw some shekels
and
to
I'd
Joe.
feel guilty, so I'm just not doing it. Anyway, Yeah, so there's that. I wanted to share with you
$1.
also,
Okay, we'll give him
completely
$1
unrelated to the trial.
in the Korean
Fascinating
currency
developments
here. We'll give him
in the Hunter
$1.
Biden criminal.
Oh, it's got to be in
charges.
bot. We're gonna give him.
Many
I'm gonna
of
give
you
him
are
20
likely
bot.
aware of the fact
Not
that
even
Hunter
$1.
Biden,
This is not even $1 US.
Has legal issues and is.
Oh, I don't know if it's
whole
gonna work though. 'Cause I don't know if I have
investigation
my
into
account hooked up here.
His tax evasion.
Oh, no, I don't think
the
I have my. I
GOP
don't
being
think I have
very
my stuff
upset
hooked up.
with
Let me pull this down just in case it exposes any financial situation. I don't have it hooked up here because I have my Korean information hooked up. Now I got to hook up my Thai information. Okay, I can't do it on this account. I can't do it on this account yet.
I don't know enough about
Say
the facts
sorry,
of
Joe.
that, but there was a whole congressional hearing on this issue, and there's a massive development that happened, which is kind of astonishing. A few massive developments over the last 48 hours, and I haven't covered it on my stream, and I don't know when I would timely be able to cover this on a night live stream. Because this is exactly the sort of thing I would cover, and since I'm not positive I'm going to be streaming tomorrow night, I wanted to alert
Well, guys,
you
make sure you
all to
guys
this because there's some.
Make sure you guys come over here to Good Logic. I want to pause him for a second. Make sure you go over there, like his stream. Make sure you comment on it. Throw Joe some love. He's a great streamer, a good friend of mine, and he's just fucking hilarious. Every time Joe and I are together, we have a great time. We enjoy it. So make sure you like that. He's not going to be streaming tomorrow, so other streamers are going to be streaming. So it's like if you're popping in between my stream and other people's streams, maybe go to the ones that aren't going to be on the next day and give them some love, and then you can go over to Vices or Uncivil or Nick the next days. I also will not be streaming tomorrow, so this is it for me today as well. So me and Joe are kind of on the same, we're in the same chutzpah. I don't know. I'm just using Yiddish words now. We're in the same thing. So the other folks will be around. We won't. So throw some love here. Throw some comments on here, and that will help you a lot. 20 baht will get you a high quality hat in Bangkok. Yes, ask Ben. Ben knows all about those high quality Bangkok hats. Let's see if Jeff has already ended his stream here.
Yeah.
Let's go here.
It's 1:23.
Okay, what's going on with this panel?
Miss BZ says she wasn't just intrigued by playing on it; she was sexually excited by it.
Yes.
Yeah, this is the nature of necrophilia. The nature
She
of
was
this
sexually
sort of
excited.
serial killer darkness is that there is that excitement that comes from killing, and that's why they start with animals a lot of times, because they're vulnerable, and it's really hard to understand. But I do, people were saying what's the relationship between
and with
drugs
legal commentary on
and
top
Law
of
and
that.
Lumber here. He talked about it a little bit, and that is that
I look how Rob
there's
looked
not
up
just
when
the
his name
effect
was
of drugs.
called.
So it may not that she
He,
was
like,
even she
completely
smokes
was
the
not
meth,
paying
yes,
attention.
but it's the long-term brain damage that occurs over time. But I don't know. She's such an interesting psychological character. I really want to see some good psychological studies on her.
Well, see, that's the thing is the one thing that nobody's addressed, and we know, but none of us have talked about, is just there are just some bad seeds out there.
Of course there are.
Yeah, like Mindset, who likes to snipe. All
Very much a bad seed.
Pretty
Very much a bad seed.
He's the degenerate.
Yes.
He sniped you over to his stream yesterday, successfully.
Yeah. Well, no, nap time is not happening today. It'll take me 30 minutes to set it.
So degenerate that Jeff is my homie.
Yeah. There's no chance a nap is happening for me today. I've only got 40 minutes. I just want to take a little bit of a break.
Please put her
and
on the
get things ready
stand.
for the next stream, and get a little something to eat. So who's in for the afternoon session?
Sexually excited. It seems to be Taylor's baseline.
I might.
Hard to
might
understand,
be
but
back.
Gaz wrote a book on it.
I'll send you the link.
Thank
then,
you, though,
maybe just in
Tweety,
case.
though. Seriously, though,
Ozzy's here,
I'm trying to
Chandler's
make
here.
this
Nicholas will be
enjoyable,
joining me
fun.
when he gets off work. Natalie Wisco may be making a.
But Natalie's a Wisconsin lawyer, so
she'd be good.
great.
I would love it if she could.
How do you know someone is a bad seed unless you taste
And someone
test?
else who we've
Why
been
don't you ask
having-
that to
trying
Jeff?
to get
It's a
on
good
for
question.
the longest time, but she's actually working, and our schedules don't match up. Legally Dirty Blonde may be here later as well. And potentially Criminal Sean, he might be here as well. So, well, we could possibly have a great panel anyway. And what do we? Not better, not greater, an even more expansive panel of wonderful.
Sniping is acceptable level of degeneracy, like
variety,
pineapple on
more,
pizza. Very common
Yeah,
in
I'd like to
Korea,
know how
where
do
Jeff
you
and I
know
live.
if somebody's a bad seed unless you do a taste test?
Oh, he's reading
That's
all
it.
of my
State
chat.
test.
Steve is reading our chat.
Judge
Steve
rejects
is very
Biden plea
naughty.
deal. Wow.
Naughty
Ooh,
Steve.
that's gonna be
naughty
big.
Steve.
Wow. And Kevin Spacey was also just acquitted of all
Naughty
9
Steve.
charges of his bad behavior.
Yeah, he's got some great lawyers. He had the one in New York he got acquitted. He's got this new one acquitted. So he's just rolling them out, huh?
Well, that and all the plaintiffs seem to die. That's kind of a thing too.
The one in New York, they were really alive, but they didn't believe him.
Yep.
The docket entry in the Biden case is probably the weirdest thing I've seen.
I see you.
As a
I
lawyer
see you,
that's ever
Florida.
seen any-
I got
any
you. I'm
case of
on to you,
docket
Gaz.
entries.
I'm on to how Gaz rolls.
The one from last night.
Gaz is a tricky
Oh, no.
little wicket, but
The allegation
I like
that
it.
one of his
3
attorneys
favorite
called
YouTube
in
channels
to
showing at
the
the same
clerk's
time. There you
office
go, man.
to
Oh
get
yeah, I
a-
saw that on Twitter.
a
Oh,
file
my
going
God,
in.
someone's about to have a bad day.
The
I'm actually gonna be
docket
discussing
entry
that
is
later.
like this long. The judge writes everything out as a freaking line item, a minute order.
Yeah,
This long.
Hunter
This is
Biden
about
got
the
his
amicus
plea deal
brief,
thrown
right?
out, so I saw.
Yeah.
I'm going to be
Yeah.
talking about that with Danny on direct on her channel later. I'm really.
Do you remember when
curious about
Kevin,
this.
the cum guy Scott,
All
took the
right.
stand and Taylor got
we'll
that
go
grin?
for like 5 more minutes here, and then
Yep,
we'll
I
shut
remember
this
that.
down so I can get ready for the afternoon
Oh,
session.
Ghazi is
And
more
I'm
than
actually going to
lurking.
go in. My cheating heart is actually going to go visit
Cheating heart!
Mindset on the way back to my real world.
Yes.
I told Mindset I'd come and stop by and say hello
Yes.
for a few minutes. He is my brother,
Come to
Florida
the
man.
dark
So we
side.
Florida men have to stick together.
Yes, come to the dark side.
All right, well,
Sipping
Steve, it's
for
always
che-
a pleasure to have you here, and I'll send you the link for the afternoon just in case you get home early or something.
Tell Andrew hi for
Have
me.
a chance to come back.
Oh, Chandler said tell Andrew hi.
Hey,
Look
thank
at
you very
that.
much, Steve.
Yeah,
Give us your grift. Yeah, you haven't done
okay,
a grift
I
here
see.
for a while.
I see
It's
you,
not
Chandler.
the same without
I see you.
hearing about SteveGosney.com.
I see you. It's okay.
Do
It's
it.
all right.
Come on, you must have
Do
like
it,
full
Steve.
books by now.
I'm giving you permission, Steve. Do it.
Come on, Steve.
He's got lots of books for sale.
By Death Penalty Debates by Steve Gosney. I was fortunate enough to be invited to edit it.
Gaz
It's
was
a
deeply
fantastic
interested
book.
in
I think
fluids.
it's
Yes,
best.
he is
Go to
very
stevegosney.com,
deeply interested in
where you
fluids.
can buy all.
Everyone's
Steve
game is
Gosney's
improving,
fantastic
and that's
books and
good. It's good
prepare
that people are doing different things and are mixing
Oh,
it
I
up.
do have
This
an
is good.
exclusive though. I could tell you.
And
though.
you can see when I
Only-
compare
it's
these streams
exclusive
what everyone's
just for
doing
Vices.
differently.
This morning, I put up the Summer Friend as an ebook.
Tossing
And
out
so
the plea
you can
deals
ebook it right
extremely
now.
surprising.
Now the soft cover's coming out in like
Chandler's
probably
subversive
next
Andrew
week.
something.
But
She
the
got a
ebook's
taste
available right
yesterday.
now.
Chandler
so
got a
go to
taste.
stevegosney.com,
You
get
know,
a novelette.
Vices
an
just gives it
enjoyable
away
read
to everybody.
escape
But your
from
boy
this
Mindset
horror
doesn't
show
invite
of a
just
case
everybody on the stream.
and go sit on the beach and enjoy it.
You've
for
got to
like
work
just a
for it.
couple hours
And
of
girls like when you
escape.
make
Wouldn't
them
you
work
say,
for it.
Chandler? You've seen that.
They
one,
like
right?
it.
Oh yeah, it's a lovely book.
They don't
It's
like it when
adorable.
you make it too
I'm-
easy.
It's a great book. I
I'm
really
about
like
Speaking
it.
of
20 pages
girls,
into it now.
we're waiting
I
for
started
Gosney
reading it
here.
at lunch today.
It's short and sweet.
It is. It's a great little book so far.
It's gonna be great. It's gonna
I'm
be
sure-
great.
I'm sure the
Steve
whole-
Lee's Vices to come to Mindset to give
Steve,
comments on
thank you
Vices
so much.
stream.
See, the
No, it's
person
good.
that
It's good
said
stuff.
you grift
It's
too
fun
much
stuff.
just grifted for you, so that's your.
He is a
professional.
professional. He's a consummate professional.
Well, I have to. I mean, it's a quality book. I think it's fantastic.
While we're waiting on this, let's check on Kurt real quick and see if he's ended his stream or how he's doing. Big Kurt here, so we're gonna go little version here. Oh, he actually ended. Oh, great. So he ended. So Kurt is done with his AM stream. We're gonna have to reload Kurt for the PM stream, and let's check on Rekieta. Of course, Rekieta has a smash or pass type poll for Taylor Schabusiness up right now. Of course, it's very, 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 very Rekieta. Actually, a lot of people took that from me, I believe. I think I was the smash or pass pioneer. Rekieta's stream seems to be kind of lagging here. Not sure what happened. Did Rekieta's power go out? Did something happen to Nick? It's acting weird. It's acting real weird. Joe's still working. Everybody else is still good, so we're still gonna go up there as well. Also, shout out to everybody who is on. I'm gonna reload Nick because his channel is just not working properly. But so far, who do you think is number one? Let us do a poll in the chat. Who do you think is number one? So should we give Joe some shekels? Yes, I'll give him some shekels when I get some shekels, when I hook that up in the near future. But let's see who's number one so far. Is it Nick? Hold on. Is it Nick? Vices? Kurt or Joe? Big Joe. And this is overall number one. and I'll just put number one overall so far. We're going to get into specific categories. We'll get down. But so overall, who do you think is number one other than this chat? Because this chat is clearly number one. This stream is clearly number one. Because guess what? We have a 5-to-1 like ratio, ladies and gentlemen. We have 575 likes. We got 151 people in the chat today. We are on fire. We are killing it. You guys are enjoying that. People leave so many good comments on my stream yesterday. I'm having fun. We're having fun. This is where it is at. But this is not a stream, so I'm not competing with them. I'm not trying to be them. I'm not trying to be the guy that does every trial, that does everything. I'm trying to do things my way. I'm trying to have fun and enjoy my life. And also give, at the same time, some legal commentary and some commentary on my friends, some commentary on LawTube. So I'm doing it my way, but it's not the same game. They're in a different game than I'm at. So we're not playing in the same field. We're doing a different thing here. Yeah, Nick's channel, 3.5K watching though. So he does have the most watching right now. So right out the gate, Vices is winning the poll with 57%. Followed up by Joe. Third place is Nick, and last place is Kurt with 4%. But hey, that's Kurt's still getting a showing here. Vice is at 57%, though. Vice is just dominating today again on best overall. Of course, the day is not over. We're gonna have polls again throughout the day. But for now, as Popcorn Power says, Vices is the best bitch in your whorehouse. All right, well, I'll allow it. By the way, I'm in Thailand. There's no whorehouses. We have special entertainment districts, right? Special entertainment districts. But Vices does have the panel. That's a huge, huge power for Vices. So let's go over here and watch while we're waiting. While we're waiting for Gaz, will
be softer.
We'll talk about
more pliable. It's about the restraint, not about
literally
an
talking about the softness of sex
They
ropes.
also recommend having things like shears or whatever on hand in case things get out of control, in case knots are unable to be untied, stuff like that. Because various constriction in the wrong spot, like if you constrict the leg too much in the wrong spot, you could cut off the femoral artery's ability to move blood. You got a problem. Which you wouldn't expect,
3.5K
right?
on YouTube, someone Rumble. Yeah, some people are on Rumble as well.
Suddenly you're choked off and you die.
Nick is wearing his ball though, maybe.
Maybe. Lucidity, substance-free environment typically is preferable.
Tweety says, legal mindset chat is where I'm staying. Glad you're staying. Glad you're hanging out.
You're dealing
We're going to have fun here. We're going to go all these. All of
causing
these.
The right
Afix says Nick's stream is the best today. I just wish he had captions.
Whatever
he was watching Law and Crimes on Court TV. His analysis on the insight and consent stuff is good. Okay, cool.
So you've got circumstances here.
I had to
that
argue
show utter disregard for human life.
A little bit with Ghazni in the chat
about
sexual consent.
You've got an asphyxiating chain,
and
you're
if
applying
Ghazni shows up, we'll talk about it
in a way that goes beyond what most people would consider reasonable, even within, a hardcore BDSM community.
Nick has more DGen knowledge and legal knowledge at this point. That is very true.
I don't think you need to wait for the safe word.
Nick is helping the Simps out.
Like,
very
I think
true.
it's like, well, all right, you're good, though, right?
Barton Bella, I like the 5-person panels. Nick, Sean, Bronca, Andrew, Joe, with the rotation of Steve, Rob, Nate, Ozzy. Absolutely love Ozzy's solo dose stream.
So I think this
Ozzy's
falls
great.
under
Ozzy's awesome.
Homicide.
Good guy.
I think the intentional one is due to the salaciousness of the acts. The gore,
They're very
the
salacious.
sensationalism of it.
It's
and
relevant.
I just think
it's very relevant. It's not irrelevant. It's very relevant. So.
That's
I think Nick is good with a panel of 2 or 3.
And for everyone who says you can't talk when you can't breathe, I beseech thee to invoke a prayer to Saint Floyd and ask if you can talk when you can't breathe.
Oh, he did it. He brought up Floyd. That's a good one there. That's a good one.
But
Ghazni
she
is
cut him
always
up,
here
though.
in our hearts.
But she,
Ghazni is
yeah,
always
we
here in our
covered
hearts.
that earlier. But she cut him up. Again, that's a separate crime that she is charged with.
No, but it's part of it goes towards murder. He's missing this. This is where he's simping too hard for the defense. It goes towards the act of murder, right?
Nick, I'm with you on this one, but this woman did some phone box worthy activities. which actually
coming soon. Long Vice's drop. But that happens.
that's,
Just
that's
hey,
part of this.
Steven,
this defense.
you got to finish him quickly.
The defense
don't
that
be
she's going
don't
for
be
is not
Taylor
guilty by
Schabusiness.
reason
Don't
of
drag
insanity,
out finishing
that she should be
him so long that
committed
you are chopping
to
and
civil,
sucking at the same time.
You know, to a civil confinement for therapeutic
Save Floyd of
psychiatric
fentanyl.
care.
Oof.
Presumably, at that point, she could be released when found to be treated.
Why
if
no
ever.
Viva? Is
She'd
Viva
be
streaming at this
involuntarily
point?
committed for
Wait,
that
is
thing.
Viva streaming this trial?
She's not guilty by reason of insanity. She's not out.
I'll look it up right now. Is
She would
Viva
have to
streaming this
be,
trial?
Treated and deemed safe to return to society, no longer a danger. She'd probably have to go to drug
I
rehab.
don't
She'd
think
have
so.
to show,
I don't
like,
think
a
I don't think
continued
Viva's streaming
commitment to
this
that
on this
rehabilitation.
or on
Also, you know,
Rumble,
mental
but I will
health
look it
care
up.
until she were deemed no longer subject to the ailments which led up to
I
this.
don't think he's doing this. I'm looking
I don't
right
think
now.
they win.
He's
on
not. Viva is
guilty by
not
reason of
streaming this.
insanity.
Viva doesn't do
But
a lot
I
of
do
trial
think the
streams.
insanity brings this to first
Yeah, I was looking
degree
around.
reckless
It's like, no,
homicide.
I
'Cause
don't.
think
I
the-
would.
the argument
I'm not
is
trying
obviously
to leave
she's a-
anybody out. By the way, let me just pause, Nick here. I'm not trying to leave anybody out. If you guys have a favorite LawTuber and I'm not covering them, you can, or somebody else, you can send me a super or whatever, and I will put them up. I'll list them. If they're not a LawTuber, you're gonna have to bribe me with money. But if they're famous, they're known, like Viva, I would stream them, right? If it's sort of like Rob Rukavea, Viva, anybody else who's a known LawTuber, I will just cover that, right? But if it's somebody rando, then you're gonna have to pay me for that. Sorry. But no, Viva's
temporary
not streaming
insanity,
this. I looked right now. He's
and
not
would
streaming this.
put her in a state of mind in which she could not manifest the requisite criminal intent to do this.
Nick's like with a good straight face
I don't
making the
think that
insanity
that
argument.
defense flies as
Okay,
a
he's
not
admitting it.
guilty verdict.
He's admitting it.
But I do think it merits dropping to first degree reckless homicide versus intentional homicide, or maybe even second degree. Let's check out what second degree reckless homicide is real quick, because that might be.
We're already on
That
our
might
favorite
be,
LawTuber. Thanks, Boosh McFadden. Appreciate you there.
So this
Appreciate
is just
you
whoever
there.
recklessly causes the death of another human
If
being
Legal Bites was
is guilty
streaming,
of
I would
Class
stream.
D.
I would literally stream Sniper. Don't
So-
worry about it. I would do it. That'd be fantastic,
as
just for the
opposed
lulz.
to,
I did stream Snipe Expert the other day because he paid me, but I mean his panel. I had to
Under
move on after a
circumstances which
period
show utter disregard for
because he had a lot of non-lawyers, and this is a very common problem, especially with LawTubers who bring on non-lawyers. That actually happened a lot during Johnny Depp. Actually, Legal Bites, to bring up that, she brought on a lot of non-lawyers, and for lawyers, it's very frustrating when you have non-lawyers on the panel. It's nice if you're just alone and you need somebody with you, then having a couple non-lawyers is there. But it would be 5 or 6 non-lawyers, and they're speaking very authoritatively, about stuff they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And look, I'm not a trial attorney, I'm a transactional attorney, did special district law, property law, in-house counsel. So it's not my specialty, but I still know the basics of the law. I had to pass the damn bar, right? So there's some basics there that you understand and so you want to be able to speak about those somewhat intelligently, but folks are just blabbing off about stuff they really don't know anything about at all whatsoever, not even 1%. So it can get frustrating sometimes. But that being said, hey, there's a place for color commentary, like UFC level commentary. That's fine, right? Or reaction channels, right? During Johnny Depp, a lot of people were doing just reaction streams. They're not lawyers, just reaction streams. Legal mindset. Let me do some questions here. Actually, let me do a little Q&A with the chat. So guys, if you just want to ask some questions, we'll go through. We'll have fun here. Christy says, question, would she copyright strike you or not? I would love to take bets. Okay, that's a good one. By the way, best overall so far, Vice's wins. Second is Nick. Third is Joe. Very close almost between Nick and Joe. And last is Kurt. So let's do this one. This will be a good one. So if I sniped LB, would she copyright strike me? Yes or no? See what you guys think. I don't know. Maybe she would, maybe she wouldn't. What do you guys think? Barnes is a whale of lawyers, top notch. No, Barnes is an amazing lawyer, really like him. And speaking of amazing lawyers who I really like, Stephen Gosney, amazing lawyer. Are you muted, my friend?
Yes. How are you doing?
Okay. Oh, you know why? Because you had it muted when you were sniping, when you were like looking at me while you were over there. You are. Let me tell you, Steve. You are a gentleman and a genius. I absolutely adore your work ethic, your ability to multitask, your ability to go on everybody's stream and grift your stuff. And then you're like, the lady doth protest too much. Oh, no, I don't want to show my book. So Chandler pulls it out because you sent a copy of your book to everybody, literally everybody. It's amazing. And I love to see the hustle of a fellow
You
Florida
got to hear
man,
the
'cause
behind.
we're an entrepreneurial state. We are an entrepreneurial state.
It's a hobby. It's a hobby. But
Yeah.
I will say that I got to tell you the story because people want to hear a Ghazi story and mindset.
Sure.
Because
give it to me, Gaz.
I'll give you. It's a little drawn out, but here we got because I'm working on my
We got some time.
penalty brief. People don't know what's involved in that, but so you've got a facts recitation, and then you've got each one of these is a separate issue, so it's 20 issues. And so I had a big issue I wanted to tackle, and I finished it yesterday. And so I reward myself. So I rewarded myself by coming onto like somebody's stream. I don't know if it was Joe or and I started multitasking, and I'm telling you, I had 4 chats up at once.
Yes.
And I was monitoring every chat, and I was participating. Like Ghazi's in the chat, and I was like,
everyone.
Every one of them going at once. It was so funny. I think I was in Vice's chat. I was in your chat. I was in Joe's chat, and what was the other? There was another experts chat. I think that's it. I don't even know. I was just in everything I could do, and then I was like popping between. I got on your channel. I got on Vice's. I got on Joe's. I was like, I was seeing how many I could get on at one day.
You were seeing how many sips of the pink lemonade you could get, and you definitely did an epic job. I was shocked, and it's clear from my sniping because I was going around. So I'm like, he's here. No, he's here. Now he's on Joe Street. Track the guys. And then if you catch from Law Nerd clips, I don't know if you caught that.
Yeah,
but
I
Law
did.
Nerd
It's
clips
great.
did a clip. The first part is the me and Joe with the tongue thing, but the second half is the Battle of the Gaz, which is
Right, that was
hilarious. And
But
it's
see, then
epic.
people don't even understand how
It's like
epic
Helm's
it
Deep,
was because
you
I
know?
was everywhere at once. I
Yes.
had all the chats were going at once, and I read
And I'm
very
trying to
fast.
flirt with you in the DMs and the emails. I'm like, come on over, baby.
It worked.
It's
It worked.
great.
I'll tell you, your sweet nothings in my ear. The Florida man appeal is definitely.
It's a deep
worked.
appeal. We have a deep appeal.
We have
you
a
know,
connection.
to the Sunshine State. No, and I do appreciate. I was trying to be quiet during a certain period when they were talking because that audio was dog shit. And you know, you're you work in the courts. You know that sometimes the government audio is just fucking trash because they put zero into their resources for that. But I love that we were talking about the consent to battery, and you're right. You're right, because it's a broader context, right? But what I focused on is like the specifically sexual context, particularly for S&M. There's been a lot of cases regarding S&M, and can you consent, for example? There was a woman who was maimed, right? She was like burnt.
Well, it depends. You can consent to a tattoo.
Yeah, but well, I know, and I agree with you. In
Can you
theory,
consent
right?
to- can you consent to having
but
your genitalia removed when you're a minor?
Well, that's not. I mean, not in certain states.
I'm just asking.
Yeah.
So
I don't think you should.
know.
By the way, I don't think in terms of the latter. I definitely don't think you should be able to do that. I think that's
Okay,
unethical. But
some people do think so.
That's fine. They can go to California.
Well, the article I wrote on this is in Ideas and Answers in Law, only
They
available.
can
at
move to
Steve
California. Okay, all right, very good. Selling ideas and answers in the law. No, but I know a lot of that case law because I've read a lot of the sex contracts. Because in the BDSM community, there's a lot of people say, "Oh, I have a sex contract." I'm like, that contract is not binding. Like, there's the whole cannibalism, the famous cannibal, right, where they contracted everything
She agreed
away
to
and
be eaten. The cannibal
Yes.
got in with the person that wanted to be eaten.
to want to be eaten. And it's like, okay, well, theoretically, this is all consensual. It's like, yeah, but you can't consent to that, right? There's a limit to
Well,
consent.
it depends. I mean, I don't know.
I don't think it
Obviously
depends.
that-
I don't. Steve,
No,
I
no, no.
do not
Okay,
think you can consent to this.
On that case, you're true. That's the whole Kevorkian.
Okay,
thing, right?
murder. Yes. I think,
Yeah,
I
you
think
can't
that's
consent
solid.
to
right?
murder.
Right.
But can you consent to aggravated battery?
I think in a sexual contest, what I've seen from the actual cases that have been adjudicated is the likelihood is that they're going to say no, particularly if it's a man and a woman. Now, I will give you this. Maybe in the current political climate, if it's a woman and a man, maybe they'll say, oh, no, he consented to it. He knew what he was getting into. I don't know. But when I've ever seen it, it's a man and a woman. Every single time that's come out, the case has been like, nope, that's something you cannot consent to. We're throwing that out as a defense.
You're not a criminal guy, but I will say that there's a rule that we have.
I'm not a criminal guy, by the way.
Right,
so
yeah,
I
yeah.
do defer to you on a lot of this. But
Well,
I'm just saying
here's
that's what
the-
I've read. Right.
Here's the rule in criminal law that we have in appeals, right? There's the law, right, which is like supposedly consistent, supposedly, relies on precedent. And then there's the overarching rule that sex offenders always lose.
Right.
So whatever you might think legally, toss it out. When you're dealing with a sex offense, there's no constitutional rights for sex offenders. There's the law. It's like, okay, yes.
No, well, it's almost like immigration context, right? Like it's like, okay, well, like your expectations for due process and whatever not, it's like, just toss that out, right? So when you get to a sex crime, it's like, all right, well, it's a sex crime, so
But there is that problem about like withdrawn consent. I've dealt with that issue as a prosecutor, and that is that there was a consent, let's just say, to not the bonus hole.
Not your bonus hole. I'm
Right.
glad you know what a bonus hole is, Steve. I have
Yes.
more respect for you. I have much more respect that you know what a bonus hole is.
Well, this is not that one.
Okay.
So there was an agreement as to the bonus hole, but not, and it was a paid agreement, right? You understand what I'm saying?
Paid.
It was a paid
Mhm.
agreement.
It was There's a lot of sugar babies out there that put their stuff in writing. They go, I will do XYZ, I will not do XYZ, and
Well, this wasn't exactly sugar baby stuff. This is a little more street, okay? But I will
Okay,
say
sure.
that was one of the issues, because the consent was withdrawn when it wasn't actually withdrawn. Okay, so
yeah.
But I've had, it's a muddy thing, because it's like,
Well, and then it's sometimes sometimes no is not really a no. It's like sometimes it's like,
I
no.
yes, I
it's
said
like,
yes,
okay.
but then I had
Yeah.
regrets.
Right, or that, right, which by the way, that is the most common case, and I think that's how a lot of people get in trouble, is in the moment they were drunk, they were high, they were whatever, right?
But
they
the
did it
men
in the
are high
moment.
too. The men are high and drunk too. But it seems like the axe only falls one way.
Right, in application, the application of the law, not just the theory of the law. Like the theory of the law can be all fine and dandy, right? But the application of the law, it's like, okay, yes, on the books we punish our sex offenders the same way. In practicality, in application, you're shaking your head.
Especially, especially if
It's
you're
not even close.
Well, as a prosecutor, the hardest defendants to convict were pretty young women.
Pretty young women, yes.
Because it's there's people.
Somebody
look,
simp
I
it
am
in the-
not
in
the
the
guy
jury.
pushing
It's just- it's
equality.
hard.
I'm not the guy saying all men and women are all the same. I
No,
don't believe
they're
that.
not.
They're not. And the fact
And
is,
by the way, it's a fact, because attractiveness matters, and that's why it's altering the jury. And we take so many measures to protect against the male advantage of male strength, male power. We say, oh, no, mandatory arrest, right? We have these laws that kind of accommodate for that. They say, okay, we have to look at who's stronger and remove them from the house. But we do not take advantage of, okay, this person is more attractive. The jury is going to be biased towards this person. So how do you eliminate that bias? It's kind of...
you can't. Well, and men have a instinctual protective instinct for women.
Yes, for women, yeah.
Women have a instinctual protective instinct generally, and these are general statements, generally towards infants, not towards men.
Yes.
And those are biological differences. Now, there's exceptions. Obviously, Schabusiness didn't have much biological protective towards her, praying mantis lover that she ripped the head off after.
Well, no. But he's not a child. That's not her child, right? So there's no.
No, this is what I'm saying. But men, and so this is that instinct is there. It's like you've got the pretty young woman who's fertile, and there's an instinctual, primal thing that's like, well, we want to defend, and it's hard to overcome that in a jury context, because there are people that will do bad things. Like in Florida, I remember there was the really pretty blonde over in Tampa who had sex with the children in the school.
Yes.
And she got
very attractive
probation.
woman.
She got probation. If it was a man, he would have been away for life.
There's ones that have sex with multiple underage kids. They're getting three ways and stuff like that with these kids at school. There's those guys would be locked up forever, and they'd have to live in the Everglades, because they would, once they get out, even if they get out, right? Because they're on the list, whatever. But yeah, you're right. They just get probation, slap on the wrist, and they toss them out. And that's the inequality of application, right? So I think that in this case,
am I objecting to that as a man?
Well, in this case specifically, yeah, of course you have to object. You have to say it.
I mean, we recognize it. I don't know if I'm complete. I mean, I think it gets extreme sometimes, especially in the sex contexts. But I'm a naturally protective man.
Of course you are. You're a pretty traditional guy too. I mean, you have a family, everything else. It's it's also a natural instinct. But the thing is, we're kind of running up, and we're living in a society where we're having to question our natural instincts, and we're running up against reality and what is a woman and what is a man and what is this, and these are all things that never were up for debate like 10 or 20 years ago that are now actually legitimately up for debate now, and even legal concepts. In some quarters, but in legal context, we're having to apply this. So we're having to take this law and actually apply it, and shit's getting weird in the.
Well,
as
a constitutional matter, there is a lower level of analysis, of constitutional analysis, lower than strict scrutiny, that's applied to sex differences, and because if you talk about race, religion, national origin, the Constitution, they apply strict scrutiny.
Yes.
So it's very hard to get past those kind of limitations. But when you talk about a sex male-female distinction, there is a lower level of scrutiny that's the law traditionally recognizing that there are differences between men and women.
Intermediate scrutiny. Yeah.
Right, intermediate scrutiny. So thank you.
But it's going to be weird.
You remember from law school.
But they've also, exactly. Like I said, when I would say, look, I'm not a trial attorney, but it doesn't mean I don't remember stuff. It's like there's people who don't know anything, maybe people who know a little bit, then there's lawyers, and then there's your specialty, right? Like, you know more than me about criminal law, for sure. I know more about weird property and special district law, like that's my specialty. We all have our specialties. The average Joe, right? Obviously we both know more than about the law and probably about a plethora of things, right? So if I ask you about copyright, you know more than the average random person off the street, right? I know you're being modest, but I'm saying you're a lawyer, you've had to think about it. Generally, we need to be apprised. It's our duty as lawyers to be able to speak generally to topics with a basic level of competence. That's one of our duties as lawyers. So I think you have a basic level understanding of intellectual property. If I asked you, what is a trademark? You could probably give me a basic definition that's pretty good, right? You're shrugging right there. I think you can do it.
It's funny because I'm going to completely slobber all over your channel.
That's okay. Do it. We've seen enough simping for Taylor Schabusiness. We've seen enough simping for the chat.
Come on, we got to
get some. We get some back. The Florida men have to get our swag back.
People don't know that I didn't do any criminal law. I've worked for 6 years in civil litigation prior to criminal law. So I worked in private practice doing civil litigation, doing real property and probate litigation in Florida. So I've dealt with some very in-depth, homestead issues, land use issues, litigating real estate. In fact, one of my dream jobs used to be, I don't know, maybe it is somewhere, is quiet title suits. I would love to be a quiet title suit.
Those are great. Those are fantastic because you got to go back and you got to find the whole record. You got to find all the things. Is there anything intervening in the Marketable Title Act? That is also really fun
Derangement
stuff.
Of title back to the root. I love
chain
that
of title.
Stuff. Yeah. So I did all that, and so I do have quite a bit of knowledge in real estate law, and I recognize that Andrew Legal Mindset is the guy. If I had a special taxing district, he's the guy that I would go to ask, hey, Andrew, would you mind giving me an answer to this question? What the hell's going on with this bond language, right?
Yeah. I could do the bond work for you. I could literally levy the bonds. I could legally levy bonds in Florida with the complete process, everything else. I know how to do everything. I could do the disclosures. I could do all that stuff.
So
that's not a problem
it's
for
the
me.
same way I met Andrew Branca. Because Andrew Branca, he's like the expert on and when I saw him on the
self-defense.
The self-defense, I saw him on the Zimmerman trial. He was the only guy that knew what he was talking about. All these commentators didn't know what they were talking about. And I'm listening to him. He was writing on legal insurrection. I'm like, here's a guy. And so I reached out to him and said, you know what you're talking about. And I saw the same thing in you when it came to special taxing districts.
Yes. That's my thing.
So
that's
is that a good simp?
Yes, that's a great one. And real recognizes real, as they say on the streets, Steve. So, we definitely see that there. Let's get your quick opinion, though, on the trial. A lot of people have been thinking insanity defense. I think I heard you, I know you're doing Gaz versus Gaz, but if we're talking real Gaz, I think I heard your real opinion, which was, you can devil's advocate. You're a good lawyer, right? But I think I heard you admitting, look, this is not looking good for Taylor Schabusiness, not looking good for the establishment. To be real, in a real objective analysis, even as a defense-minded person, which I would think you're pretty defense-minded.
Pretty much. I mean, I don't know. I do see things from both sides, which is an underappreciated quality in a lawyer. Yeah. So many people think that if your lawyer buys into your version of events, that they're good. that means they're
No.
blind to the competition.
No. You have to acknowledge the strongest attack against you. That's very much
Right.
power,
So
superpower.
yeah, no, I think she's finished, and she's obviously going to go down on the guilt phase. The question is whether or not she goes. And I generally don't do predictions either, but it's so clear cut.
It's so clear.
Clear cut.
Oh no! At least it wasn't a clear cut and a suck at the same time. Jesus, I caught that
yes,
detail. I'm
wasn't
glad
that.
Chandler caught that. I'm like, Chandler, you noticed that too, huh? But I mean, just so detailed of a description in that interview, so lucid. Clearly, she told.
Well, and there's something I've talked a lot on my Rumble channel about different stuff, and one of them is holdback lists and interviews, and so the fact is that she's volunteering details that they did not present to her beforehand. The fact that the head was in a bucket at the foot of the stairs, that was something that she volunteered, right?
Yes.
So the way that the body was drained of blood, where it was done, all of those things are admissions of guilt on her part that go to facts that only the perpetrator would know. Now the question is insanity, and I said the long shot for the defense attorney, because this is a public defender, he's doing his best. I really like everybody in this trial. The judge is great. Prosecutors are clean. Defense attorney is doing best he can with nothing. So, but I think what they're going to do is the long shot to try to confuse the issue about what insanity is, because the legal definition of insanity is not met. But if you can confuse it and just say, hey, this woman's crazy, and that's what you're voting on, then maybe you might get a jury buy into your, confuse the jury Chewbacca defense.
And that does work. By the way, the Chewbacca, I'm glad you brought that up. Made me laugh when you called it Chewbacca defense. But confusing the jury with the Chewbacca, I mean, that really does work. And you saw that in a lot of cases where they'll blur the definition of like negligence, for example. I mean, I think we saw that we were watching the Kim Potter trial where they were playing fast and loose. The prosecution was able to play fast and loose with the definition of like, okay, what's a mistake and what's not a mistake. They'll redefine that for the jury.
Yeah, but that's a defense attorney has to be on their toes for that
on
kind of
top
stuff.
of it. Yes.
And this
yes.
defense attorney he is catching
Matt Walsh Sr.
Huh?
Matt Walsh, the internet content creator. Matt Walsh. Do you know who he is? He's this guy. I'm gonna show you a photo of him real quick. You'll definitely.
Oh, wait a second. He's with Daily Wire.
Yes, he's with Daily Wire.
Yeah, I know.
You'll know him immediately. He's this guy.
Yes, I know that. He did the What's a Woman?
What is a woman, right? So it looks like Matt Walsh's dad, like Matt Walsh Sr. Yeah. But he's on top of it. He has been on top of it. He made all the right rejections. He's preserving it for the appeal, right? I've seen you calling that out whenever
it wasn't even a slip up. The one thing that happened, and you're getting the whole trial just in one little nutshell right here.
I love it. Yeah, I love it. It's great.
There was
By the way, guys, smash a like button. We have a 5-to-1 ratio, but we can do better for guys. We're at 600 likes, and we have 176 people watching right now. This is fucking nuts, which means people are coming through. They're watching this. They're enjoying it. They're smashing the like button. They're taking off, which I love. It's fantastic, guys.
Here's another
and leave a comment for the guys. Just be like, I love the guys. More guys, please. More guys, please.
Okay, another simp. This thing you're doing is freaking genius.
I know it is.
It is.
That's why I'm doing it.
But you had the brains to do it. It's like everybody's so starved for a good trial. They're like, and
they're like foaming at the mouth, like drooling. They're like, I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get the shekels on this one. I'm like, guys,
like
first of all,
streamers.
There's too much. Yeah, there's too much. And also, like, if I can stream it by myself. Boring. If I'm watching somebody, I can comment on it, comment on them, comment on their style. How would I do differently? What I like, what I don't like, their strengths, their weaknesses. I can battle them against each other like kaiju. I love it. It's like Godzilla. Like there's like Mecha Godzilla versus Godzilla. Then Mothra comes in, and then Kurt is like some sea creature that emerges from the depths, with his legal knowledge.
That tortoise thing. Remember that tortoise?
Kurt is a giant tortoise. Oh God, I love it. Yeah,
it's genius, and I salute your genius, because it's like, oh look, who am I tuning in? Oh look, Andrew's streaming it too.
I'm streaming everybody. You want to watch? You're like,
it was just.
You're like, I don't know. if you have ADHD or you like don't know or can't decide, maybe you're a woman and decisions are hard for you, you can just tune into my channel and hey, look, you're gonna get it all. You're gonna get a little sampler. You're gonna get a little bit of A, a little bit of B, a little bit of a little bit of Vices, a little bit of Nick, a little bit of Joe. And when I come on their channel, they all recognize me. We have a 150% because they'll recognize me multiple times. Of noticing ratio. Everyone noticed, they recognize me, we talk, we have a great interaction. Joe and I are pretty much talking to each other. Well,
I know it's funny.
Well,
I love
it's
Joe.
great.
I tell you, I think I really love Joe.
Underrated.
I love Vices. Those two, and it's funny. You get chemistry with people, and some.
Well, that's why I brought Vices in. It was we had such good in-person chemistry talking. I'm like, dude, start a channel. And I told him this, guys. I said, look, half of these LawTubers are retarded, and they're not charismatic, and they're stupid. I said, you have you're a really good voice, really good candor. You're smart. You're entertaining. He has an interesting area of law. Nobody else does maritime law. He's an experienced lawyer. He's got the time. He likes doing it. Do it. And he's fucking killing it. 60,000 subs in that long with, thousands of people watching at a time, thousands of views on the videos. Fantastic. Absolutely love that Jeff is killing it. He's a good friend of mine. Will always be a good friend of mine. I'll be up there partying with him in Korea at some point very soon again. But yeah, no, it's been great to see everybody fucking killing it.
Well, I'd love, and one of the things I really do, we got to come up with some cool, when this thing's over, me and you have got to do some cool Florida man stream, because
we will.
I forget what we were talking about, but
there's so many issues. Boone with the suitcase and the battered wife syndrome. Yeah, we got that one. Courtney
I
Clenny
need your advice on this. Okay, yes. And only you can answer this type of
I'll
question.
be honest with you, because all these other guys, they might like toot your horn or give you some bullshit, but this is legal mindset. We give it raw, and I've seen it all.
I don't believe in. I mean, that's one of the. Well, and this is the thing. I'm in this jurisdiction. I would say Orlando. We just traded Orlando for Jacksonville, so
Yes.
that trial is not going to come to me as an appeal. So that means I can.
So you're
cover it.
safe.
I'm safe, but it also means who's going to be really in demand on that trial.
Ooh.
So here's the thing. What is my price for whoredom?
Oh, yes. I think you should not whore yourself out cheaply.
Yes.
I don't think you should
This
whore
is
yourself
what I
out
need,
cheaply.
some creative thinking here.
I think you need some. I think the guys need some cream on this one.
I'm telling you.
I'll think about it, and I'll think about it. I'll talk with you. But you definitely need some cream for the guys, because you're gonna have the inside scoop, and you might even be able to kind of be there, Johnny, on the spot.
Well, actually,
too, as well.
MLS Law has put in for credentials for me, for press credentials. So I will be MLS Law's senior trial correspondent.
Really?
Yes. So I'm going to have press credentials. Now, how my schedule works out, I don't know. But I'm just telling you, and it's right up my alley. I mean, it's a murder case. It's criminal law. It's Florida. It's Central Florida. I know the judges over there. I know the defense team. I actually kind of even know kind of what's going on under the surface. I know a lot about that case, and I think it'll be, where do I want to spend my talents? I'm just throwing this out,
Yeah, that one and like the Clenny case are the two that I'm literally thinking like, should I fly home? Like,
yeah.
It's like I would actually consider that. Like, I normally would not do that because I hate the flight. It's too long. It's bullshit. But it might be worth it for those cases.
I could do that one too. I'm probably going to do both of those. Those are right up my alley. Those Schabusinesses. I'm not a Wisconsin lawyer. It's hard to.
No,
I mean,
and it's your field, and you know about the BWS defense in Florida. You know a lot about that development and how that's politically and application. You've got the expertise. I think you are the golden boy for frankly both those trials. Boone and Clenny.
Look at how you crushed it on the Disney stuff.
This is your moment,
so I got to
guys.
figure out how to
This is your moment,
manipulate.
It's your moment, guys. Or just do it on your own. Like, once again, do it on your own, and then bring folks on. But
Well, you say that, but see, I really think I'm a better wingman.
You are a better. Honestly, no, you're right, guys. You're right. And honestly, you see that with a lot of people. There's certain streamers that are better with extemporary. They can do solo. And there's certain people that are better at pairs. Jeff, I think his panels are better when he's bouncing off of other people, when he has more people on. And we did a rating. Until Jeff got guests, Jeff was losing. He was actually third place. But as soon as he got guests, he went to first place. So That's one thing. But Nick is very good at XTemp. He can just do by himself. He can just kind of, talk.
He's
and,
the cool
kinda
frat boy that everybody wants to be around.
He was never a frat boy.
Come on,
He was a
that guy.
cheerleader. He maybe in LawTube, for LawTube standard, he's a frat boy, but LawTube standards are
that's
low.
what it is. He's the frat boy. Everybody
And
wants.
then, it's the okay. So you have the frat boy, then you have me and Jeff, the sex pats, because that's apparently what we are, and then you've got the diversity, equity, and inclusion of Nate and Joe, right? And I guess Hayden too, Aussie Overlord, because he is both in another country and LGBTQ, Q for koala. He identifies as a koala. So yeah, you've got a lot of stuff going on here.
Koala is spelled with a K.
Oh, is it? Oh, I'm
Yeah.
not sure. It might be the Queen's koala. They
Okay,
couple
yeah,
with the Q.
Koala, like Qantas.
Yeah, but I know you guys got to run, and look, the court's back, so I don't want to take your time too much
Oh,
here.
great. Okay, and
But
I do. I
guys,
wanted to. It's so much fun. And I think we got good chemistry.
Hop in
You
and
gotta
out.
do
I'm hopping
Florida
in and
man's
out. I'm
stuff.
telling you to go because I want to like roll on this solo. I like riffing, and I love it when you're in the other chat and you see our chat and you read it and you steal our best chats. Steve Gosney is like, I'm gonna take the funniest chat over here and repeat it here, and I'm like, God damn it, Gosney. God damn it, Gosney. I love you, man. I love you.
All right, love you, buddy. Thank you.
By the way,
I'm
real
gonna
quick,
get
real
back to
quick, let
work.
me read the super chat though. Kim May says, sending my thanks for the fun stream with this. Cheers to Legal Mindset and Steve's sidecar, Gosney. I bought all of Steve's books and donated to Brucey.
Thank you, Kimmy. That's so
GSG.
sweet. Yes, I can say two things. One is that Summer Friend is my latest novelette. It's a mostly true story about growing up in Florida, and it's available for ebook download. I put it up this morning, so you can get the ebook. It's only $10. Go there, go to Steve Gosney. It's only available stevegosney.com, and I'm probably going to stream at 8:00 tonight. I'm thinking I am. I got to make sure the wife's okay. About the discipline of the judge in the Parkland shooter. She got disciplined by the Florida Supreme Court for all
Yeah,
her.
she was kind of a hottie though, I will say.
I know, so I'm going to do a stream on it.
I know, I like it. That's good content. That's premium content.
See there,
so
premium
guys,
content.
check that out. Gosney is going to have some premium. He's killer. Gosney's going to take over. Fear the guys. And also thank you, Leprechaun Gold, for the $50 super sticker. Appreciate you so much for the good support. You guys are fucking killing it today. I love it. Guys, take care. Be great. And I will catch you later.
God bless. Bye.
See you, brother. All right. That was Steve Gosney. Smash the like button. And we are going to go back in. We will drop in on, let's see. I think all of our favorite streamers are backing up. We'll drop in on perhaps, let's start with Jeff for a second. Jeff looks a little ronery. So we'll see. How is Jeff doing when he's running solo here? Let's see if Jeff holds up. And guys, we're really looking to see who's number one today.
But what I can tell you is,
So I want you guys to know, is Jeff doing all right by himself? Does he need the panel?
the feed came across YouTube.
YouTube.
Can come across YouTube. But,
We're talking YouTube now.
The feed is, my order is very specific. There are 3 cameras in this courtroom, and there's to be no other cameras.
Oh.
So
Are they complaining about
unless
YouTubers?
YouTube picked up on a video that was illicitly obtained.
Illicitly obtained.
And then posted it. I doubt that that's the source of the concern.
They're bitching about us.
The concern, of course, then is potentially false information
LawTube.
coming into the jury. In any event, the state is suggesting that I voir dire or we voir dire that juror. I'm going to turn to you, Mr. Fred.
Watch
Thank you,
LawTube.
Art. All of this raises a question, I believe, of whether my client, Taylor Schabusiness, can get a fair and impartial.
He's going to ask for a
jury with,
mistrial.
The jurors that we have.
Yeah, he's going to ask for a mid-trial, of course, but I guarantee they watch some LawTuber.
Concerning. I know that my
Rackets,
client
maybe vices, maybe
has
me. Who
concerns
knows?
About this, I'd ask the court to consider a motion for mistrial.
Well, what I can tell you is I anticipated this kind of an argument. In other words, I know I denied a motion for change of venue or to bring in an outside jury. I'm absolutely convinced that there's nothing about this event that couldn't occur in any other jury situation, including had I brought in a jury from the opposite side of the state and sequestered them the entire time. So that is, everyone has cell phones that
Yes,
they have.
good point. Good point.
Everyone gets text.
YouTube pushes court TV and long crime.
And
Yep.
I expect the jurors are going to
And
follow
they
my
read you.
instruction, which is, if someone tries to talk to you about this case, despite your telling them not to, you should report that to me.
Yes.
So the implication in there is you're not prohibited from receiving a text message from a friend about this trial. What
Yes.
you are prohibited from doing is discussing the case.
Yes.
And that your first step is tell
That's
them
true.
to stop doing that. And if they continue to do that, they're to report that to me. So I'm not going to grant your motion for mistrial because quite honestly,
Smart.
the issue is the same. We need a fair and impartial jury. All these jurors during voir dire have indicated we can do that. This is I'm not even sure if there's been an infraction because quite frankly, if this juror tells us, I got that text message and I said, don't talk to me anymore about this case, and then he reported it to the bailiff, that'd be precisely what I would want him to do.
Yes.
The problem is it spun a little bit, and it was.
She's
frankly,
grinning
it was
way too much.
investigated, So we actually have more information than we did before. But I'm going to deny the motion for mistrial because I frankly don't see.
Looks like Jeff is confused about me. He's like looking at me.
But I think I'm going to avail myself of the opportunity to bring the juror in. Either of you want to, either side want to hear from either the bailiff or my judicial assistant about the steps they took or the things they heard. Mr. Saunders?
I think
Let me take a quick
what I'd be
bathroom
interested
break
in
while we're
knowing
doing
is
this.
to
I'll
the
put
extent
myself
that the
underneath Jeff
judicial
for the
assistant or the
moment.
bailiff is aware that other jurors partook in this process or were aware of this process. That's the information I'd be concerned about from either the bailiff or the judicial assistant.
Let me just indicate, again, I've spoken to both of them. My judicial assistant here is here. I'm going to recite what, because she's not near a microphone, but I'm going to ask her to indicate whether I'm reciting accurately. My understanding is when the juror shared this with her, there were jurors sitting there nearby who said, "Are we on TV?" And they were assured that they're not. Is that accurate, Ms. Pigeon? Okay. She indicates, because she's not near a microphone, she told them not to worry, they would not be on any video, which I think frankly was an accurate recitation because from my understanding is they haven't been on, that my order has been followed precisely by the media, which is what I'd expect them to do. Anything else, Mr. Lizet, from either of the two, the bailiff or my JA?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Freilich?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay. I'm going to excuse my JA. She can go back and take up her tasks. But I am going to ask if you could invite that juror in to just bring him in. I mean, actually, before we do that, I would expect we would just bring the juror right in here. Is there a request that we do it some other place? I don't know why this would be.
The JA is the
appropriate
judicial
venue as long as
assistant.
they're not video. Mr. Saunders?
The judge says we have
That's
not
fine.
seen. They went through the tapes. They didn't see any jury. Now they're going to bring the
All
jury
right,
in and
at
question
least
them
for
how they
me,
found this
I
out
find this kind of
and what
to
they
be
did.
a little unusual, and I'm concerned that if the juror has to answer some questions in front of a large crowd, it may be more uncomfortable. Whereas if we're in a more private space with the lawyers in the court, the judge might be.
And we're back.
Well, I've indicated to the jurors, and they've taken an oath.
Got the next Asahi ready to crack here, and got a late night
follow
snack,
the law to
some sushi from
uphold
Don
their
Don Donkey.
oath as a juror. I don't think I've noticed anybody on that jury who seems disinterested or unconcerned or upset in any way about what they're doing. They all seem very intent and very interested in serving in their role. So I'm satisfied that if I brought him in here, they'd answer that is this individual would answer the questions appropriately. And then once, so I'm going to bring the juror in here. After the juror is done, then we'll need
Maybe
to
the
talk
Motel
briefly
6
about
lobby
whether or
is
not
playing one cuck replays.
trying to
That's
indicate to all the
hilarious.
the circumstance, but we can also determine once we've questioned this juror, the extent of the issue involved. So we're going to bring the juror in now, right here. All rise for the juror.
Sorry, I want to hear this. This is interesting. What did you see? What did you hear?
Wow, Sinead O'Connor just died.
Okay.
56 years old. I'm actually surprised it took that long, but it's a tragedy. Sinead O'Connor. Gone at 56. All right, well, they're bringing the jury in again. One of the jurors said that they got some information that they were being shown on TV, and now they want to find out how they were told that they were on TV, how they found that out, and two, what their reaction was. And so the judge wants to get to the bottom of this. He said he checked the tapes, he had his security go through it, and they didn't see any of the jurors. Now they're going through the security tapes trying to see if someone in the gallery
By the
is
way,
sending
I
text
agree.
messages
All
to
trials
jurors.
should be live streamed. All
There we
trials.
go.
I agree, including federal trials. The fact that feds hide
Right there in
is
that first chair, sir. Thank you.
sad.
Sinead O'Connor, singer extraordinaire.
So the reason you're
Nothing
in
compares to
here
you.
is because we are responding to a concern that you had raised earlier this morning with the bailiff, I think, regarding potentially having been videoed while you're serving on the jury. And I'm really interested in knowing what you heard because we're trying to get to the bottom of the issue.
Sure.
So it's a dude.
But, so yesterday afternoon, a coworker of mine works in Indiana.
Anna, a woman.
Texted me
Woman's to blame.
that he had seen me at this trial, and I thought that was unusual. And I had seen the text when I went back into the room, and our phones are. And so I didn't think very much of it, and so then this morning when it was brought up, I had asked him where he'd seen it, and he had said YouTube.
Okay.
And said that it's streamed.
And when
A stream?
did he indicate? Maybe you said that. What time?
He texted me yesterday at 3 o'clock.
Popcorn Power, you can obscure identities even during a stream. We have the technology to hide
Questions
people's
from the
identities.
state?
There's ways
Just
to do
curious
that right
whether
now.
he
Are we
texted
seeing
you
this
a
person's
screenshot
identity?
or a
No.
link, or was it just a text?
Mr. Freilich, any questions? Did you save the text?
It's on my phone.
So it's on your phone?
Yes.
Did you respond back?
I did.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. All right. Anything else that you feel you want to tell me about that event or issue?
No, other than you're free to look at my phone. I'm happy to show it to you. I'm happy to inquire further with him. I consider him a friend as well as a coworker. Whatever with these.
It's possible the camera company might even donate cameras to every courtroom.
I am
Yeah,
going
it's
to,
possible.
Just indicate to you that perhaps, going forward, if you receive any messages from coworkers or friends, that you advise them you can't speak about this case at all until it's concluded.
Sure.
Okay?
Certainly. My response was thank you. That's what I said. I can show.
Okay. Very good. Okay. I think I'm going to excuse you then. Thank you. All rise.
No harm here. No, there's no harm to this case. This is a nothing burger. I would never offer your phone to the state. Be like, yeah, fuck you guys.
Be seated. Mr. Lizette.
Mistrial? Come on, Stephanie. What the fuck? It's not a mistrial.
Your Honor, I guess I don't have any concerns about how this impacts the integrity of the jury in any way. It seems like a very limited conversation. I think it is probably a good idea for the court to reiterate to the jury that you have given instructions that they aren't being filmed, just to potentially alleviate any concerns that they might have, and that you're confident that those orders are going to be followed.
Mr. Freilich? Your Honor, I inquire, how is it possible that a juror in a case like this, or any case, is seen on TV? And that's concerning to me. I believe that
They may have been whoring themselves out.
This juror, even by responding back, which he shouldn't have done, causes an issue for the defense, at least for the integrity of the
Where was
jury.
that Star Wars girl?
Where my client and I are concerned about, this jury, can it be fair and impartial? So I, again, based on what's been discussed here, make a motion for mistrial.
Not gonna happen.
Well,
Not
I'm
gonna
going to
happen.
deny your motion for mistrial.
Fuck no. Not for this. Are you fucking kidding me?
First of all, I agree that the juror shouldn't have replied. First of all, the juror also indicated that he's not really concerned about it. And I think, one of the main reasons that we enter orders that jurors are not to be videoed is so that there's,
You can obscure, and by the way, you can obscure people's stuff. You can obscure their voice. You can obscure a lot of things. So yeah, I don't have a problem with
this
that.
individual.
No problem
apparently
with
wasn't
trials
concerned with
being.
that
Once
information.
again, everyone should have the ability to confront
Secondly,
the accusers in the court of law,
I'm
the
not
court
even
itself.
I'm
But
not even
why
certain
is
that it
transparency a bad thing? And once again, if
hard
there's
to drill
ways to
into
figure things out,
why
the
he
internet
would
is so
get
good, you're going to be found out anyway.
video
So might as well
from-
make the
or a
information out there
message
so we
from a friend in
can
Indiana
judge. We can judge it for ourselves and judge
about
whether it's a fair and
being
impartial
on
trial.
this case.
I don't think their identities will be given away. I do think you can protect somebody's identity to the best extent
If he
possible.
wasn't, I
It's
can't
not
explain it, but
impossible
I'm
to figure anything out,
satisfied
but
that
you can do as good of a job as you can.
that the cameras over which I have control in this courtroom, that being the media cameras, aren't filming the jury.
The media cameras, yeah.
It's possible, I suppose, that someone in the audience used their phone to make that video. I don't have the results of the efforts by security to try to track that
I get that
down.
it's technically the right to attend, not the right to
something.
view. That's what they're
But,
hampering on. But I'm saying they should have the right to view.
I'm not satisfied.
Of course,
that
we're
this
extremely
juror
biased on that because
has
we want to
indicated
stream
in
it.
any
So
way
yeah,
that
of
this
course
is
we're
going
going to say
make it
that, right?
Difficult for him to serve on this jury. He indicated he wasn't concerned.
I think it's a good thing. Not a
So
bad
I'm going to
thing.
deny the motion for mistrial. I intend to just indicate. I intend, frankly, to do two things. I'm going to again read the jurors the instruction that I'm giving them regarding communication.
Fuck you, Brandon.
I think it's important to reiterate that for them. I'm also going to advise them that I've made a specific order that they're not to be videoed, and that from my investigation, as a result of this issue, that they haven't been videoed. As part of that, I think I'm going to need to relate to them that a concern has been raised, only because
Yes.
beyond that, they'll wonder, why are you telling us all this? But that's what I intend to relate to them.
Every
Mr.
public
Lozani,
servant should
objection.
have a 24/7 body cam. I mean,
Mr. Freilich?
No, Your Honor, but I have a
that's
concern.
true transparency.
So,
Of course, he has a
would the
concern.
court consider striking that particular juror because we have alternates? The other thing I'm worried about is there going to be discussion about, well, why did the court want to talk to you, to this male juror? I have some concerns about that as well. So would the court, consider maybe striking this juror? We've got several alternates.
Sure. Well, first of all, regarding a conversation the jury might have about why did the court want to talk to you, that's why I indicated I would tell them that a concern has been raised. And they'll get it, oh, it was the guy you brought out here. So, and I don't think the jury will in any way look on him disfavorably because he was simply reporting to the court something that occurred, which is what I want people to do. So that's that. But let me turn to the state. Mr. Freilich has asked that I strike that juror.
And I don't think there's a basis to do that at this time based on the nature
Yeah,
of
I think
what
they should
you're-
let him go,
that juror.
just as a show of we take things seriously, not
I
to
don't
punish
either.
him.
I frankly think this juror has perhaps skirted a little close to my rule. Instead of
Really?
responding thank you or asking
Well,
when it
you didn't have
occurred,
the rule beforehand.
should have said something along the lines of thank you, but please don't talk to me on this until this trial.
Pretty
is
close
over."
response.
On the other hand, friends might feel that's a bit terse to reply, but I'm going to reinforce that. I think the point is that
Cheers.
the reply that he made was so innocuous that I'm not satisfied he violated
It's innocuous.
my order to the point where he would have to be excused. Again,
Yeah, they did complain about Nick streaming. I
the
remember
notion
that.
that nobody on this jury is going to get any text messages from anybody
Streamer's gonna stream, baby.
while this trial is pending is something I simply can't control. So I can't find that in any way would cause me to strike him. And again, he's indicated he wasn't concerned with being shown as a juror, so he hasn't formulated any sort of bias or prejudice as a result of that event. He's just simply reporting what happened, which is what I expect a juror to do. So I'm going to deny the motion. Your motion is noted, Mr. Freilich. I'm going to deny the motion to strike him, and that's what I intend to do.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, no mistrial, no striking. The jurors
Anything
can bring the
else,
jurors
Mr.
in and
Jose?
explain to them what
No, Your
happened.
Mr. Freilich?
If they're gonna,
Anybody missed it?
We'll bring the jury.
Allegedly, yesterday, one of the jurors was shown. Somebody sent him a message and said, "Oh, I saw you in court." And he talked to the judge. The judge reviewed the camera. There was at no time yesterday did they see any jurors on stream. The security is now checking the gallery camera to see if maybe someone in the gallery was using their camera to record and upload
Right.
jurors.
There's almost
no
no
indication of
impact
that.
that
The
live
juror
stream
hasn't
could
been
have on the
struck.
trial.
Two
Like,
motions for mistrial were
Not this
denied,
trial,
and the jury's
specifically.
coming in, and they're gonna explain it, and then we're gonna go ahead to the trial.
I think you could argue that perhaps a live stream.
And while they're coming in,
Of the
Duncan Idaho says,
galley,
"You're free
that
to
was
look at
kinda
my
one of
phone,
the
Your Honor.
arguments
Just
before.
let me delete a few things first."
Okay,
Let's go, Brand.
Let me pause it here. It says, I'm going to pause it over and read over that comment. But it's possible, like, for example, people say, okay, showing the live stream, showing people's reactions, that can have some sort of impact on the decorum of the trial or in court safety or something else like that. I don't buy those arguments, but those are ones that I guess the court could make, theoretically. Don't think that applies here.
Perhaps yesterday, that the jury may have been videotaped and put out on a live stream. And a couple of things I want to advise you about that situation. First of all, I appreciate the fact that it was reported right to the bailiff, and that's what I need you to do.
Jurors lock stream is a Jeff
As a
Boyardee
result
meme.
of
That's
the
great.
report, the matter has been looked into by scouring the
Some
videos
wine mom
that have
saw it
been
on
taken of
YouTube.
this trial. And at no point in the videos that I have authorized to be taken have you been videoed. Just to give you a little more detail about that. In this trial, I've allowed 3 cameras to be utilized. Those cameras are situated in such a location that
As one of them
you are
scrolls
not
around.
being videoed by them. When I need to, I look at the media room and I can stop the video feed at any particular time for a particular witness. Perhaps you've seen me do that and heard me do that. I've entered an order that no one in the audience is allowed to use a cell phone to take photos or videos.
That's good.
At this time, security is scouring the videos of this entire trial to see if anybody in the audience has been doing that. I can tell you that I can see everything from up here and I haven't noticed it. And in case you wonder, this courtroom is also being monitored in various different locations. So we're being watched while we're being watched, okay? The people that are videoing it are being watched by the people that are sitting in the security office downstairs. So I want to assure you that order was entered by me. I'm endeavoring to great lengths to make sure it's abided by. And as far as I know, right up until this very minute, my orders have been followed to a T.
Yeah, if someone's cell
Doesn't mean
phone
I'll stop
video,
looking
they're
into
in
it.
big shit.
And I would
If someone
encourage
whipped out their
any of you,
phone,
If you have a concern about that, as we go forward, report it to the bailiff. There's one other thing I want to do because it's
yes, you're
important.
always being
I'm
watched.
going to again give you this instruction. You've heard it before and you'll hear it again. Do not communicate with anyone about this trial or your experience as a juror while you are serving on this jury. Do not use computer, cell phone, or other electronic device with communication capabilities to share any information about this case. For example, do not communicate by blog, email, text message, Twitter, or in any other way.
oh,
on
was
or
it? Was
off
it
the
Long
computer.
Crimes camera?
Do not permit anyone to
Oh, there we
communicate
go.
with you about this case. And if anyone
Blame
does
law
so
and crime.
despite your telling them not to, you should report that to me.
Find a
I
timestamp.
appreciate that it is tempting when you go home in the evening to discuss this
Find the
case with
timestamp.
another member of your household, but you may not do so. This case must be decided by you, the jurors, based upon the evidence presented in the courtroom. people not serving on this jury have not heard the evidence, and it is improper for them to influence your deliberations and decisions in this case. After this trial is completed, you are free to communicate with anyone in any manner. That's all I'm going to have to say about that for right now.
Yeah, they're not good. These people, these law and crime is not great. But I mean, we already knew that.
Actually, it's we're at cross-examination, however. Detective, I think you were on the witness stand. I'll have you come back.
All right, Tank Rat just gifted
just
50
remind you,
Legal
Detective,
Vices
you're still-
memberships. Holy crap. You are one of the 50 lucky people. Give Tank Rat a super, super special thanks.
50,
for that.
wow.
Please use their microphone as you
That's
can see.
awesome.
Great supporters of
And
the
Nicholas
channel.
Starov says, my question, how does this juror's surroundings, including coworkers, know he is at a particular trial?
Everybody's using their microphones.
Apparently said I got a
Having said
trial,
that,
I don't know.
Mr. Furlick, you've got a few complaints, so try to tend to your microphone, but I'm probably the worst offender. So go ahead.
Emily
Thank
Moore's
you, Your Honor.
coworkers know he's on jury duty and we're just
Detective
fishing
Groff,
for
good
info. No
afternoon.
big deal.
Good afternoon.
So on February 23rd of 2022, were you called down to the police department?
Yes,
What time did you get there?
I've got my popcorn locked and loaded.
probably arrived about 4:45 in the morning, I think.
Okay. Is that kind of a normal shift for you, sir?
No,
What's a normal shift?
7 a.m. to 3:30 p.m.
And why were you contacted to get down there at 4:45 a.m.?
As far as my duties as a detective, we can get called after hours for major crimes, and in this case, I was called by a supervisor to ask if I would assist in a homicide investigation.
And were you told that there was a minivan that was found parked at the Eastman Avenue apartment complex?
Initially, my initial phone call, no.
At some point, then you were told that there was a minivan that was of interest, correct?
Yes,
And that was parked over at the Eastman Avenue apartments.
yes,
Okay.
Um,
Wondering how this is
you
relevant,
interviewed
but all right.
several
Waiting.
people, correct?
yes,
One being Tara Pakinich, correct?
correct.
And did you also talk to Stephen Hendricks?
No.
Okay. Did you talk
Hayden
to
is really laughing over here.
Taylor Shabusiness as well?
Hayden doesn't
Yes.
do that much talking.
You
Ozzy
talked to
Overlord, my
Miss
little critique
Pakinich
for Ozzy
and
is he
Miss
can talk a little
Shabusiness
bit
on the
more.
same day, fair?
Never hear him talk.
Yes,
Did you talk to Miss Pakinich first?
yes,
And was it such that they were down at the police department when you arrived?
no.
Okay. You got there first?
I don't recall if I got there first or if Miss Pakinich was there first, but Miss Schabusiness was not there when I first arrived.
Okay. So you took Tara Pakinich into a room, correct?
Yes,
He chopped it up. in
And
the room.
what did you talk about? The fact that she found something in a bucket in the basement of her house?
yes, of course.
And then you followed up with further questions with regards to that?
Yes, I did some preliminary questions, yes.
Did she indicate to you that Taylor Shabusiness and her son were friends?
Yes,
That they went to school together?
yes,
They went to high school together at Bayport?
yes,
And did she indicate to you that how she came upon the bucket in the basement?
Judge, I'm not concerned any of this is particularly prejudicial, but it is all hearsay. Ms. Pakinich testified, and he can and did ask these questions to Ms. Pakinich. The statement that the detective took from a witness who is not a party is hearsay information.
Well, it's really not offered for the truth of the matter, Your Honor. It's just to get some background information. But I can move on.
When you move on, so
Okay.
the question's withdrawn.
So after you finished talking to Tara Pakinich, then was Taylor Shabusiness brought in?
yes,
Okay. And initially you introduced yourself, correct?
yes,
And Detective Kemp was there. Is that fair?
that's correct.
Were you sort of the lead detective on this?
Well, initially I was one of many detectives who
That'd be
came
a
in
yes.
to do the initial investigation, but throughout the course of the investigation, it took a more of a lead role.
Okay. So in the interview room, you swabbed your hands, correct?
Yes,
Did you take any pictures?
I did not.
You offered her some water, correct?
At some point, yes.
Okay. And then you told her that a few hours ago, officers went to a residence on Stony Brook Lane and a bucket was found with a human head in it, correct?
Correct.
And what was her response? Do you remember?
Yeah, the judge has no idea there's like lawception.
Something to the fact of, oh, really?
Court,
or
law and
something to that.
crime, LawTube, mindset.
Did she say that it's pretty
Fourth
effed
level.
Yes, that would be correct.
Pretty fucked up, correct? That's what she said?
Yes.
And did she indicate to you that Chad was her ex-boyfriend?
Eventually, yes.
Okay. And then did you confirm that
And I
she
agree,
lived
by the
on
way,
East
this is
Avenue?
not as big of a deal for
Yes.
risk of a jury
Apartment
as
1 at
Rittenhouse or Chauvin.
2353
Those were
East
huge
Avenue,
risk.
Correct.
Huge
And
risk.
she indicated that she
for the
lived there
jury.
with a Scott Tomes?
Correct.
And then you had further questions, correct?
Of course.
You asked her questions about things that may be in the basement.
By the way,
is that fair?
86% of you think legal bites would
And
copy
did she
strike
say?
me if I,
Did she give you
if I
comments
stream
like,
sniped
"Well,
her?"
that's a good
So,
question"?
Yeah, probably not going to do
That
that.
sounds familiar. Yes.
Did she say that she blacked out at some point?
Yes.
And did she tell you that she needed time to think?
Yes.
And you said that's not a problem. Take your time. Correct?
That's correct.
When you were talking to her, was she smiling inappropriately?
She's always smiling
I did
inappropriately.
not observe that. No.
Did you hear her laugh sometimes?
What does that appropriately mean?
I believe so.
Her mood, did it kind of go up and down during your interview with her on March 23rd?
No.
Now, there were 2 detectives in the interview room with her, correct?
Correct.
And was there any sort of intimidation towards her at all?
Nothing.
During the time that you talked with her, did she say things that were sort of bizarre?
Define bizarre.
Well, some of the
Yeah, I bet Nick
access
is
she
really going crazy
described
here.
that she
But
did, were something that was not common, but bizarre. I wouldn't say bizarre.
Unusual.
half of Rekieta's chats yelling, leading.
Sure.
Yeah, sure.
And you told her that this was kind of an ongoing investigation, and the detectives and the officers and the law enforcement personnel on the scene were trying to figure out what was going on. Is that fair?
Yes.
Because law enforcement really didn't know what was going on, correct?
Absolutely not.
They had a pretty good
It
idea.
was, would you say it was a situation that was unfolding and developing?
Yes.
She did indicate to you that did she exhibit responses that were kind of short and snippy?
No.
Did she say that she did not know what was going on?
Well, she did make a comment that at one point she had blacked out, and again, I assured her that she could take her time, and she had plenty of time to remember what she did.
Now, you've been on the force you've been an officer for 27 years, correct? You've got a lot of experience. Is that fair?
37 years.
37 years. Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, 30 years, and yes.
30 years. Okay.
30 years, just
so. And you've been a detective for 17. Yes.
Yes.
You've worked with people that have used meth, correct?
I have.
Meth is a very powerful drug, isn't it?
It can be, yes.
It can cause people to act and react in an unusual way. Is that fair?
Yes.
When you were talking to her, she had some problems answering questions, correct?
No.
She would mumble and trail off when you would ask her a question. Is that fair?
And Lele, I'll give
No.
a summary a little bit later.
She said a few times, "Damn my head." Didn't she say that?
No, I said, "Damn the head."
I don't know if she's referring to her head or Mr. Therian's head.
Okay. You didn't know what she was talking
Well,
about.
there's only one head
on that topic.
Severed.
I don't recall.
She said the head, not
That we
my
know
Did
of.
she tell you that she was coming off a high or a buzz?
No.
Yeah, that's different. Quite different.
A little different.
Attack.
She actually said
She
wished
did say
had
that
done
she was
drugs.
paranoid, correct?
She did mention the word paranoid in terms of why she had left the residence.
Yeah, because she just murdered somebody.
And she
didn't
said
want
it
you to
was
find
really
out.
weird. She made that comment, correct?
I don't recall.
And she said, I think it was the dope. Didn't she say that to you?
She did make those comments, yes.
I'm sorry, we interrupted
As
because
far as the
Tank Rat
investigation
has
was
just
concerned,
donated, has just
there are
pledged, has
no
just super chat
human remains found
$100.
at the Eastman
Well,
Avenue
today has been
apartments,
fun
is that
listening to
fair?
the Law Racks while playing with
Correct.
rocket fuel at work. Hopefully, I'll be able to get to watch more of it tomorrow. Enjoy the drink vices.
Fabulous.
I will.
Not inside the apartment.
On your tank rat.
Landon.
There was
Thank
a
you so much.
minivan, well, strike that. At the apartment, Scott Tomes lived there, correct?
Yes,
And he also owned a gold colored
Thank you, Tank
Town
Rat.
and Country minivan, correct?
It's gold.
correct.
When you were talking to
That big money.
Miss Schabusiness, she did say something
Law
about
$2, baby.
she heard gunshots, correct?
Correct.
Did you hear any gunshots?
Yeah, shout out to all the people supporting LawTube. We can't do this
When?
without support.
When you were
so
either at
we really
Stony Brook
appreciate all
or
of you
at,
on all the channels.
Eastman Avenue?
I was never at Eastman, but when I was at Stonebrook, very briefly, it was much later in the day, and I did not hear any gunshots.
You reviewed a lot of different reports and talked to a lot of different detectives, including Detective Scanlon, Detective Kemp, Lieutenant Buckman, a lot of the other officers involved, correct?
Yes,
Did any of the officers provide any details or reports about any gunshots being fired at either Stony Brook or Eastman Avenue on or about February 23rd of 2022?
What?
I don't recall who said, but I do recall that during the time that officers were called to the Stony Brook residence,
Okay, these guys are a
that
little
there
dead.
was another call.
So I'm gonna pause this. I'm actually gonna go to Rekieta real quick because I bet Nick is like jumping up and down and kind of like protesting here. So let's see what Nick is doing because I'm sure he's a little bit more lively. These guys are kind of dead right now. So getting a little update here, a little live for a
Didn't
second.
she say that to you?
She did make those
Thank
comments.
you to
yes.
Boosh McFadden, a new member.
As far as the
Welcome
investigation
to
was concerned,
the RPG,
there
the
are no
replay gang.
human
You have access to all the
remains found at
emojis,
Eastman
members only
Avenue apartments,
content.
is that fair?
Welcome
Correct.
to being the most based membership on all of LawTube.
Not inside the apartment.
Based in mindset pill.
There was a
Welcome,
minivan.
welcome.
Well, strike that. At the apartment, Scott Tomes
Nick
lived
is
there,
not as
correct?
animated as I
Yes.
thought he would be here.
And he also
We'll see.
owned
Let's
a
give him a chance.
gold colored Town and Country minivan, correct?
Correct.
When you were talking to Miss Schabusiness, she did say something about she heard gunshots, correct?
Correct.
Did you hear any gunshots
When?
when you were either at Stony Brook or at Eastman Avenue?
I was never at Eastman, but when I was at Stonebrook, very briefly, it was much later in the day, and I did not hear any gunshots.
You reviewed a lot of different reports and talked to a lot of different detectives, including Detective Scanlon, Detective Kemp, Lieutenant Buckman, a lot of the other officers involved, correct?
Yes,
Did any of the officers provide any details or reports about any gunshots being fired at either Stony Brook or Eastman Avenue on or about February 23rd of 2022?
I don't recall who said, but I do recall that during the time that officers were called to the Stony Brook residence, that there was another call that officers were on that might have involved gunshots.
At some other location though, correct?
I'm sorry?
At some other location, not Stony Brook or Eastman Avenue, correct?
Correct.
During the interview that you had with Taylor Schabusiness, did it go on for about 6 hours?
That's an estimate on my part. I'm not sure.
That's fair. That's fair. So you started in the morning, and then at some point you took a break because she had to go over to St. Vincent's Hospital.
Yes.
And then you came back and then resumed the interview, correct?
Yes.
All at the Green Bay Police Department?
Yes.
You had a chance to look at her hands, her thumbs, and her fingers, correct?
Yes.
She had some scratches and some deep cuts on her thumbs and fingers. Is that fair?
She had a cut on her thumb and some scratches, yes.
Okay. And she got medical treatment for that?
Yes.
Okay. Were there, when you asked Ms. Schabusiness some questions, sometimes she was non-responsive. Is that fair?
No.
She did not answer your question every time you asked one. Is that fair?
I would not say that is correct.
She
Really?
said some odd or weird things, though, correct? During the interview? Specifically, well...
Yeah, okay, now Nick's getting a little more fired up.
Rebuild into muscle.
But yes, she made
steam.
several comments of,
yeah, I mean, well,
theory in that, his muscle would rebuild, and made several comments about, that she forgot to leave, or she forgot to leave the head behind in the bucket in the basement. Those types of comments in terms of describing her actions and what she was doing, but in terms of those being bizarre, I did not find that to be
the arm muscle rebuilding.
You
Is
found
it
it to be
bizarre?
odd, though, especially when she laughed about it, correct?
Well, I did not feel that way.
But she did laugh about it when you talked about it, correct?
I think there was maybe at one point there was kind of a smirk or something, but it was in the context of just how she replied back to me.
And she did tell you that on some date before February 23rd of 2022 that her and Mr. Therian were smoking ice, correct?
Just ice.
Smoking.
I love how everyone's just casually talking about ice.
Methamphetamine.
Yeah, she used the word bitch. Correct?
Fucking hate
Initially.
how cops and
And then
detectives get
changed from
evasive
ice
on
to
the stand.
methamphetamine. Yes.
Just tell the
Yes.
fucking truth instead of
Then she
trying
indicated
to
that
get a
meth pipe and
conviction.
Plastic bindle would be in the basement.
She said that.
I think he's telling. Well, why,
Just tell the truth.
how is he not telling the truth, though, Nick? I'm not getting what he's lying about. Smoking ice.
She told you that it was a weird night. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat
Did
that?
she say it was a weird night?
That's possible.
Okay, I get what he's saying. He's being
And
evasive
then
in his answers. That's
She
possible.
did talk about drugs, and she talked
Of course,
about
it is
the
a
fact
hostile
that
witness. It's a
she's been
defense
off
attorney.
drugs.
You gotta be careful.
And then she's on drugs. She said words to that effect.
Anytime
Is that
it's
right?
the other opponent's counsel, you need to be careful with your
We
answers.
did talk about
Everybody should answer like that.
her drug use in the days previous to
If you were
the
hostile.
interview. I believe she did make comments of using
Not
drugs in the
unnecessarily
past.
evasive, but you should be. You
It's to
should
remember
think
how
before you
much
answer.
I don't recall that.
Okay. And fair to say that during the interview, oftentimes Ms. Schabusiness would say, I don't know. She didn't know the answer to your question.
I'm sure that she probably had some of those answers.
She would say, I have no idea, correct?
I guess I would have to know specifically what I was asking her.
Because you know the
And,
defense attorney is framing it in a very specific way,
is it
trying to
fair
get a
to say
yes,
that,
yes, 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 yes.
Some of the things that she said just didn't make sense.
So they,
No.
yes, the government and
Really?
cops they try not to answer just yes or no because
You sort of
it's
had a
not that
narrative
easy.
and she kind of went along with it, correct?
I would not say that, no.
You wouldn't?
I did repeat several of things that she would say to clarify, but I would not say that I led her in any way.
When you were talking to her, oftentimes she'd have her hand over her mouth, correct?
It's possible.
And she would talk very softly, correct?
I was able to hear her.
But
That's
she
not
did
the
talk softly,
question.
correct?
Just
I know.
answer the question. Just answer the fucking question. You.
She said something about that she was tweaking out or that she was tweaking. Do you know what she meant by that?
Scott needs to be badgered. Oh no.
I do not recall those specific words. I would know what she would mean by tweaking out, though, yes. And I don't recall as to what time period she was talking about either.
Okay. Is it fair to say that the first part of your interview was about 3 hours and then you went to the hospital?
That's fair.
You came back and then The second part, was that about 3 hours or how long was it?
I'm not sure.
Not sure. A couple hours though?
Sure.
He
Took a
needs
while
that
to-
monster right now. Nick, needing that energy to power through
Ask
this.
questions and try to figure out
Meanwhile,
what was
I
going
need
on.
this
Fair.
beer because it
Right,
is
as
2
I
o'clock
was
in the morning
interviewing
in
her,
Bangkok, Thailand.
their investigators were
Cheers.
at the house, and so it was an ongoing and continuing investigation to determine what happened.
Right. During the interview that you had with her, she said, "I didn't mean for all this to happen. I'm sorry." Is that fair?
I think that she did make a comment as to initially that she did not mean to kill Mr. Schabusiness. I'm sorry, Mr. Therian.
You've had cases involving asphyxiation, correct?
Yes.
And can you tell me what we mean by that? Is it choking?
Asphyxiation?
Yes.
Choking is another word. Is when someone's windpipe or has been blocked and breathing has been obstructed.
Is it a situation where people that maybe are into this kind of thing choke each other to get some euphoria or pleasure out of it?
I have heard of that practice.
With regards to this case, law enforcement did find 2 dog collars or 2 chains. Is that fair?
Yes.
During the
I don't think this is the last witness.
during the interview, Miss Schabusiness said something about, I can't think right now.
Nice.
Remember that?
No.
She
Stream
said, "I'm
within a
fucking
stream,
nuts."
within
Remember
a
that?
stream, within
No.
a stream.
Just conveniently doesn't remember the stuff that's inconvenient for the state.
Were you surprised by some of the things that she said to you?
Overall, in the context of what we were discussing and the information that had been provided to me,
Yes.
no.
And did she tell you that the body can rebuild itself?
She made that comment, yes.
The body
Just
can
say
rebuild.
yes.
Yeah, and for that one, yes, say yes. I agree with Nick on that.
It's just so fucking irritating. There's no reason
There was a
for this
second
guy to
interview on
lie or
February
evade.
28th of 2022 back at the Green Bay Police Department, correct?
Yes,
And Detective Scanlon was there for that.
he was.
Like
Did
she's
he
still
kind of ask most
guilty.
of the questions for that interview?
I think it was.
He also shouldn't
50-50 on
ask,
both
is
our
it
parts.
fair? Is it fair? Is it fair? That I mean, like
And did
that would make it
Ms.
better.
Schabusiness
His line of
indicate
questioning, Matt
to you
Matt
or
Walsh
to
Senior's line of questioning is
Detective
not
Scanlon
great
that
here.
she was freaking out?
You should frame it as yes or no.
I do not recall those exact words. It's possible.
Okay. Do you recall though that she talked about having a lot of issues with open areas? Remember that?
But she was talking specifically about the basement area that she was in.
She didn't like the open area though, correct?
No, by the way,
No.
I'm not saying he's bad. He's actually doing a good job. He's
I'm
he's
correct
not
on
a
that.
bad attorney. He's
I'm
actually
sorry?
a good attorney.
I'm correct that
Good
she did
public
not
defender
like
here.
the open area. Is that right?
She did not like the open area of the basement at Stony Brook
Okay.
in Green Bay.
Thanks. That clears that up for me.
This is a cross. He can do leading if he wants.
Her emotions came out during the interview. Is that correct?
It's possible.
Did she tell you that she got very
I
angry
do
at
not think
herself?
they're calling the BDSM expert. They might call Nick though. That'd be great.
Once again, it was quite a lengthy interview. I do not recall every single comment that she made.
Yeah, Binger was the worst on cross. Anybody remembers Rittenhouse with Binger? Oh my
She
god.
did say during the interview that there were some times where she nodded out, correct?
Yes, I do recall that.
So just a little bit, I'll talk about the
And,
difference
she
between the
indicated
roles
to
of the
you
lawyer
that,
and cop, because it was just brought up in chat. And
Her
it's
and
really
Chad went
important.
in the basement, and within about 5 minutes, got to it, correct?
Well, they object to their
To
own
it?
question.
Yes.
Maybe.
She stated that Chad produced a couple chains. Yes.
Yeah. within 5 minutes of being done.
Vermillionaire, you're here
Correct.
because it's a stream within a stream. It's better than just a stream.
And she
Yeah,
told
this is
you there
actually a
was no-
trial
there
where
was no
all the
consent.
judge, defense, and prosecution are all actually good.
I
They're
do
all
not
actually good
remember that at
lawyers. They're
all.
not bad.
And she told you there was no sex, correct?
She said that it was starting to lead that way, but there was no sex while
While he was alive.
While he was
Chad
alive.
There was no penis to vagina.
Well, there
sexual
was after he was
intercourse going on,
dead.
Correct? Is that fair?
Penis to vagina, no.
I'm correct about that, right?
She never stated that that
Correct.
occurred.
Just say yes, you're correct. They're trained to answer in obscure and annoying ways when they're answering just yes. It's so fucking irritating. Remember, these are the people we're employing to ensure our rights, not to convict us.
And did she indicate that her and Shadtherian had took a toke off of some meth at the Eastman Avenue apartment in the bedroom?
Yes.
Took a toke, baby. Yeah, Big Boy was just being a bitch. Big Boy being Kraus from Rittenhouse case.
Okay, I have nothing further.
Oh, that's it. Oh, cool.
Just very briefly, you were asked about
Redirect.
a couple of terms, nodding out and tweaking. Are those terms that you have encountered in your experience as a detective or as a narcotics investigator?
Defunct monster,
Yes.
stop being a
What
government
do those terms
cuck.
mean to you, starting with
We're
nodding
gonna talk
out?
about this.
Nodding out is a term.
Well,
typically,
Nick, it's like you could say the same for
users
Nick. Stop
would
being a Taylor
describe,
simp because he.
when they
To be
would
fair,
become
Nick is
drowsy
being very pro-defense right now.
As a result of the drug use?
as a result of the drug use.
And how about tweaking?
Some of his responses
Tweaking
are annoying.
it can refer to methamphetamine users. It's a stimulant, so it could cause them to be hyper or sudden body movements. And
Is he a drug
that's the result
expert?
of the use of methamphetamine.
Is he a physician?
No
What
further
training has he had on the full effects of methamphetamine?
Okay, thank you. You can step down.
All right. So for the people saying, well, the lawyer's asking obscure questions or questions intended to draw out a particular set of facts. Yeah,
Does it say have
that's
any other witnesses?
the state has a lawyer to do that
No, Your
too.
Honor, at this time, the
They're
state rests.
allowed to do that. That's
Okay.
their job.
Ladies and
The
gentlemen,
cop's
the,
job
state
is
has now
to
rested their
tell
case.
the
We will take a
truth
brief
because the
recess
cop
and,
is just a
we'll
witness
reconvene in
who has an
about 10 minutes.
obligation to tell the truth to the court. The cop's job is not to find a conviction when they're in court. And let me point out one other very important thing. That's not the prosecutor's job either. The prosecutor's job is to seek justice, not secure a W for the government. Seek justice while ensuring the rights of the accused, because the
This is
accused
true.
is not guilty
Yes, I agree
until a
with that.
verdict is rendered.
I agree with that.
Period. Any government official violating that is fucking your ass without your consent. And we've got to stop apologizing for it.
Then, Mr. Freilich, the case would.
No, and I look, I'm with Nick on the protection of people and the presumption of innocence. I'm 100% with Nick on that, 100%. But there's sometimes when you just have to acknowledge the facts and say, look, like this is it's a pretty clear, strong fact for the prosecution. It's a very strong fact.
Obviously
pattern.
going to lose this motion.
Use the microphone.
Like, he's getting mad, but
Ask that the
I
court
mean,
consider
obviously
that as it relates to the first degree intentional homicide count, I would argue that there is insufficient evidence to support.
Yeah, he's got to
that
try.
particular
So
charge.
just don't get mad about it.
There's
Just see how the
insufficient
defense
evidence to
attorney is.
show
He's
that,
just doing it as a
my
matter of
client,
course. He's
Taylor
doing it
Denise Schabusiness,
calmly.
had
He's not
any
emotional.
intent
He's just
to
doing
kill
it. You know.
St. Shadtherian. What we have here is some testimony from a number of law enforcement officers. We also have some video footage from an interview between my client and Detective Groff. And
Defunct
Detective
monster.
Kempf.
It's not a false narrative.
It's clear that my client likely did consume. and
Okay, somebody had a
ingest
question about
methamphetamine
the
with
post-mortem
Mr.
erection. I looked it up. Apparently, it's called a death erection, or the angel
Prior
lust,
to his
or
death,
rigor erection.
Um,
Sometimes happens, particularly when
my
you're
client
executed by
provided,
hanging.
commentary and answered questions from Detective Groff. I would submit that what she indicated that was that she had no intent to kill. The question is, did my client do it or not? That's another question. There are a lot of different issues here going on, but based on what she said to the detective, I'd ask that the court consider dismissal of the first-degree intentional homicide charge on the grounds that there was no intent to kill.
No, because you still have
Also,
lesser included.
there are really
This
no
won't work.
eyewitnesses to whatever went on in the basement at 829 Stony Brook Lane in Green Bay. When Tara Pakinich and Stephen Hendricks went downstairs, they didn't find anybody down there. They found body parts, unfortunately, but they did not find my client.
She
there.
admitted
My
to
client
doing
was at
everything.
2353 Eastman Avenue, and that's where she was arrested. And there were no body parts over there. There were body parts in a van that was owned by Scott Tomes. That's not my client's minivan.
Look, I don't like the government either, but you know, I just try to
belonged to Mr. Tomes.
call it pretty
So there
accurate.
are a lot of issues here.
And just acknowledge
as
that bias.
to
I don't like the government
the
either, by the way.
third-degree
I
sexual
do
assault
not like the
charge.
government.
Because you
But-
got to make
state's
the
gotta prove
motion,
that my
but
client had
obviously this is
sexual
pointless.
intercourse with Shad Therian. I believe, based on this record, there's in the video, there's no evidence to show that my client had any kind of penis to vagina contact with Mr. Therian. We have testimony.
Oh, come
from,
on.
Anal penetration with a dildo is still a violation of the statute,
expert,
so this isn't a good one either.
that indicated it was uninformative as to the dildo. And I don't know that my client claimed that the dildo was used on Mr. Therian, but there's no DNA evidence on that. And
I mean, she
so
said
would
it,
She
but-
said it.
consider,
She
dismissal
said
of
it. So
third
yeah,
degree
the,
sexual assault charge as well for those reasons.
Yeah.
Thank you. Finally, as to the mutilating a corpse, count 2. Again, there are no eyewitnesses to observe what really happened in the basement.
This is a pro forma argument. He knows he's going to lose.
For all these reasons, I'd ask that the court consider.
It would
the
be
motion for
malpractice if he
directed
didn't raise
verdict.
this,
Mr. Saunders.
even though he knows
Reasonable
he's going to
juror
lose.
viewing the evidence in the light most favorable to the state could convict. The state's met its burden. His motion should be denied.
Yeah.
Okay, well, these motions are fairly common in cases like this, and
Dildo
the court,
Baggins.
Does have to, in these circumstances, look at the evidence in the light most favorable to the non-moving party. This is by no way the court making a decision about what the ultimate verdict in the case will be. That's up to the jury, not up to me. But the court's task at this point is to take a look at the four corners of the record, the evidence, to see whether the state has satisfied their burden of proof, at least to this point, such that the matter can move forward and be given to a jury. Each of these counts has 2 elements. The homicide count has 2 elements.
Gonna wait for this ruling, and then we're gonna go over to Joe. Good logic, Joe of Good Logic. I want to try to get at least one more turn for everybody here. So we're going to Joe, and then Kurt, and then we'll see where we go back to. Maybe Vices.
Reasonable jury could conclude that
Just
the
wait
state
to
has
see
met its
how
burden
deep
and
the
can
rabbit hole
convict,
goes.
based upon the evidence that has been offered thus far. Again, I'm to look at the evidence in the light most favorable to the non-moving party. That isn't necessarily how a jury will look at it in their deliberations, but that's what I'm to do at this particular point. And in doing so, I'm satisfied that these motions for directed verdict should be denied, and that's what the court does at this time. So those motions are
Proper
denied.
decision, Judge.
And, so
Yeah,
I'm
there's
turning
no
back to
grounds
you,
for directed verdict
Mr.
here.
Freilich. My
Again,
understanding is that
Oh, well, I
defense
mean, yeah,
counsel
Joe's right
is
about
not
that.
being here due to some health issues.
Okay, what we got here?
That there's been a set of stipulated facts.
Yes, Your Honor, but before I do that, I know that my investigator had made attempts to contact Scott Tomes as part of the defense investigation in this case. And
Because pop over to Joe Good Logic here today. We always had to get a little bad logic and a little good logic here with my good friend Joe. Oh, did he end his stream? Did Joe end his stream? What? 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 We're gonna have to go to the uncivilians here.
Some way.
Name, but he saw him before, and that he believed that they hooked up to get some meth or do meth. That would have been about 9 p.m. on Monday night, and that he had this gold Chrysler Town and Country minivan, and his keys were on a lanyard which hangs on a hook by his front door.
Joe's live,
and that he indicated that
it's a
Taylor
new link.
Schabusiness has used his vehicle
Why do
in
they
the
do
past,
that? Why do they all do
but
that?
with his permission, and that she's always asked to use it. And then he said she did not ask to use the vehicle last night, and that he did not give her permission to take the vehicle.
Well, that's what Taylor
He
Schabusiness
said he did not call the police to report the vehicle missing.
He said that.
And then he indicated that he
Heard
was
it.
drinking some whiskey and cranberry juice, and that he sometimes
I
gets
guess it's so they can
drunk,
take a
but
break, maybe,
not
but then you're kind of
inebriated.
losing some of your
Indicated around
audience. I don't know.
midnight.
I don't like it.
Ms. Schabusiness returned home with his vehicle, and she went basically directly to her bedroom, that he had a suspicion she may be high on drugs, and that he believed the police arrived 15 or 20
Yeah,
minutes
I found Joe's
after
new stream. We'll go there in a
Ms. Schabusiness
second.
got home.
We'll do uncivil first.
And then he talked about the living arrangements in the apartment, and that
The
Ms.
judge is
Schabusiness
thinking
stays
about
in the
what he wants
bedroom,
for
and he
dinner right
sleeps in
about
his chair
now.
in the living room. So,
Okay.
do you recall though that?
So, the first thing I want to take up is Mr. Freilich's motion for a mistrial based upon the unavailability of Mr. Tomes.
I think the motion should be denied. Essentially, everything counsel stated, the state is willing and has prepared a stipulation to that effect. So I don't think that the drastic remedy
That
of
solves the
mistrial is
problem.
necessary. I do want to be quite clear.
Right.
The state does not
Thanks, guys.
control
I got
Mr.
Joe
Tomes.
queued up
We in no
next.
way
Joe is
told him
next. Okay.
to disregard a defense subpoena as part of our case. We chose not to call him. We were advised about the medical issue, and we passed that information along to defense counsel. So I don't want it to there to be this record
We will
that
stipulate.
we
will
are
stipulate to
influencing his
literally
unavailability
everything
in
that
any
you
way.
said the
Obviously,
witness would say.
Counsel can still attempt to have him
End
here and
of
still
problem.
attempt to produce him. It's an issue the state deals
We'll
with.
be doing a lot
agree the
more of
witness
this,
would have
baby.
said all those things.
That isn't being done.
Stream
all those things are
reception
fine.
Defense failing to produce
is
his
the
don't
new
care.
normal.
is grounds
Oh,
for
that's
a
great.
mistrial.
Not
Particularly
every
Solves
time.
the problem
to
right
stipulate
up.
to
But
everything
sometimes.
the defense seeks to elicit, essentially.
I got you
Your Honor.
guys. I got you.
Wow.
I
what a
want to
deal.
let the court know that Mr.
What a deal.
Saunders promptly let me know of this situation as soon as he found out about
It's
it.
way
so
more fun.
That was appreciated.
Okay, I don't want all the details, but as far as a medical issue, I mean, if you have a bad cold, that's a medical issue. If you are
Yes.
in the hospital for
Yes.
serious surgery, that's a medical issue too. Is he incapacitated? Is he just staying at home because he doesn't feel like getting out? Do we have a sense of that?
I think the latter. The information we received is that he was in hospital and would be for several weeks. That was the information we received from a relative.
Okay. Okay, well, so in front of me then is a motion for a mistrial. A number of things. First of all, when I listened to the recitation of the information that Mr. Tomes was going to testify to, first of all, I'm satisfied that a lot of that information has already been testified to by other witnesses.
I've heard a lot of that before.
The individual, the mutual friend of Mr. Ethereans and Ms. Schabusiness, who was here yesterday, testified to some of the events that occurred at Mr. Tomes' apartment. Frankly, some of the other information that Mr. Tomes was going to be testifying to that was referenced by Mr. Freilich, I think was brought in through some other of the witnesses. The information about
Glad you're liking it. Gao Azurius G.
what Ms. Schabusiness did with Mr. Therian while they
It is
were
2
at
a.m.
Mr.
in
Tomes'
Bangkok.
apartment. There was reference to potentially utilizing controlled substances there, that perhaps.
Do they have any other
Mr.
witnesses other than this
Tomes
guy?
was
That's the one
in
question
a
I want to
either
know.
a different part of the house, or was
I'm suspicious
had
the
his,
answer
his
is
gaze focused somewhere else while they
I'm suspicious
utilized controlled
that
substances
the
behind his back,
has
so
no
we
other
didn't
witnesses
see.
except for this one guy.
That kind of information has
Let's
come
see
in
if I'm
other,
wrong.
in other areas.
Something in their tone.
Really, the only
says
piece of
this was the
information
only witness
that,
I have. Might be reading too much into it. Let's find out.
That doesn't sound like it came in any other fashion, except by indirect statements from Ms. Schabusiness in her interview with law enforcement, was the comment that, you know, when she used his van in the past, she asked permission, and that she didn't ask for permission that night
Your Honor, I'd like to call the methamphetamine to the
to
stand.
use his van. And there's a couple of things about that particular piece of information. I remember the information in the video where the detective was asking her questions, and she indicated in response to her question, I don't know if you knew that I was leaving.
Your Honor, I'd like to announce my surprised witness.
I think she was
Cocaine.
uncertain whether Mr. Tomes actually knew that she was leaving. And the reality of it is, if she was utilizing
we
his
can't have
van
cocaine,
and she was
I
uncertain
understand.
whether or
They
not
haven't
she even knew
proven
about
themselves
it,
to be reliable.
whether or not
Your Honor,
he even
that's
knew about
simply
it,
a falsehood. We all know that
then
she can't
that
lie,
might
she can't
confirm
lie, she can't lie.
a statement
Cocaine.
whereby Mr. Tomes says, yeah, she usually asked for permission, but that night she didn't. That would be very consistent with what she reported in her interview. Beyond that, I'm not really sure,
Not sure if that
the
joke
extent
worked,
to which that piece
but
of
I tried.
information is so relevant, that his presence is needed here as opposed to stipulating to the facts that are outlined. Relevant, that his presence is needed here as opposed to stipulating to the facts that are outlined. For all those reasons, I'm satisfied that the fact that he hasn't responded and arrived here today due to medical reasons, I'm not going to grant a mistrial for that reason. I am then going to turn to the parties to determine if there's anything else that needs to be recited regarding that stipulated set of facts, or whether, Mr. Freilich, you've actually gone through and recited it there. Is that what you would intend to have recited?
Mr. Saunders has it, Your Honor. So I'm just going to take another look at it real quick.
I'm sure you do. Look at it real carefully. Look at it.
Yeah, that was just a glitch in the feed. That was sometimes the feed has glitches.
Your Honor,
It just happens.
there are many pieces of paper, but this one is mine. My piece of paper protects me, and I protect it.
You know what?
I will not abandon my piece of paper.
Kurt's comedy
What
is
I did
actually
was,
good today. You know what?
Highlighted in yellow.
You know what?
the
I'm
relevant
actually
sections
liking
from
Kurt's
the
comedy today.
Statement he gave to police, and then Mr.
Good
Saunders'
job, Kurt.
office
Good
had
job,
typed
Kurt.
out. So it's in proper order.
That was actually good.
Gentlemen, how do you
Clip
want
that,
that,
guys.
uh,
Clip that. Law and Nerd clips.
submitted into the
Clip
record?
that. Kurtisms.
I can mark it, and then perhaps the court can just read it at some point during the defense case.
You want the court to read it?
Yes, please.
Losing it
Sure,
or
we'll then mark
gaining it.
As exhibit 111.
Yeah, I like the sardonic nature of Kurt. I think it's awesome.
Do you have any other witnesses? Anyone at all?
Me.
Okay.
Would you like to call the buckets?
That was Kurt's tongue
All right.
moment. Yes.
So, then just for my own edification, Mr.
Kurt's
Freilich,
tongue moment.
I would intend to read this to the jury as soon as they're brought back in.
Okay.
Other than potentially your client testifying, do you have any other witnesses that you, because then we're going to move right into other witnesses, but if you said, well, that's the only one, and then the only issue is whether your client's going to testify, then how we'll proceed is, I'll bring in the jury, I'll read in these stipulated facts, I'll excuse the jury again, and then I'll have the colloquy with your client about her testimony. So can you give me a sense, do you have other witnesses?
Your Honor, I've looked at my list here.
Uh-huh.
A lot of the witnesses I was going to call have already been called, so I think we're good. I will need some additional time to confer with my client
Who knew?
on whether she wishes
I
to
knew
testify
it.
or not.
Uncivil
but,
called it.
that's where we're
Uncivil solid.
Right, well,
Come
then-
in. I have no
Just a quick,
other witnesses.
I know
I
some
have
defense,
no case.
some of the law enforcement
Uncivil
officers have defense subpoenas.
prediction.
Is it okay?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
This is the moment, guys.
It
This
sounds
is
like
what
all
we're
the other
waiting for
subpoenas
from
that are
Kurt.
out there are
The
now canceled.
big
Okay.
uncivil energy. I like it.
Anything else before bringing in the jury, Mr. Saunders?
No.
Mr. Freilich?
No.
Okay, so I'll bring
Your
in the
Honor,
jury,
I would like
folks.
to call in the
I'll
ghost
read
of
them
Jeffrey
this,
Dahmer.
stipulated facts. I'm going to excuse them again.
Kurt,
We'll break for a little
Kurt.
more so you can speak
love
with your
it.
client about testifying.
I
and
love
then
it,
we'll
Kurt.
come back and I'll have that colloquy with her and go from there, okay?
Oh,
You think
man.
she's nuts enough to take the stand? You think she's crazy
Let's
enough
do
to
it.
do it?
Let's do it. Let's put her on
You
the
know,
stand.
at this point,
put her on the stand. Please, God, put her on the
I
stand.
honestly don't know what the right answer is.
I want her on the stand.
I only say that because the evidence
BKE,
against her
Big
is so
Kurt energy.
incredibly damning. Right, her own statements in the court from the at the police station are so incredibly damning that at this point, I don't know. Maybe it's like, you know, I literally have nothing to lose at this point as the defense lawyer. I literally have nothing to lose. It can't possibly get any worse. Maybe I put my client on the stand and hope that somehow, some way, a miracle occurs. Is that an option? I'm going to advise my client to take the stand because I need a miracle. All I need is a miracle. All I need is you. Taylor ship is
best time.
All
Ladies
I
and
need
gentlemen of
is
the
a
jury, the
miracle.
state of Wisconsin,
All I
the attorney for the
need
defendant
is
and the
you.
defendant have
Take the
stipulated or
stand.
agreed that if Scott Tomes had been called as a witness, he would have testified as follows. Scott Tomes was interviewed
Zero
by a
experts.
Green Bay
This is
Police
it. This
Department
is all
detective
the
on
defense
February
gets.
23rd,
All of it.
2022, and stated that on Monday night, the defendant had a friend over named Shad. Mr. Tomes did not know Shad's last name, but had seen him before. Mr. Tomes indicated he believed Ms. Schabusiness hooked up with Shad to get and do meth. He believed this was about 9 p.m. on Monday night.
Nice.
Mr. Tomes stated that he had his car keys on a lanyard which hangs on a hook next to the front door. Tomes stated his vehicle is a gold Chrysler Town & Country with Wisconsin tag 580ZJZ. Mr. Tomes stated Taylor has used his vehicle in the past, but with his permission, and that she always asked him to use it. She stated Ms. Schabusiness did not ask him to use his car last night and that he did not give her permission to take his vehicle. He did not report the vehicle missing. Mr. Tomes stated he was drinking last night and indicated he gets drunk but not inebriated. He indicated that around midnight, Taylor returned home with his vehicle. He stated she basically went directly into her bedroom. Mr. Tomes suspected Taylor was high on drugs. Mr. Tomes believed the police arrived 15 to 20 minutes after Taylor got home. Mr. Tomes
If
was
this is the
also
greatest murder
asked
trial
about
ever,
the
man.
living
If this is the
arrangements
end
of
of
the
it, murder trial
apartment and
ever.
stated that
It's a
Taylor
3-day
stays
case.
in the bedroom
I love
and
this.
he
I love this
sleeps in
judge.
his
I love
chair
this
in the living
trial.
room.
This amazing trial.
We did an
Mr.
internal
Tomes was
trial
later
murder case in
interviewed
3
by a
days.
Green
It's
Bay
great.
Police Department detective
doesn't have to
on
take 6
March
weeks.
9, 2022. Mr. Tomes stated that
If so,
A.J.
this is an
Gannon and
amazing
Taylor
trial
Schabusiness were at the Eastman Avenue apartment on Monday, February 21, 2022, before they left and came back with Shad Therian. Mr. Tomes stated that Gannon did leave on his own, leaving Taylor and Shad still at the residence. You will consider that testimony in the same manner as if it had been given under oath here in court. I have marked that as Exhibit 111, and that's being offered, Mr. Freilich? Yes, it is, Your Honor. Exhibit
Are
111.
they going to read it off then? That would be interesting.
Your Honor, could that be published to the jury?
There's published. There's publishing it.
Probably not necessary, I guess.
Yeah,
I'll
I'm not
withdraw
gonna
that.
publish
it to the jury because that would involve either putting it up on the screen or passing it through there. I'm not going to have them read it, but it is Exhibit 111.
Thank you.
And then, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to excuse you briefly again, so I'll rise for the jury.
All right, here we go. What do you think is the odds that Taylor Schabusiness takes the stand?
I want her to take the stand. Please, God, let her take the stand. Kurt can save her.
Do it.
Let me add a poll in the chat. Are you guys liking the big Kurt energy? guys enjoying the Big Kurt energy?
Well, Mr. Freilich, my understanding
I don't
is
think
you'd
we
like to
spent as
speak with your
much
client,
as much
for a little
time.
bit
The
about
poll is up
our
in the chat
decision
on
as to
Kurt.
whether or not to testify. Is that
But
correct?
That's
I don't
correct,
think we
whether
spent as
she's
much
gonna
time on
testify or
civil, and
not
I think
testify.
it's not
My
fair.
understanding
I
is you
think
can do
that
that
he deserves.
right back
Kurt
there,
deserves
to the
the
side
time
door.
on his channel
so
as
we'll
well.
be in recess then. I'm going to be checking in on you, Mr. Freilich, by 25 after. But if you need a little more time than that, you need to.
25 after? What is that? Wait, what time is it right
Can you
now?
just give me till 2:30, Your Honor?
Till 2:30.
All right,
thank
we're
you.
in recess.
Okay, wait, hold on. This is.
Can I have 12 minutes, Your Honor?
Sure. So right now it's two. It's
I'll check with
2:19,
you at
right?
25 past. Can I
So
have
it's like 10
2:30?
minutes. We got 10 minutes right now. Whoa,
This is
Big
so
Kurt.
hilarious.
Okay,
This is so funny.
Too Big Kurt.
You know.
He's loving it though. He's loving
Yeah.
it. And you guys, it looks like you guys are loving it. 93% of you love the Big Kurt energy.
So here's what's going on, Taylor. You're going down in a
93%.
flaming pile of.
Well, I'll put it in the chat
flaming
here.
Pile of absolute destruction. You want to roll the dice and take the stand because hey, maybe you'll so charm the jury. You are just such a
93% approval. Let's
charming-
how to let him know.
You're a charming, affable,
Had
young,
to
beautiful
let
woman.
Them.
And
know.
maybe if you just bat your eyes just the right way and
lagging here,
play the doe-eyed innocent. Those mean cops. Those mean cops.
People are loving it.
I would never do that to my poor baby boyfriend.
All right.
I'm not the monster they make me out to be.
Let's check out here Joe, because I promised us to get a little bit of the Hebrew before we do anything else, and he is back with a second stream. So let's get that up.
Excuse them again. We'll break for a little more so you can speak with your client about testifying.
Oh, he's
and
watching
then,
on
we'll come back and
2x.
I'll have a colloquy with her and go from there. Okay.
So he's a little bit behind.
Can you imagine how great that would be?
So yeah, 11 minutes. 11 minutes.
All right, bring in the jury. We're almost caught up. I'm only 6 minutes behind. I may have 24 minutes.
Oh, by the time Joe finishes this and catches up, they'll be ready to come back. Cool. Let me get some extra food here. I'll get in the corner here. Get a little snack here. Some more sushi. I got some salmon sushi.
I don't know how I made up
Some
that much time so
nigiri.
fast.
Hold on one second.
Be seated.
What? What? All right. Well, I guess we caught up. That was weird. Did it jump on me? All right. Well, we heard the call. We heard the statement anyway. Although the truth is, when he was
we
reading
go.
that statement off, I think we caught up. Is that?
No, he's
I
not
don't
caught
think
up.
we
Wait, is
caught
he?
up.
Not yet, is he?
I don't know what happened there. Let me see what. Let me just.
Know Shad's last name, but had seen him before.
It jumped.
Mr. Tomes indicated he believed was whether
Let's
your client's
check
gonna
this out while
testify,
they're on
then
break
how we'll
anyway.
proceed is I'll bring in the jury. I'll read in these stipulated facts. I'll excuse the jury again.
Got this part.
With your client about her testimony. So can you give me a sense of the other witnesses?
Your Honor, I've looked at my list here. A lot of the witnesses I was going to call have already been called.
Right. Well, then bring in the jury. Have stipulated or agreed that if Scott Tomes had been called as a witness, he would have testified as follows. Scott Tomes was interviewed by
This
a
is
Green
Joe
Bay Police
Boomering it.
Department detective on February 23rd,
Joe's
2022,
ultimate weakness is technology.
and stated that on Monday night, the defendant had a friend over named Shad. Mr. Tomes.
Okay, so he's still figuring his shit out. So let's go over here to Vices, who we have not checked in with in a while, and I actually don't know who's going to be on his panel right now. So let's catch up with Vices and see who's here in the Vice. Are they just drinking and fucking around right now? What are they doing? What's
I've
going
never
on now?
Googled Jeffrey Dahmer's butt, so.
What's going on now?
But I have read about true crime, because I have a morbid fascination with things like that. Because I like dark stuff and I like horror movies. It's probably not healthy, but I would, but I'm
An unhealthy
also
obsession. Okay.
just watching that and hearing her say the words and hearing her describe what she did, it affected me in a way I can't.
Chandler's into it. Chandler's into it.
Speaking of dark places to go, how about we do some super chats here?
Hey.
If they're just
Playing
doing super
Shasbury,
chats.
Chandler is so cute.
Oh, simping
Yes.
for Chandler. Okay, we're out of here. I'm out of here. If it's just simping for Chandler, we can do that. We can do that anyway.
There were Mike.
Let's see what
Shot
Nick's up to
3
here.
black men that night.
Oh, black men. We're talking about that.
And it was on video. Guilty. Guilty. Should Daryl Brooks have gotten his chance? Yeah. What if Daryl Brooks was being was drugged against his will? What if Daryl Brooks was being held under duress? Someone's got a gun to his daughter's head or something. I don't know. His best friend's head says, "You drive this thing. You go drive through that thing." And he was trying to avoid people. He gets to assert his defense. It may be a lie. He gets to assert his defense. He gets to cross-examine the cops who said they saw him driving that car. He gets to cross-examine the victims' families. Is their story true? Is their story credible? Yes, of course we protect the rights of the guilty. You must protect the rights of the guilty the most. That's why they exist. The innocent don't need rights. I mean, they do. But the innocent need rights because the government will convict the innocent in the absence of those rights. Because the government always exceeds its power. Always, always, always. It is a rule, a fact, a law of nature and government that it will always exceed the authority granted to it and the restrictions placed upon it. Always, always, always. It happens every fucking day. Every day. And people still ask this question. Not only every day, it happens every day in every state, in
Nick's going off
every
on the government
city,
here.
Every
He's
day.
not wrong, though. He's
And
not
people
wrong
are still
about
like,
this
well, I mean, do we really need to worry about these rights, though? I mean, it's obvious that they're guilty. Why is it obvious? The person telling you it's obvious is the state that is exceeding its authority every day. That it turns out to be obvious later does not justify the state lying in the previous part of it. That's so frustrating that this still goes on now. You have social media. You have guys like
I don't like
Andy
the
No
government
out
either,
there
guys,
on
so
the street.
I'm with
showing
him
you
on
this.
most
You have
of this.
James Veritas, or James O'Keefe from Project Veritas on the street showing you every day
right about
overreaches
that.
by government,
He's right about
overreaches
that.
by corporations who are
Internationally,
colluding
by the
with
way. Every
government.
country, not
we
just
have
America.
the FBI testifying
God
that for
Emperor,
the January
Torgo. God
6th
Emperor.
defendants that they lied to the court and used
Nick's
data
rants
that they did not have a warrant
are
for
in the chat
that
for
was
Nick's rants.
collected from FISA, the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, unconstitutionally and only to be reviewed upon a sufficient
We're gonna have a little
warrant
sub-judge
on
for best
the
rant.
basis of the Foreign
Best
Intelligence
rants.
Surveillance Act. You can't just get a warrant to review FISA data. You have to get a warrant to review FISA data based on communications relating to a foreign terrorism scheme. It's not so fucking simple as just, well, we have the data, we can just look through it. No, but that's what the FBI did. And they lied to
got the
court. They
best
infringed
rants.
all of their rights, and no one's doing anything about it. Why? Well, because they're obviously guilty. I mean, they went in the building, right? They tried to stop Congress. They tried to change the vote. They tried to change the election. Well, I mean, they obviously did it, right? Well, what about the Whitmer guys? What about the 4 guys?
Yeah, Whitmer guys
of the
got fucked.
15?
They got
The
fucked.
4 guys of the 15 prosecuted in Whitmer. They obviously did it. I mean, who cares that the other 11 were federal agents leading them into it, right? I mean, who cares? They obviously did it. Who cares that it was entrapment by the government who planned a scheme and 4 retards tried to go along with it? Actually, only 2 did, admitted to it, because they're literally sub-room temperature IQ and had no idea how to levy a defense against the government coercing them into a kidnapping plot that they had no intention of carrying out. But who cares? They did it, right? Why should we protect their rights? Why should we protect the rights of people who the government led into crime that they weren't going to do? Just to justify, let's be very clear, Whitmer's executive order.
This is good.
which
No,
was
Nick is
also
very strong. This is his
unconstitutional under
strength.
Michigan law.
That's what I really
locking
respect
people
about
down
Nick,
during
actually.
COVID. Do not forget that the Whitmer kidnapping plot was a literal government false flag, verifiably so. verifiable government false flag to justify COVID lockdowns by raising outrage over a right-wing terrorist plot to kidnap Governor Whitmer. But why should we protect the rights of
This
the
is
guilty?
100% true, by the way.
Why should we? Why should we do that? I don't know. You're right. Let's just listen to the government. Let's just go ahead and trust them. They never lied to you. They never lie to justify locking you down, shutting down your business. They wouldn't lie about, the possible
By the way,
side
Nick
effects of
wins
vaccines.
best
They
rant,
wouldn't lie about the
76%.
categorization of COVID deaths. Oh,
The
but
next
I don't know
closest
if
is Joe.
I don't know if you guys caught that. They came out and they had to say it. Well, we probably overclassified COVID deaths to the tunes of hundreds of thousands, maybe even close to 1 million. And if that's what they're admitting, what's the real
Next is
number?
Will Taylor testify?
But why should we protect our rights, right? Obviously guilty. Obviously COVID was right. Obviously everything. Obvious. It's all obvious. It's all fucking obvious. Well, everything's obvious when only one side of the story gets told. And that story is in favor of the people who overreach all the time. And let's just not forget that you have a literal guaranteed right to the presumption of innocence until you're guilty, which means until the verdict comes down. Until the verdict comes down, you're not guilty. There is no such thing on this country's radar, in this country, however, as anyone who's obviously guilty. I don't care if you walk down the street, putting the gun to the backs of the heads of children and pulling the trigger, one after another, 1,000 at a time, on video, broadcast to the entire world.
Subroom temperature IQ. Yeah, that's a lot of us out there.
Guilty.
Please put her on the stand.
Only after sufficient due process with a jury. That's it. We guarantee that right because in the absence
Maybe it's
of that
recency
right,
bias,
you are
popcorn,
guilty
maybe.
of whatever they accuse you of, because that's the system we came from. The King's Court. The King's Court pronounced guilt. It didn't decide it. And as
Mic drop.
shitty as our system is, it's still, and this should terrify
Still
you,
better than
the best system at the
Yep,
world,
yep.
in the world,
Which is
to be a
fucked
criminal
up.
defendant.
Which is fucked up, but it's
I would
still
not
the best.
choose a single other country, despite all of the problems and all the
He's
fuckery
right about
we
that,
can
by the way.
witness
He's right about
in a
that.
trial where she obviously did it. And here's the thing, guys. Taylor Schabusiness is not going to walk from this crime. The defense for Taylor Schabusiness, I know they're defending not guilty by reason of insanity. She's not going to get that. Almost, I can't think of any way, based on the evidence that we've seen, the testimony, the video.
I'm
that she
liking that
gets
Nick is being honest here. Nick is winning a lot more points from you being honest with
But does she deserve life without parole because it was intentional? Or was she insane and under the influence of substances that she didn't manifest the intent? Because if that's the case, then she deserves her chance at parole. That's the Wisconsin law. That's the process that's guaranteed to her, and she gets to advocate for it, even though we know she killed this guy. And it's so weird to me that people keep up with this notion that we just, well, it's just inconvenient. Well, I hope it's never inconvenient for you. Because I sure as fuck would never give the keys to my freedom to this government without my chance to fight
No,
back.
I agree. I agree with Nick on this.
And if you will, just go move to a different country where they do it every day. Hate people who apologize for and bow to this fucking system.
Well, that's me and Jeff sitting in foreign countries.
Government should be suffered as a necessary infringement on our rights, not given license to run your life.
Good stuff. Yeah, and by the way, my question was who has the best rants in general? It wasn't today. I do think Kurt did the best today. I'll say that too. Of today. That was pretty damn good though. But I've heard that one before. To be very fair, I've heard that Nick rant before. Kurt's was very unique
TMF
to
Squid
today.
says, didn't she tell the cops she got lazy and forgot about the head? Let's be honest, that's normal for women to forget.
Just the head.
Val the Gene says,
get on that podium, girl.
Base AF
And stripper pole.
Nick Rant, keep advocating, man. The rights of the accused are sacred and should never be violated. 100%. 100%. It's imperative. It's essential to freedom. Bear in the Woods says, officer, I don't remember anything. I blacked out except for fucking my homie in his ass and choking him to death with a dog collar. Also, I cut his head off with a bread knife. I was going to keep his head and dick, but I was too high on meth, bro. It's a great story, but she gets to tell it. Legal mindset. Hey, thanks, buddy. He says, Nick won the poll for best LawTube brands.
He won it. He won it. Well, Senpai notices yet again. We got him, boys. We got him again. We got Nick again.
How you doing, man?
Joe's number
court's
2.
audio's off. It's not me.
No, we know it's off. Yeah,
We're
we
unmuted,
got
but
you,
the
homie.
court's still muted.
We got you, homie.
Marion Holtzman says, thank you, Nick. If I ever need a lawyer, you'll be it. Now get someone
Sure,
with
I've had an
whole
extended
staff.
time period. I appreciate it to talk to my client. We've talked about this prior to trial, but we talked again about it today. I've advised her that she has an absolute right to testify if she wishes.
Is she doing it?
She also has a right to
She's doing it, isn't
not
she?
testify if she so chooses.
Poll says no.
Given her advice. I've conferred with her. We've
Choose
talked
to testify.
about this particular
Choose
issue.
to do it. Come on, girl, do it.
It's her decision not to testify
Oh,
and exercise
no.
her right to remain silent.
Oh, no.
you coward. No. Oh.
No. The no's have it. The no's were right there, 57%. Oh, no.
About that in just a minute, but Mr. Freilich,
No.
my understanding that you have no more witnesses. What you indicated.
That's it. It's over, really. That's it. This is it.
That's correct.
Okay,
Bro,
so
you
Mr.
just-
Business, I need to address you personally. So,
Change your
attorney
mind,
told me I
girl.
just spoke with you about some of your constitutional rights that are coming up right now, and those rights are that you have an absolute right to testify, and you have an absolute right not to testify.
Nick keeps his volume too low.
Mr. Freilich, the microphone. Not
Oh,
yours, hers.
Sorry about that.
So, Mr. Business, those rights belong to you. They don't belong to Mr. Freilich. They don't belong to the state. They don't belong to me.
Look at the
Those rights
judge. He
belong
wanted
to
her up
you
there.
and
Oh, he
you alone.
wants
You
it.
understand that?
You want it too, ladies and gentlemen.
My understanding from listening to Mr. Freilich is that you've decided that you would like to exercise your right not to testify. Is that correct?
That is.
Okay.
No.
Now, I know you've spoken with your attorney. Do you feel you need any more time to talk to your attorney about that decision?
No, I did not.
Has anybody made any threats or promises to you to get you
She's
to,
going to prison
make
forever.
that decision here today?
No.
Okay. Any further inquiry you'd like me
My
to make?
opinion, her only hope
Mr.
was to
Lazzare, Mr.
testify.
Saunders?
Yeah, I
Mr.
mean,
Freilich,
if she
any
was
further
going for
inquiry You'd
crazy.
like me to make of your client regarding that decision?
Just inquire if there's been any pressure on her.
Okay. Mr. Business, has anybody placed any kind of pressure on you to make that decision?
No.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm satisfied based upon the conversation that I've had here with Mr. Business that number one, she understands her rights. She has both of the rights to testify and to not testify. The issue, of course, being you can't exercise both of those rights at the same time. You can only choose one. She's choosing the right not to testify here today. I'm satisfied that she's done that after consulting with her attorney. They took a little bit of extra time. I gave them better than 10 minutes to speak about that. That was the amount of time that Mr. Freilich wanted, and they were back here when I came into court. So they've had an opportunity to discuss that. Ms. Schabusiness has indicated to me she doesn't need any more time to speak with her attorney about that decision. I'm satisfied that her decision is freely, voluntarily, and intelligently made here today. Of course, when it comes time to address the jury instructions, Mr. Freilich will have to address, I think it's instruction 315. I think that's the instruction about that I could give to the jury potentially about, and I'm not sure if it's in your packet, but we'll certainly take it up. It's an instruction about instructing the jury that they're not to hold her decision not to testify against her, and that's another choice that she will have to make. If it's not in the packet, I'll get it for you, Mr. Freilich, but I'm sure you've done enough trials, you're aware of.
1 second, we got a guess. So I'm going to switch over to how I stream this because I was streaming it in a way in which the sound might be a little bit weird. So we'll do it in this way.
Choosing
And it
not
won't
to
echo.
testify.
Okay, great. And welcome to the stream. Legally Dirty Blonde. Good to see you, Alana.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing good. I'm doing awesome.
I'll ask Mr. Freilich if he has any other.
Still hanging in here
What's
at
going
2 o'clock in the
A
morning.
lot of times I
She
think it's the
decided
best move
not to
not
testify
And then we have
to
a-
insanity. We're stream
Affirmative
sniping Nick.
defenses can really throw
Okay, yeah, I
a
saw you
loop
doing this
into
yesterday.
it.
I like it.
It's just me. Yeah, it's meta. It's very meta.
It's very meta. It's fun though.
Yeah, it's different. You got to mix it up every once in a while. Can't just do the same thing.
Work on the jury instructions and start tomorrow with instructions and closing arguments. Does the state have a preference as to either of those, Mr. Saunders?
Our preference would be to proceed today.
Pretty sure we'll be wrapping this case
My
up tomorrow.
preference would be to go with the
Yes.
jury instructions
This
today
case
and
is
proceed
over.
tomorrow with opening or with closing statements.
Okay. Well, I can tell you.
So they have no
I don't
witnesses?
to make that decision right at this minute.
None. They had testimony that was entered and stipulated to and entered into evidence. That's it. None. Zero.
No expert, no psychiatrist.
Nope.
nothing?
No expert. Nothing for insanity
Wow.
defense. And she's
We'll
not
talk
taking
about
the
all
stand.
this real soon. I saw some generous super chats from today's Tom's lawyer, which I'll of course address.
I'll let them dismiss, and then we'll chat for a bit.
How long do I think deliberations will take? An hour if they're promised lunch. I think the only way she was going to convince a jury that she was not of her right mind at the time of the crime and it's mitigated down is to take the stand, and I think she just blew it.
Right, be seated.
Yeah, I know it's bifurcated, so I mean there is a chance to bring it up at
Ladies
the
and
next
gentlemen,
phase.
The case is still with the defense, so I'm going to turn to Mr. Freilich. Mr. Freilich, do you have any other witnesses you wish to call?
Your Honor, no other witnesses. Defense rests.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the defense has rested, so the evidentiary portion of this portion of the trial is now concluded. Just to give you a little bit of a roadmap as to what occurs now,
This is different in different states. I think.
attorneys and I
Yeah.
need to work a little bit on finalizing the instructions that I need to give you regarding the law. Then the attorneys would do closing arguments, and then you would go into deliberations. What I'm going to do is I'm going to excuse you again, and I'm going to start working on these jury instructions with the attorneys. I'm not thinking it's going to take us too long, but probably longer than the other breaks you've had. But that's what's going on. Progress is being made, and I'm hoping that within a half hour, maybe slightly more than that, you'll have a better sense of the timing for the rest of today. If
I
run
thought he was
into
going to just
problems,
dismiss everybody. I
perhaps
was
would
so
dismiss
happy
you
if they
for
would do
today,
that.
But at this point, I'm thinking that I'm going to have you wait, and we'll get into instructions and closing arguments today.
Really? They're going to do
From that
closings
point
today?
forward, but with that, I'm going to excuse you again. All rise for the jury.
Oh no. Okay.
What time is it? Where are they? What state is this?
This is in Wisconsin, so it's
Okay.
like what time is it?
It's
Right
like
now? 2? Is it 3?
Yeah, it's.
Okay,
I think it's like 2:41.
Yeah.
All right. Today's Tom's lawyer says, I'm not disagreeing with
Yeah,
you on the
2:41
system, but
PM.
anger
Yeah,
in
it's
this
just
case
the
is
same as
misplaced.
Bangkok. It's like the
Defense is the opportunity to produce
Okay, cool.
statements to counter.
All right, so I'm gonna pull this down so we can chat for a bit. No, how are you doing? How are you doing today? Over there
I'm
in
good.
New York. It's good?
Sorry, ignore my landline. I'm
No,
even
it's
told
good.
that
You
I'm.
have a landline?
I know. Yes, I do have a landline still. I don't know
I'm
why.
not gonna ask questions.
I don't answer it. I don't ever answer it.
When I had a landline, yeah, people in the chat say 241. Okay, got it. Yeah, same. So it's 12 hours. So literally, it's easy for me to translate. But yeah, I guess. I mean, look. I guess they can go. They can have the motion. They can have the motion practice. They can do that for to settle on the jury instructions. That can take 30 minutes, maybe an hour, something like that. And then get him back in there, and then I guess start and maybe do one of the closings. But I think it's kind of, to me, I don't know how you feel about this, but whenever I see a closing, if I only see one side's closing, or let's say it's kind of like a split closing, I feel like that's not fair because
It's not fair.
it really isn't.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the jury goes home with one side and has to sit with it all night.
Yeah. Do they typically avoid that in New York? I mean, I'm not a New York attorney. I don't know how they do things in New York.
I mean, obviously, I think it depends on the judge, but they, for the most part, I personally haven't seen that happen where they're splitting it. They would just wait until the next day usually.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, and like typically I think they would wait, and also I think it just makes it clear for everybody, clear for that, you know, and frankly most judges want to go home, right? So the fact that this judge has been throughout this entire trial has been so efficient and so time effective. It's like
That's great.
yeah, it's been great. It's been like a breath of fresh air because you see so many incompetent lawyers
Yes.
and incompetent judges. You're laughing because you know it's
I
true.
am. I know. I was actually stuck in court for probably something that took all of 10 minutes, an oral argument from 9:30 to 4:30.
Appellate or
no,
motion?
just motion practice. Because of an incompetent judge.
I think that's like more of the rule than the exception. Like the incompetence is typically what you should.
Yes. I
Yeah.
should have planned for it, and I did not. I didn't even have a cell phone charger. My phone died, so.
Oh no, it's amateur hour. It's amateur hour.
I know.
Was that so your motion practice today, that's civil?
Yeah, civil.
Okay, civil.
Kings County, which is Brooklyn.
Got it. I
Yeah.
think there might be some charges against the Big T in that county, right? I mean, is that?
Well, I think that's in Manhattan, isn't it? Or is it in
Is it?
Brooklyn?
Is it?
I think it's in Manhattan. But I'm in
Oh
there.
yeah,
I'm there a lot
Manhattan.
too.
You're right, Manhattan. Yeah, for sure, Manhattan.
Yeah.
So like also, have you been watching any of this trial at all? Like any other parts of this trial, or kind of keeping it in, like catching the snippets of the trial?
Yeah, I've seen snippets of it. I've caught like an hour or so here or there. I mean, I obviously know the gist of what's going on. It's pretty crazy. And I saw that she was laughing yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
She seems like a complete. I think she actually seems pretty crazy.
Well, really, what gave that away? What tipped that off that she was kind of
You
crazy?
know, I think it was like when she cut off her boyfriend's dick, probably.
Did you catch the part where she said she was sucking and chopping at the same time?
I did not hear that part, so thank you for ruining my day.
Yes. Have you also heard of a death erection? Because that's something I learned about today.
Why don't you tell me about it?
No, I'd prefer not to. But I mean, you learn about stuff while you're watching murder trials.
So wait, but where did she say that though? Because she didn't testify. So.
Well, she testified that he was half erect while it was during the police investigation. I'm not making this shit up. Like I know people are like Andrew's just being dirty. No, like literally, she said she was blowing him because he was half erect after he was dead. So she didn't fuck him. They literally in the trial they were talking about penis to vagina. They're like,
I did hear that.
They didn't fuck while he was alive, but after he was dead, she did put the penis in the vagina.
And did they ask her why?
She's just like, sometimes you have somebody and you just want to them, and even after they're dead, you're just and I'm like, what?
No.
Yeah.
No.
So that was the thing.
So did the prosecution have any experts? Like
the prosecution, they had data experts, they had detectives. A lot of it was just like, honestly, because of the emissions. I think they really focused on getting the emissions in, getting the data of the emissions in, and that was kind of it. The phone records, the comments about Dahmer, the standing about Dahmer.
I did see that, yeah.
Yeah. How do you feel about that? Like, that's actually really interesting because, so many people were simping for Dahmer. I mean, you probably know you probably have girlfriends that were like, oh my God, I watched the Jeffrey Dahmer documentary and I can change him. I can fix Jeffrey.
The documentary or the show, you mean?
The show, whatever it was, the remake.
Yeah, I have seen people doing that. I'm not friends with people like that, but.
Okay. Sorry.
Evan Peters is a great actor. But yeah, I mean, I think that her looking this stuff up is pretty, it's not great for her.
Yeah. It doesn't look good.
No.
But do you think it's relevant, though? Like, do you think that is relevant to the case? If you're the judge and you are sitting there and you're ruling on this, do you rule that as relevant? Or do you
When
rule
was it
as
happening? When was she doing it?
she was doing it proximate to the death, and she had pictures with, you know, Jeffrey Dahmer like next to her face and like smiling, like in searching it proximate to the time of the death.
I think it's relevant. I mean, considering how she killed, or how did she actually kill him? Do we know?
Well, so allegedly, right? Allegedly, there was a dog collar. It was. She said she pretty much thinks it was a dog collar. It's a leash, right? So she was choking him with the leash, and apparently she, I guess, was wearing a different leash too, but choking him with the leash, and he kind of like coughed up blood and kind of choked out. So maybe strangulation, you know, caused death, strangulation.
And then she decided to dismember him for fun.
Yeah. Then it just went to dismemberment.
Okay.
Like,
all right. Did she say they were consensually doing all of that with the collar?
The sex was consensual, or the intended sex was consensual, right? Because there was no, and this whole P and V, I'm like, why is this? So I guess it's like an element, right? Because if there was intended sex versus like intent to murder,
right?
But then she had sex with the corpse and then mutilated the corpse. So, and she did admit to pegging him, right?
This is ridiculous.
And also sucking off the dildo that was put into his booty. So yeah, there's a lot of lascivious details here.
Yeah, I told you I tried to send you a super chat yesterday, and they wouldn't let me because of the word dildo. Yeah. Really?
Yeah, that's why you gotta put D1LD0.
I was just gonna spell it with a bunch of zeros or at the end of it.
Yeah, that gets past. You know, like when you go into the letter speak, it actually gets past it. Oh, Natasha says hello, my friend Alana. So there you go.
Oh, hi, Natasha.
Yeah, good to see you. Peeling the skin was a shocker. Yeah, that's a pretty big one. But honestly, like, to me, I don't know if is it more shocker the dismemberment or the sexual stuff? Is that more? Which one is more surprising to you?
You mean like the sexual stuff, like what they were doing before he died?
No, just the sexual nature, like both before and after, right?
I mean, I'm not here to kink shame anybody, but
no,
I think it's...
I wouldn't be kink shame. That's what I was gonna say right now. Like, look, you're into choking, you're into getting pegged. It's your journey, you know. Not my journey, but it's your journey.
I'm not doing it, but yeah.
You know, good for you. You're closed doors. You do whatever the fuck you want to do. And I think some of the defense arguments, like Nick, who's been really strong in defense, and look, I'm very defense inclined as well in general. I have a defense bias, right? I think that lawyers should be presumption of innocence, so we should strongly take that side. But that being said, there's a difference between making this argument of this is invading our bedrooms and then what she does after. So the guy's now dead, all right? So it's no longer consensual sex among living adults. It's now desecration of a corpse. So that goes beyond kink shaming into stuff that's clearly beyond the pale.
And it doesn't seem that she was dismembering him to, you know, hide his body, because didn't she leave his head where they were, or
and like
am I missing?
And then there's the bucket involved, and then she kind of told everybody where it was. So I mean, I guess she's open with it, but at the same time, it didn't seem like the dismemberment was a sexual thing. Perhaps it was, though. Maybe that's where the Dahmer stuff comes in.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Maybe it was sexual in that nature, that if she found Dahmer to be attractive.
Maybe. Speaking of attractive, $100 is attractive. Thank you so much, Lumbergone, for the $100 super chat. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate you guys out there supporting the channel. Really helps me streaming today as well. So cheers to you guys. Thank you so much for that and your generous support. We also, guys, are at a 6-to-1, almost 6-to-1. We're a little bit like 5.5-to-1 like to view ratio right now. We're at 646 likes and 140 people watching. So guys, smash that like button, smash us. And guys, also let Legally Dirty Blonde know if you like that. And you know, what have you been doing lately? Can you like give people a little update, because some folks have been interested and kind of asking about you.
I don't know if that's true, but sure.
It is true. Especially Jeff. He writes me in the middle of the night. He's very salty. He's like, you're cheating on me with Andrew. He's like the jealous girlfriend, you know? That's like in
Jeff.
the DMs, like, how dare you?
I know. I haven't had a chance to get on his stream in a while, but hopefully soon. So
Don't worry,
I'm
he has
actually-
8 people. He has 8 people to keep him company. He'll be fine.
Honestly, that's part of why I don't go on, because I'm not good with when there's a ton of people on the panel. I don't like interrupting people, so I tend to not speak, which is pointless. So, but what have I been doing lately? I'm working on a series for the podcast about the Long Island serial killer, because
nice.
Obviously that's my home. I know a lot about the case. It's really very interesting, and there's a lot of other. I don't know if people have been paying attention to this that much, and or if it's just like a local thing that I care about. But the guy that was arrested a couple of weeks ago, Rex Hewerman, for 3 of the women's murders. So hopefully by next week, I'm going away tomorrow, so I'm not gonna be able to work on anything while I'm away. But hopefully by next week I'll have it.
All business, right?
I'm not bringing my mic with me on a plane. It's not happening.
Look, I have that policy sometimes. If I run a real vacation, I don't bring my computer. If I bring my vacation, it's not a vacation anymore. It's immediately not a vacation anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to bring my computer, but not for that, for other things.
Yeah, no. For me, if I bring the computer, I'm usually bringing the camera. I'm like, all right, well, I'm already bringing the computer. It's heavy, so I bring the camera, bring the microphone, and then all of a sudden I'm streaming. So
no, my bag's already going to be overweight. I cannot bring the microphone.
Bring less shoes. It's less shoes. It's always the shoes that make
How did you know?
I know women. I know women. Except for Taylor Schabusiness, because that's beyond my area of specialty.
Wait a second. So I heard she changed her name to that?
To Schabusiness. That's not her legal name. You think her legal name is Schabusiness? Do you think someone
I mean, I didn't
like
think
down
so,
in old country Germany was like, we are the Schabusinesses. We are about the Schabusiness.
I don't know why you choose that name though.
Because she about the Schabusiness. You know, like
okay, I
mind your
see.
Schabusiness. Get it? You know?
About
Yeah,
that meth.
Well, yeah, when you're on meth, you think it's a cool name to change to. Like, it makes sense. No, but it's actually been really cool for me to watch not just the trial, but how everybody else does the streams. And that's one of the reasons why I was like stream sniping people going around, because everybody does it differently. And kind of the observation that you've had is really interesting. There's kind of some astute points about streaming I've noticed. So I am actually very similar to what you say. I actually don't like being on super large panels because, number one, I don't like to, it's not because I'm scared, but because so much I don't like the limited amount of time to speak and the fact that we don't have a substantive back and forth.
I get that.
So when we're talking, it's clear when it's your turn to talk and when it's my turn.
Right.
Right. And you don't have to feel like you're cutting anybody off, because that's the point. The point is us having a conversation. But I think that everybody, when there's 5 people, 6 people, 4 people, they feel like they have to get a word in, they have to get a word in edgewise, and then ultimately it's not a very good or meaty discussion. But at the same time, I've noticed people like when I was watching Nick and Joe, Uncivil Law, but you know, even for example, Joe and Nick, they're great when they're by themselves. They're perfectly fine, great streamers.
Yeah.
But they're even better when they have somebody to bounce off of. And so I think like the 2 people, like I think 2 or 3 people is probably like the golden number, because you can still have a conversation and it sounds normal like real human beings. 6, 7, 8, it gets weird. People's feelings get hurt. You feel like it's a waste of time. So I avoid it, and I'm on the same page as you.
People shouldn't get their feelings hurt, but
people get butt hurt so easily, so easily nowadays.
That's true.
But that's cool. So guys, make sure you check out Illegally Dirty Blonde podcast. You can catch her on Twitter, on Spotify, pretty much anywhere where
pretty
the
much
podcasts
everything
are available. Right?
Yeah. Yep.
So you guys can pretty much catch that anywhere. It's LD Blonde Pod on Twitter. So LD Blonde Pod on Twitter. So you can follow.
Sometimes
there.
I get into fights with a lot of random people, so enjoy reading fight with the randoms.
Perfect. Any good randoms that you've done lately? Any good random battles you've got into recently?
Honestly, not really. They're all pretty pointless, but it's kind of entertaining when I'm bored sitting in court and waiting to be heard. So, no, nothing's ever really that entertaining. I mean, that interesting. It's usually an idiot that I'm arguing with. So,
well, they're all idiots. I mean, most people are idiots. I love I got to get that as a clip to play. It's like the imam that's like, democracy is by the people, for the people, of the people, but the people are retarded. I'm like, This is so true. The people are a bunch of idiots.
They are, especially on Twitter. It's bad there.
Especially on Twitter. That is the lowest common denominator. But anyways, yeah, no, it's really great. It's really good to see all the people, streaming, having panels, and getting different people's opinion on it. And obviously, I appreciate getting people from different backgrounds, different states.
Sure.
And having a good, lovely company on my stream. It's always good to see you around.
You too. It's been a while since everybody's been streaming at once. It feels like.
And it has been weird because everybody's been streaming different times, and also I took a break from it for a while. But I said, look, because let's be real, you're in court, right? Most cases are boring as crap, right? And most cases are boring, right?
Yes.
So the whole point is like, look, if you're gonna be, I'm sort of gladiator here. Like, are you not entertained? If we're gonna do this, we have to do it in a way that's entertaining. Just sitting there and watching it feels like water torture. It feels like you're literally suffering through it. But by doing it this way, two things I've noticed have happened since I've started doing it yesterday and today. I'm entertained because I'm bouncing around and I'm getting like a little bit of sampling, and whenever I want to move, I can move. But also, they know I'm watching. And that's one of the most exciting things for them is when I'm watching and they can kind of speak out to me, make fun of me, mock me, call me weird, joke and stick his tongue out at me like a pervert.
I did see that yesterday.
It's glorious. It's absolutely
That was
glorious.
new for him. That was a new one.
Well, I know why Lady Logic keeps him around. He's he's got the best tongue in Israel. I'm just saying. I think that it's going to be very, very interesting to see trials in the future. I do plan on doing some streams where I'm just doing a normal stream, but I mean maybe more like this because I have fun doing it. So maybe I'm the guy that's bouncing around, so people that really can't decide can say, hey, we'll come over to Legal Mindset. We're going to watch this and we'll watch it just bouncing around. I think this was a good trial run, and frankly, it's a short trial, so it shows, hey, it can work, particularly if it's a short trial.
I think it's a great idea. When I saw you doing it yesterday, I was enjoying it. It's nice to see all the different people on the panels and just like get different opinions.
And different people are good at different things. Like I'm not as legally knowledgeable in like random Supreme Court cases as Kurt. Kurt's way more knowledgeable.
He's very knowledgeable. Yes, he's good on the law.
Really good on the law. Like we call it lawtism. And Joe's got excellent rants. He's got a lot of passion, but he also knows when to shut the fuck up during trial, which is very nice. Legal Vices is very good at running a show. He's got a lot of good guests on. He's very good at recruiting people. He's a whore for inviting people on. He will send an invite to anybody, which is great for getting people on a panel. And Nick is just Nick. He's the godfather of LawTube. He's got a million people watching him. Not a million, but he's got thousands of people watching him, just for opening his streams. So it's hard to give Nick much flack. Although I will say he's usually better when he has someone like Bronca on to bounce off of, because I think they have a really good chemistry.
Bronca's very knowledgeable about like firearms and everything.
Yeah, and single moms. Fire moms and single moms.
Certainly single moms and women's dating lives.
What's more fascinating to you, the commentary on women's dating lives or self-defense?
I actually appreciate his commentary on women's dating lives.
Do you?
He's not wrong. Yeah, I do.
He's not wrong. No, he's not wrong. Nothing he's saying is wrong. The only thing you can fault him for is the delivery, but
That's
not
fair.
the actual underlying fact. The underlying fact is true.
I completely agree. No, and I've heard him say it in a way that is delivered properly, and it's actually nice. It's good advice.
Well, and at the end of the day, the best thing is he's married and has children. So it's not
that's
like
what I
you
mean.
can,
Yeah.
Right. Like if it's me or Jeff, you can be like, okay, you sexpats, you degenerates, taking advantage of poor Asian women in other countries. But
don't say that.
That's not true at all. But that being said, of course, people just say that because they try to dismiss you, right? Because that's the whole point. When everyone sees you, they don't like you. The first thing they try to do is dismiss you, right? So you go to Nick or Bronca, and a lot of people for Bronca, they're like, well, you're just some angry old man with no women in his life. He's like, no, he's happily married. I've met his wife. She's a very sweet woman.
Sure.
Very nice woman, and they have a great relationship, and it's very mutually collaborative, right? She has a lot of strengths that he does not. So
Right.
they work together well. They have a business together. They run that business well. He's got family. So, you know, for me, it's like, okay, you can't rebut that when he
I'm
drops
with
that
you.
information. Yeah, by taking advantage of it means he's 6'5" and Asian women are probably yes, of course, yes, that's totally yes, totally.
Aren't you even taller than that?
I'm 6'5.5". I'm like 198. I will like say okay, I'm 6'6", whatever. I'm close enough. Like when I wear shoes, I'm 6'6". So like I'm
Well,
usually
you're like
not
a foot
walking
taller
around.
than me.
Yeah. Well, that's about normal for me. Anywhere I'm at. All right. You know, I'll just make sure I caught up with everything here in the chat. If you guys have any chats, make sure to send those in. I think we're still, and let me just double check here.
Yeah, are they?
I think-
They are coming back, right? That's what they said to
Are
do
they
closing.
coming back? Okay, hold on. We'll watch Vice's stream here real quick. I'm gonna come here and pop this open real quick, and you can stay as long as you want to, and whenever you got to bounce, just bounce.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to leave in a
It is
few.
Yeah, sure,
immaterial
sure.
whether Shadtherian
You'll get
is
to
dead or alive
attend
at the time
Vice's
of the
panel
sexual
this way
intercourse, close quote.
without attending
Oh
Vice's
yeah,
panel.
I'm here. Look, I'm here.
You're here
Yes.
now. You can
Mr.
tell them
Fralick,
you're here.
any objection to that language?
Your Honor, I know that the jury instruction says person. What about the statute? You know, what we have here, and not to be crass, but human remains, you know, body parts that are in different locations. So that was the issue that I had with that.
Yikes.
I'm sorry, your question, what you said that the statute says person?
I know the jury instruction says person, but I don't know if the statute says that, but it talks about any part of a person's body. So it talks about a person. And what we have here is, you know, a body part, body parts.
Statute says 3A says as follows: whoever has sexual intercourse with a person without the consent of that person is guilty of a class, you know, it's guilty
Without
of felony.
consent. Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
So
yeah, I don't know.
the instruction mirrors the statute as far as person. So when you get down to sub 7, where it says this section applies whether a victim is dead or alive at the time
Okay.
of the sexual contact or sexual intercourse, they're using the word person.
Person.
They're using the word victim instead of person in sub 7, presumably, because at that point in time, using the word person could get confusing as to whether you're talking about a victim or a perpetrator.
Mhm.
If you just said the section applies whether a person is dead or alive, can you
Good point, Judge.
perpetrate?
That's why he's the judge.
I don't want to get into all the machinations, but it would seem as if the word
Machinations.
victim is used in
Good
that
word.
in sub 7.
I like it.
Perhaps for that reason. So the question, of course, is whether there's an objection to insertion of the language. It is immaterial whether Shadtherian is dead or alive at the time of the sexual intercourse. Any objection to that?
I know that's in the statute, but is that in the pattern jury instruction that we have, Your Honor?
It is not.
It's not.
He's
So,
asking for it to be added in.
Yeah, he wants to add something, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to object to that.
Okay. I'm satisfied that, first of all, adding that language in is a correct statement of the law. It is. It's not as if modifying the instruction to something that's incorrectly outlines what the law is. It's just an accurate statement of the law.
It's a minor
Secondly, this is a
change.
bit of an unusual circumstance.
Unusual.
Yeah,
you're
you
saying.
think?
Typically, when you see these assaults occur,
Oh shit.
you have someone in court testifying that they were the victim of a sexual assault. That's different, of course, when you have someone who is deceased. So the circumstances of this case are a little bit unique. It's already been
Yeah, 'cause
put
it would
into this
suck if
case.
this
It was
kind of case was
argued,
really
and,
common.
I'm satisfied that it's an appropriate addition in this particular case. These pattern jury instructions are not by any means mandated by law to be used. They're guides, and while we usually follow them, it's certainly permissible for courts to look at them and modify them as needed, and I think this is an appropriate addition. So I'm going to grant that request. And so that will be added to instruction 115, the subpart under 1218A.
I like this judge.
Anything else?
He's very good.
No, thank you.
Yeah.
Right, Mr. Freilich, again, you're
All
going to get
business,
a final
all business.
opportunity to review these.
Yeah, and he knows his
Any,
shit. A lot of judges don't know their shit.
Additions or
This is very true.
changes that you're looking for besides what we've already discussed.
No, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
His ties, though.
I like. Yeah, I was gonna say I kind of like it though.
Ask you then
It
about
pops. It
proposed
brings a little
verdict forms.
something.
Little pop
Obviously,
color.
There are 3 counts. There'll be 6 verdict forms.
Did you wear a pop of
One
color
for
to court?
guilty and 1 for not guilty for each count.
I really
Mr.
usually
Saunders,
wear
you have
all
an
black to
opportunity
court.
review those.
Yes.
Very New York of you.
Changes or corrections on
Yeah.
those?
Well,
No.
my
Mr. Freilich?
receptionist is like, "Do you ever wear color?" I'm like, "Not really."
Not on your on time.
And during that
Yeah.
one moment, tank
Yeah.
rat dropping the heavy. Oh, never mind. We'll read this in a
Appear
second.
to be in proper order.
My judicial assistant and I are going to get underway on these right away. Mr. Saunders, if you can make sure you send a Word version over to her. I invite the attorneys to get up and move around if you want, but don't get far because as soon as I'm done, I want to get back on the record. I don't know how long it's going to take me. So just stay close, but you can certainly move about the courthouse, okay?
Thank you.
Move about.
We're in recess.
I don't think they're gonna get to closings today. I
All
think
right,
they'll
we
do that
have
tomorrow.
time to kill, as it were, while we wait for
Yeah.
the judge to do the revised jury instructions, the corrected, the final jury instructions. The tank rat dropped the heat. Let's get rid of the cup cage
Okay,
here.
so let me pull that out there. So yeah, we're just on jury instructions, which is pretty
Boring.
simple. You know, I mean, nothing crazy there. I mean, did you see anything out of that was abnormal, normal?
Not that I only heard that little bit, but no, not.
Sort of.
Did I hear anything abnormal? Sort of. Yeah, because we're talking about mutilated body parts.
Well,
being-
fucking a corpse. So yeah, I mean, there's that. Like, but other than the whole fucking a corpse thing, like, you know.
Yeah. Other than that, everything seems pretty normal, and he seems, like I said, he seems to know. He seems to care and know his shit. So that's good.
Yeah, and he knew the
Makes
statutes.
things-
He's like the statute says this there and this there, and it's probably because in this case this is an odd situation, and it wouldn't be clear whether they're talking about one or the other. So it's clear that it's clear that this person is not talking about the perpetrator; they're talking about the deceased,
Right.
Potentially deceased, because usually they're not deceased, right? When you're talking about consent. Man, a lot of stuff going on in this one. But what do you think about an insanity defense here? I don't know if you've seen enough, but insanity defense.
I haven't seen enough, but I mean, I don't know how she can do that without presenting an expert to
And I
speak to
think
that.
this will be weird with the dividing up of the case, because to me, this once again, I'm not a Wisconsin. Neither one of us are Wisconsin attorneys, so perhaps during the next phase of the trial, they're allowed to bring those experts in for that. So maybe that's when.
Oh,
they can bring the
okay.
expert-
I didn't know that.
Maybe right, but nothing in this preliminary phase has led me to believe that's going to stick, particularly since there was a very clear admission of guilt. So I think that's going to really cut against him in that next phase, because I assume that will be admissible. That evidence will be admissible.
Okay, that makes more sense then, because I can't imagine how you can put up an insanity defense without somebody speaking to that has the expertise to do so.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I have to run, but thank you
listen,
for having me on.
LDB, thank you for being on. Guys, make sure you go over there and subscribe to Illegally Dirty Blonde podcast. You can find her on all the podcast platforms or Twitter, LD Blonde Podcast or Pod on Twitter. So go follow her, Pod. I'll put it in the link below after this. I'll fiddle around with the description, so I'll put her below because she showed up. Her and Ghazni, they'll both put their information underneath. But thank you and safe travels.
All right. Bye, Andrew. Thank you.
See you
And I'll
around.
talk to you soon. Bye.
All right, see ya. All righty, so there we go. We had our guest for the night. We also were going to have Mr. Andrew Branca. He was in Deutschland, aber he had keine Zeit. No time to come on. He was eating dinner, Abendessen. So he was not able to come on. So unfortunately, we do not have Mr. Andrew Branca tonight. So hopefully this is something that we can keep going, and we're going to keep this going all tonight. So let's see Nick's rant right now, because we're still wondering who's the best for tonight. And I think I've given everybody a fair shake, but I want to make sure I'm giving everybody a chance to win this contest and a chance to win this battle royale, the battle of the LawTube streamers. I think Mr. Nicholas Rekieta needs.
They could have asked the friend, somebody else, were they going to go have sex? This is a thing they commonly did. They didn't do that. They did not do that. So the only evidence we have is
if someone starts sniping me, Brandon, that's 5D chess.
She says,
because we're at 4 levels now.
He said, were you guys having sex? She said things were going that
law
way.
and crime, the LawTubers,
choke
and me.
chain. As she's choking him, he says, keep going. Again, according to her, you could disbelieve her, but that's the testimony, and there's no contravailing testimony at this point. Where is non-consent? No evidence of resistance, no evidence of anything.
Oh, is Joe
Again,
sniping me?
should
That's
fucking
awesome.
a corpse be illegal? Absolutely. Is it sexual assault based on non-consent? I don't think so, and it shouldn't be written into the statute that way.
Ah, nice.
In my opinion. Very weird. Very weird.
Extremely weird.
And I know people are saying consent ends at death. How? Where?
What, is
Why?
Nick arguing for corpse
Why
fucking
is that
right
a
now?
thing? Like, when you're
Wait,
dead,
what?
how did you
Huh?
stop consenting?
Because you're
Do you
dead.
guys believe the conceptual theory that consent is an ongoing process that
It's
is
not about that, though.
reevaluated every single second?
Okay,
and
well, let me pause this real quick. Because when you die, so this is Nick fundamentally does not understand, especially like this is something he may not understand because he doesn't understand property law. But I don't, frankly, holy shit. The thing is here is that I think Nick doesn't understand about properties and corpse. He actually doesn't understand this. So people may not know this, but a lot of my family, they run funeral homes. So this is actually a very pertinent fact. So after you die, the moment you're dead, you are no longer considered a person, so to speak, right? You're now considered almost property, right? And it's this, but there's these weird rules that apply. It's not the same law that would apply to property law. Like there's certain things, for example, about the management and care for a deceased person, right? Which is why funeral homes have a responsibility. And actually, a lot of times when let's say you go to get your family cremated and you drop off their body. Well, there's a big issue because a lot of times people drop off the body and then they don't come and pick it up because maybe they don't want to pay, they don't have any money or whatever else. And you've actually got to care for that urn right afterwards. So you've got to care for it for a statutory amount of time before you can get rid of it, right? So I don't think he understands that there. So you're no longer a person at that point. So the same laws don't apply regarding consent. It's very statutory. It's very cut and dry. It's very red line. So I don't think Nick understands here. So he's fundamentally wrong about the laws that apply to the deceased versus the living. There's different statutes that apply. For example, when we talk about mutilation of a corpse, obviously it doesn't apply to a living person, right? It was like, can conscious people consent? I don't know. I didn't consent to Joe's stream sniping me back. I mean, it's just weird. It feels weird when we go layers deeper, but this is what we started on LawTube. And once you start something, you can never end something. And Joe Neerman, you and me, we're never going to end this. Anyways, let's continue this.
Moment, some.
Let me fast forward here.
And then further, when you're dead, how do you, there's nothing there at all for consent to matter. Again, sex with corpse is wrong. Bad, make it illegal.
It's not just make it illegal. It's illegal. Like, it's illegal. So there's not like a make it illegal. It's illegal. So that's, I mean, look, I'm not a Wisconsin lawyer, but as far as I know, that would be illegal in pretty much every single state. I don't know any jurisdiction where that wouldn't be illegal. I mean, if you just think about just the handling of a corpse, like the laws related to the handling of a corpse, definitely. I think he's talking philosophically here, not legally, which once again is a blurry line when you're an attorney and you're speaking. People actually imagine, and this is the thing that LawTubers have to be conscious of. When we're speaking, we should be very clear, and for my other LawTubers, Joe out there, Uncivil, all these guys, be very clear when you're speaking, whether you're speaking philosophically or not. I love having these conversations with Joe because we speak philosophically about things, right? So we're speaking theoretically. So this should be in a perfect world, but I'm very clear about it, saying that's not the law. Right? The law can be one way. There's which way it should be in a moral sense, right? versus the way the law is. The way the law is, Nick is very wrong here. He's entirely wrong in terms of fucking a corpse or desecrating a corpse.
Don't care. Not. Rumbles down.
It's been illegal
Fuck.
since Ted Bundy.
Seriously?
All right, so he's frustrated here, so let's
Your
check
entire
in.
argument denies the value of a will and directives to follow after death. You're wrong simply. No, it does not. What are you talking about?
Well, yeah, he is wrong, but I'm not sure he realizes why he's wrong. All right, let's see where Joe's at. Is Joe still sniping me?
What are you talking about?
Oh, he is sniping me right now. Okay, so I'm gonna move on from Joe so we don't get snipeception. Let's go to Kurt right here.
Doesn't mean me, cops. Let me do my best batting.
Let's go here. So Kurt's doing.
And shoulder press today.
Oh, he's doing shoulder press. You gotta really work out. Gotta be like the bear Jew, Joe Neerman. Joe uses
think we'll do cardio
jujitsu.
today,
Yes, yes, he does. It's a good
We might do
comment.
fly
I suppose.
instead.
Guys, make all of your anti-Semitic
I'm not tracking
comments
my weight
now
right
for
now.
Joe, please.
In terms of how much I weigh, I'm not tracking my weight right now.
Please. Nick is talking about how charges are
That is
worded.
not information
Okay,
I'm
but he's
interested in
wrong,
right
though.
now.
So on the law, he's wrong. So, I mean.
Yeah, they're getting ready.
Okay. Okay,
They're hunting around.
Kind of low energy right now. But he's doing all right.
Jim can be a
Kurt
bit
wins for the
crowded
rant of the
sometimes.
night. Kurt did definitely have
It's a nice
the
gym,
winning
though.
rant of the night. Also, he had some big Kurt energy earlier. So I want to give it to Kurt on that one. Nick,
Come
up energy
as
tonight.
you are.
Good pronunciation.
As you were, as I
Karaoke.
want you to be, as a friend, as a trend, as a known enemy.
Yeah, doing karaoke with LawTube. We got this. We got this. Me and Kurt. Sing along, Joe. Sing along. Kurt Kuhn needs another strike. The bear is
People can be
reserved
cruel.
for
Yeah.
Nate. Yeah, Nate called himself the bear today. I'm not sure if he understands
Or at
the
least one guy can be
LGBT
cruel.
context
Most
of
people
the
are very
bear.
supportive of me.
Definitely much different.
Most people support me.
I mean,
What
it's
I'm
something
doing.
that Joe knows about from his times on an Israeli
The afternoon
beach.
for the gym.
But
I'm not particularly good in showing up in the
hit it, dude.
mornings.
I'm proud of Kurt for working out. I'm proud of Kurt for improving
I've had more
himself, and I'm
success
proud
in the
of Kurt
afternoons
for
when
going
I've
to
the
improv.
time.
and
Yeah,
improving
when I
his
used to
social
work in an
skills,
office, I
his
used to go like
improvisation and his interactivity.
when I was done with work. I
Awesome,
used to
dude.
go
I'm
for
proud
like
of Kurt.
5.
So shout out to the
going
uncivilian.
in the
Shout out to
early
Kurt.
evening,
Great
afternoon
streamer.
is much
Fucking
more
brilliant,
consistent
dude.
with what I've done
Now
in
let me
the past.
take his cock out of my mouth and go over here and see what's going on Vice's channel. So we'll go over here.
So
And catch
bless
up.
them for that. He tried.
They got the gauze.
This judge must be hydrating heavily to erase hydrating in quotes heavily to erase the images before
Did
bed.
Chandler lower
Yeah,
her
yeah.
top in between streams?
I'm kind of glad we
This
didn't.
judge has probably seen her.
I'm glad we didn't.
Not
like,
not
have the
okay.
opportunity
No
to
comment
look at them
further.
because I would not have been able to look away. I would have had to look.
Wouldn't
And
have
you can't unsee
You can't.
stuff like that.
Why is it lagging?
That's the worst part about criminal law, is you do get images.
It's a
You
little laggy.
have to deal with that stuff, and I'll tell you that is something I really am very unhappy about with my career.
I
choice,
wonder. Okay,
is that
I
deal with
got a
subject
theory
matter
here,
that
but I'm
you
gonna
just
keep it to
cannot
myself.
Get out of your mind,
Well, it's it's noble to do that kind of job for sure.
Well,
Duncan,
I
I
don't know
know
if
what
it's
the final
noble.
search.
It's not fun.
One last super chat here to read at this point in time until some more come in. Hint, hint, wink, wink. Duncan Idaho says the judge and the conduct of all parties makes me proud of the U.S. justice system. Just with the thoroughness of it all,
Okay. Glad
as
you other
opposed to,
guys
say,
have the eye
Italy.
for it.
Well, I mean, that's the interesting thing is this kind of goes down with Steve and I. We watched the Scott Peterson, not the. Now, what was the guy in Florida? Was it Peterson?
Yeah, it was Scott.
No, it
Everyone
was,
kept looking
no,
over
it
at
was,
the plywood. Yeah, I know. I understand.
Andrew Legal Mindset.
Oh, Andrew Legal Mindset.
No, the you and
He
I
was
were
on
watching
trial.
the.
I'm on
He's
trial.
not?
Yes. Yes, I am.
Was it
They
the
got-
Peterson? Was the guy's name Peterson that we were watching, Steve?
Oh, right. Oh, you're talking about, yeah, that was a pretty good, although the prosecutor did get graded off. And
Yeah,
on
for
the,
just we're talking generally. I mean,
Steve
yeah, that
Gosney?
was the
I think
death
his name was
penalty
Peterson.
case with the
Gosney's not
neck
creepy.
slasher
Steve
guy.
Gosney's awesome.
Yeah, I think his name was Peterson. I can't remember.
Stay
I forget
cool.
the name, but
Stay
you
cool,
basically,
guys.
we covered that trial, and that
Yeah,
was
stay
an
cool.
excellent trial.
Oh my God, by the
except
way,
for
we
that
got some
one
tips
clip by that
on locals.
prosecutor got graded off a grade point But other than that,
Well,
it
let
was
me
an
read these
excellent
tips over
trial,
from
great
locals.
judge. But I think this trial.
Sleazy
has
sent a
been the best,
$5 tip,
cleanest
which says best
trial
panel
that
of the
I have
day.
seen conducted
And
that I
Simby
have
sent
yet
one for
watched on
$5. Says
YouTube.
my tie game,
Well,
which is
that's
really
why I
black
was
and
bringing up
gold,
the one that you
goes
and
over
I
well in
watched
all
there from
situations.
Florida,
Thank you
because
so
it was-
much,
It was
guys.
essentially the same
Appreciate
thing,
you.
Where
Okay, Scott Peterson was the
people
guy.
Over here on
doing their
legalmindset.locals.com.
There's 3 Scott Petersons. That's the problem, I think.
There's the guy that murdered his
There's the
pregnant
shooter.
wife. And there's the
Yeah.
guy who was
Okay.
the guard at Marjorie Stoneman
Yes.
Douglas School who did not do anything to protect the kids.
Yeah.
Joe
And I
just said
believe
he's going
this
to
other guy's
snipe
name
for at
was
least
Scott
2
Peterson as
hours.
well.
Yeah, I don't think this is
I
going
can
to
go
last
back
2
in my-
hours. So, I
my
mean,
list.
go
check,
right
but
ahead,
his
Joe.
name is really
I'm
funny.
glad
Yeah,
I
I
brought
think
you
that's
into my
good.
game.
Very
The
straightforward.
judge is great. We've seen that judge twice.
Begun.
He is both
the
great every
snipe
time.
wars
This,
have
but
it.
I'll tell you, this is exactly the way it should be done. Everything about this trial. is a
Remember,
professional trial, and this
the
I would love to
25th
practice in
of
front of this
July.
judge. And I give most of the credit to the judge.
The gunpowder.
A good judge. will
Explosions in
discipline, 'cause
Grift.
I just don't trust prosecutors enough to play by the rules unless the judge is making them do it. So they seem like they're really on their best behavior, which is good.
Good to see all
But
of
if-
the
if you
members
give them
of
the rope,
BLM
they'll
and
go ahead
RPG in the
cheat.
chat.
You know,
Ice
I just know
Cold,
human nature. So I think
Danielle,
it's a judge doing
Grant
his job.
Rasha, Smoke
I-
Jaguar
I-
6,
something else
Goosh
that
Big
happened.
Fatted,
Well, we didn't talk about the
Smoke
jury
P.
instructions.
Vienna. Good to see all y'all in the
This
chat.
one
Don
here,
Bacher.
Mike, this might be a straight A case.
Straight A.
Well, you only had one problem with the other guy. So, did you have
No,
comments about
I'm
the
not
jury
going to snipe
instructions,
people
or-
currently
Yes,
sniping
well,
me
and
because it
here's
creates a
another
weird echo and
A
I don't
plus
like
for the
it.
judge, okay,
It doesn't
because
feel good for me. It's
standard
not
jury
good for me. And I
instructions,
only
we
do
got
what
this
feels
battle
good
in
for me.
Florida, and
I'm very
most judges are
hedonic.
like, well, it's in the standard
Like Joe and
instructions,
Israeli Beach.
so I'm going
you
to
know,
give it. You know, that's what they
with his
love to
tongue.
say. And I had,
Just saying.
in fact, well,
That's how we roll.
let's
Lawless
see.
was
See, I gotta-
roll.
I
You
gotta
know it,
filter out
Lawler
certain
Clips.
things
And
that
you
we're doing.
know we're going to
I
get
know
some
of a
gold
judge
generated
in a case
tonight.
that I have worked
Some
on.
gold
Let's say-
between
let's leave it at
gods,
that.
me, Nick Rekieta,
And it was,
uncivil
and
law,
the
Joe
prosecutor was
Neerman.
making this argument.
There's
Well,
some
it's in the
gold
standard
in
instructions,
LawTube.
so we
And
object
LawTube
to the
still has it,
modifications
guys.
the defense
Listen, I
is
know
saying.
what you're thinking.
And
Is
the
it going to
judge
get old?
says
Is
to
it
the
going to die? Is it
prosecutor,
going to go away?
I'm
No.
on the instructions committee.
LawTube
I know how
still's
much
got
deference
it.
I should give
Old
those
girl can still do
instructions,
it. She
right?
may be a little
So he's
dry.
making this thing
She may
like,
need some
well,
lube
you know,
sometimes,
it's all
but
this
she's
commenting
still
and there's
got
all
it.
this deliberation and all this thought that goes into standard instructions.
By the
That's not what
way,
happens. It's a bunch of
yeah, appreciate
prosecutors
all
sitting
y'all
in a
in the
committee
chat today.
who sit around. Nobody
all the
comments,
members here
nobody
in the
reads
chat today.
the
11 new
stupid
members
margin.
today.
So I just threw it in the
in the
garbage. Here
chat.
it is
Really
right here.
appreciate
And they got
it.
a bunch of lists of
And
proposed
appreciate
jury
all
instructions. You know
y'all
what you do? You
coming
look at it
through
like this. Nobody
today.
comments. Nobody comments. And so it's like, so then it becomes the law. Like, I'm not deviating from this because this is some.
I tried to
followed
have
thing.
a late
No, in
lunch,
fact, the
and then Nick
Supreme Court of
ranted.
Florida has
Content
even
gold.
come
You
down and said,
cannot
shall not
pass on
defer to the
content gold.
Supreme
You've
Court's
got
instructions.
to
So
kill
when
it.
this
Also,
judge came
Patrick
back
Kennedy
and
gifted
said,
10 legal mindset memberships. It's
Terry,
not
that was
showing
the
up
guy's
for
name.
some
Matthew
reason.
Terry, right? When this
But
judge
thank
came
you
back and
so
said,
much,
I really,
Patrick,
I respect
for
what you're saying.
gifting
Like, why
the
is this thing
10
even objected?
legal
I
mindset
would not have objected. Just let the defense have
memberships.
whatever they
This
want.
mesh is
because they're gonna win
deleted by
anyway,
Don.
right?
Wait, was
Don't
that?
give an
Hold on,
appellate
let me see.
issue. But the defense says, I want something different here.
Okay.
The
well,
judge
I
looked at
guess
the
it maybe
standard
got deleted
instruction and says,
accidentally.
this is not reflective of the law as this case
Yeah.
presents.
Don,
So
did
I'm
you
going to
delete the
modify
message
instruction,
accidentally?
You see? And that is brilliant judging. I salute them. He's not overly deferential to some stupid
might have.
committee.
But anyways,
and he's following
that
the law.
being said,
and he's
Patrick Kennedy,
giving
thank
the
you
defense
so
what
much
they
for
want,
the 10
being
memberships.
fair, all
Thank
the
you
way
for
A+ behavior.
donating there.
And for those
Appreciate
that are
you
wondering what's
guys
going on here,
in
the judge
the
is
chat.
now back
Thank you so
revising the
much.
jury instructions. And as soon as that's last done, he's going to come out and read them to the jury.
Gaz is
And
putting her to
the
sleep. I don't
MLS
know.
Law Show
The
asked,
Gaz gets
are
them
we
all
going-
gets
are
them
we
all
getting
fired
closing
up.
arguments today? It seems pretty late.
Gets them
in the
all
day.
fired up.
Well,
They're going
he
to have to
limited
split the closing. I don't
opening
like that.
Statements to
I think
30
it's
minutes
not
each,
good.
So I'm assuming he would do that with the closing arguments as well. So I think he wants to get through it today, because he doesn't want to go into tomorrow and then have the deliberation take all day. So I think he's going to push to get the instructions and the arguments in today, but we'll just have to see how long it takes him to come back. Thank you for that super chat. By the way, MLS Law Show.
I'm saying
we do.
I just thought of something. And there's great lawyers out there who think alike. But I think that if they split the closing, that's a big problem.
Oh, here you go. We're talking about.
I don't
He's
think he'll
saying
do that.
he's saying
Okay.
he's saying this because we're talking about it right now.
Because he should have
What do I-
excused
Tell
the
us
jury.
why,
He should have let him
Gosney.
come back at 8:30.
Yes.
He's getting a little
Thank you.
too crotchety about
Thank
his
you.
time.
I agree
But
with you.
I mean, at worst, they'll do the jury instructions today and then start closing tomorrow, I guess.
Hunter
Assuming
Biden
that
plea
legal
deal off.
instructions
Judges not having it. Awesome.
Marms, who's been a member for 5 months of the Clean and Sober Crew, says shirtless
That's
stream,
Merms,
guys. Let's
not
go.
Marms, but yeah.
Sorry, Marms, ain't gonna happen.
Stealing great ideas from God. Hey, it's listen.
Sorry to
it's
disappoint.
sharing. It's not
Say that.
communism. It's called entrepreneurship.
And Duncan Idaho, who's been a member for 4 months of the Clean and
Because
Sober
I know
Crew,
a
says,
Florida man is
"RE,
not
the
down with
requests for
communism.
mistrial.
I know that. I know that.
How would this
Steve.
help the defense? Oh, doesn't it just prolong the inevitable because the state will charge again? Yeah, again, like we talked about before. She
Let's
doesn't
see,
go
whatever.
to the
Law
insane
Network has
asylum
a
or
chick
whatever
on
they
their
call them
show,
these
Sash
days,
Thinker's name.
and,
Yeah,
she
also
doesn't go to
someone was
prison or
asking about what Chandler
And
is up
as we also
to.
talked
We
about,
have not seen Chandler
the
Painter
defense
in a while.
lawyer gets to hope that it gets assigned to somebody else.
I have not seen her in a while, so I don't know what she's up to, what she's
we do
doing.
need to
what's
make
her
a
girl
couple of little midstream
Chandler
grifts here.
Shaw
Aussie
Painter's
Overlaw.
doing.
Remy
I guess there haven't been enough big trials for her
SteveGosney.com and also on YouTube
to cover.
all have channels. Make sure you get over there and subscribe to them. They deserve the subscription.
Still focused. I think she looks like she's focused on Brian Koberger, so she's probably going to try to do the Koberger
doing
case.
fantastic things. Good friends, love to have them on. And while
Guess
you're,
that's the
while you're
thing.
venturing towards them,
But that being said,
we
I
have
think we got-
1,146
we get a hotter-
concurrent viewers and
I
only
think we got hotter women
737 likes. We've been doing this for 2.5 hours.
We've got some
So
spiciness.
it's probably been a complete turnover several times. Everybody,
Steve Gosney.
get down there and hit that
No,
like
we're all
button.
libtards that
Please, we
hate
can get up to
capitalism,
1,000
but use it
likes.
to enrich
Boom,
ourselves
that
when we
fast.
can.
And also, we're inching our way to 60,000
Yes, we are
subscribers.
capitalists here. Yes,
We
agree.
currently have 59,000.
It's a rising tide that rises all boats. We all take good ideas from each other and
from
improve.
59,300.
That's how it should work. That's how
But
it,
I bet there's more than
it should
I bet
work.
There's more
in
than
business.
21 of you that haven't subscribed to the channel. So I would just
If
ask
you
you
just
to
do it the
please
same
do me a favor,
failing
get
way,
out and
it's
hit
not gonna
that
work.
subscribe button, hit that like button, get us up to 1,000 likes, and at least get
By
us
the
up
way,
to 59,000.
guys, we need
If we come in
25 more
60,000
likes to
today,
get to
that would be super.
700. We will
It's not
be a
gonna happen, but it
7
was
to
still
You know,
1 like
super
ratio.
Something Chandler has. Which Chandler? Chandler.
We are going to blow them out of the
I'm
water in like ratio.
As Schabusiness, I like to change my name like to.
But we're all
fit.
good capitalists here, right? Is this? Can we agree on that?
Yeah.
Why
We're all
is
what?
say why is it?
We're all good capitalists.
It's very true. It's
I'm
very
not
true.
Like an anarcho-capitalist, but yeah, I guess.
Okay, well,
Okay,
I'm
of
just
course
saying that as
Chandler had
far
to
as
say
my
she's an
grip goes,
anarcho-capitalist.
I will say that the
That's
summer
the biggest
friend is
hippie
now
thing to say. It's
available
very
on
California of
ebook.
her.
And people should
Yes.
go get it. It's only $10, and it will.
And
it will
anarchy
enlighten
sounds
your
good
day,
to
it
you
will
living
brighten
it.
your
And then you're
day.
like, you know what?
It
No.
will give you a misty-eyed view of the past. And well, how would you describe it, Chandler?
I would say that it was. I mean, it's incredibly endearing, and I smiled the whole time I was reading it, which isn't something I really do, but it was just very. It gives you a look into the early life of Steve Gosney, allegedly, and I think
Well, it's mostly
there's something-
true.
It's
mostly true.
There's something like very precious about it and very endearing, and it's the nostalgia factor is excellent. I enjoyed it very much. I would say it is a must read.
And there's a lesson to it. I think it's a little foggy. It's a little bit of a misty lesson about growing up and about how we should treat our past in our experiences of our
Get
past.
those
that
memberships
may
out,
be
guys. Get those
disappointing,
memberships.
but
Thank you
maybe
so
have,
much.
there's a mixed bag. A lot
for
of our
gifting
history,
those, Patrick, and
things
Chris
aren't just
Guest
black or white.
for
Some
gifting
things
me
aren't just,
10
things
legal
that were sweet
mindset
and then disappoint
memberships.
you.
So we put this
yet
out
you
here
should, a
in
way to kind of
the
view
chat.
those
Chris
in
Guest,
perspective. So
been a member.
I really would
He's a
like
new
people
member.
to get it. You know how
Gifted out
many
10
ebooks I've
legal
sold
mindset
so far in the
memberships.
last
Thank you
2
so much,
days?
Chris. Appreciate you.
0.
And welcome all you
Well, that
to
has to
Get down
change.
there to
Steve Gosney.
BL.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Come on,
to the,
guys.
the most
it's only
basic
$10.
membership out here in all of LawTube. I'm muting Godsney for a second to say this. Thank you so much, Chris. Appreciate you. And thank you, Patrick, as well, for gifting the memberships. Guys, get those memberships. Become the members. Make sure you're open to receive gift memberships. You have to be open to do that. Appreciate all y'all for those gifts and for supporting the base legal mindset. If you guys like that, the best way to do is support it. Members are great, and I will be doing more members exclusive content, more fun stuff, so we can have fun here on LawTube. Let's make LawTube fun again. Let's stop doing boring shit. Let's stop hating our lives. Let's stop hating stream and make it good. Steve Gosney, if you're reading the legal mindset chat, scratch your
Amen on
nose.
that one. So
Come
I'm
on,
just
let's
saying.
get a little
I'm
nose
happy to be your
scratch,
wingman
guys.
anytime.
Guys, give us a nose
Or
scratch. Give us a nose scratch. Just do it real quick.
Wing
Just do it real
woman.
quick for the chat. Yeah, he did it. He did it. He did it. Gaz, he did it. He did the nose scratch.
I mean, gosh,
he did it.
This trial
Scratch
is
it,
moving
scratch it,
along.
guys.
We're getting
Scratch
to
it,
where
guys.
we need to get into phase 2.
He did it. He did it. He did it.
The
He did it.
judge
We
is
got
coming back
guys.
with the instructions.
We got guys. He
Very,
gave
very
the
soon.
baseball inside
So,
baseball signal.
Are we
yeah,
gonna,
yeah. He's
are we
in
gonna
it. He's
cast
in
any
it.
idea,
He's
any
in it.
guess as to how long
He
it
knows.
will take them to come
He's
back
reading 4
with
chats
a
right now.
verdict of sorts.
He's reading 4 chats right now. I love
How long
it.
does it take to introduce yourself and then say, what do we think?
We already did Bangkok Bros. We already did just real quick. We already did Bangkok Bros. So we do Bangkok Bros on Tuesday. Well, sorry, Tuesday night and Saturday night Eastern. So we may add one night for that, but for now, that's when we do Bangkok Bros. That's my in studio here in Bangkok with ladies, legal news with ladies with me and my good friend Ben. So the next one will be Saturday night Eastern. So get ready for that. That's at 10. It's amazing. With our paralegal pretties, we've got women on there just for entertainment and games, not for their opinions, because of course that's not what it's about. That's not what it's about. We're getting away from that. But anyways,
apparently,
then just stop doing it. Aren't you learning anything from the Taylor Schabusiness trial? Stop with the necrophilia already.
Well, you know,
maybe
yes,
on this
we've
stream
tried-
I'll get some ladies on, but that's different. That's different.
To break her of this habit. Yeah, you know, I did a full stream on the reasonable doubt instruction on my Rumble channel, and I guess it's on YouTube too. And you know, showing how confusing the reasonable doubt instruction is. So I'm very. I don't know if anybody. That would be a good research project. Reasonable doubt instructions around the country. Like, are there any good ones? Does anybody get it right?
I've read all
If
of them
I re-
actually.
I can't remember if it's this one or the YNW Melly trial. I can't remember if it was the one they read at the end of the YNW Melly trial or if it was the one the judge read at the beginning of this trial. But I really, really liked the instruction on reasonable doubt. So I hope it's this one so we get to hear it again. They were literally over the top of each other, so I can't remember which one it was, but I believe it was the beginning of this one. So we'll have to see. What would be your jury instruction, Steve?
Send out invites. Well, I had some invites out right now.
Be my what?
Reasonable.
I had some
your jury
invites.
instruction on reasonable doubt.
Yeah, well, that's why.
I had some invites, and let me switch over to Nick here for a second because we've been watching these guys, and let's get a little bit of the chunkata and see what's going on with our favorite defense stand, Nick. Let's catch up here.
115, one defendant,
Oh.
3 counts. Changes that have been outlined.
Doing jury
that we
instruction
talked
practice,
about.
okay.
It'll say the counts will be listed as Tuesday, February 22nd.
Chris Guest, you're the best. You got Law Nerd Clips. Remember that? Law Nerd Clips, you weren't on a member?
I'm going to step away for a second. I have to make a quick phone call.
God damn it, Rackets.
And I have to do it soon. So let me do that, and I'll talk to you guys in just
Fucking Rackets.
But I'll keep the court running.
I'm the captain of Rackets
Allahu
stream
Akbar.
now. Hey, I am Rackets now. I am Rackets now. Hear me. I love Baldo. I love big booty bitches. And I love my friend Drexel's feet. They are very sexy. Anyways.
Under the subheading meaning of
Well, here's the thing, Smoke Jaguar. If you ever go out in Bangkok, you can. Here's the thing. I like Thai women, but I found Vietnamese are hotter. You can get every flavor in the sun.
Yeah, make a phone call, by the way.
designed by
Every flavor in the sun. All right.
I will give One-Third.
I gotta call on some prescriptions.
Let's go
I have
here.
to do
Let's
it
go
now.
to Kurt. Let's see how Kurt is doing here. Is he still alive?
To give that.
Oh, I've got to hold on. I got to go back and pause the chunkata. While Big Kurt Energy plays.
To give that.
How you doing, legal mindset? You having a good day?
Chunkata.
Still doing the trunk. You still doing the stream sniping?
Big Kurt Energy plays.
Oh, we're in trouble now.
Hope you're having a good one, sir.
No.
How you doing, legal mindset? You having a good day?
I can't do it. I can't do this. Oh no. Hold on. Are we gonna go over to Joe? Let's gotta go over to Joe. We gotta get out of it. I'm not sure you. We gotta get out of it now. Hold on. We gotta catch up. Are we caught up now?
Okay. It's okay, Lily. I'm not upset with
He's
you.
gone. Okay.
But
He's not on us anymore.
if you want to
We're
hear my
safe
thoughts
now.
on it, because I
We're
walked
safe now.
through the whole
We're safe now.
perspective of someone who actually
There's too
files
much. We went
things
too deep, guys.
in the
You
e-court
can't
system.
you can never
Or
go
with
too
case or
deep. If
federal
you go too many layers deep,
have been
you will never
that-
ever
as to
find
how
your
it
way
works
out.
when you
You will go
file
so deep
and
in law
how
section,
clerk
you will
would
be
react
inside
and
your
the
own
duties
law.
that are-
You will be the law when you go deep. Hope everybody's having fun with this. This is fun as hell for me.
Let people know and how a clerk
Yes,
would likely react
I
to an improper
bravely
file.
advanced
To basically give
in the
you
opposite
perspective as to
direction.
what happens behind the scenes with respect
It's not
to these
sniping
filings,
if they see you
which became
coming. God
relevant to
damn
the
it.
Hunter Biden
God damn it.
dispute between attorneys as to what happened.
Laundry Clips is gonna have some good clips out of this
that's
one.
That's why I actually wrote up a long thing on locals last night, and
This has
put
been
up a
great.
post
Yes, you guys say
explaining
very
the
lovely,
screenshot
generous chat, entertaining stream. Thank you so much. I'm glad you guys are having fun. This is
and
hilarious
explaining
for me.
the different positions here and what makes sense versus
Kurt's
what
constitutional knowledge set his YouTube awareness to 1,000.
because it's complicated.
Great.
For people who are not
Great.
used to
It's complicated, like
don't know
Joe's
how the
sexuality.
sausage is made.
Whoa. Why are you
And
talking about the sausage,
the-
Joe? Come on, man.
The process for how the sausage is made is
Let's
relevant to what
see.
happened.
As long as we have Dr.
Biden-
Grog
Hunter
Jr.
Biden
Sugar Big Grog will be there. Oh yeah, for sure. Let's see if Joe notices. He may snipe me in return here, and then we'll have a snipe
So
section.
we're on another 5-minute break here.
The real question is, what is
I have a
Andrew's
feeling we're gonna
totem?
get closing arguments soon.
We may or may
It's
not.
only 3:38 there.
Yeah,
Closing
it-
arguments, they might take like 40 minutes each.
If
We can
they
wrap that
give
up
them 40
in-
minutes
in
each,
an
they can
hour,
do it.
potentially or less. We might get a verdict within the next hour and a half.
Well, no, they're not going to get a no, dude. You're wrong about that. Not getting a verdict in an
It'd
hour.
probably
and a
be
half.
2 hours.
Yeah, 2 hours for verdict.
Probably be 2 hours.
If you're doing 30-minute closings each, it'll be 2 hours.
Meaning,
Because there's some time
5-minute
standing
break
up, standing down. You got to move the other
Closing
room.
arguments.
You got to have some decorum.
opening arguments,
You
are
know,
not that
go
long.
through the
Opening statements are
instructions.
not that long. Closing arguments, I don't think they're going to be that long. It's only 3 days of trials. I don't think they're going to be that long.
You'd be
I can see
surprised.
each of them going for like.
You'd be surprised.
They were given 45 minutes, and it took and
You
what's
can
his face?
bullshit for an hour and a half.
Prosecution took like 20, and defense took like 15. So they really, in
Joe would have
theory,
asked if he was circumcised.
reading the jury instructions would probably take them 15 minutes,
Come on. Come
and
on.
then you could deliberate.
Come on.
So it's not impossible for this to be done in the next hour and a half.
Kurt put his defense up and
If
said
they come
immediately
back really
back
quick.
shooting like a real cowboy.
I just
Kurt
don't know if
did
they
a
would
good
send
job.
them out to deliberate.
Kurt wins today for surprise.
This
Like
judge,
Kurt
she
is
likes moving things
sneaky.
along.
Kurt came through. I mean,
Timing should
honestly,
be
I'm gonna
interesting.
I want to overrule
Timing
the
should
polls.
be
I want to
interesting.
overrule
I will
everything
tell
and
you
give the
this.
day to
Let
Kurt.
me see
Kurt
what's
had
on
the
my
best
list.
individual
What's
rant
fastest on
today.
tonight?
He
'Cause I
had some of
gotta-
the funniest jokes
I
today,
eat before
and he got
fast.
me. Kurt legitimately got
timing
me
here.
today. That is epic. I love it. I love that. I love it.
Top
Love
of
it. It's
full second. I got a
amazing.
while though.
Amazing. You never go too
Yeah, I
deep
got a
in
while.
streamception. Never. I need a
I'm
top.
gonna go till 7 o'clock.
If the top stops spinning, I've gone like I'm
My time,
stuck in the
Eastern
I'm stuck in the
time, which is 6
streamception
o'clock
world.
their time.
I wake up and I'm like, am I still in the stream?
So-
Is it still on?
Oh, you're back to sniping me, brother? You're back to sniping me?
Okay.
I don't know why you stopped
no,
sniping
no,
me
no,
back.
no,
We
no,
could have
no,
had a
no,
whole
no.
conversation back.
No. We're gonna go to Vices. We're gonna go Vices. We're getting the streets. They're getting too crazy, guys. It's getting too crazy. They're too aware.
You know,
They're
I'd
getting
like
too
to find
aware.
a model so that I can suggest it. I criticized it in ideas and answers in law. I always
streamers,
like to have an
they're
answer,
becoming-
and that's a
they're
very
becoming
good question.
self-aware.
That's why I haven't written an article.
Elon
on
was
this
right
yet,
the entire time.
because
We had
I'd
to
like
watch
come
out
up
for
with
Joe.
A good alternative. I actually based that whole rant about the reasonable doubt instruction on the Rumble channel. Corn Pope, actually, you know Corn Pope. She suggested that topic.
Corn Pop. Corn Pop
but
is a bad
there's
dude.
a really
guys.
good
It's a
article.
bad
I think
dude,
it was in the
guys.
Florida Bar Journal.
I
from
think
a
Double
judge
Agent Steve.
who
I think
criticized.
Gosney. You know
And
what?
and so I kind of echoed
Gosney went from
the
best
judge's,
friend
reasonable doubt
to best
instruction,
friend
or
to
reasonable
me.
doubt criticism.
I think
But
Stephen
as far
Gosney
as
is
what
selling me out like a Judas Iscariot.
What is required? I don't know what the best instruction. I mean, Chandler.
He's absolutely selling me out.
Yes.
Also, thank you so much to Lele, a great supporter for my locals, for gifting 10 memberships.
So essentially,
10 legal mindset
I'm almost
memberships.
done.
I know.
all of the
Corn Pope is
statutes
a
for all
personal
50
chat. I know
states
Corn
plus
Pope.
DC
Corn Pope is a
for,
good
like,
super chatter.
pretty
I'm
much
just making
every
fun.
single self-defense law there is, and it's all available
Lele
on
says
Branca's
10
website.
gifts,
So
10 memberships.
I can go
Appreciate you,
through
Lele.
and
Thank
look
you
at
so
all of the
much.
reasonable doubt instructions.
So funny to hear Joe
see if
talking to
we can find
nobody
it
after you
there.
leave.
Sounds like a
Listen,
fun
it's
project,
Joe's
Yeah,
used to
just- but
talking
just,
to
you know,
nobody.
you can dismiss
He
the
does
ones
it
that
a
are like
lot.
Florida because it's terrible.
It's okay. We like him though.
We're back.
This is what Mr. Freilich and I had spoken about earlier, 315.
Who is it, Judah? You!
Mr. Freilich,
You are an Iscariot.
I know you didn't have a copy of that, but you can have a
30
brief
pieces
moment
of
to
silver.
review that
Was it
with your
enough,
client
Gosney? Was it
and,
enough to
take a few minutes
betray
to talk with her about whether or not
me to Joe?
you and
Betray
she might
me
need to give
to
that.
Kurt?
Okay, Your Honor. Thank you.
Et tu, Brute. Et tu.
So now they're just deciding whether or not if there's any issues. They might do closings today.
That's what I'm thinking.
Right.
And you know, but I do not. If the judge,
Deha, I'll
he's
see you,
going to get
brother.
a
You've
mark
been
off.
great
Maybe
checking out
not
all
a
my
full
streams
letter
today.
grade,
So
but a
appreciate it.
partial
Shout out to
mark off,
Deha
if he
Co.
splits the
Good homeboy.
'Cause that's
Moderator
never
on
fair.
Bangkok Bros. Good friend of mine. So take care, Deha. Good to see you. Law Nerd Clips says
Your
legal
Honor,
mindset.
Your Honor, I have reviewed.
I was, and someone stole my CC and messed up all my
instructions
memberships
315.
renewing. You're right.
Fine with that.
I have great clips. Yeah, this is going to be
I show
amazing
it to my
tonight.
client.
You got some work. You have some good stuff
And I
tonight.
appreciate that, Mr. Freilich. I think I need more of a.
We have to tell YouTube that we love our legal mindset. Love it by liking the stream, leave a comment, share it out. Let's get thousands of views on this, and also I'll make sure I get some clips on this that are funny as well.
Do you need some time to speak with her about it? Because if you do, I can leave the bench and come back in a few minutes.
Yeah,
I can leave the
maybe that
bench,
would
and you
be
guys can just
a
put on
good
my
idea.
robe and
This
cosplay
judge is
and
so
kinda
good.
run around.
I'll tell you, I love this judge.
Yes, Steve Gosney is really one of my puppet accounts.
You know, and he's
All right.
not putting pressure on the defense attorney. I love that. This judge,
I don't
you know,
have
so
as
many
many puppet
judges get
accounts as
impatient.
Joe
It's
and,
like, oh, come on, you know, they get all snotty with
Joe
the
and
defense
Vices.
attorney. This
They have
defense,
many
this
more sock
judge
puppet
is
accounts than
doing
me.
it
I just
exactly.
can't. I
He's
can't
fair.
multitask like
He's
that.
giving him time. Thumbs up, man. This is just a clinic.
Well, Volpe Fox, the split would be to let the prosecution go and then the defense.
Yeah, if you
tomorrow.
can get me on Trish Reagan's show, I'd love that. I'd love to go on her show.
That's
I love
just
to talk to the base Chads and Stacys. So it's always good for me, especially about Disney. And I will be covering more
I
Disney
do
stuff
like
lately.
things,
Be covering Snow White, some of the Netflix.
Well,
and,
in not this case. I mean, this case
Disney
is, like I said,
streaming battles,
let's
Disney
take
Plus
it away
streaming
from
stuff.
that.
So that'll
It's
be
just
coming,
never
especially
right
over the
to, like,
weekend,
send
as
the
I
jury
have
home
a little bit of
after
a
hearing the state's
relaxing
closing
weekend, but I try to
and then
keep
they
content
sit
coming
there
for
and they
you.
mull about it all night without the defense rebuttal. I mean, you know, you gotta. The closings are really important, I just don't want to see anybody get shot.
I don't know when my next Disney stream will be. Maybe that will be
Because it
on the
has that
weekend.
effect.
A stream, but I'll do some pre-recorded
you know, you
videos.
go
for
sleep
you.
on
That'll be
it.
originals. Original videos.
Yeah, and then you make your brain like locks in. You're not willing to change your mind. You don't hear it fresh. It's like, well, you know, I remember something. It's just the way the brain works. If I make an argument to you and you go home and you think about it, you're like, yeah, and then you made up your mind. You come back and it gets locked in.
And you're more likely
just,
to dismiss and like kind of tune out what the next, you know.
and the
next
points
step will be.
aren't fresh. Like when I say, you know, when the state said this, you're like, I don't really. It just gets muddled. It's not good to split closings.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I don't know. I've only ever done paralegal work in a transactional setting, so I've never really done litigation. So that's why I like watching trials. I learn a lot, and I especially learn a lot from people who go to court like you. So that's
Well, and I
fascinating
would,
to learn.
if I was the defense, I would even. I think he kind of even did demand that, didn't he? Even I would not let him split this. If I'm the defense. Again, this case is sort of.
I have this up
because
on my
it's
TV, and the
not,
streams
it's not
for
like
Vices
one that it's
are
going to make a big difference.
vastly
but,
behind. Oh, so like it's
you know,
Vices
you can
behind?
almost.
Oh, sorry,
force
sorry, guys.
Before I ask you about
Sorry.
durations of closings,
My bad.
I guess what I would just indicate is I intend to bring the jury out. I intend to instruct them.
My
right up
bad.
Through the closing instruction. Attorneys can close. There will be
Caught up.
potentially some rebuttal closing. And
When you're
then,
jumping around, sometimes it gets crazy, man. No, I'm here, guys. I'm here, man. I got you.
Wow.
I'm now in the future.
Anything
I'm in Korea. Well, no, I was in Korea. I'm in Thailand. Whatever. We're in Asia. Jeff and me, we're ahead of you guys. You're behind. You guys are slow.
All
It's
right,
Thursday.
let's get it
here.
on.
It's Thursday. What day are you in, Honky? You're just a Florida cracker.
See, there you can sort of see the outline of her stun belt she's wearing.
And never ahead.
She has a shock color. She has
Actually,
like a
there's
shock
really
girdle
funny thing
on.
about the Florida cattle and the origin of that. The Kissimmee Rodeo, one of the biggest rodeos in all the United States. People don't know about the Silver Spurs Rodeo in Kissimmee. Florida cattle, very unique, very water. They need much less water. Crackers are in the zone. You know what I'm talking about. Yeah, and I have seen about the amusement park in Oklahoma. It's one that, like, it's not going to be set up to compete with Disney. It's a different market. They're going to try to compete in that region, the local region. But I think that it's good. That more theme parks that are not Disney is good. Cool.
Okay, be seated.
Thanks for sending that on locals Apex. Let me pull this up real quick.
All right.
Appreciate you, homeboy.
Members of the jury, the court will now instruct you upon the principles of law which you are to follow in considering the evidence and
Go right into
reaching your
closings,
verdict.
man. What time is it here?
It is your duty to follow all of these instructions.
3 a.m.
Regardless
here.
of any opinion you may have about what the law is or ought to be, you must base your verdict on the law I give you in these
In interest
instructions.
defense, it was a
Apply
chaotic
that law
time
to the facts
during the
in case which
lawception
have been
catastrophe
properly
we
proven
inverted.
by the evidence.
I'm like avoiding the snap
Consider
in
only
the
the
MCU.
evidence received during this trial and the law as given to you by
I'm
these
keeping us from
instructions,
going
and from
into
these
pure
alone,
chaos.
Guided by your
I'm like
soundest
the Emperor
reason
in
and best
40K.
judgment,
I am
reach
guiding
your
the
verdict.
Astronomicon of stream sniping.
If any member of the jury has an impression of my opinion as to whether the defendant is
I will
guilty
sit
or not
on my
guilty,
golden
disregard that
throne. Do not
impression
worry.
entirely and decide
I
the
will
issues
hold
of
this
fact
LawTube
solely
together,
as
goddammit.
you view the evidence. You, the jury, are the sole judges of the facts, and the court is the judge of the law only. In this first phase of the trial, you have heard evidence that dealt solely with the defendant's conduct during the alleged incident. You are to determine only whether the defendant is guilty of the charges of first-degree intentional
Remember the super
homicide,
long
mutilating a corpse,
instructions?
and third-degree sexual assault. If you find the defendant not guilty, the trial will be over. If you find the defendant guilty, the trial will proceed to the second phase, where you will determine whether the defendant was not responsible by reason of mental disease or defect.
Ozzy talked less than 30 seconds today. Awesome.
Evidence is, first, the sworn testimony of witnesses,
I wanna
both
hear
on
more from
direct
Ozzy,
and
though.
cross-examination, regardless of who called the witness. Second, the exhibits the court has received, whether or not an exhibit goes to the jury room. Third, any facts to which the lawyers have agreed or stipulated, or which the court has directed you to find. Anything you may have seen or heard outside the courtroom is not evidence. You are to decide the case solely on the evidence offered and received at trial.
Yeah, I gotta go.
The
Jeff.
first count of the information in this
The
case
guys.
charges that count one, the above named defendant
Frenemy.
on or about Tuesday, February
Farewell.
22nd, 2022, in the city of Green Bay, Brown County, Wisconsin, did cause the death of Shad Therian with the intent to kill that person, contrary to sections 940.01 sub 1 sub A,
Speed Gosney, ladies and gentlemen.
939.62 sub 1 sub C Wisconsin statutes. To this charge, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty, which means the state must prove every element of the offense charged beyond a reasonable doubt. First-degree intentional homicide, as defined in section 940.01 of the Criminal Code of Wisconsin, is committed by one who causes the death of another human being with the intent to kill that person or another. Before you may find the defendant guilty of first-degree intentional homicide, the state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following two elements were present. First, the defendant caused the death of Shad Therian. Cause means that the defendant's act was a substantial factor in producing the death. Second, that the defendant acted with the intent to kill Shad Therian. Intent to kill means that the defendant had the mental purpose to take the life of another human being or was aware that her conduct was practically certain to cause the death of another human being. While the law requires that the defendant acted with the intent to kill, it does not require that the intent exist for any particular length of time before the act is committed. The act need not be brooded over, considered, or reflected upon for a week, a day, an hour, or even for a minute. There need not be any appreciable time between the formation of the intent and the act. The intent to kill may be formed at any time before the act, including the instant before the act, and must continue
I intended
to
to
exist
do
at
one
the
day of
time
this trial
of the act.
or 2 days of this trial. Then I
You
ended up
cannot
doing
look
most
into
of
a
it.
person's mind to find intent. Intent to kill must be found, if found
I
at
did not
all,
intend to
from
cover
the
this.
defendant's acts, words, and statements, if any, and from the facts and
Abel says,
circumstances
"Here's a
in
few
this
pennies
case
for a
bearing
great
upon
stream. I got to save some money for a 24-hour
Intent
meme
should
cream
not
stream."
be confused
Yeah, I'm gonna
with
pop
motive.
on that one, but thank you
While
so much.
proof of
Appreciate
intent is
that, guys.
necessary to a
It
conviction,
should
proof
be
of
fun
motive
as well,
is
but
not.
thank you so much.
Motive refers to a person's
this
reason
another
for
stream?
doing something. While motive may be shown as a
He
circumstance
doesn't know
to
which
aid
stream
in
he's in
establishing the guilt
because
of
it's
the defendant,
streamception.
the state is not required to prove motive on the part of a defendant in order to convict. Evidence of motive does not by itself establish guilt. You should give it the weight you believe it deserves under all the circumstances. If you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant caused the death of Shad Therian with the intent to kill, you should find the defendant guilty of first-degree intentional homicide. If you are not so satisfied, you must find the defendant not guilty. The second count of the information charges that count 2, the above-named defendant on or about Tuesday, February 22nd, 2022, in the city of Green Bay, Brown County, Wisconsin, did 1 sub C of the Wisconsin statutes. To this charge, the defendant has also entered a plea of not guilty, which means the state must prove every element of the offense charged beyond a reasonable doubt. Section 940.11 sub 1 of the Criminal Code of Wisconsin is violated by one who mutilates, disfigures, or dismembers a corpse with the intent to conceal a crime or avoid apprehension, prosecution, or conviction for a crime.
This like that. The
Before you may
existence of
find the
that
defendant
crime
guilty of this
defeats
offense,
Nick's
the state
argument.
must
So
prove by
Nick's
evidence
argument
which
that, it's
satisfies you
not
beyond a
illegal. It's
reasonable
like,
doubt
no, it's
that the
illegal
following two elements
every
were present.
state
First, that the defendant dismembered a corpse. Second, that the defendant dismembered a corpse with the intent to conceal a crime. This requires that the defendant acted with the purpose to conceal a crime. You cannot look into a person's mind to find out intent. Intent must be found, if found at all, from the defendant's acts, words, and statements, if any, and from all the facts and circumstances in this case bearing upon intent. If you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that both elements of this offense have been proved, you should find the defendant guilty. If you are not so satisfied, you must find the defendant not guilty. The third count of the information charges that, count 3, the above-named defendant on or about Tuesday, February 22nd, 2022, in the city of Green Bay, Brown County,
Almost
Wisconsin,
700 likes.
did have
people.
sexual intercourse
15
with
more
Shad
likes and we
Therian
get it.
without
If
that
you're
person's
stopping by,
consent.
just like it. Go over,
Contrary
watch
to
your favorite
sections
streamer.
940.225
I love it. Go watch your favorite
sub
streamer.
3 sub A
Stop by, like
and
it, and get out of there.
939.62 sub 1 sub B of the Wisconsin statutes. To this charge, the defendant has also entered a plea of not guilty, which means the state must prove every element of the offense be charged beyond a reasonable doubt. Third-degree sexual assault, as defined in section 940.225 sub 3 sub A of the Criminal Code of Wisconsin, is committed by one who has sexual intercourse with another person without consent. Before you may find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following two elements were present.
EDB is
First,
covering closing
that the defendant
arguments?
had sexual intercourse with Shad
So
Therian.
now?
Second, that Shad Therian did not consent to the
Okay.
sexual intercourse. Sexual intercourse means any intrusion, however slight, of any part of a person's body or of any object into the genitalia or anal opening of another. Emission of semen is not required.
Emission of semen.
Did
You don't
not
have to
consent
come.
means
You
that
do
Shad
not have to
Therian
come.
did not freely agree to have sexual intercourse with the defendant. In deciding whether Defendant Shad caused the death Therian of Shad did not Therian. consent, you Cause should means that the defendant's
Here, let's,
acts
act was a substantial factor in producing
That's not going to be hard.
Second, that the defendant
All right,
acted
so we're gonna
with the intent
snipe
to kill.
EDB here real quick.
Intent to kill means that the defendant had the mental
Let's catch
purpose
a new
to take the
Pokemon.
life of another human being or was aware that her conduct was practically
Let's catch a
certain
new
to cause the
Pokemon
death.
here. We're gonna catch an EDB.
In her statements,
let's catch her.
And there can be accidental
get her.
homicides. Those are different sections of penal codes.
I don't know if they even know.
In her statements to
and
police,
also
she
subscribers
said,
only.
"Yeah,
so
I just
I'm
kept
probably
going.
locked out of that. Yeah.
Like, yeah, I just kept going. Like, I just wanted to keep going." So,
Let's see.
on her own statements, I
she's
think they'll
pausing.
find the
EDB, what are you
intent to
doing?
Kill, but it's a very
she do
simple
this a lot?
elements.
Does
Like
she
the
pause?
jury has to decide that she caused him to die, and she intended to cause that versus
I don't like that she's
like a
pausing the
bar
video.
fight where somebody intends
All right.
to punch
All right,
somebody else and they
EDB, I
fall
like
over,
you,
hit their head,
but
and
I
then
like
subsequently
you.
died.
Yay, no beef, but okay. Let me pop back over here to Rackets because that's the kind of I'll pop here in the line.
Sexual assault as defined in section 940.225 sub 3.
She's a new
sub A of the
Pokemon,
Criminal
but that's a
Code of
Pokemon I don't want to fuck with. Like,
committed
I don't
by
want to
one
go in
who
that
has
zone.
sexual
It's like the
intercourse
Ghost
with another
Tower. Like,
person
I don't want to go in the
without
Ghost
consent.
Tower right now. It's weird in there.
Before you may find the defendant guilty of this
Pausing
offense,
the video
the
is not
state
good.
must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt.
Guys,
that
we
the
got
following
limited on
two
monetization a
elements
long
were
time ago.
present.
We're talking about
First, that the
graphic
defendant had
sexual
sexual
murder.
intercourse with Shad Therian. Second, that Shad Therian did not consent to the sexual intercourse.
He didn't consent.
Sexual intercourse means any intrusion, however slight, of any part
However
of a
slight.
person's body or of any object into the genitalia or anal opening of another. Emission
Or
of
anal
semen is
opening.
not required.
No coming required.
Did not consent means that Shad Therian did not freely agree to have sexual intercourse with the defendant. In deciding whether Shad Therian did not consent, you should consider what the defendant said and did, along with all the other facts and circumstances. This element does not require that Shad Therian offered physical resistance.
Will
It is
Rackets rant
immaterial
again?
Whether Shad Therian is dead or alive at
Let's
the time
take a
of the
poll here
sexual
in the
intercourse.
chat.
If you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that both elements of third-degree sexual
If you tell
assault have been
EDB's chat
proved,
to calm
you
down, they'll
should
ban you
find
for
the defendant
anxiety
guilty.
disorder. Okay,
If you are
that's
not
too
so
far. If that's real.
satisfied, you must find the defendant
Will
not guilty.
Nick rant again?
An intoxicated or
That's
drugged condition is a
I'll rant again
defense to
today.
criminal liability
Today.
only if it is involuntarily produced. In reaching your verdict, examine the evidence with care and caution. Act with judgment, reason, and prudence. Defendants are not required to
Nick
prove
is
their
definitely a
innocence. The law
Ratata,
presumes every
and
person
EDB
charged
is a
with the commission
Zubat
of
for
an
sure.
offense to be innocent. This presumption requires a finding of not guilty, unless in your deliberations you find it is overcome by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. The burden of establishing every fact necessary to constitute guilt is upon the state. Before you can return a verdict of guilty, the evidence must satisfy you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. If you can reconcile the evidence on any reasonable hypothesis consistent with the defendant's innocence, you should do so and return a verdict of not guilty. The term reasonable doubt means a doubt based upon reason and common sense. It is a doubt for which a reason can be given, arising from a fair and rational consideration of the evidence or lack of evidence. It means such a doubt as would cause a person of ordinary prudence to pause or hesitate when called upon to act in the most important affairs of life. A reasonable doubt is not a doubt which is based on mere guesswork or speculation. A doubt which arises merely from sympathy or from fear to return a verdict of guilt.
Lawyers,
is not a
watching
reasonable
lawyers,
doubt.
watching
A
lawyers.
reasonable doubt is not a
watching
doubt such as
law.
may be used to escape the responsibility of a decision. While it is your duty to give the defendant the benefit of every reasonable doubt, you are not to search for doubt, you are to search for the truth. An information is nothing more than a written formal accusation against the defendant charging the commission of one or more criminal acts. You are not to consider it as evidence against the defendant in any way. It does not raise any inference of guilt. Disregard entirely any question that the court did not allow to be answered. Do not guess at what the witness's answer might have been.
Gosney is a Meowth?
If the question itself
know.
suggested that certain information
Maybe.
might be
Meowth
true,
is kind of annoying,
ignore the suggestion
but also
and do
cute.
not consider it as evidence. Attorneys for each side
Drex
have
could
the
not
right and
handle
the duty
this.
to object to what they consider are improper questions asked of witnesses and to the admission of other evidence which they believe is not properly admissible.
I'm the Pikachu.
You should not draw any conclusions from the fact that an objection was made.
Detective
By allowing the testimony or other evidence to be received over the objection of counsel, the court is not indicating any opinion about the evidence. You jurors are the judges of the credibility of the witnesses and the weight of the evidence. During the trial, the court has ordered certain testimony to be stricken. Yes, disregard all stricken testimony. An exhibit becomes evidence only when received by the court. An exhibit marked for identification and not received is not evidence. An exhibit received is evidence whether or not it goes to the jury room. Remarks of the attorneys are not evidence. If the remarks suggested certain facts not in evidence, disregard the suggestion. It is not necessary that every fact be proved directly by a witness or an exhibit. A fact may be proved indirectly by circumstantial evidence.
Rob does not do
Circumstantial
trial
evidence
streaming.
is
He
evidence
does more
from which a jury may
pre-recorded videos
logically
or
find other facts
shorter lives.
according to common knowledge and experience. Circumstantial evidence is not necessarily better or worse than direct evidence. Either type of evidence can prove a fact. Whether evidence is direct or circumstantial, it must satisfy you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed the offense before you may find the defendant guilty. Evidence has been presented relating to the defendant's conduct after the alleged crime was committed. Whether the evidence shows a consciousness of guilt and whether consciousness of guilt shows actual guilt are matters exclusively for you to decide. The state has introduced evidence of statements which it claims were made by the defendant. It is for you to determine how much weight, if any, to give to each statement. In evaluating each statement, you must determine three things. Whether the statement was actually made by the defendant. Only so much of a statement as was actually made by a person may be considered as evidence. Whether the statement was actually restated here at trial. And whether the statement or any part of it ought to be believed. You should consider the facts and circumstances
83% say Nick will
the
rant
making of
again.
each statement,
So
along with all of
obviously,
the other evidence
obviously it'll
in
happen.
determining how much weight, if any, the statement deserves. The weight of evidence does not depend on the number of witnesses on each side. You may find that the testimony of one witness is entitled to greater weight than the testimony of another witness or even of several other witnesses. In weighing the evidence, you may take into account matters of your
Schabusiness
common
is
knowledge and your
Cubone.
observations and experiences in the affairs of life. Ordinarily, a witness may testify only about facts. However, a witness with specialized knowledge in a particular field may give an opinion in that field. In determining the weight to give this opinion, you should consider the qualifications and credibility of the witness, the facts upon which the opinion is based, and the reasons given for the opinion. Opinion evidence was received to help you reach a conclusion. However, you are not bound by any witness's opinion. If you find that the offense charge was committed by the defendant, it is not necessary for the state to prove that the offense was committed on the precise date alleged in the information. If the evidence shows beyond a reasonable doubt that the offense was committed on a date near the alleged date, that is sufficient. It is the duty of the jury to scrutinize and to weigh the testimony of each witness and to determine the effect of the evidence as a whole. You are the sole judges of the credibility, that is, the believability of the witnesses and the weight to begin.
Once again, this stuff is boring as
In
hell.
your
You have to
determination
get through
of
it though. You
credibility,
have to get
must
through the jury
avoid
instructions.
bias, conscious or unconscious, based upon the witness's
If a
race,
trial
national
happens in
origin,
the woods,
religion,
does Nick make a
age,
sound? Yes,
ability,
and he
gender
rants.
identity,
You must avoid
sexual
your
orientation,
unconscious bias.
education,
There we
income,
go.
Okay.
or any other personal characteristic.
So fucking dumb.
In determining the credibility of each witness and the weight you give to the
It's not
testimony
if
of
Nick
each
will rant
witness,
again, I guess, because
consider these
basically all of you believe it.
whether
It's
the witness
when
has
he
an
will rant
interest
again.
or lack of interest in the result of this trial, the witness's conduct, appearance, and demeanor on the witness stand, the clearness or lack of clearness of the witness's recollections, the opportunity the witness had for observing and for knowing the matters the witness testified about, the reasonableness of the witness's testimony, the apparent intelligence of the witness, bias or prejudice, if any has been shown, possible motives for falsifying testimony, and all other facts and circumstances during the trial which tend either to support or discredit the testimony. Then,
my
give to the
secret.
testimony of each
I am
witness
always
the weight
ranting.
you believe it should receive. There is no magic way for you to evaluate the testimony. Instead, you should
I
use
hope
your
so. I
common
think it would be
sense and
better if they do it
experience.
tomorrow.
In
I really
everyday
do.
life, you determine for yourselves the reliability of things people say to you. You should do the same
EDB
thing
is
here.
Emily D. Baker.
A defendant in a criminal case has the absolute constitutional right not to testify. The defendant's decision
Sarah
not to
Boone trials in
testify
October.
must not
It
be
got moved to
considered by you
October.
in any way and must not influence your verdict in any manner. Consider carefully the closing arguments of the attorneys, but their arguments and conclusions and opinions are not evidence. Draw your own conclusions from the evidence and decide upon your verdict according to the evidence and under the instructions given to you by the court. We're now ready for the attorneys to give their closing arguments. I want to speak briefly, however, to both the attorneys that are giving the closing
They're not going to do them today. They're not going to do closing arguments today. It's 4:07. Here they modify them for this specific case, and then. Okay. All right. So getting back to this, I want to finish telling that story while I have a second.
Okay, here comes the Nick rant.
Criminal
Wasn't long.
informant. Criminal informant happens
No, this
to be
is-
present when they're gonna do the
this is not a
search
rant.
and happens to place the items in the garbage can that will be the evidence that they use to
Ladies and
justify a full
gentlemen,
raid on the house.
in the event you were wondering, you are going to get a copy of these instructions during your deliberations, because I know they're lengthy. Having said that, Mr. Saunders, are you prepared to give a closing argument? Yes, sir. Very good.
Oh, they're gonna give them now?
This guy
I
does
wanna
not
start
fuck
with
around. He does not
something
waste
that
time.
we heard yesterday, or actually Monday, during opening statements. Counsel told us that there's always two sides to every story. And
Wow.
with all due respect, this is not one of those stories.
What?
This is a story that
I like it.
clearly shows what happened.
Good. Let's go.
Story of
Closing.
The defendant taking a dog collar that was around her friend's neck and pulling it so hard and for so long and such force that it caused his death. That in that moment, she made a deliberate choice to end her friend's life. She then, after the fact, degrades his body, engages in sexual acts with him. This is a story of the defendant then dismembering him and leaving his remains all over the house for his mother to find. And this isn't the state's story. This isn't law enforcement's story. It's the defendant's story, as you heard today, right? So as we go through this, it's easy to sit here and say, yes, the defendant confessed, and it's true. She confessed to every single element that you will see that the state needs to prove. But we didn't just stop there, right? We could have been done with this case on Monday. Played her interview and
Could have.
called it a day. But you should expect more, right? We have the burden of proof. And obviously
Yes.
we called a number of witnesses to establish what this story shows.
Close to
So I wanna walk
objecting on
through
that.
story. And I know there's a lot of law that was just read to you. But I'm a
Yeah, I
visionary.
know.
like to
There's a
see
lot
kinda
of
what we're
law
looking at
out
here.
there for
so
you
as I go
guys.
through these three offenses, there's really, as you'll
Very
see,
true.
6 things the state needs to prove.
Nick is too good at the flick of the wrist.
Not every fact that was testified to. not what
Deliberations are going to be 30 minutes tops. I don't know about
this
that.
house at the end of the night. The 6
Could
elements.
be.
are what
I don't
the
like
state
this
needs to prove.
nonchalant style he's got. I don't like this at
So
all.
first, count 1. First
Babyface.
degree intentional homicide. First, that the defendant caused the death of Shad, and that she, second, acted with intent to kill him. Okay. And again, as I already mentioned, as we go through these elements, you heard earlier this morning that the defendant is acknowledging every element that we hear. Okay.
I don't agree with that.
PowerPoint, baby.
Independent of the information you heard today, with the investigation you heard, the DNA,
Number one is
other
indisputable.
Dr. Tranquita's
Number
testimony,
2
I would argue,
is the only one you
these-
can argue
all
here.
these elements as well.
The
But you have on
intent to
top
kill.
of that the defendant's admissions to all these elements. Okay, so the defendant caused the death of Shad. I mean, that should be fairly clear here. Obviously, she admits that. You heard Dr. Tranquita's testimony of how Shad died, the cause and the manner of death: strangulation, excessive force being placed on the neck, producing his death. That was the sole cause of
Too
death
much
that we
pacing,
heard.
guidance to
So let's
standstill.
talk
Yeah.
about intent, right? admittedly sometimes is a tricky topic.
It's too much.
You never know anyone's intention truly, and as you're told, you're not going into the mind of somebody, right? Kind of looking at all the facts and circumstances that you see. In this case, you have the benefit of the defendant opening up her mind to you and telling you what her intent was here. But you also
Only
have
if you
other signs,
disregard the other statements
So
she
what does
made.
intent mean? That somebody had the mental purpose to do
I don't
something.
think it. No.
Right, some
Sorry,
volition.
sorry, Nick.
Or
I
that
think
they're
you don't
aware
have to
that what
disregard
they're
the
doing
other
is
statements.
practically certain to cause that result, right? And you heard both, really, from the defendant.
I think he's just
So I
mad
wanna
she
walk you
removed
through
another
that
target
because
from the dating pool for
There's a lot
him.
of points in that interview where the
Okay,
defendant is telling
okay,
you
buddy.
exactly what her intent was in this case, right? His face was turning purple, right? She describes that, and oh, he's coughing up blood, and you know that's accurate, right? Because you heard Dr. Tranquita's testimony. And you saw those photographs.
But it is true. This guy definitely dates dudes.
She's seeing that in person, and yet what does she say? I still didn't stop. No, she felt a heartbeat at one point, right? She talks about feeling his heartbeat, and she kept pulling more, and he wouldn't die. I just wanted him. I was like, damn. Right? She admits even that Shad's struggling in this moment, that he's fighting back, right? You heard from Dr. Tranquita as well about how it looked like at one point there were signs of that, where the collar slipped up along the tongue. She's telling you, I was waiting for him to die. I liked it. She figured I'm already this far, and she's pantomiming the act. It's like she's starting a lawnmower. That's how hard she's pulling on this chain, right? It took 3 to 5 minutes, she thinks.
Oh, nice.
And again, that's consistent with Dr. Tranquita, right? This is not an accident. This isn't a whoops. This is an intentional act, right?
I mean,
you don't need to prove that she
it's
went
true,
to that
though.
You're
house.
ignoring that she said it
We're
was an
gonna talk about that in
accident. She
blood
didn't
here.
want him to
Kind of
die.
talk
She
through
didn't
that
intend for him to
concept,
die.
how,
You're
as you
ignoring that.
instructed, intent can be formed the instant before an act, the instant before the pull of a trigger, the instant in this case before Schabusiness decides I'm gonna.
Yeah, I don't
go
think it's
further.
murder. I will say this. I don't think it's
Pull on
murder
this chain
one. I
so
think you
hard
get manslaughter for sure. You
that
get
it
lesser
causes
charges,
the result
but
that we saw
not
in chat.
murder one might be a little
Right.
hard, but we'll see. Could be there though. If she's pulling it knowing
we
it could kill
have
him, it could.
The mental
get
purpose,
intent.
right, from the defendant's own mouth, and that's consistent with everything else we're seeing in the case. But you also have Detective Kemp asking her, you know, I mean, in that moment, did you kind of realize?
Yeah. I do agree with you guys. If you stab somebody and say at the same time, "I don't want you to die," even if you sincerely mean it, that's not the standard. The standard is you do it knowing that can cause a death.
Was aware that her conduct was practically certain to
Yeah,
cause
murder
result.
two is first
Probably
first
obvious
degree
as you
is
sit
murder
here.
one. Murder
But
two
what's
is
gonna
second
happen
degree.
when you're pulling a metal chain
Yes,
like
it
that
does
hard
exist.
for that long, seeing the result of what's happening to another person, that is going to be the result, right?
Right.
So
I don't know. Is that right?
you're told you can't look into a person's mind. The defendant told you exactly what her intent was in this case. But as I
Again,
mentioned,
only
you
if you
also have
ignore her
other
other
indicators,
statements
right?
about
Dr.
intent.
Tranquita's testimony describing the amount of force.
Yeah,
that
you're right.
would
You're
need
right,
to have
Aaron.
been
Saying
done
you're waiting for somebody to
cause the
die,
injuries
that is
that he's
actually
observing,
intentional.
right? Down
Stop
to the
saying
inner
right.
neck muscles, and he was talking about how
Your
strong
actions
and
always
thick those
outweigh your words.
neck
Yes, that is
muscles
correct.
are.
You can
There
say
was
something and
hemorrhaging
then be
that
like,
deep. That's how
you know,
hard and
I want to
how
save you, and then you
long
push him off a
injury
cliff.
the defendant was
Problem is,
causing.
I have no faith in her defense
Right,
attorney
this
to
isn't
deliver
an accident.
close.
It's an accident.
Yeah, Nick,
You're
come
not
on. It's not a
going
defense
forward.
attorney's
You're not
fault.
seeing
That's
this
being
result.
disingenuous. I think the defense attorney has been good.
Keep pulling. You're calling for help. You're stopping.
Calling for
You're
help.
certainly not after the fact. After you
Nick's
finally
just, he's
finish,
trying to give the best
then
defense
cutting up
argument,
his
but
body,
a little
right?
too
That
overpassionate
has
there.
nothing to do with
You
intent.
have all the evidence in this case points to intent. Right.
Cutting up a body does not point to intent in any way
Never
unless
act
you
after the
actually can
fact,
do
like I
that.
said.
Cutting up a body
It's
is
an accident.
something that's known to
Something
kill
happens,
people.
right?
So yes, that would be something
You have the
that
exact
I would
opposite.
object
You
to
have the
that.
defendant cutting him up
tends
and
to kill
cleaning
somebody.
up, getting rid of the remains.
Because she
pouring
was
it down the
cutting him
shower. We
up
heard a lot of
before
testimony
she
about
knew
that.
he was dead.
Kind of wiping up with the Clorox wipe.
She was
which
chopping it
defendant
up.
is acknowledging as well. So you have the defendant's statement in the case, and it lines up with everything else in the case, right?
Just
Even
go ahead
little
and
facts
object.
That she's remembering.
What are you going to do? Cause a
telling you,
mistrial?
Right. The timeline of the February 21st night, right? We heard from AJ Gannon. You
Yeah,
heard
Nick
the
is off on
stipulated
this one,
testimony
but
from Mr.
hey,
Tomes. You
he's
heard
he's
from
making
Mike
he's
Fury,
trying to be a zealous
so
defender.
consistent. Yeah, they were coming and going. You then heard from Steve Hendricks about, yep, they got back.
And look,
sometime in the
yeah,
early
I
morning,
agree
and
with
I went
Amazing
in,
Disgrace here.
defendant's telling you that same thing.
I would want my
Steve is
defense
talking
attorney to be as
about how at one
passionate
point
as Nick is
during the
about
day,
rights.
on 22nd,
Hell yeah, right? You'd
comes
want
up
your
and asks
attorney
for
to be
eyeglasses.
to be
Heard the
passionate.
defendant talk about that
Just
as well.
he's wrong,
We
you
heard
know.
Detective Graff testify about that. So everything she's saying is consistent with what we're objectively seeing, what law enforcement is finding.
I
And in
will
some
say that
respects, the
defending,
defendant's
I
leading the
wouldn't have
investigation,
defended
right?
necrophilia.
When they
though.
get there, when law enforcement gets there, we saw Officer Wanish's body.
I would take that line. Everything
We heard from
she's
Detective
saying
Scanlon and even
is
Dr.
to be
Rekieta about
effectively
how it was
believed and run
really
with that
hard
in
to
my
determine what
defense.
exactly happened when they first got there. And all that information is being provided by the defense. Okay.
Let me quickly wrench Stephen
So-
Gosney.
It's an intentional act.
Do not use your power,
She had the
Steve, or
mental
I will ban
purpose.
you.
We heard about that. It's not, as I talked about, it can be formed at any time before the act, right? It doesn't need to be premeditated. That's not the law in this state. And it's really important too to not confuse this with motive, right? We heard evidence about motive, right, and her interest in Jeffrey Dahmer and all that entails.
Yeah, there's things you could do differently. that
Intent
he's
doesn't
accurate
mean
on,
motive.
right?
This is what intent means, and we proved intent, right?
Just
She
casually
causes
dropping the
that.
Dahmer
She
in there.
acted. She
Well,
told
they entered it into evidence. He can mention it. There's nothing about that that's not entered into evidence.
So those are the two elements. Those are the two things the state needs to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. Count two, mutilating a corpse. So again, there's two elements for this.
Gosney's now modded.
First,
Look at that, the power of
defendant
blue.
dismembered a
What can
corpse.
blue do for you?
Second, did so with the intent to conceal a crime. So the first element I think is pretty clear, right? And we heard extensive testimony from many people, and we saw Dr. Rekieta's diagrams, and obviously I can't imagine this element is going to be in dispute, right? And so again, though, we have this concept of intent, the purpose to conceal a crime, right? And I mean, as you're instructed, you use your common sense.
This
Like,
one seems obvious.
why is
She's
somebody going
definitely
to
guilty of
lane?
this.
Not only cutting up a body, we heard from Dr. Rekieta about the multiple sort of start and stop kind of signs, the total evisceration of Shad, bagging him into other bags and attempting to carry out. Like, that's the intent, right? We use our common sense. That's why you're doing
We'll
it.
change devices for the
But
other side.
again, she was asked about this.
Why are you rambling through this?
Remember in that
This one's a
February
slam
28th
dunk.
interview, the second interview with Detective Graff.
So we'll
and
switch devices for the
Scanlon.
next one.
She's saying exactly what her intent was, right? It was because there's other people in the house. Like, what am I going to do? Leave the body and have mom find it?
Well, maybe.
She admits, again, this was her intent, and it's obvious with our common sense, but it shows that the state has proved both elements of this crime as well. Okay, count three. It's third-degree sexual assault. So the defendant had sexual intercourse with Shad and did so without consent.
Yes. Yes.
So let's talk about the first part. Sexual intercourse is defined in this state as inserting any object into the
Not
genital
wrong.
or anal opening of another, or engaging in.
Are these
oral
legal
contact.
names or
We
YouTube
heard about
channel
both,
names? No,
right?
they're
The
real.
defendant admitted to both.
Schabusiness and Shadtherian.
Talking about how she's the dildo in Chad's anus after she.
He said
kills him.
anus so casually.
She's talking about.
He's very
how she
familiar
was
with saying anus.
Sucking on his penis. There were other phrases used to that effect.
Anus and penis says very, very easily.
So again, we have for both elements here the defendant's admissions, and we heard from Mr. Scott, didn't we? We heard from Mr. Scott about the DNA testing that was done, right? And for some of the reasons why, even though the defendant's DNA is on that dildo in Shad's house,
Yeah,
Shad's
Nick doesn't
DNA
need a
was on there.
wingman to
Nothing
like
excludes
gives
that
gives him
possibility.
keeps him in
Again,
place.
Everything the defendant's telling you is consistent with other things you're
Nick
seeing.
stole
There's
this
no
guy's
reason
testosterone.
to believe, reasonable hypothesis to believe that she's not also telling you what's happened.
It was a Sigma move.
Right, for this count. And the second element did not consent. I mean, that, as you're instructed, is kind of inferred by the fact that at the time that the defendant's telling you she's engaging in these acts, that Chad's deceased, right? So he's not in a position to consent. Okay. So those are the 2 elements for count 3. So in total, 6 elements for the 3 offenses. And again, you're given a lot of law on how to assess credibility of witnesses, and that's good, and you should follow it. Really, you kind of just use your common sense as jurors. Again, the defendant's telling you what happened, and there's nothing in the case to disbelieve what she's saying, right?
Nothing to disbelieve what she's saying. Run with that. I would 100% steal that
As I
line.
mentioned earlier.
He's going to say there's nothing to disbelieve. Here. I didn't mean to, didn't try to, didn't want him to die.
Right. We heard from Kevin Scott, who heard or testified about the DNA testing he did. Shad's blood on the defendant's hands.
We were going to have sex.
Clothing and sweatpants.
Consent.
About how the knives that were found.
Can't consent to necrophilia.
Blood on them. Right. Even absent her confession, I mean, there's ample evidence here to convict on all 3 counts. You have many witnesses coming in to talk about the integrity of the investigation, how law enforcement didn't just take the confession and go home, right? We do more, right? Send things in for DNA, we speak with other witnesses, we corroborate the defendant's timeline of things. You heard all that. And that's really important, right? We have the burden of proof. We talk about that. We embrace that burden of proof. You should hold us to that standard as the state to prove something beyond a reasonable doubt. And that's why we call
have
people
to. Not you should, you
come up,
have to.
Talk for 5 minutes about, I received this piece of evidence and it was fine. And I returned that piece of evidence and it was fine. Right? Because it's important. We want to show that law enforcement did a thorough investigation in this case. And they
Consent ends when your life ends.
because we have the burden of proof. You're instructed on what the burden of proof is and what it's not, right? It's a reasonable doubt, a reasonable hypothesis consistent with guilt, consistent with innocence. You should find the defendant not guilty. You're not searching for doubt. You're ultimately searching for the truth. So even if it's a heavy burden, it doesn't mean the decision is difficult in cases.
There's lots of dirty prosecutors. There's shady defense attorneys. You know,
there's not
Nick
a
does make
reasonable
some good points for defense. Just going a little bit overboard.
There just isn't, right?
There is. Well,
Especially
not
with
with her
the
innocence, just not with
especially
her
when the
guilt on
facts
intent.
are so
There's one truth in this
strongly
case.
against
There's
her
one
here.
side of the story. It happens to be the defendant's story as well, but it's consistent with everyone else's story. It's because that story is the truth of what the defendant did to her friend Shad.
Ooh, I
Based
like
on
this.
that, we would ask
Legal
you to
Mindset is claiming this term for Gosney, the Gosmonauts. I like it.
At least he kept it short.
The erection, the death erection,
Yes, I am, Your Honor. Thank you.
the angel
So in the
lust.
Rumble chat, real quick, someone is raising that.
Okay, quick, we're gonna go over to
she's
vices.
admitting to intent.
We're going to vices over here because we're gonna switch it up for the second one and give them who did the better closing.
A bucket down at the end of the stairs. And we heard from Detective Roth that this was
We're
an
in the
ongoing
defense closing.
investigation. Law enforcement, they were trying to piece this together. It was an unusual situation. So they were trying to find out what happened. Unfortunately, I believe it was Officer Plonky and Officer Lanish, they testified, they came here and indicated that they went down to check out what was in the basement, and there was it was the head of Shad Thurian in that black Fleet Farm bucket. And the investigation continued on. But what I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, is that there really are no eyewitnesses as to what really happened down in the basement. There was no Taylor Schabusiness there,
levels of
no other people there. And so that'll be something that
Whoa, 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 whoa.
and so that'll be something that you'll have to
The fuck happened there?
consider and think about. Then law enforcement realized that there was a secondary scene.
Fuck happened there?
And that was at 2353 Eastman Avenue, apartment 1 of that parking lot. And you saw the video. The officers, I think it was Officer Garth Russell, and a couple of other ones, they were walked out. Microphone. Sorry.
Good judge. Thank you.
Thank you. The officers walked up and they parked a distance away, and they walked up in the snow and they saw a line of cars in front of the apartment complex. And they saw that a minivan. It was a gold Town and Country Chrysler minivan, and that was a vehicle of concern. Had some snow on the back windshield. There were vehicles on either side. And the officers walked up and they heard or they saw some lights on the van, and then they saw someone come out the front door, and it was my client. It was Taylor Schabusiness. At that point, she was arrested by Officer Russell, and another officer then realized there was a male inside of the apartment number 1 down the hall. Ended up being Scott Holmes. He
Gonna upgrade the quality here. It's a little
told to lay on the ground and held at gunpoint, and then he was arrested. So 2 people were taken from the apartment building and taken down to the police station. There was a search of the Eastman Avenue apartment. We don't have any body parts there. I would submit that there really wasn't anything of evidentiary value there. And that was that. Later on, officers and detectives realized that minivan was something that they were concerned about, so that was taken down to the police storage garage. And then we found out that from Dr. Rekieta and some of the other forensic specialists.
Very true.
Andre.
This was such a good trial.
Investigator Andre
in
and
terms of the procedure.
Zarnecki. And so they donned Tyvek gear, protective PPE equipment, and they methodically investigated the back of the minivan, and they found the crock pot box that was in a laundry basket sitting on a seat, and there were human remains in there. Nobody saw Taylor Schabusiness driving this minivan. So these are some of the facts that you got to think about. Don't rush to judgment, but talk about it, analyze it. As jurors, you have to analyze the facts that you hear, and you have to apply the law that the judge gives you. It's a daunting task. So then we hear, you saw the video, the interview between Detective Groff and my client, Taylor Schabusiness. She was taken down to the Green Bay Police Department. Photographs were taken of her, and clothes were taken, and she was put in a yellow suit and then later a blue suit, but she was asked questions. And you got to remember what she said and what questions were being asked. She did say during the interview, "I can't think right now. I'm effing nuts." She said that she was up all night, that the body would rebuild itself. She said weird, odd things. Consider her credibility. Consider what she says. Consider what she said to Detective Groff or Detective Scanlon. She said stuff, I would submit that she said things that didn't make sense. She says, I have no idea to some of the questions that the detectives asked her. You remember seeing the video on the screen. I'd ask that you recall that she had inappropriate laughs, inappropriate smiling, odd responses. I would submit that she indicated that she did not have sex. She did not have penis to vagina intercourse with Shad Theory. She indicated that she came to the
vagina
residence and they went downstairs, and within 5 minutes they got to it, whatever that means.
Ride him like a donkey. That means.
Ride him like a
That's
donkey.
what it means.
She talked about, during the interview with Detective Groff, rebuilding muscle or rebuilding into muscle. Sometimes she wasn't responsive. She talked about hearing gunshots. But
I believe Detective Groff said that there were no gunshots in the area of Stony Brook, Eastman Avenue, or some other place.
Could have been a car backfiring. Who cares?
She said she was paranoid. She said weird things like, I don't like open spaces. I don't like open spaces. No clothes came off. No kissing.
Well, it's not
She
sex
said
if you're not kissing. We all know
that she
that.
allegedly put the dildo into Mr. Therian's backside, his butt area,
backside, his
anal area.
anus, his anus.
There's no DNA.
The manual inspection.
We heard from Kevin Scott, DNA expert.
Oh, her face.
He must have done real well in school, in chemistry and all that. But the swab from the dildo, item J1.
The swab.
It says the possible contribution of DNA from Shad Therian is inconclusive due to the complexity of the mixture. I would argue that his DNA is not on the dildo.
The dildo.
So I would argue that
the truth lies
even though
in
the
dildo.
state
If the dildo
is
don't
charging
fit,
out
you must acquit.
third-degree sexual assault,
If
there
the
is
deed
no
don't fit, you must
shred
acquit.
of evidence to support that particular charge. And I'd ask that you
I
take
would
that into
respectfully
account.
disagree.
No evidence at the Eastman Avenue apartment. When Detective Groff had my client come down to the Green Bay Police Department with Detective Kevin Kempf, they were talking with her for a while. The interview was maybe 3 hours or so. And then they took a break because Miss Schabusiness had cuts on her thumb, scratches on her palms, other cuts on her fingers.
Literally admitted it.
Some of them were deep. You saw the pictures because I believe they were published. And she was taken over to St. Vincent's Hospital for medical evaluation.
She said she licked it.
I would submit that the blood on her hands may have been her own because of the deep cuts that she had suffered or that she had.
It's a deep burn.
The defense had subpoenaed Mr. Scott Tomes. He was unavailable, and he gave an account of that night. And he had indicated, at least on Monday night, it would have been February 21st, that Taylor Schabusiness and her friend Shad came over. He had seen Shad before, but didn't know his name. And then he thought that they hooked up to do meth. And then he talked about his vehicle. And he talked about that Taylor Schabusiness had used his vehicle in the past, then didn't get permission on that particular night. Then he indicated that he was drinking. And then he indicated that Taylor Schabusiness returned to his house around midnight with his vehicle, went to her bedroom, and he had a suspicion that she may have been high on drugs. And then he had indicated that Taylor had the bedroom and that he would sleep in his chair. So that's, something else that you have to think about. We heard from Lieutenant Buckman. He was a veteran on the Green Bay Police Department.
In a second.
And that he was doing some investigating, and he wasn't sure if Taylor Schabusiness was a suspect or a victim because it was an ongoing new investigation. So that's something you have to take into account as well.
What? Why?
The state brought up
poll in the chat. Who covered closing
some
better? Is
photographs,
it Nick or Vice?
Picture of
You can
Taylor
wait a second to
with,
vote.
her phone. And young girls, I submit, they like their phones. So do all kids, young people. They like their phones, and they look up things on the internet for a variety of different reasons: shock value, curiosity. But we have a
kids like the
situation
shock
here
value.
where Taylor did do some searches about Jeffrey Dahmer. I would submit that that's a ruse, that doesn't necessarily mean anything, and that people search the internet for all kinds of things on the internet, and that
What about
it's
all
for
of the
shock
pictures
value.
on her phone?
So that shouldn't really play any part in this case. I would ask that you discount that and set that aside. Now, I would argue that I would argue that it's not a clear case here. Was this an accidental death? Did Taylor Schabusiness kill Shadtherian? Was there intent to kill Shadtherian? Did Taylor Schabusiness have the mental
My
purpose
YouTube
to kill
course, YouTube Hustle
Shadtherian?
Mastery. Great course. Thank you, Patrick.
Different theories, different things for you to think about. You are all like analysts. You have to assess and decipher the facts. The facts here are very complicated, confusing, unclear. 2 different locations, no eyewitnesses. Taylor Schabusiness, we learned that she went to school with Shadtherian, middle school, Bayport High School. They were friends. They hung out. You heard from AJ Gannon. He hung out with them as well. Can you trust what someone says when they're hopped up on meth, on drugs? The state wants you to look into Taylor Schabusiness's mind to find out what her intent was. And that's a difficult task. Did she have a clear mind on February 22nd of 2022 as to what was really going on? Accidents can happen. When accidents happen, people can make other choices in a panic. Something for you to think about. This sexual assault charge, how can you have sexual intercourse with the facts that have been laid out and presented to you? It's mind-boggling.
It is.
How can you have sex when
And she still did it.
genitals are in one place and body's in a different place?
Before
It's foggy. It's cloudy. It's hard to imagine. Almost impossible to try and figure out what did or didn't happen. I would submit to you
Reasonable doubt argument. He's making
that
a
no
reasonable doubt
sexual
argument.
assault occurred. I'd ask that you find her not guilty of third-degree sexual assault. You can't rely on everything Taylor Schabusiness says. Think about that, please. She chose not to testify under our Constitution of the United States of America. She doesn't have to testify. It's what the law provides. You don't have to take the witness stand. You have a right to remain silent. And you can't use that fact alone against her. I would argue that based on all of the evidence and the testimony in this case, that you find my client not guilty of all the charges. Thank you very much for your time.
That's it. We have closings today.
that was bad.
That was bad though. That was real bad. That was reasonable doubt defense. That was like literally a reasonable doubt defense.
Bad.
Who covered
Case
it
is
better
puzzling.
so far in the polls?
case is
Vices is
bizarre.
winning 52%.
This
to
case is in
48%.
absolutely no
It's
way
close.
unclear. It is crystal clear what happened to Shadtherian. And we know that. We know that because the defendant told you. She told you what she did to Shadtherian. Is it bizarre? Is it unnatural? Is it strange? Yes, absolutely. People do bizarre,
Yeah, there's a
unnatural,
rebuttal, a read close.
things. They engage in criminal conduct. People kill other people and they dismember them. That's what Taylor Schabusiness did. And we know exactly what she did because the words from her
This
mouth
guy
told
is so
you
much better
with
than Soy Boy number
specificity
one.
what she did. Can we trust always what Taylor Schabusiness says? No, but as Mr. Saunders told you, we trust, but we verify. We didn't stop at taking her statement. We corroborated. She guided the investigation with the specificity of her statement. How can we not trust her statement when she describes in detail the mechanism of injury, which is exactly what is described and confirmed by Dr. Rekieta? Excessive strangulation over a period of time with layers of injury, exactly as she described it. Described that his tongue would be out.
We're
She described
50-50
that.
for Nick and Vices.
Dr.
Who will win the
Rekieta
poll?
described that and showed you that.
50-50 for Nick
She
and Vices.
described his struggle.
And we're at
He's
700
struggling for his
likes.
life, and she continues to pull that chain, demonstrating her intent to kill Shadtherian. And we know that because we see that in the physical evidence. We see the marks on Shad's tongue. We see the damage to his neck. She described to you what she did with his body after she killed Shad. And we know that it's true because the body parts were exactly where she told you they were. Detectives are finding everything she says on scene, and you saw it with your own eyes, that just what she told you is exactly where those things were located in that residence. She wasn't cloudy. She wasn't unclear. She wasn't hopped up on drugs. She knew where to find the drugs. She knew where they'd find the pipe. She knew where they'd find the chains. She knew where they'd find the knives. She knew the name of the bag where the body parts were going to be located. She could tell you that she put the organs in plastic bags. She could tell you that she cleaned up with Clorox wipes and she put them in the bags as well. She could tell you that his lower extremities were in the car. This is the most specific confession anyone could ask for, and it is corroborated in detail by the work of the Green Bay Police Department.
I tend to agree with him.
This is bizarre. This is strange. This is unnatural, but it is in no way unclear. We know exactly what happened. We know exactly what Taylor intended to happen for all three of
Nick
these
is
offenses.
now ahead 53-47%.
She engaged in intentional conduct in each of these acts. You are asked to look at each of the 6 elements, and there are only the 6 elements that Attorney Saunders described to you. That as to count 1, she did cause Shad's death. There is no doubt she had the mental purpose to do that. And that she knew that her conduct was practically certain to cause it. She described to you how she visualized him struggling, blood coming out of his mouth, but she did not stop. He's turning purple, but she did not stop. He's coughing up blood. He's pissing himself, in her words, but she did not stop. This was a deliberate choice on her part to kill Shadtherian, and she knew that her actions were going to cause that. And in fact, she was asked whether or not she liked it, and she confirmed that she liked it. She was asked whether she was sexually aroused by killing him, and she said she was.
Oof.
Her mental purpose was clear. As to the mutilating the corpse, again, there's no doubt that she intentionally did that. She described the detail. She described her frustration as she's mutilating this corpse, and she described her purpose in doing so. How else am I going to get the body out of the house? How else am I going to get away with this if I don't cut this body up? And she didn't just cut it up and leave it there. She cut it up, she packaged it, she cleaned up after herself.
Oh, God.
Her purpose in dismembering Shad was clear. She wanted to attempt to get away with this crime. A crime that she intentionally committed, a crime that was not accidental, that was not a surprise to her, that she didn't wake up from this nightmare and then call the police and call Shad's mom. No, she made the second deliberate choice. After deliberately choosing to kill him, she deliberately chooses to dismember him and attempt to cover up her crimes. And likewise, the sexual assault is equally clear. There's no doubt that she had sexual intercourse. And for counsel to say that we can't merely accept the word of the defendant, you're asked routinely in sexual assault cases, juries are asked routinely to take the word of a crime victim with no physical evidence. We don't have to take the word of the crime victim. We have the word of the defendant who confesses to this crime and tells you exactly what she did, again, with specificity, and tells you, you know what, I did this and I did it with that dildo. And here's where you can find the dildo. It's in the wall, it's in the box, I put it away. And what happened? They found it in the box, put away exactly where she described that it would be. And she clearly was sexually aroused by this whole incident, and she described that to you herself. So clearly it follows, it makes sense, it's logical, it is reasonable that she did exactly what she told you she did. There is absolutely no reasonable hypothesis consistent with her innocence. The only hypothesis, the only choice that you have before you here today is to find Taylor Schabusiness guilty of each and every count for which she is charged. All of those elements have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, and I ask that you return a verdict of guilty. Thank you.
There we go. We'll give it a little bit, but right now, 51% Nick, 49% Vices for who covered closing
Members of
better.
the jury, the duties of counsel in the court have been performed.
Poll
The
still
case has been
open.
argued by counsel. The court has instructed you regarding the rules of law which should govern you in your deliberations. The time has now come when the great burden of reaching a just, fair, and conscientious decision of this case is to be thrown wholly upon you, the jurors, selected for this important duty. You will not be swayed by sympathy, prejudice, or passion. You will be very careful and deliberate in weighing the evidence.
Vices
I
is ahead
charge you
again,
to keep your duties
51%.
steadfastly in mind and, as upright citizens, to render a just and true verdict. You are to decide only whether the defendant is guilty
This is gonna
or
be a
not
guilty,
guilty
guys.
of
Come
the
on.
offenses charged. Any consequences of your verdict are matters for the court alone to decide and thus not affect your deliberations. The following 6 forms of verdict will be submitted to you concerning the charges against the defendant, Taylor Schabusiness. 1 reading, we the jury find the defendant, Taylor Schabusiness, guilty of first-degree intentional homicide as charged in count 1 of the information. Another reading, we the jury find the defendant, Taylor Schabusiness, not guilty of first-degree intentional homicide as charged in count 1 of the information. Another reading, we the jury find the defendant, Taylor Schabusiness, guilty of mutilating a corpse as charged in count 2 of the information. Another reading, we the jury find the defendant, Taylor Schabusiness, not guilty of mutilating a corpse as charged in count 2 of the information. Another reading, we the jury find the defendant, Taylor Schabusiness, guilty of third-degree sexual assault as charged in count 3 of the information. Another reading, we the jury find the defendant, Taylor Schabusiness, not guilty of third-degree sexual assault as charged in count 3 of the information. It is for you to determine whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty of each of the offenses charged. You must make a finding as to each count of the information. Each count charges a separate crime, and you must consider each one separately. Your verdict for the crime charged in 1 count must not affect your verdict on any other count. This is a criminal, not a civil case. Therefore, before the jury may return a verdict which may legally be received, the verdict must be reached unanimously. In a criminal case, all 12 jurors must agree in order to arrive at a verdict. When you retire to the jury room, select one of your members to preside over your deliberations. The presiding juror's vote is entitled to no greater weight than the vote of any other juror. If you need to communicate with the court while you are deliberating, send a note through the bailiff signed by the presiding juror. To have a complete record of this trial, it is important that you communicate with the court only by a written note. If you have a question, the court will talk with the attorneys before answering it, so it may take some time. You should continue your deliberations while you wait for an answer. The court will answer any questions in writing or orally here in open court. When you have agreed upon your verdict, have it signed and dated by the person you have selected to preside. After you have reached a verdict, the presiding juror will notify the bailiff that a verdict has been reached. Everyone will return to the courtroom. The verdict will be read into the record in open court, and the court may ask each of you if you agree with this verdict. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is the unfortunate time, because now is the time when we select the alternate jurors. Let me tell you what the process is going to be. The computer has selected 4 of you. We're going to read those names here shortly.
Big thanks to Danielle in
If
the
your
chat
name
for
is read,
moderating
I'm
and
gonna ask
dropping
the
those
assembly,
computer-generated
stand up and go
juries.
have a seat in that first pew right there, because I'm going to want to address you. First pew right here.
Nick is ahead in the poll.
because it's
Oh,
open.
Vices is coming up
And I'm
again.
going to
51% Nick,
address
49%
you after
Vices.
the other jurors have been excused. The remaining 12 jurors are going to participate in the deliberation process, and you will accompany the bailiffs to the jury room. If you're selected as an alternate, your participation in the case at this point will be concluded. I will make sure, however, that you are addressed by a bailiff who will assist you in retrieving any items that you may have in the jury room. So at this time then, I'm going to ask that the clerk read the names of the 4 jurors that have been selected by the computer randomly.
Random.
La 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 la. We're not listening.
They're
No,
doxing
Nicholas,
them.
Jeff, La la la.
Nope.
La la la.
Nope.
There we go.
Nope. Nope.
How are they? Why don't they mute that?
Because
They
they're
literally dox the jury live.
Yeah, so I didn't find. Oh, I hope that wasn't the one.
That was a juror.
Yeah,
That was a
that
juror.
one. Oh,
Yep, that's
Jesus.
a juror.
We just
Holy
saw
fuck.
and another one. Doxing
Oh, no.
jurors.
Oh, my God.
Are you
Doxing
kidding
jurors.
me? Jesus.
Doxing jurors. Wow, amateur hour. By the way, Nick won 52% to 48,
Oh, I'd
probably
love to have
because
Natalie
Nick
come on
talked
and
more.
give us an opinion about this.
But maybe
Holy-
people, you know,
that's what the judge was screaming.
giving that one a
when I
Nick.
was screaming. That's what he was.
But yeah,
he was dealing with
doxed,
and being enraged about at the
doxed,
beginning.
doxed hard. Law and crime. It's law and cuck.
Convenient place, subject to the direction of the court until they have agreed on their verdict or are discharged by the court, and that you will not, before they render their verdict, communicate to any person the
There you
state
go.
of their
They
deliberations
just showed 2 of
or
the
verdict
jurors
they have
walk by
agreed on,
after
so
they'd
help
been
me God.
excused.
I do. Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
AV Club strikes again.
Well, now it doesn't help that he sits back there.
I just don't know what to say.
He's like, "Oh my God, where do I put the camera?"
The exit sign, that works.
So they literally just swept past all 4 of them, for fuck's sake.
No, they had it focused on the area where they're walking through. That's the problem.
Oh my
What
God.
an idiot.
Jeebus.
Let me read these. Let me read these super chats. She had the baldo in his bussy, says Dung is fun, for 2. And then another 2, Dung is fun, said he could have slipped and fell on that baldo. All right, let's turn this back on now.
Attention. I've been able to observe all of you throughout the trial. Case is completed. Many jurors ask if they're allowed to discuss the case with others at the conclusion of their service. Because your role in this case is over, you are not prohibited from discussing the case with anyone. However, you should know that you do not have to discuss the case with anyone or answer any questions about it from anyone other than from the court. This includes the parties, the lawyers, the media, or anyone else. If you do decide to discuss this case with anyone, I would suggest that you treat any discussion with a degree of solemnity such that whatever you do say, you would be willing to say in the presence of your fellow jurors or under oath here in open court in the presence of the parties. Finally, should any of you have any questions before you leave today, please let the bailiff know before you leave. And you can confer with me at any time before answering any questions asked by anyone if you choose. The bailiff is standing right back there. I'm just going to ask you to get up then and accompany her out that door. And if there's anything that you need to retrieve, but again, thank you for your service.
All right, so they're out after doxing the jury.
Wow.
Anything to take up before we recess? Mr. Saunders?
No.
Mr. Freilich?
Not at this time.
Very good. Then we are in recess. I'd ask the parties to remain very close here to the courtroom for at least 30 minutes. Oftentimes, if questions...
Even the judge isn't expecting deliberations to go long.
30 minutes
After
max.
that, if you just
I'll try to hang out for that. We'll do a little...
number working where we can reach you, then you're free to depart, but I'd still ask you to remain close to the courthouse. But at this time, then, we are in recess. Thank you.
All right.
Recess. All right, so I'm going to pull this down for a second. So, guys, I want to give a little comments here as we go through this. First of all, wow. We had an amazing judge, efficient, time effective, short closing, short reclose, on both sides of short closings, competent attorneys, right? Not much of an argument you can make when you don't have many witnesses. So, I mean, honestly, this was a really, really, really great one as well. And thank you so much for the King of Diet Coke 20 legal mindset memberships. Appreciate you so much for supporting this chat. Guys, if you enjoyed this type of stream, make sure you like this And thank you so much for donating to this. Fucking love it. It's great so much. King of Diet Coke, 20 memberships. Appreciate that very, very, very much today. Also, we'll update the banner here. So for this, so verdict pending, right? So verdict pending. So we've got that up there. So we'll stick around for at least another 30 minutes, maybe a little bit longer for a verdict. But that being said, talking about today's advantages, how people are doing. So Vices obviously had the biggest panels today. He had multiple members, often 3 or 4 people on his channel. Definitely a big benefit to have people to bounce off of. It really improves your streaming. Nick did fantastic when Bronca came on yesterday. I think Steve Gosney was a big addition to everybody's stream, but I think when he came on Joe's stream, it was a shining moment from yesterday. And you saw even with Uncivil, when he saw me pop on and he commented, that was kind of good. We're kind of in the same stream when I'm sniping them. So that was really great. Joe had some funny moments today. Definitely had his time in the sunshine. Hilarious that he was yelling at clouds as I, pop through his stream. He thinks I'm sniping them, and I move off and I move away. Avoided the streamception on both Kurt and Joe's stream. And I think Kurt is my personal vote for today for favorite LawTuber best stream, just because he improved. He's like most improved. The humor was on point. The energy was on point. The rants were on point. The law was on point. The sneaky streamception was on point. So I'm really, my personal vote goes to that. Although you guys did vote that overall earlier that Vices was the number one. And I will give you guys another poll here. As we pop around, we're going to check in on everyone. But best stream for today, we'll do the vote now. So best stream of the day. So not yesterday, not the day before, whatever, today, this very stream, which was the best one of the day. So who wins today? So we've got Nick of Rekieta Law. We've got Joe, Good Logic, Joe Neerman of Good Logic, Jeff, Legal Vices, and Kurt on Civil Law. I think that Kurt will be over under. It could be 20 minutes, could be 15. Who knows? I don't think it will be very long at all. But this chat has been great. Everybody has been great with this. And also great is Patrick Kennedy, who donated another 5 gifts and also left a great testimony about my YouTube course, YouTube Hustle Mastery. If you guys want to learn about YouTube, that's got the information for you. So here we go with the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much, Patrick, a 1-year member, super stan of the channel. Thank you so much. There's no vote for Legal Mindset. Legal Mindset gives you all of the above. That's what we do. That's the power of Streamception. You don't have to choose. I choose for you, and I choose not to choose. I choose to choose them all. I choose to choose them all. So let's pop over as you guys vote on this as the poll is up. By the way, Kurt winning the poll so far at 42%, but I'm going to leave it up for a while, let more people vote. Let's pop around and let's see how everybody else is doing. Let's check here. Let's see how we're doing over here on this. Okay, let me pop around. I think there's some streamception here with Kurt. And also I think Kurt's people are watching right now, which I got to avoid a trap here. Let's watch Joe.
Doubts.
Let's watch Joe.
Which is definitely dialing it back from beyond
Ooh,
the doubt.
we got
beyond
intense
the reasonable
Joe. Joe's
doubt.
in the
what
middle
that means
now,
is
with the flag behind him. It's
to
ultra
me,
MAGA
at least,
Joe.
and you need to decide this for yourself what that means. But to me,
Kurt is
I would
juicing the vote.
means
Guys, is Kurt
that
stacking
it really
the ballot
does
box?
mean beyond the doubt.
Is Kurt stacking the
Because
ballot
we should
box
be
right
very
now?
careful before we strip anybody of
We're
their
at
civil liberties.
45% for uncivil law.
We should
Is
be
this
positive. We got the right guy.
Are we being stacked?
Sometimes
tell
I guess
Joe's
possibly
chat.
the right woman.
Um,
So it really should say beyond a doubt, but you can't really word it like that, because if you say beyond a doubt, you might have someone who
everybody
says,
to come
"Well,
vote on best stream of the night."
beyond a doubt."
In my chat,
is there a 1 in 10 trillion chance, 1 in 50 Google chance,
a Google
that
chance
aliens came in there and
Yes.
possessed her?
Yes,
for
Joe. It's
certain
aliens.
periods of time,
It's Jewish
and
space
then
lasers.
wipe
I
her
mean,
memory of that possession, clean that out,
Kurt is
and
pulling
force
a
her to
Biden.
take these actions. I guess
Stop the
that's
steal, baby.
a
Stop the steal.
stupidly crazy small doubt.
Joe is looking into my
But
soul.
let's be realistic. That's not a reason.
I feel empty inside.
That's not reasonable. So you really can't say maybe aliens possessed her.
I know EDB is covering it, but
Because
she's a little slow on the.
That's not something we
through
consider
it.
a reasonable doubt. But if in the course of events, as you're deliberating, trying to go through the different facts that we've seen here so far, you come to a determination that there really are reasons to doubt certain things here. Then you haven't met the burden. The government has not met its burden. You cannot find
Joe's
her
explaining
guilty
reasonable doubt, and
without
this is
stealing from
accurate.
her civil liberties.
Hey Rose, what's going
So
on?
yeah, I don't think anyone would suggest. I'm sure the government would not suggest, and even I'm not suggesting that you should sit there and try speculating.
It's all about
well,
pacing your
maybe
rant.
maybe her mind is being controlled by some secret foreign government.
Well, it is though.
No one's suggesting that. But if
I
it's
am
beyond
Joe. I'm suggesting it.
anything that is beyond a reasonable
no, what? No,
that's
not
when
at
she's
all.
guilty. And until you reach that high mark, you must say not guilty. Even if you really think she's guilty.
Someone called the fellow guy. I don't trust these robot tabulators.
You're not beyond reasonable doubt.
50% for
not
Kurt.
guilty.
Kurt.
That's your job. and
Winning
it's tough,
hard
very tough.
today.
It's tough because
Kurt is
every one of us,
winning
when we sit there
hard
and we say,
today.
I really think she's guilty. I really think she's guilty. I really think. But unless you know for sure, beyond a reasonable doubt, your duty is say not guilty. And it's a tough thing too.
Look at it.
I'm going to urge you to try and embrace that role as hard as it may be.
He's so close.
And then I want you to consider the evidence that was
Kurt
laid
has
out
been
before.
hilarious today. Kurt has been
And I'm sure the
absolutely
first thing every
hilarious
one of us
today.
does is we're going
100%.
to look at her
That's
confessions. And you
undisputable.
say to yourself, she admitted
This is
it.
classic Joe, though. This is classic Joe.
She told us, she walked us
quintessential
through all the stuff, and she knew where the head was, and she knows
Where
about
the
the
dildo
backpack,
was.
and she
Say
knows
dildo. Say
she
dildo.
knows where the
Say
sex
dildo was.
toys are.
Oh,
She
he
knows
said sex
everything
toy. He
about
won't say
this.
dildo.
Obviously,
He's
she
too
did
kosher.
it. That's the first thing you would do.
That's
That's the first thing you would do. But again, you have to get beyond the reasonable doubt that she intentionally
Kurt did sing to us today. You cannot
that you're
underestimate the
positive,
power of the song.
that you have no questions, that you're beyond that reasonable doubt that she meant to kill him. And when you're trying to calculate that and go through that in your head, which is a very tough thing to do, when you're trying to get to that, you have to consider, were you there at the moment
me?
that he died?
Yes. Yes, I was
I
there.
there? No. Who
You,
was
you
there?
were. You
Who
were
two
too,
people?
Joe. We were both there.
Two
Let's
people.
admit it. Let's be honest. We were both there. At the time of death, we
Taylor?
were there.
Shad. Personally, I mean, is it possible someone else came in there and killed her? Yeah.
52% for Kurt
I don't believe
today.
I don't believe it.
52%.
I actually going to tell you something that may
With
shock you,
106
considering that I'm
votes.
her counsel. I think she killed him. Okay? I think she killed him.
No.
I think that Shad Therian died at my client's hands.
No, Joe.
That's what I
say it
think
ain't
happened
so.
here. I'm fairly certain that everyone in this room thinks that's what happened.
Say it ain't so,
We're all on
Joe.
the same page. He's dead at her hand.
Haram.
That we all know. That's what we know beyond a reasonable doubt. That he's dead at her hand. But you know we don't know beyond a reasonable doubt? What was going through her brain at the time? And I know you're going to look at that video where she's confessing and hear all these lurid statements.
I know what you guys are trying to make me do.
That are unsettling.
You can't force a mindset.
And you're going to sit there and you're going to think to yourself, this is a woman who's looking up pictures of Jeffrey Dahmer. And let's face it, when she's sitting there with that, she's taking selfies of herself laying next to Jeffrey Dahmer. And you're probably sitting there and you're thinking to yourself,
Joe is really going out on a limb here.
she's idolizing Jeffrey Dahmer.
I know Kurt wants
She's
me to
in love
snipe
with
him.
him. I mean, she's looking
well,
up.
he gets his
she's
turn.
looking up on the internet.
I'll do
for
it when he's
crying out
not
loud.
sniping me back.
Would you ever think you would do that? That you would look up on the internet and say to yourself,
You know, one level deep.
Google on the internet, Jeffrey Dahmer, sexy in court. I don't think you would. I wouldn't. I never would. I don't think
would.
anywhere you would.
I would.
We look around this courtroom.
No,
I'm
we
fairly
would.
certain the only person
Okay.
in this courtroom who has that in their Google search history is my client right there.
I don't know. Well, let's fix that.
But consider this. Consider this. We need to find guilt beyond the reasonable doubt and look into her brain. Try to understand her. And her brain probably doesn't work the same as yours or
Well,
mine.
let's just. Okay, here we go.
Her brain probably doesn't
Sex
function,
in court,
and her interests
alright,
and
there we go.
appetites.
I
may
think
be
it's
different
this
from
video
yours and
actually.
mine.
I think it's this one.
But this
Yeah,
is not a
this
woman
is
who
the
ever
photo
killed
right here.
anyone before.
This is the one
we
that
know
she's
she's never
looking
killed
for.
anyone before.
Probably
You know, there's no charges, there's no claim by the state that she's never killed
Yeah.
anyone for, the way that
Probably
monster
this.
Jeffrey Dahmer did. But she has some strange
this.
fetish appetite,
Yeah.
appreciation. Some would say
That's about right. That's about right. Let's see. Okay, Joe's giving his thing here. Hold on. Okay.
Oh, thank you,
Sexual
Melissa,
kink.
for
We're
the
sniping Kurt.
nice
They're not
gift
found
memberships
in
as well.
most-
Hold on, let me pause him. We're sniping Kurt.
All that good stuff.
We're back.
I appreciate everyone
Because
who
guess
helps
what?
to support the chat. It makes a big
Kurt
difference.
won
with
the poll.
everyone that we do.
51%.
Oh, good.
Kurt
Hello.
won.
Hey, Legal Mindset. Hey, Legal Mindset. My name is Callie. I'm a bee fish. The state of California said that bees are a kind of fish for the purposes of the Endangered Species Act. Isn't that super exciting? Andrew, I'm a bee fish. I don't make any sense, much like everything else going on in California. Hello, Legal Mindset chat. It's so nice to see you. I'm Callie the bee fish. I go buzz, buzz, buzz in the ocean. Buzz, 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 swimming around. Buzz, buzz, buzz. I'm Callie the bee fish. Callie the bee fish.
Oh my god.
Yeah, we're having a good time over here, everyone.
What the
Having a good time.
What the fuck just happened? What the fuck just happened? What the fuck just happened right now? Oh my god. Holy shit. Marijuana is
so
legal here, but I feel like I'm not high enough.
enjoying
Well, I'm
this
totally
entire
sober right now. Just drinking. But anyways, Jesus Christ.
Oh man.
Oh
I love
my
stuff.
god. That
I
wins
love
tonight.
my
Hey,
life
well,
sometimes.
give it to
Life
Kurt.
is good.
Kurt is the winner for tonight. Kurt won tonight. So congratulations. Put it together for Kurt. Kurt is the number one stream
good
of
times.
the night tonight. So big ups for the uncivilians.
Well, my friends, I think
and
with
the
that
winner
being said,
tonight.
there's nowhere left to go. I think me and Callie both need to work out.
So
I
Kurt
need
is
to
the
work
winner.
on my
After he
lats,
packed the ballot
and Callie
box.
needs to work on
Doesn't
his
matter.
fins / wings so that he can help glide along
He
in this new
won
brave world
big time.
we're all entering together.
Yeah. Oh, he's signed off there. Okay, cool. All right. So that was the end for Kurt. Oh man, what an end for tonight, ending in a big way for that. Let's check in on Nicholas Rekieta and see how Nicholas Rekieta is doing right now. Let's see. We go live here. I'm gonna take a second. Take a second to load.
It's a subpoena? Why? Why? Bad lawyer. Psh, bad lawyer. Phoenix Aram. Hey, Nick, did you hear they banned lolling in Hawaii? They want to keep it to a low. Ha. Godspeed, Boomer. Hope you're doing all right. I was doing better until that dad joke. Twisted Tragedy follow-up question. If they aren't keeping the alternates, which they are not, if she's, I mean, they're dismissed and named now, so I don't think that's happening. If she's found guilty, what if one of the jurors can't finish the second part of the trial? That's an auto mistrial, right? Since they don't have alternate.
That was great, by the way. That was epic. We're gotta cut that. That was
quote
like
me on this 'cause I
sober
don't
amazing.
know.
It was great, but it was amazing with
Don't know.
Kurt.
See, MLS Law Show. Thank you. That's what I've been saying. MLS Law Show says, argue that it wasn't intentional. He had plenty to go with on that. There's no evidence of intent at all.
Lawception, baby.
Now, I do think the state had evidence of intent. I just don't think it was sufficient to overcome their burden of proof. Personally, that's my opinion. But no, I'm right with you. I'm right
longer
with MLS
clips will
Law
clip
Show.
that, no problem.
That guy's a practicing defense attorney. Listen to him.
By the way, real quick, some news out here. It's a little bit of news that's non-trial related while we're waiting for this, and Nick is kind of doing just a standard, kind of rant on the defense and the procedure and what's going on here. But apparently Mitch McConnell had a stroke. For those who may or may not have seen this, let me just show you guys this real quick. This is Mitch McConnell, right? So like, look at this.
Cooperation and a string of
He freezes here. So this is a news update from Afix. Thanks Afix for giving the update. Yeah, see they had to get him here because he kind of freezes. See? Yeah, unfortunate for him. Listen, you know, I may not agree with Mitch McConnell, but I wish everybody good health.
Okay, Mitch. Anything else you want to say, or should we just go back to the press? Do you want to say anything else to the press?
He's just gonna go. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, there you go. So, anyways, crazy happenings out there in the world. Thank you, Afix, for the update. Yeah, I like to keep people updated on news and kind of big stuff that's trending as well. Let's see. So, yeah, that's not fortunate. And once again, I wish everybody health and, you know, good fortune wherever they are. Look at Ghazni. Ghazni is like in cool Gaz mode over here on Vice.
I think this judge is very dramatic.
Look at it. He's got a guitar
I had a
up.
couple of my trials on like video or something where I could do closing arguments, because I've had some good closings. I really enjoy closings, and I get very dramatic. But I don't know. This is the ultimate defense that we public defenders always have, which is, look at the absence of evidence over here. We don't know what happened. You know, let's just reasonable doubt. And you know this, and the burden's over there. But
punk rock
ultimately, the issue is going to be the second phase. The issue is going to be the insanity defense. And I think that what he did in his closing was he talked a little bit about that she's nuts in his closing. So that's the whole setup. And now this judge is being real tight and not letting him talk insanity, but he's still got it in there. So
I think he crossed a line with that, but nobody
well,
said
he
anything.
did, but he didn't get called on it, so it's game.
Well, then Dark Lotus mentioned the other thing. Sorry, actually, Dark Lotus mentioned the other thing that I was going to mention. It was consensual when they started.
I'm gonna pause this. Brick Cormier says, "Who is this guy live streaming? You should know this lawyer in Korea. Eventually moved to Thailand. That looks like this dude." Yes, that is actually the legal mindset. What's up, Brick? Good to see you in the chat today. I know. It's been a while since you probably caught a live stream, but I welcome back and thank you to all those that support, and thank you to my OGs like Britt who are around and have been hanging out for a while. It's good to see you guys in the chat popping through.
Point of consent stop.
I'm starting to think that Jeff has lived out certain fantasies that involve a white van and a sack.
Well,
just saying.
I mean, I'm agreeing.
Don't knock it till you tried it.
It was not great, but I don't think. But like Ozzy says, what are you going to say?
That's just it. I mean, he was so hamstrung that it's not funny.
The problem is the only real defense. Like, okay, if I don't know what the rules are because I'm not an attorney, but I would be inclined. Let's say I'm pretending, you know, to want to give a defense that was just like, she did meth for so long, you know, it's meth psychosis, you know, like she's talking about how she liked it. She's talking about, you know, like she did all of these crazy things. She cut up the body. But for meth, this wouldn't have happened. But for drugs, and I know that that's not a possible defense because of the voluntary intoxication piece. But, you know, that's the only thing that's defensible in my opinion. Like,
what would you get if you tried that? The state would jump up, they'd object. And then they'd tell the judge, would you read the instruction about the voluntary intoxication defense? And then the judge would say, sustained. I will remind the jury that voluntary intoxication, not, and he'd read the instruction and say, move on, counselor. So you don't want that moment.
Is there any, can we pin
voluntary
remorse?
goes for act. Does it go for intent as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Right. Yoda's spazzing out here. Sorry about all the barking.
Oh, do we have
Yoda have something to contribute?
Yeah, he's doing his morning stretches.
Yoda, how would you do the closing?
Good analysis.
I mean, that's what the defense should have just done, like roll over.
Simping for the dog too much here,
It would
so
be
we're
like-
gonna
it would be
might have
sort
gone
of
over
like
better.
rush.
we're gonna move back
They
to
could have
Joe
done
since
the
they're
rush.
simping for the dog too much here. You can only do so much simping for the dog.
starts pretending that she's this big, strong murderer. It's ridiculous to say that's how we know
Joe's in the
beyond
mid-rant.
reasonable doubt that
Mid-rant.
that's how Shad died.
We go
Really?
from chill to
That's
mid-rant.
where you're gonna go to bed sleeping at night. Yeah, you know how I know beyond a reasonable doubt because that's what Taylor told me. Come on. Every one of us should have deep doubt about anything we hear from Taylor Schabusiness. I'm sure you already do. So when she's sitting here daydreaming that she's next Jeffrey Dahmer, come on. That's how you know? Maybe that's how you think. Maybe that's why you think you know. But there's no way that that's beyond the exceedingly high level of beyond doubt. Excuse me, beyond reasonable doubt. There's no way. Come on. But you say to me, what about the whole
hole?
Dildo and this and
He
that.
he said the word dildo.
Well, first of all, look, there was no DNA on the dildo. We know that. There's no DNA.
The
I mean,
Jewish
there's this whole
lawyer,
confusion
Alex
mess of
Jones,
DNA on the
nice.
dildo. And when did that happen? Whatever DNA was on there. Let's say they found conclusively, which they didn't. Let's say they found conclusively his DNA, her DNA.
What about the bonus hole, Joe?
My client was engaged
Explain
in
the
some
bonus hole.
crazy, kinky stuff with Shad.
Oh yeah, you know you like.
Is that on her? Maybe. Is that
Yes.
on Shad? Maybe.
Definitely.
Did that happen while Shad was alive?
Partly.
Probably.
Partly.
No. I mean, wouldn't you think that stuff probably had the same DNA a day earlier, and 2 days before that, and 3 days before that? So on what basis are you
can
thinking
clean
that this
it.
happens after he's dead?
You can clean it.
What's the only basis? Did anyone see that happen?
She said it.
No one saw it. Is there any video of it happening? No, there's no
She
video.
said it happened.
But how do we know that happened? Oh yeah. My crazy client told you that. The one who thinks she's the next Jeffrey Dahmer. Remember the one with the lovey faces with Jeffrey Dahmer? Yeah, she's the one who told you that. You buy that? You believe in that? You don't think you should have any reasonable doubt about that?
Let me get these comments here because Grant's been around. I have to go. Peace out. Another great stream. Thank you, Shorty Danielle. You're the best. Enjoy the sniping. They're my favorite game. This is great. This is great. It's been great to have you guys here to do this. It's been so fun. Let me catch this super chat. Britt Cormier for $10. Thank you, Britt, so much. Saying, but for that Jack Daniels bottle, I would never have been drunk driving my car backwards on the highway. Come on, Judge. Come on. Let me go, Judge. I just wanted a little bit of that Tennessee honey. Come on. No, yeah, you have to take accountability for that. Yeah, it's not a valid excuse. Doesn't actually work that way. Thank you so much, Britt, though, for supporting the channel and for being around for a while. Appreciate that, and appreciate all y'all stopping by today. Right now we have 725 likes, guys. Smash the like button and we can get even higher. Let's get to 750. I know we can do 750. And we also have a member chat from Patrick Kennedy, who said here, he's been a member for 1 year. A lot of new members. If you want to hang out on Discord for the next hour or so, I can fast track the process. Yes, make sure you go over there to Discord. You can go get the link on YouTube or on Locals, and we can get you guys over there, get you in there and having some fun. So yeah, absolutely possible. Let's go over to Nick for a bit and check out the nose.
Ports going forward makes sense. Thank you to Valdegine for that. I assume it's Valdegine, like Jean or Valdegine. Like Jean
Valjean.
Spectre says, I swore an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. I don't have a choice. I have to defend the guilty's rights, innocent until proven guilty. Reform convicts. Civilian oversight with accountability is the only fix. Ninja work 111. I'm not trying to simp for the government. I'm trying to simp for the victims. They're not victims of the accused until the accused is found guilty.
Guys, good news. They finally manually reviewed yesterday's
Holy
stream.
Ozone says, yes, sir. Always
good for all
appreciate your input.
advertisers.
Thank you. Oh,
despite showing a dildo.
Today's Tom
Good
Sawyer.
for
I missed
all
your
advertisers.
first chat. Sorry about that. He says,
From yesterday.
I agree about overreaching, but why so mad in this case where defendant has opportunity to challenge everything? If witness was so important to defense, then defense could demand warrant to produce, right? I assume so, but I'm very muddled on why that didn't happen. That's the thing that I'm very confused about. why he didn't ask for that and why he agreed to the stipulated facts. He said that the prosecutor told him right away, so demand a warrant or demand proof. I agree with you on that. But it's frustrating to me that the judge isn't asking for proof also. But I hold the defense attorney most accountable for that. Unless there's something I don't know. Tara Rayner says, Hunter's plea deal fell through. No immunity and future charges. Got an awesome screen grab of your face last night. Glad you and the family are safe. Thank you. Koof says, thank you all for not killing yourselves. I agree.
We made it.
Says, you protect the obviously guilty for your own sake, not theirs. Sent from Australia. I hate it here.
Prison Island.
Think about it. Just something for you to maybe think about there. Chase's Crisp as a two-parter. Has anybody seen the plaintiff in the courtroom? Grounds for dismissal based on maritime law. If there was a fantasy Rekieta trial stream draft, I'd choose Brooks as defense attorney for Schabusiness. Kevin Lawrence, welcome to Paralegal. Van Saucy, the defense attorney sounds like Joe Pera. Grifty says, can I just refresh everyone of the morals of this story? 1, don't do meth. 2, men, don't be little sub bitches.
Very accurate.
Starlock, Bob Iger is currently in the process of chopping up Disney and defiling the corpse.
Yep.
Is he giving Disney the Schabusiness? Is that a thing now? I hope so.
It is a Schabusiness.
J-Cal, she said he started to struggle during her choking. Kind of implies retraction of consent. I disagree. Again, this is, look.
Okay, well, I'll move over here. Well, actually, I'll let Nick finish his rant.
Strangulation. Okay? Not my thing. I don't want to be choked by anybody. It does not bring me sexual gratification in any way. But that said, if you're into that sort of thing, the struggle and the adrenaline and the race, I think, are part of it.
Nick, okay, but
believe me, I'm into way other, like all sorts of other fun stuff, but not that. Like, that's not my thing. But my brain tells me, like, if you're into that,
Nick.
like that moment, like that.
But I get it. But here's the thing. Here's the problem with Nick's argument here. The problem with Nick's argument is the point at which you know somebody is dying, something changes. And when she's like, I'm waiting for him to die, that changes the analysis. See, that's the thing that Nick is really, he's in trying to be like, we don't kink shame here, whatever else. Okay, I get that. It's great. Cool story, bro. But like at the point at which somebody's dying, your analysis changes. And the fact that she knew that and went on to do things that would kill him, decisively end his life, yeah, that changes. You know, it's not kink shaming anymore. This is not a situation in which, look, if the fact pattern was, let me pull this up. If the fact pattern was this, the fact pattern was it's a guy and a girl. The guy is the sub, right? So similar scenario, right? The guy is the sub. The girl's choking him out because it's what he likes. They've done it a million times. This time she happens to press too hard and, you know, and kill him, right? And that's the fact pattern. And after she realizes he's dead, she calls 911. The police show up. They're like, he's dead. And you're like, well, what are we doing? Well, we were having very kinky sex. And she's honest about it. She's open and honest about it. She's like, yeah, we were having kinky sex. He likes to be choked. I choked him too hard. He died. That's an entirely different fact pattern. And as soon as I knew he was dead and he didn't have a pulse and wasn't responding, I called the police, right? That's a different fact pattern. That is not what we have here. And you can't remove that. You can't take those facts and say, oh, I know, we're just going to move that over here and it's all kink shaming. No. It's not the same thing. The second you know somebody is dying or you know it is a corpse, the analysis changes. It fundamentally changes. So those facts are important. It's not just okay, they were having sex and then they like, is consent withdrawn? Like, and look, I'm with Nick on the, you don't need to have consent for every single action. If you've seen those stupid college videos, like, can I touch your shoulder? Can I touch your like upper shoulder? Like, can I kiss you? Can I like take off the corner of your sock? No, we're not live. I don't want to live in that world. That's a fucking horrible world. But at the same time, there are times at which there's fundamental facts of reality that change the situation. Like if you were having sex and all of a sudden, in the middle of you having sex on the bed with a girl or guy, whatever the fuck it is, whoever you are, whatever gender you are, and the partner that you're having sex with, suddenly the bed breaks and the partner is impaled, right, by a plank or a metal rod or something, right? Obviously, there's a material change in fact. That's like, all right, well, at this point, to continue to have sex with them is not what was intended, what a normal person, and that would be something, if you're just like, oh, well, you know, we were having sex before and they didn't affirmatively cancel the consent, so I get to keep going, you know, it's like, no, they're impaled, right? It's a different, you have to stay in tune with the fact. This is a problem when theory and fact get divorced. Let's go over and check in on the Vices squad and see how they're doing. Maybe they're done simping.
The thing is, before we did that,
for the
I was
dog.
craving a steak, and then I watched that with him, and I was like, I need to be a vegetarian for like a couple of weeks. It was really nauseous.
Oh, I'm positive I'm
buns are
positive
good.
that kilt was made out of human skin. I
Cup
really
buns
am.
are nice.
I mean, it's possible. the thing, well, he had a couple of skirts. I was critiquing his outfit choices the whole time, but I have to say, he was very similar to Schabusiness in the sense that he just came right out and he just said everything. He only asked for a lawyer at the end, and which was, you know, it was way too late, buddy, like way too late. But he was seemingly quite proud of what he did, and he was very matter of fact about it.
Appreciate you guys.
So when we were talking about how,
Appreciate
you know,
you guys.
she's a fascinating case study, like she's similar.
There's a
to
link
Schabusiness,
in the
actually feel
member
like they have a lot
chat.
in common.
Well, the amateur iconoclast wants us to never forget that Hayden comes from the penal colony.
Hated is a penal
An
colony.
entire colony of penals.
I'll just type here, Hayden is a giant penal.
Rigor
It's been-
erectus.
Yeah.
It's been a long slog for you, Jeff. You're a trooper. I mean, I'm very impressed.
Yeah, and see, at least I run my firm, so I can actually like take an hour or whatever. Jeff still has to go to work after this. I feel for you,
Jeff
buddy, I
doesn't really
do.
work though. Jeff just kind of hangs
Yeah, well,
out.
it's be another parking lot sleep and
It's
another little
good.
lunchtime sleep.
It's very chill.
We'll get there.
Let's see if you notice. See if Senpai notices me.
Joseph Nash correction: how to field dress your lover. She sure did a good job. Yeah. Sorry, I'm behind. That's what Shad Therian said. Behind. Alrighty, Joseph Nash, thank you so much for your super chat. Deeply appreciate it.
See, now they're noticing me.
We're
Well, this has been Schabusiness. It's been a delight.
Yeah, we're seeing like
yeah,
I'm
just waiting
I'm
for the
really
judge
waiting
to
for the
pull plug
verdict.
here. Hopefully it happens.
How long are we in? What's verdict watch? We're T minus what? 20
Reader
minutes? 30
mindset
minutes?
in the chat.
Hi, Andrew.
Hello.
There you go.
Hello.
Look at
Avoiding spoiler chat. There's no spoilers yet.
Kurt won the day, but Jeff.
Yeah, we've had. I can imagine Jeff passed out in his car and his coworkers just eyeing him suspiciously. No, there's a great place in our basement. It's a three level parking garage, like underground, 4 counting the top of. But in the very back corner of the third basement, there's this little tiny alcove. They have to turn to sort of do a U-turn to get into.
Hang
It
on.
only parks 3 cars. What?
Andrew, that is not fair. You're doing Jeff dirty there.
Oh, Kurt did not win the day. I'm the only one that's allowed to win.
I haven't seen Kurt, but I've been here and I've been enjoying myself a lot.
I don't need to see any of the other streamers to know that I won because I always win because I'm the best. That's why. But yeah, so this is a little tiny little place. You have to actually walk past all the other cars to get to, and there's only 3 parking spots. And by the time anyone parks, you can't fit the third one in.
Ooh.
There's only 2 cars there, and I just park. I just park and recline the seat, and I sleep.
Fair enough.
Well, yeah, there we go. We're still waiting.
Yeah, sitting in here teaching these guys about rigor erectus.
Unfortunately, this is one of these times where there's really not a whole bunch to talk about because there's not a whole bunch to talk about. that we
Jeff
haven't
kind
already
of
talked about
flailing
the
here
entire
at the
time.
end. All right.
We're just waiting. We're kicking it.
Let's
We're
move
killing
over
time.
here. Lucitine says it was a clean and fair poll, though. I think it was a fair poll. We had a fair poll here in the chat. We run a fair poll on the legal mindset. No tricks here. No deception. Let's jump back over to Nick and see what
That's
he's
the
ranting
thing
about.
that probably.
Let me go to live
Paulson
here.
wins. They still haven't found much of those bodies, so I think they win. Yeah. All right, there we go. There we go, guys. Thank you for that. I'm going to close up because I have to make a quick guest appearance over on Chris Gore's stream, where I will get to, I think, make some arguments against Star Wars being worth existing. So I hope you guys will maybe pop over there. Chris Gore.
35 minutes.
I'll try and post.
Yeah, I did Film Threat as well. So like a really good.
I will see you guys there, or I'll see you.
A really good program. So I guess Rekieta's bouncing for Film Threat to do the Star Wars court, which is really cool. I did that with Chris Gore a while ago. It's very fun. It's in the middle of the night, which is what I would avoid. So it looks like most people are shutting down here. Let's check one more time with our favorite Hebrew. I know he's going to be out tomorrow. So let's see how he's doing right now. How is Joe doing? Is Joe sleepy? Is Joe passing out here? We still got our Joe. Joe, sign of life check.
2 6-packs for $7.50. Wow. They want the $7.50 for 1 6-pack by me. Man.
6 packs of
Klondikes are so good.
Klondikes? Oh, okay.
Is anyone else still going? Is anyone else still on
I'm
jury
going.
watch? Well, let me see.
I'm
going
going,
to check out
baby.
other channels and see what they're doing.
I'm going. You see, I'm doing you, baby.
Let's see if what Nick is up to.
Oh,
Nick
Nick
still
is
going?
gone. Oh, Nick can't help you anymore.
No, he's
Joe.
still going.
No, he can't.
Power to him.
No, he's not. He's
And
closing.
anything else. If deliberations go into tomorrow, somehow we'll cover the verdict.
He's closing up, baby.
So I'll catch you around. Stay tuned to Locals, RekietaLaw.locals.com.
Oh, he's shutting it down.
Wait,
He's shutting it
Twitter's
down.
Dead. Stay tuned to X for announcements. See you guys later.
We're with you,
Peace.
Joe. You're going to be the last one
Peace.
standing.
And there you go. I caught him just as he was walking out.
You're gonna be the last one standing, Joe. You and me.
Thank you, Jenny. I appreciate that.
Ain't nothing but mammals. Can't wait for Joe to stream you streaming it. We'll stick around for a bit of streamception.
Long crimes
It'll
on jury
happen.
watch. Let me see if anyone else is still. Is Jeff still doing this?
Jeff
Am I
is
the
still in
last
there.
one here?
No, you're not. No, you're not. I'm still here with you, Joe. Guys, get ready to clip. This is going to be good.
Did he give up? I think he gave up. No, he's still going.
Yeah, he's still going. Yeah.
What?
I don't know. Just listening to her nonchalantly describe cutting off a head, sawing off a head with a bread knife wasn't that, wasn't that shocking.
Well, I guess
There
this
were so
works.
many
It's
other
lawception
moments, and you were
now.
missing, like,
That's right,
finding
vote.
out that she took
He's got
Accidental.
them. I've got
Finding out
Joe.
Curiosity, me all
This is everybody in one place.
That's what was shocking to me. Was
That is
This actually
curiosity.
works out.
just when you put up that
Local stream after
the
this.
diagram of everything. that
LDB,
was
they're done. Yeah, they're
you think,
done.
Okay, dismember the
Closings
body.
for both.
For me, it's like going to a butcher and say, okay,
What's
just
up? Give
take
some
off
love
the
to
foot,
Legally
take off
Dirty
the
Blonde
leg, take off
podcast.
the thigh, take the arms off.
When Joe
just kinda
sees that
like-
when Joe figures out we're streaming him and he's streaming them, it's gonna
like
gonna be great.
Dexter, just segment them and stick them in bags or something. But when they put up the diagram, it was just
It's already 6:15.
it was shocking.
Great
to me.
today.
I'm gonna go
Peeling
till
the
6:30
back
my
off, like,
time.
just,
And then I gotta start
filleting
prepping for
the
my
meat off the
my
bones,
fast.
scraping the
I
bones
gotta make
clean
my
and-
food. I'm gonna tell you this.
Oh,
Yeah.
finding out that the balls were with the
A lot of you were asking me about fasting. I plan on making myself tonight. I plan on making myself guac, and I'm going to share.
Joe's
with you-
going all in on guac.
They say necessity is the mother of invention. I'm going to share with you very quickly here the mother of all inventions ever that I stumbled on 2 weeks ago. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Most people do not know how to make guacamole.
Joe discovered
really don't.
deodorant 2 weeks ago.
And one area of expertise of mine is I taught my kids how to make amazing. Oh, whoop.
What?
Wait, hold on a second.
What? No. Is he doing it?
Did they get called back in?
Is he doing it? Oh wait, no. Hold on. Are we getting the jury? Is the jury back, guys? Is the jury back?
Well, we can call back in. You right?
Already?
Oh, verdict coming. I don't know. Maybe.
Verdict. Yeah, we're getting a verdict here.
It looks like it might be.
Big boy. Looks like a verdict. So we were what, 31 to 90 minutes, I guess. So.
Here's how you make amazing guac. Okay, you ready?
Okay.
You're gonna
The
need
Jew will tell you how to make guac. Pay attention,
2
guys.
large avocados or 3 small. Okay.
His wife
Chop that sucker
drives.
up.
He
Chop
cooks.
those suckers up. Obviously, peel it, take out the pit. Chop those up. 2 hard-boiled eggs. Chop, 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 chop. The recipe I got and had used for years then called for like a splash of vinegar. I'd say like 2 ounces of vinegar. Another 2 ounces of lemon juice.
Is there some action going on in the court?
Salt heavily. The lemon juice and salt offset each other. Pepper affirmatively without being overly aggressive. Mash, 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 mash. Chef's kiss. Really, really solid, like flavorful.
Court TV
like
has the
sometimes I might put a little
stopped at
onion
38
powder.
minute,
Okay,
14
fine.
seconds. Verdict reached.
2 weeks ago.
We just
I
haven't
wanted
heard
to
it
make
read yet.
myself some
Fast and
guac,
fast. That's not
and I
good.
didn't
Probably
have
we got to
vinegar.
get. Well, it's good, and we get. I mean,
Did I say
it's a
vinegar?
guilty. It's a guilty verdict, obviously.
It's basic. It's very simple. It's avocado, hard-boiled eggs, vinegar, lemon juice.
Joe's talking about guac
salt,
right now.
pepper. I didn't.
We're
have
literally talking
vinegar.
about guac right now.
I was like, what am I going
This
to
is
do? What am I gonna
amazing.
do? It's not going to. It's going to have no
Joe's
flavor at all.
guac
There's no vinegar
recipe.
in there. I was like, what am I
Laudner
gonna do?
clips. Clip
I can't.
this.
This can't be. You want to know what I came
No
up with?
tomatoes, no
This was
lime
the
juice. His
I was a
guac sucks.
necessity, massive necessity.
Oh, nice.
In place of the vinegar, I used pickle juice.
No.
Brian. And I have to tell you something. Oh my God. This was so much better.
Cultural appropriation.
Brian.
Cultural appropriation.
That's right. Brian. So there you go. My recipe now is
I lost all respect
2
for Joe
large
just
or
now.
3 mid-sized avocados, 2 hard-boiled eggs, a nice healthy splash of
Kosher pickle juice.
kosher pickle brine.
Kosher picker brine. Pickle brine. Oy vey. This is the most Jewish thing ever. I love it from
Another
Joe.
splash of lemon juice,
Love to hear
salt,
from Joe.
pepper.
What was that motion? I don't want to hear that
Amazing.
noise from
yeah,
him
I gave
again.
it to you for free. You're welcome.
Appreciate it, Joe.
Where's my thing?
His guac smells like a foot.
I wanted to tweet out.
Oh God. You're not trying to
Actually,
eat this
she's
bro's
crying.
guac? You're not trying to hold his
You
guac?
probably told her if they come back and listen in an hour, they're going to gas you.
Great.
Lemon juice, not lemon.
Wait, did
lemon
Joe
juice.
just wait? Hold on. Did Joe just refer to gassing? Did he say that? Did Joe just say that? Am I crazy?
There's no audio so far.
Do I have to rewind?
I can't
and catch
believe that
again?
Nick shut his stream like 3 minutes ago.
He has another
He has the
commitment.
worst luck on this.
Okay, just making sure that Joe said that. I'm like, I don't want to just think I'm hearing things because I wanted to hear things, but Joe did say gas. And I'm not going to point out the irony of that. Okay. How anti himself? How anti Joe of Joe? His Joe-ish privilege.
There's the judge.
My understanding is the jury has a verdict. Is that correct? Anything to bring up
Always
before the jury?
trolling Joe. Always trolling you.
No. Very good. Then we'll bring the jury.
Popcorn. Be careful. I'm just saying, bro. Not. I get that you're joking, but YouTube. This is a funny one, though. Oh.
He has the worst timing. Like, he was covering the Alex Murdoch trial for like weeks and then had to leave for like 3 days. And that's when Alex Murdoch decided, I'm going to take the stand.
Rick Cormier says, I mean, what about some jalapenos? What about some red onions? What about
She's
all
definitely
that
guilty
stuff
of all
that makes
counts. There's no way they could have gotten back so fast.
good? Yeah, none of that. None of that. Zero.
And if you said 31 to 90 minutes,
Hey, be seated.
you win.
Ma'am, were you the foreperson? And my understanding is that the jury has reached a verdict. Is that correct? Yes. Right. You would hand that to the bailiff then, please?
Ready? Is it all counts? Maybe all counts. I think he's getting the majority of counts. She's getting the majority. Of the 3 counts, I think she gets at least 2. But I think it'll be all of them. But we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, it's probably all of them. At least 2.
First verdict reads as follows. We, the jury, find the defendant, Taylor Denise Schabusiness, guilty of first-degree intentional homicide as charged in count 1 of the information.
Let's see if there's an outburst.
Dated this date, July 26th, 2023, signed by the foreperson. Second verdict reads as follows. We, the jury, find the defendant, Taylor Denise Schabusiness, guilty of mutilating a corpse as charged in count 2 of the information. Dated this date, July 26th, 2023, signed by the foreperson. The next verdict reads, we, the jury, find the defendant, Taylor
Nick
Denise
missing the
Schabusiness,
verdict
guilty
again.
of third-degree sexual assault as charged in count 3.
Now we go to phase 2.
Dated this date,
Phase
26th day of July.
Do you think that she
2023,
is
signed by the
too
foreperson.
insane?
The verdicts appear to be in order. Do either of the parties request that I poll the jury? Mr. Saunders?
No.
Mr. Freilich?
Yes.
Okay.
Of
Ladies
course.
and gentlemen, I'm going to do what's called polling the jury. It's a very simple process. All I'm going to do is go down the line and ask each of you if this is your verdict. Your answer is either yes or no. I'm going to start in the back corner, ma'am. Are these your verdicts?
There's going to be phase 2
Ma'am, are
about
these your
whether
verdicts?
she's criminally insane.
Ma'am, are these your verdicts?
Can't be liable.
Ma'am, are these your verdicts? Yes. Ma'am, are these your verdicts? Yes. Sir, are these your verdicts? Yes. Ma'am, are these your verdicts? Yes.
He's just assuming pronouns
Sir,
left and
ma'am.
right.
Ma'am, are these your verdicts?
Yes.
Sir, are these your verdicts? Yes. Sir, are these your verdicts?
I love the pronouns.
Sir, are
It's
these
great.
your verdicts?
Based.
Ma'am, are these your verdicts?
Based as hell.
Okay, the jury has now been polled. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, for
It's
today,
ma'am. I
your
would have loved to hear that. That
tasks
would
are
have been great.
concluded. We're going to
Yes,
start
they did.
tomorrow
Guilty on all
morning
three
on the
counts.
second phase, at which
Tomorrow
point in the
morning.
beginning I will give you some further instructions, and then we will get underway on that phase. The attorneys and I have a few things that we're going to need to take up before that phase starts, so I'm going to ask that you be
I'm
in the
out for
jury
tomorrow
room by
and the rest of the
9:15.
week, so
I want to start right at
we'll leave that
9:15.
to
and
we'll
we
leave that
will
to Jeffy.
hopefully get our matters resolved ahead of that time.
Awesome.
But for today, your service is concluded. I am going to, again, read you a...
We'll stop there, guys. We'll have your service conclude. Guys, listen, you guys did an amazing service today. Today we have literally 700, almost 750 likes on this video. And I know that the replay gang will get it there. But if you haven't already, make sure you smash that like. We did an amazing job. We had so much fun. I loved being able to stream snipe Jeff, Joe, Kurt, and Nick. You know, all of them had their own moments. Kurt won the poll for the day. Just being honest, he won that poll. He may have packed it because he may have sent his uncivilians over here to Biden the ballot box. But hey, listen, he did win today. Jeff did a great job. Fantastic with a lot of guests. There's some pros and cons to large panels, but Jeff is always very good at that. Very much the best person at getting together everybody into his chat, getting a lot of the gaz, which is very awesome. Also, I think that Nick would definitely have more energy today, had a lot of good performance and passion. I think he was wrong about some of his points, but very much correct to be biased towards the innocent, which I think is always very much important, that presumption of innocence and innocent until proven guilty. Yeah, and just, these guys all did a good job, all worth your following. They're all my friends. I really appreciate them. Joe Neerman, Kurt, Nick, Jeff, great people, great streamers, great LawTubers. And guys, in the future, we will be doing more of the MS3K style. I like this, actually. It's kind of my thing. So we'll be doing it more. And if you guys like this, make sure you comment on the video. Make sure you like this. Make sure you share this out. Tell everybody else. Clip it. Do whatever you want with it, guys. Feel free to clip the hell out of this. No copyright strikes will ever come from me, from you clipping my content and sharing that out there for everybody. Stay based, guys. Have fun. I'm going to crash. It is 5:45 a.m. The sun is coming up outside in Bangkok, Thailand. But for you guys, I know it is just starting into the evening. So have a wonderful night. Take care, guys. Stay based. Peace.